The Hound of the Baskervilles.
My friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, was usually very late in the mornings, save on those not too infrequent occasions when he stayed up all night. One morning, it was in the autumn of 1889, he was seated at the breakfast table in his dressing gown. I was standing on the hearthrug, looking at a stick which a visitor had left at our Baker Street rooms the night before. It was a fine, thick piece of wood, bulbous-headed, of the sort that used to be known as a Penang lawyer. Holmes was sitting with his back to me, and I'd given him no sign of my occupation.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
Good heavens, Holmes. How do you know what I was doing? You must have eyes at the back of your head.
Hardly that. But at least I have a well-polished, silver-plated coffee pot in front of me.
Oh, I see.
Tell me, Watson, what do you make of that stick? We missed its owner yesterday and have no idea of his errand, so this accidental souvenir assumes some importance. Let me hear you reconstruct the man by an examination of it. Just follow my method.
Well, I think he's an elderly medical man.
Why?
Because the inscription on the silver band to James Mortimer, MRCS, from his friends of the CCH 1884.
Excellent. What else?
I say he's a country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot.
Oh, why that?
Well, because the thick iron ferrule has been worn down and the whole stick's been terribly knocked about. I can't see a town doctor carrying it.
Perfectly sound. And what about the friends of the CCH?
I think that's the, something hunt, whatever the local hunt's called. He's probably helped them professionally, and they gave him this stick in return.
Really, Watson, you excel yourself. Most stimulating.
Oh.
And now that I've finished breakfast, I'd like to have a look at that stick myself. Just hand me over my convex lens, will you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Interesting, though elementary. Yes, it gives us the basis for several deductions.
Have I missed anything?
I'm afraid, my dear Watson, that most of your conclusions are erroneous. When I said you stimulated me, I meant, to be frank, that your fallacies sometimes guide me towards the truth. Not that you're entirely wrong. The man is certainly a country practitioner.
Oh, then I was right.
To that extent.
Where did I go wrong, then?
Well, for one thing, I would suggest that a presentation to a doctor is more likely to come from a hospital than from a hunt. And when the initials CC are placed before that hospital, the words Charing Cross naturally suggest themselves.
You may be right.
The probability lies in that direction. And since the presentation was made but 5 years ago, there emerges a young fellow under 30, amiable, absent-minded, and with a favorite dog, something between a terrier and a mastiff.
Now, just a minute, Holmes. How do you know he's amiable, absent-minded, and has a dog?
Well, it's my experience that only amiable men receive testimonials, and he was absent-minded enough to leave his stick here yesterday.
Oh, true. Well, what about the dog?
Look at the teeth marks on the stick. See? As I say, they're too broad for a terrier, not broad enough for a mastiff. Let me take it over to the light. Oh, yes, by Jove, it's a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear fellow, how can you possibly be sure of that?
Simply by looking out of the window. Dog and owner on our very doorstep. He's a tall, thin man, a bit bent at the shoulders. Oh, yes, and his frock coat's a bit worn. That's all I could see.
Well, I better leave you.
No, don't move, I beg you, Watson. He's a professional brother of yours, and you may be able to help us. Now is the dramatic moment of fate, Watson. A man is walking into our lives, and we don't know whether for good or ill. What does this unknown man of science want of Sherlock Holmes? Come in.
You have my stick. I'm so very glad. I wasn't sure whether I'd left it here or in the shipping office. I wouldn't lose that stick for the world.
A presentation, I see.
Yes, sir.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
Yes.
Then we're not so far wrong. Dr.
Mortimer. James Mortimer.
Yes, sir.
I'm now in practice in Devon, at Grimpen on Dartmoor. I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. You interest me very much.
Indeed?
Yes. I had hardly expected so dolichocephalic a skull. or such well-marked supraorbital development. Would you object to my running my fingers along your parietal fissure?
I would, sir.
It's not my intention to be fulsome, but I must confess I covet your skull.
Pray take a chair.
Thank you.
Now, sir, I presume it wasn't merely for the purpose of examining my skull that you've done me the honor to call here last night and again today.
No, Mr. Holmes. I came to you because I am confronted with a most serious and extraordinary problem. And recognizing as I do that you are the second highest expert in Europe...
Indeed, sir. May I inquire who has the honor to be the first?
To the man of precisely scientific mind, the work of Monsieur Bertillon must always appeal strongly.
Then had you not better consult him?
I said, sir, to the precisely scientific mind. As a man of practical affairs, it's acknowledged that you stand alone. I trust I have not inadvertently...
Just a little.
Oh.
I think, Dr. Mortimer, you do well to avoid further preamble and tell Dr. Watson and myself the exact nature of the problem in which you ask my assistance.
Well, gentlemen, I have in my pocket an old manuscript.
I observed it as you entered the room. Early 18th century, unless it's a forgery.
How can you say that, sir?
It's been showing from your pocket as you've been talking.
Oh.
To an expert, the writing gives its date to within a decade. I should put it at 1730.
The exact date is 1742.
Oh, well done, Holmes.
It's a family document. It was committed to my care by Sir Charles Baskerville, who died some 3 months ago in Devon.
Ah, yes, I remember reading about that.
Mr. Holmes, until his sudden and tragic death, Sir Charles was a patient and also my personal friend. He was strong-minded, shrewd, practical, and as unimaginative as I am. But he took this document very seriously and was prepared for just such an end as eventually did overtake it.
What's in the document?
A certain legend that runs in the Baskerville family. With your permission, I will give you the gist of what it contains.
If you think it necessary.
Oh, it is, I assure you. It tells the story of the death of Hugo Baskerville, who held the manor at the time of the Great Rebellion. Hugo, Mr. Holmes, was a wild, profane, and godless man. His name was a byword in the West. It happened that he fell in love with the daughter of a yeoman who held lands near the Baskerville estate. This girl avoided him, and one Michaelmas he stole down upon the farm with 5 or 6 wicked companions and carried her off to the hall. They put her in an upper room and sat down to a long carousal. The girl, in the stress of her fear, climbed down the ivy that still covers the south wall and set off homeward across the moor.
Go on.
Some time later, Hugo went upstairs to see his captive and found her gone. And here I think I must quote the manuscript itself. Then it would seem he became as one that hath a devil, for rushing downstairs into the dining hall, he sprang upon the table, flagons and trenchers flying before him, and he cried aloud before all the company that he would that very night render his body and soul to the powers of evil, if he might but overtake the wench. And at that, Mr. Holmes, this wicked man ran from the house and had his groom saddle his horse and unkennel the pack.
You mean he put the hounds on her?
He did. He gave them the girl's handkerchief and set off full cry in the moonlight over the moor.
But good heavens, didn't the others try and stop him?
Well, they just seemed to have stood there, stupefied. But then some sense came back into their minds and they rode off after him. They found Hugo Baskerville's black mare dabbled with froth and riderless. They found the hounds whimpering in a cluster at the head of a dip. 3 of the boldest riders, or maybe the most drunken, rode down into the dip. And there they found the unhappy girl lying dead with fear and fatigue.
Poor girl.
But it wasn't that raised the hair on their heads. Let me quote the actual words again. It was that standing over Hugo and plucking at his throat, there stood a great foul thing, a black beast, shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that mortal eye had rested upon. And even as they looked, the thing tore out the throat of Hugo Baskerville. Then, as it turned its blazing eyes and dripping jaws upon them, the 3 shrieked with fear and rode for dear life, still screaming across the moor. One, it is said, died that very night of what he had seen, and the other 2 were but broken men for the rest of their days. The writer ends by counseling his descendants never to cross the moor, In those dark hours, as he puts it, when the powers of evil are exalted.
Great.
Well, Mr. Holmes, do you find it interesting?
To a collector of fairy tales?
Aha, but wait. Now we come to something a little more recent. The death of Sir Charles Baskerville in June of this year.
Ah, yes. Yes, I was busy undertaking a small service for the Pope at the time. Otherwise, I should have been able to give the affair more attention.
Well, let me say at once that Sir Charles was a man of very different mould from his infamous ancestor. Many people had good reason to bewail his untimely end.
It was sudden, you say?
Indeed, yes. Not that his health had been good for some time. There was an affection of the heart, showing itself in breathlessness and nervous depression.
Was he a married man, Dr. Mortimer?
He was a widower and childless. He lived very simply. His indoor servants at Baskerville Hall consisted of a couple named Barrymore, who acted as butler and housekeeper. They corroborated my own evidence at the inquest about his health.
What happened?
Well, the facts are quite simple. Every night before he went to bed, Sir Charles used to walk down the famous yew alley of Baskerville Hall. On the 4th of June, he declared his intention of starting for London the next day and told Barrymore to pack for him. That night, he went for his walk as usual and never returned.
Who raised the alarm?
Barrymore, the butler. He found the hall door open, became alarmed, and went out with a lantern. Halfway down Yew Alley, there's a gate that leads out onto the moor. Sir Charles's footprints led there, and there was evidence that he had stood there for a while. Then the footprints continued, but appeared to be those of a man...
Running for his life? Where did they lead?
To the far end of the alley. And there the body was found.
Any signs of violence?
No, but the face was incredibly distorted. At first, I couldn't believe that it really was Sir Charles.
How do you account for the distortion?
Well, it's a symptom that is not unusual in cases of death from cardiac exhaustion.
Yes, that's true enough.
The post-mortem showed a long-standing organic disease, and the coroner returned a verdict in accordance. Those are the public facts.
I see. Then can we now have the private ones?
Mr. Holmes, if I give them to you, I shall be telling you things I haven't confided to anyone.
Not even to the coroner?
Not even to him.
Why not, pray?
Because I didn't want Baskerville Hall to be untenanted for the rest of its days.
What is this information you withheld? Be frank, sir.
The moor is very sparsely inhabited, and those who live near each other are thrown very much together. Sir Charles and I used to talk and play cards during the evenings. It became increasingly clear to me that his nervous system was strained to breaking point. He'd taken the legend terribly to heart. He would never go out on the moor at night.
You mean he really believed in this phantom hound?
He asked me if I'd ever seen a strange creature at night or heard a hound baying. He asked me that several times, and always in a voice vibrating with excitement.
Did you ever see anything?
One evening, about 3 weeks before he died, I drove up to his house. He was standing at his hall door. Just as I was getting out of my gig, I noticed his eyes fix themselves on something over my shoulder and stare with an expression of horror. He was so excited and alarmed that I had to go down to the spot and look round. But there was nothing. I had to stay with him all the evening. That's when I suggested he should go to London. I thought the distractions of town might bring him back a new man. Mr. Stapleton, a mutual friend, was also very worried about him, and he agreed with me. And then, at the last instant, came this terrible catastrophe.
How soon did you see the body?
Well, they had to send the message over. I was there within the hour. I checked all the facts that were mentioned at the inquest, the footprints, the absence of physical injury, the facial contortion. But Barrymore made one false statement in his evidence.
Oh? What was that?
He said there were no traces on the ground round the body. He didn't see any. I did.
Footprints? A man's or a woman's?
Mr. Holmes, they were the footprints of a gigantic hound.
Great heavens! There are sheepdogs on the moor.
No doubt. But this was no sheepdog.
What is this alley like?
Well, there are 2 lines of old yew hedge. Impenetrable, 12 feet high.
Penetrated at one point by a wicket gate, you say?
Yes, which leads on to the moor.
Is there any other opening?
None.
Was this gate closed?
Closed and padlocked.
How high is it?
About 4 feet.
So anyone could have got over it?
Yes.
Dr. Mortimer, what made you say that Sir Charles had waited by the gate?
His cigar ash. He dropped it there twice.
Excellent. Watson, this is a colleague after my own heart. What other marks were there?
None in particular.
Good heavens, did no one examine?
No, I did, but I didn't notice anything.
Oh, if only I'd been there. By this time, all that was there will have been smudged by the rain and defaced by the clogs of curious peasants. Oh, Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer. To think that you didn't call me in. You have indeed much to answer for.
Mr. Holmes, I couldn't have done so without disclosing all these facts to the world. And besides...
Yes?
There is a realm in which the most acute and experienced of detectives is helpless.
But you mean that the thing is supernatural?
I didn't say so.
You evidently think it.
Mr. Holmes, several people have seen a creature on the moor. Something that couldn't be any animal known to science. A huge creature. Luminous, spectral.
And you, a trained man of science, believe it to be supernatural?
I don't know what to believe.
Surely the footprints were material.
The original hound was material enough to tear out a man's throat. But it was diabolical as well.
Dr. Mortimer, if you hold these views, why have you come to consult me? You tell me in the same breath that it's useless to investigate Sir Charles's death and that you desire me to do it.
I did not say I desired you to do it.
Oh? Then how can I assist you?
By telling me what to do about Sir Henry Baskerville.
Sir Henry? Is this the heir?
Yes. He's Sir Charles's nephew, the son of his younger brother. He's been traced in Canada. He's been farming there. He arrives at Waterloo in, just under an hour and a quarter.
Are there any other claimants?
No. The only other kinsman we have been able to trace was Roger Baskerville, the youngest of the three brothers, of whom poor Sir Charles was the eldest. He was the black sheep of the family, the very image, so they say, of old Hugo. England became too hot for him, and he died of yellow fever in Central America. Henry's own father, the middle brother, died young, so he is the last of the Baskervilles. I had a wire to say that he arrived at Southampton this morning, and I'm on my way to meet him. Mr. Holmes, what am I to do?
Meet Sir Henry.
And then?
Say nothing to him at all until I've made up my mind on the matter.
Well, how long will that take you?
24 hours. I suggest you call here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring Sir Henry with you.
I'll do that, Mr. Holmes.
Just one more question. You say that before Sir Charles Baskerville's death, several people saw this apparition on the moor.
Yes.
Did anyone see it afterwards?
Not that I've heard.
Thank you, Dr. Mortimer.
Good day, Mr. Holmes. Good day, Dr. Watson.
Good day, Doctor.
I'm very much obliged to you.
Going out, Watson?
Well, unless I can help you.
No, my dear fellow. It's at the hour of action that I turn to you for aid.
Oh, just as you like, Holmes.
When you pass Bradley's, would you ask him to send up a pound of the strongest shag tobacco? Oh, and ask the people next door to him if they have an ordnance map of Dartmoor.
Very well.
Thank you, Watson. Oh, and Watson, it would be as well if you could make it convenient not to return before evening.
I spent the day at my club and didn't return to Baker Street till nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. My first impression when I opened the door was that a fire had broken out. The room was so filled with smoke that the light of the lamp on the table was blurred by it. Through the haze, I had a vague vision of Holmes in his dressing gown, coiled up in an armchair with his black clay pipe between his lips. I left him in peace and took myself off to the more tolerable atmosphere of my bedroom. The next morning, our clients were punctual. As the clock struck 10, Dr. Mortimer was shown up, followed by the young baronet, a man of about 30, sturdily built, with the weather-beaten appearance of one who spent most of his time in the open air.
Come in, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes?
Henry.
Dr. Watson. You know, the strange thing is, if my friend here hadn't proposed coming around to you this morning, I'd have come on my own.
Indeed?
Well, you're the man who thinks out little puzzles, aren't you? Well, I've had one this morning that wants more thinking out than I'm able to give it.
You mean that something has happened since you arrived in London?
Well, nothing of any importance. Maybe it's only a joke. But it was this letter. If you can call it a letter. It reached me by the first post.
Sir Henry Baskerville, Northumberland Hotel, Charing Cross. Who knew you were going to stay there?
Well, no one. We only decided after I met Dr. Mortimer.
But presumably he was already staying there.
No, sir, no. I've been staying with a friend. There was no possible indication that we intended to stay at that hotel.
I see. Oh, somebody seems to be deeply interested in your movements. May I read the letter?
Please do. As you'll see, it's only a single sentence.
I notice it's made up of printed words pasted onto a sheet of foolscap. As you value your life or your reason, keep away from the moor. The word moor is written in ink. It's the only one.
Now, perhaps you'll tell me what in thunder's the meaning of that.
Watson, have you yesterday's Times?
Yes, I think so. Mrs. Hudson.
Might I trouble you for the inside page? The one with the leading articles?
Yes, I've got it. Ah, yes. There you are.
Thank you. Stands to reason that such legislation must no longer keep away from... Ah, yes. Yes, there's a capital article here on free trade. Listen, it stands to reason that such legislation must in the long run keep away wealth from the country, diminish the value of our imports, and lower the general conditions of life in this island. Now, what do you think of that, Sir Henry?
Well, haven't we gone a bit off the trail?
On the contrary. If you read the whole of that article, you would, I'm sure, find all the words of your mysterious letter. The one sentence I have read you already gives us value, reason, keep away, from, and life.
You mean someone cut those words out of the paper and pasted them together?
All except the less common word, moor, which is the one word written in ink.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's incredible. How did you know it was the Times?
Knowledge of different types is elementary to the special expert in crime. Though I confess that once, when I was very young, I did confuse the Leeds Mercury with the Western Morning News, but the Times is entirely distinctive. Just let me see the note again.
Here.
Any watermarks? I wonder. No, I don't see any. Now, tell me, Sir Henry, has anything else of interest happened to you since you've been in London?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
You've not observed anyone following you or watching you?
I seem to have walked right into the thick of a dime novel. Now, why in thunder should anyone follow me or watch me?
We're coming to that. You've nothing else to report to us?
Well, no. Well, unless you think it's worth reporting that I've lost one of my boots.
Have you indeed?
Yes, I put them both outside my door last night, and there was only one there this morning. I couldn't get any sense out of the fellow who cleans them.
It seems a singularly useless thing to steal.
Oh, I told him it's bound to turn up again.
Now, look, gentlemen, it seems to me that I've spoken quite enough of the little I know. It's time you kept your promise and told me what we're all driving at.
I quite agree. Dr. Mortimer, will you be good enough to tell Sir Henry your story as you told it to us?
By all means. It begins, Sir Henry, with this manuscript, which has been in the possession of your family for generations.
Well, I seem to have come into an inheritance with a vengeance. Of course, I've heard of the hound since I was in the nursery, but I never thought of taking it seriously. But as to my uncle's death, I can't get it clear yet. You don't seem to have made up your minds whether it's a case for a policeman or a clergyman.
Precisely. The point we have to decide now, though, Sir Henry, is whether or not it's advisable for you to go to Baskerville Hall.
Why shouldn't I?
There seems to be danger.
You mean danger from the family fiend or danger from human beings?
That's what we have to find out.
Well, whichever it is, my answer's fixed. There is no devil in hell, Mr. Holmes, and there is no man on earth who can stop me going to the home of my own people, and you can take that as my final answer.
Bravo.
Now, look, Mr. Holmes, I'd rather like a quiet hour to myself to think about all this.
Of course.
I'll go back to my hotel. Look, why don't you and Dr. Watson come and lunch with us there at 2 o'clock?
Oh, thank you. Is that convenient to you, Watson?
Very good.
Then you may expect us. Shall I have a cab, Cole?
No, I prefer to walk. If you'll join me, Dr. Mortimer?
With pleasure.
Well, then we'll meet again at 2. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Well, he seems a good enough chap.
Quick, Watson, while I get my frock coat. Watch at the window and see which way they go.
What do you mean?
Of course. Isn't it clear there are people at their tails? We must shadow them and see what happens. Careful, Watson. They've stopped to look in the shop window. We'd better do the same. No, wait. Look at that handsome cab. It has stopped as well. It's following them. That's our man.
The cab?
Yes. Let's get a look at him. Oh, curse it. He's seen us. He's shouting to his cabby.
Let's run off.
Oh, useless. They've got too good a start. Oh, Watson. If you're an honest man, you can record this and set it against my successes.
Who was the man?
I've no idea. Did you see his face?
Oh, I saw the big black beard.
Quite so. Probably a false one to conceal his true features. He is at a disadvantage now.
You mean he's put himself in the power of the cabin?
Exactly.
What a pity we didn't get the number.
My dear Watson, clumsy as I have been, you surely don't imagine that I neglected to get that. 2704 is our man. We must find out by wire the identity of the cabman and arrange to question him.
Well, what about Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer?
Oh, there's no point in following them now. Come, Watson, the nearest telegraph office, and then we can drop into one of the Bond Street picture galleries and do a review.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. It's just as well you're here. It seems to me they're playing me for a sucker in this hotel. They'll find they've started to monkey with the wrong man.
Well, what's the trouble?
Well, the first boot has been put back, but now another one is gone.
Another one?
Yes, an old black one this time. It's the last thing I'll lose in this den of thieves. What do you make of it, Mr. Holmes?
I don't profess to understand it yet. This case of yours is very complex, Sir Henry. Did you know you were followed from my rooms this morning?
Followed? By whom?
Well, whoever he was, he informed the cabman that his name was Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes?
Dr. Mortimer, have you among your acquaintances on Dartmoor any man with a black, full beard?
Let me see. Yes. Barrymore, Sir Charles's butler. He has just such a beard.
Who is this Barrymore?
Oh, his family have looked after the hall for 4 generations now.
Did Barrymore profit at all by Sir Charles's will, Sir Henry?
Yes, he and his wife had, £500 each.
Did they know it was coming to them?
Oh, yes. Sir Charles was fond of talking about his will.
That's very interesting.
I hope you don't suspect everyone who received a legacy from Sir Charles. I myself was left £1,000.
Indeed? And anyone else?
There were a number of small bequests to individuals and charities. The residue all went to Sir Henry here.
Sir Henry, how much was the residue?
£740,000.
Really? I had no idea that so gigantic a sum was involved. It's a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. One more question, Dr. Mortimer. If anything happened to our young friend here, you'll forgive the unpleasant hypothesis, who would inherit the estate?
Some distant cousins named the Desmonds. James Desmond is an elderly clergyman in Westmoreland.
I see. Tell me, Sir Henry, have the mysterious events of the last few hours caused you to change your mind about Baskerville Hall?
Mr. Holmes, they have just made me all the more determined to go down there the very first moment I can.
Then I only make one provision. You certainly must not go alone.
Well, Dr. Mortimer's going with me.
But Dr. Mortimer has his practice to attend to, and his house is miles away from yours. With all the goodwill in the world, he may not be able to help you. Now, Sir Henry, you must take somebody with you. A trusty man who'll be always by your side.
Well, could you possibly come yourself, Mr. Holmes?
If matters come to a crisis, I should endeavor to be present in person. But my extensive practice and the constant appeals that reach me make it impossible for me to be away from London indefinitely.
Whom would you recommend, then?
If my friend Dr. Watson would take it. There is no man better worth having at your side when you're in a tight place. No man can say so more confidently than I.
Well, now, that's real kind of you, Dr. Watson. Look, if you'll come down to Baskerville Hall and see me through, I'll never forget it.
I'll come with pleasure. I don't know how I can employ my time better.
Excellent. Now, Watson, you will report very carefully to me. When a crisis comes, as it will do, I will direct you how to act.
Yes.
Could you start by Saturday?
Does that suit, Dr. Watson?
Oh, perfectly.
Then on Saturday, unless you hear to the contrary, we shall meet at the 10:30 train from Paris.
As the train sped out of Paddington, I looked back at the tall, austere figure of Holmes gazing after us. A pleasant journey it was. And in a very few hours, the brown earth had become ruddy, the brick changed to granite, And then, over the green squares of the fields and the low curve of a wood, there rose in the distance a grey, melancholy hill with a strange, jagged summit.
There you are, Sir Henry. There's your first view of the moor.
Dartmoor. You know, I've been over a good part of the world, but I've never had a moment to compare with this.
This is your homecoming?
Yes. Yes, but it's more than that. This is where the men of my blood have lived for centuries. Up on those moors. And up there, too, there's something that has haunted them and driven them to their deaths. I know one thing, gentlemen. Whatever it is that lurks up there, whether it's man or fiend, it's not driving me away. I'm going to face it and beat it.
Pray God you may.
Wonderful country, isn't it, Doctor?
Very beautiful. There's autumn in the air, though.
Hello? What's this?
What's the matter?
Look, up there on the skyline. Huh?
Oh, a man on horseback.
Ah, with a rifle.
Yes, he's watching our road. Perkins! What's that fellow doing out there with the gun?
Oh, there's a convict escaped from the prison, sir.
Oh?
Been out there 3 days now. The wardens are watching every road. They've had no sight of him yet. Farmers about here don't like it, sir, and that's a fact.
Well, who is he then?
Selden, the Notting Hill murderer.
Who's he?
I expect Dr. Watson remembers.
Oh, I do indeed. Holmes took a great interest in it. It was a peculiarly brutal murder. The death sentence was commuted because there was some doubt as to the man's sanity.
And he's somewhere out there hiding in a burrow like a wild beast. That's all this moor needs, gentlemen. I don't know if it's my imagination, but it's getting mighty cold.
Welcome, Sir Henry. Welcome to Baskerville Hall.
Thank you. You are Barrymore, I take it?
I am, Sir Henry.
I see. Doctor, will you stay for dinner?
No, thank you, if you don't mind. My wife will be expecting me. I'd stay to show you over the house, but Barrymore will be a better guide than I.
Very well. Perkins. Perkins, take Dr. Mortimer on with you. Au revoir, then, Doctor, and thank you for all the help you've given me.
It's been a pleasure. Goodbye, then. Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye, Doctor.
If I can be of any service, don't hesitate to send for me, night or day.
Thank you.
Here, here.
Oh, Doctor, it's just as I imagined it. Rafters, oak paneling, stag's heads, coats of arms. Isn't it the very picture of an old family home? Yeah. And my people have lived here for 500 years.
Excuse me, Sir Henry.
Yes, Barrymore?
Would you wish dinner to be served at once, sir?
Is it ready?
In a very few minutes, sir. You will find hot water in your rooms.
Thank you.
Sir, my wife and I will be happy to stay with you until you've made fresh arrangements.
Fresh arrangements? Do you mean your wife and you want to leave?
Only when it's quite convenient to you, sir.
Well, I'd be sorry to start my life here by breaking an old family connection.
I feel that too, sir, and so does my wife.
Well, then what's the trouble?
To tell the truth, sir, we were both very much attached to Sir Charles, and his death gave us a shock and made these surroundings very painful to us. I'm afraid we could never be easy in our minds at Baskerville Hall again.
What do you plan to do?
Well, I've no doubt, sir, we shall succeed in establishing ourselves in some business. Sir Charles's generosity has given us the means to do it.
I see.
And now, sir, perhaps I'd better show you to your room.
That's the law. Then the law's wrong. I'm not going to argue. But I want to do you. You'll face me in court, and I'll jail you for 2 years. 15 guineas?
Good morning, Dr. Watson.
Oh, morning, Mr. Henry.
Help yourself.
Yes, I'll have a little catering.
Well, this place doesn't look too bad, does it, with the morning sunlight streaming through the windows? It disturbed me a bit last night, I don't mind admitting. I expect we were tired and chilled and imagined it all.
No, not entirely.
What do you mean?
Did you happen to hear someone sobbing in the night?
Well, that's curious. I did hear something of the sort. I was half asleep, and I thought it was all a dream.
I heard it quite distinctly. A woman sobbing. Good morning, gentlemen.
Barrymore. Very good breakfast. Tell me, we both thought we heard a woman crying in the night. Do you know anything about it?
No, Sir Henry. There are only two women here at night. One is the scullery maid who sleeps in the west wing, and the other is my wife. It certainly wasn't her. Can I bring you more coffee, sir?
No, thank you.
Very good, Sir Henry.
I don't believe him.
Why not?
I passed Mrs. Barrymore on my way downstairs. Her eyes were red and swollen. It must have been her.
Well, then her husband must have known.
Yeah, exactly. Then why didn't he say so? And why was she crying? She doesn't look an emotional type.
Do you think it was him following me in that cab in Regent Street?
We'll soon find out.
Oh, how?
When we left you after lunch in London, Holmes sent a telegram to Barrymore with strict instructions that it was to be delivered personally to Barrymore or returned. I thought I'd walk over to Grimpen Post Office and have a word with the postmaster. It'll give me something to report to Holmes. Do you feel like a walk?
No. I've got a lot of papers to attend to here. You go on your own. I'll see you back here for lunch.
Making off into the darkness, his lordship lets off speed.
See what you're querying, sir. My boy took the telegram and gave it to Mrs. Barrymore.
Why not to Mr. Barrymore himself, as instructed?
He was up in the loft at the time.
Did anyone see him?
Well, surely his wife ought to know where he is. He got the telegram, didn't he? If there's any mistake, it's for Mr. Barrymore to complain.
Yes. Excuse me, but isn't this Dr. Watson?
Yes, but I don't think I have...
Allow me to introduce myself. Stapleton of Medipit House.
Stapleton, how do you do, sir?
I expect you've heard my name from our mutual friend, Dr. Mortimer.
Yes.
I was just visiting him, and he pointed you out from the window of his surgery. We're homely folk on the moor, and don't wait for formal introductions.
Right, sir.
I hope Sir Henry is none the worse for his journey.
He's very well, thank you.
Excellent. You going back to Baskerville Hall now, Doctor?
That was my intention.
Then our roads lie together. And just over there, you can see the plume of smoke from here. That's where I live, Merripit House. It's only a moderate walk from the moor path. If you've a few minutes to spare, I should appreciate the honor of introducing you to my sister.
I promised to get back to lunch.
There was plenty of time.
Well, then, I shall be delighted.
Oh, come along, then. It's a wonderful place, the moor. Never tire of it. You can't think what secrets it contains.
You know it well, then.
I've been here 2 years. The residents call me a newcomer, but my tastes led me to explore every part of the country round. As you can see, I'm a naturalist, and some of the locals laugh at my butterfly net and this tin I always carry with me.
You're a lepidopterist.
So, although I've only recently come here, I should think there are a few men who know the moor better than I do.
But is it so hard to know?
Very hard. For instance, you see that great plain to the north with the hills behind it?
Well?
Do you observe anything remarkable about it?
It'll be a rare place for a gallop.
Naturally you'd think so. The thought has cost folk their lives before now. That is the great Grimpen Mire. A false step there means death to man or beast. Only yesterday I saw one of the moor ponies wander into it. He never came out.
Oh, how horrible.
It's dangerous to cross, even in the dry seasons. But after these autumn rains, it's an awful place. Yet I can find my way to the very heart of it and come back alive.
But why should you want to go to such a dreadful place?
Well, you see the hills beyond? They're really islands, cut off on all sides by the mire, which has crawled round them in the course of years.
I see, yes.
That is where the rare plants and butterflies are. There are 1 or 2 paths that an active man can take.
Well, I'll try my luck someday.
For God's sake, put such an idea out of your mind. You wouldn't have a chance. It's only by remembering very complex landmarks that I can do it.
Good heavens, what was that?
Queer place, the moor.
But what is it, man?
And the peasants say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
It's the weirdest thing I ever heard in my life, and even in India where...
Yes, it's rather an uncanny place altogether. Look at that hillside. What do you make of those circular rings of stone?
What are they? Sheep pens?
No, they're the homes of our worthy ancestors. Prehistoric man lived thickly on the moor, and no one in particular has lived there since. So we find all his little arrangements exactly as he left them. Those are his wigwams with the roof off. You can even see his hearth and his couch if you have the curiosity to go inside.
It's quite a town. When was it inhabited?
Neolithic man. No date. Oh, excuse me. Did you see that butterfly? It's a cyclopedes. Very rare. You scarcely ever see them in autumn. I must try and get it.
I say, Mr. Stapleton, do be careful. You tell me how dangerous it... Well, he knows what he's doing.
Sir.
Good heavens, I didn't hear it.
Go back. Go straight back to London.
Why should I go back?
I can't explain, but for God's sake, do what I ask you. Go back and never set foot on the moor again.
But I've only just come.
Quiet. My brother's coming back. Not a word of what I said. Would you mind getting me that orchid among the mare's tails? We're very rich in orchids on the moor, though it's getting rather late for them.
Beryl? Oh, you've introduced yourselves, I see.
Yes, I was telling Sir Henry that the orchids are nearly over.
That's not Sir Henry Baskerville.
No, only a humble commoner. I'm his friend, Dr. Watson.
Then we've been talking at cross purposes.
Why, you hadn't very much time for talk.
I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of just a visitor. It can't matter to him whether it's early or late for orchids. Never mind. Do please come and see Merripit House, Doctor.
No, really, thank you. I promised Sir Henry he'll be waiting for me.
Ah, well, it must be a pleasure deferred. Au revoir, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye, sir.
Come, Beryl.
My dear Holmes, I waited until tonight to finish this letter to you, as I did not wish to arouse Henry's curiosity or alarm. I mentioned to him that I'd met the Stapletons, but not that she had whispered to me this strange warning, even that I was Sir Henry myself. Stapleton, I learned, was a schoolmaster in the north, whose school was running well till an epidemic killed 3 of the boys, and had never recovered from the blow. Sir Henry's in excellent spirits. We've been sitting over the fire and talking, with the portraits of the Baskerville ancestors looking down on us.
It's now nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Who's that? Ah, Sir Henry. Anything wrong?
I'm not sure. There was a creaking in the passage outside. Did you not hear it?
Oh, I thought it was just the timbers working. It's a very rough night.
No. Someone went down the passage. I saw a candle and a shadow.
Well, let's go and see.
Yes. He went this way, round that corner. Come on, I'm with you. There you are. There's a light in one of those rooms. They're all empty. I went round them this morning. Shall we surprise him now?
You stay here. I'll go and see.
What's he doing?
Seems to be signaling with a candle, I should think, and staring out over the moor. My dear Holmes, little more of consequence to report this morning. No more nocturnal wanderings. And today, Mr. Stapleton and his handsome sister are joining us for luncheon with Dr. Mortimer.
You know, Stapleton, I think this Notting Hill fellow must have got away, don't you?
I'm inclined to agree. What on earth can he be living on out there? Unless he's catching the moor sheep.
Well, I hope he has got away. The outlying farmers will sleep the better for it.
But Miss Stapleton.
Yes, Sir Henry.
Well, what about you? I mean, I understand your house is very isolated. I wish you'd let me send over Perkins, my groom, to sleep at your house till we know it's all well.
Well, I think
No, Sir Henry. You're very kind, but I won't hear of it. The fellow's either left the district or else he's stumbled into Grimpen Mire.
As you please, Mr. Stapleton. Miss Stapleton, would you care for a little more wine?
No, thank you, Sir Henry.
Evening. Holmes, a new complication. If we had not enough, Sir Henry had shown an obvious attachment to Mr. Stapleton's sister. This was clear enough at our first luncheon party, of which I wrote to you earlier, and equally clear was Mr. Stapleton's hostility. Now the thing has moved further. A meeting on the moors between Sir Henry and the sister, interrupted with angry words by the jealous Mr. Stapleton. Otherwise, nothing, but we listen every night for Barrymore to repeat his strange behavior. Not too easy in an old house like this to know a human footstep from the creaking of the timbers. But next time... yes?
Watson. Uh-huh? He's gone to that room again. I'm going to challenge him. Bring your revolver.
Very well.
Ready? Yes. Right. Barrymore, what are you doing here?
No, nothing, sir. Nothing. It was the window. I go around at night to see that they're fastened.
On the second floor. Now, look here, Barrymore. We're going to have the truth out of you. What were you doing at that window?
I wasn't doing no harm, sir.
He must have been holding that candle as a signal. Give it to me, Barrymore.
It's not a signal, sir.
Give me that candle. Now let us see if there's any answer.
There. Look. There it is. By Jove, yes. Rascal. He still denies the signal?
It's my business, not yours.
Then, by thunder, you'll leave my employment in the morning. Come, Watson. Bring your revolver.
I have it with me.
I'm going to take that man out there, whoever he may be. Oh, this is bitter wind, Watson.
Yeah.
Now, where was that answering light, do you think?
Further up, I feel sure, by the Neolithic hut circle.
Good heavens! What's that, Watson?
I don't know. I heard it once before. It's a sound they have on the moor.
Watson, it was the cry of a hound. The hound of the Baskervilles. Now, Barrymore, to whom were you signaling? Dr. Watson and I go out onto the moor and find some filthy remnants of food and shelter. Who left them there?
Don't ask me, Sir Henry. Don't ask me. I give you my word, sir. It's not my secret.
Thunder, Barrymore. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Your family has lived with mine under this roof for over 100 years. And here I find you deep in some plot against me.
No. No, sir. Not against you.
Mrs. Barrymore, why have you come here?
Oh, let me speak, sir.
No good, Eliza. We have to go. That's the end of it. You can pack our things.
Oh, John. It's my doing, Sir Henry. He's done nothing except for my sake. I asked him to do it.
Well, speak out then. What does it mean?
My brother is starving out there on the moor.
Your brother?
We can't let him perish at our very gate, sir. Our light is a signal we have food for him.
Then your brother is...
The escaped convict, sir. Selden. The criminal.
Incredible. Is this true, Barrymore?
It is, Sir Henry, every word of it.
Well, I can't blame you for standing by your own wife, but you must see the man's a public danger.
I give you my word, sir. You'll never trouble anybody in this country again.
Well, how can you say that?
In a very few days, sir, he'll be on his way to South America. If he can only lie quiet till the ship's ready for him. I beg you not to let the police know he's still on the moor.
What do you say, Watson?
Well, if he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayer of a burden.
Yes, that's true, I suppose. I guess we're aiding and abetting a felony, eh, Watson?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
All the same, I don't feel now I can give the man up, and that's an end of it.
Oh, sir.
Sir Henry.
Yes? What is it now?
You've been so kind to us, sir, that I should like to do the best I can in return. I know something.
What do you mean?
It's about poor Sir Charles's death, sir.
What? Do you know how he died?
No, sir, I don't know that.
Well, what then?
I know why he was at the gate.
Why? Why?
To meet a woman.
A woman?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what was her name?
I can't give you that, sir, but I can give you her initials. They were L.L.
How do you know that?
Well, sir, your uncle had a letter that morning. It was from Coon Tracy and addressed in a woman's hand.
Well?
I thought no more of the matter, sir, but the other day my wife was cleaning out Sir Charles's study, and she found the ashes of a burned letter in the back of the grate. Most of it was charred to pieces, but there was just one slip you could still read.
But what did it say?
Tell Sir Henry, Eliza.
It said, "Please, please, as you are a gentleman, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. And the initials were L.L.
And you've no idea who L.L. is?
No, sir.
Very good, Barrymore. You and your wife may go.
Thank you, sir. And God bless you, sir.
L.L.
I will not drop my combat boots on the floor.
Good day, Doctor. Ah, Dr. Mortimer. Hello.
Been taking a walk?
Yes, I've been right round the Black Tor.
Oh, let me give you a lift home, then.
Oh, thank you. That hole just there, a bullet does bother me occasionally.
Ah, yes. Very damp down here, of course.
Yes.
Yep. I'm very upset, Dr. Watson. My spaniel has disappeared. Oh, yes, little curly-haired chap. Wandered off into the moor and never came back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any news of Sherlock Holmes?
Well, very little. He acknowledges my reports, but he doesn't say much. Oh, Mortimer, you know, is there a woman living around here with the initials L.L.?
Not that I know of. L.L. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, of course there is. Laura Lyons of Coombe Tracy.
Who is she?
Married some artist fellow called Lyons who came sketching on the moors. He walked out on her, and now the poor girl hasn't a penny.
How does she live?
Several have helped her. Stapletons, Sir Charles. So have I. She's managed to start a little typewriting business. Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity.
Mrs. Lyons?
I don't think we've met, Mr...
Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? It was about the late Sir Charles Baskerville that I've come to see you.
What can I tell you about him?
You knew him, didn't you?
Yes. I owe a great deal to his kindness.
Did you correspond with him?
What is the object of this interrogation?
To avoid a public scandal.
Yes. I did write once or twice to Sir Charles to acknowledge his generosity.
How did he know enough about your affairs to be able to help you?
Through my friend, Mr. Stapleton.
Did you ever write to Sir Charles asking him to meet you?
Really, sir? That's an extraordinary question.
I'm sorry, madam. I must repeat it.
Then I answer, certainly not.
Not on the very day of Sir Charles's death?
No.
Surely your memory deceives you. Didn't you write, please burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock?
Is there no such thing as a gentleman?
You do Sir Charles an injustice, madam. He did burn the letter, but sometimes a letter may be legible in part even when burned.
I see.
You admit now that you wrote it?
Yes. I believe that if I could see him, I could gain his help.
Well, what happened when you got there?
I never went.
Mrs. Lyons.
I swear it on all I hold sacred. Something intervened to prevent my going.
What?
That is a private matter.
Why were you so pressing that Sir Charles should destroy the letter?
Dr. Watson, I've told you, the matter is a private one.
All the more reason to avoid a public investigation.
You probably know that I made a rash marriage and have had reason to regret it.
Yes, I've heard something of the kind.
My husband has made my life one incessant persecution.
Oh, dear.
I'd learned that there was a possibility of regaining my freedom if certain expenses could be met. And I thought that if Sir Charles heard the story from my own lips, he might help me.
Then why didn't you go?
Because I received help in the interval from another source.
Then why didn't you write to Sir Charles and explain?
I was going to. Then the next morning, I heard that he had died.
Watson, I thought you got lost on the moors. Come on, your lunch is waiting for you.
No, thank you. No, I didn't get lost. I was driving back from Mrs. Lyons, and Mortimer stopped me. Said he'd forgotten to tell me that he has observed a boy
go up every day towards those stone huts on the hill. Regular as clockwork.
That's odd. Oh, Barrymore. Dr. Watson's here now.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and Barrymore. Do you know anything about a boy going up on the moors? Is he anything to do with that precious relation of yours?
No, sir. I think he takes food to that other man.
What other man?
I don't know, sir. Selden says he's not a convict. He says he's living in one of those stone huts, and the boy brings him up food from one of the villages.
But he doesn't know who he is?
No, sir. He doesn't like it. Neither do we, sir, I can tell you. Waiting for something, he seems to be. It's foul play somewhere, sir, I'll swear it.
What else can it be?
Do you think it's that same fellow who was following you about in London?
Ah.
I'd better send a report by telegraph. No, I'll do better than that. I'll go up onto the moor this evening.
Well, I'll come with you.
No, I can't permit it.
Huh?
That was Holmes's last word to me. Keep him off the moor, especially after dark. And it'll be close on dark by the time I get there.
But, my dear fellow...
Don't worry, I'll take my revolver. There's only one hut there with a roof on. That'll be the one. I'll creep up and surprise him. Or if he isn't there, I'll sit and wait for him.
He's probably dangerous.
I can look after myself. You realize, Sir Henry, this fellow may be the key to the whole mystery? He gave us the slip in Regent Street thanks to his handsome cab. Well, he won't do it up there. Ha, who knows? For once I may succeed where even Holmes has failed.
The sun was already sinking when I reached the summit. Down beneath me, in the cleft, was a circle of old stone huts. One with sufficient roof to act as a screen against the weather. I went down to it, threw away my cigarette, closed my hand on my revolver, and went in. It was empty. But there were ample signs that this was where the man lived. With tingling nerves, I sat in the dark recesses of the hut and waited for the coming of its tenant. Then, at last, I heard it. At last.
It's a lovely evening, Watson. I really think you'd be more comfortable outside than in.
Holmes! Holmes!
And please be careful with that revolver.
Oh, my dear Holmes, I was never more glad to see anyone in my life. How did you know I was in there?
Watson, if you seriously desire to surprise me, you must change your tobacconist.
Oh, my cigarette in?
Yes. You threw it down, no doubt, at that supreme moment when you charged into the empty house.
Holmes, how in the name of wonder did you get here? I thought you were in Baker Street working on that case of blackmailing.
That was what I wished you to be.
So you use me but don't trust me. I think I've deserved better at your hands, Holmes.
Oh, my dear fellow, you've been invaluable as always. You must forgive me. If I'd been with you, it would have put our opponents on their guard.
So my reports have all been wasted?
Not a bit of it. I made excellent arrangements. Your reports were only delayed one day on their way. So unless anything of consequence has happened today...
then at least I have some news for you. I've been over to see a Mrs. Laura Lyons at Coombe Tracy.
Well done. We've obviously been working on parallel lines. What did you learn?
Well, she made an appointment with Sir Charles at the gate. She admits that. She wanted money to help her divorce. But she never went. Something happened to make her change her mind, but she wouldn't tell me what. She also said that she first got in touch with Sir Charles through Stapleton.
Now that's important. It bridges the gap. You're aware, I suppose, that there's a close intimacy between the lady and Stapleton?
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's no doubt about it. Now, this puts a very powerful weapon into our hands. If I can only use it to detach Stapleton's wife...
His wife?
Why, yes. The lady who passes for his sister is his wife.
Good heavens, why the elaborate deception?
Because he foresaw that she'd be more used to him as a free woman.
Then, is he our enemy? Was it he who dogged us in London?
So I read the riddle.
And the warning letter, that must have come from her.
Exactly.
But Holmes, how do you know this woman's his wife?
Because he so far forgot himself as to give you a true piece of autobiography when he first met you. There's no one easier to trace than a schoolmaster.
Then where does Mrs. Laura Lyons come in?
That's where your interviewer shed a light. I didn't know about her projected divorce. It means that if she thought Stapleton was unmarried, she counted no doubt on becoming his wife.
And when she's undeceived?
Why, then, we may find the lady of service. But don't you think you're away from your charge rather long, Watson? It's dark already. Your place is at Baskerville Hall.
Holmes, one last question. What's the meaning of it all? What's Stapleton after?
It is murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. Don't ask me for particulars. My nets are closing on him even as his are on Sir Henry. He's almost at our mercy.
My God, what's that?
Where is it? The hound! Great heavens, if we're too late! Come, Watson, come! You hear that? He's beaten us, Watson.
Oh, no, surely not.
Fool that I was to hold my hand, and you, Watson. See what comes of abandoning your charge. By heaven, if the worst has happened, we'll avenge him. Come quickly, let's find him.
Yes. It's Sir Henry, poor devil. Do you remember? That's the suit he wore when he first came to our rooms in Baker Street.
Yes, indeed. Oh, his skull's crushed. Oh, the brute! Holmes, I shall never forgive myself.
I'm more to blame than you, Watson. But how could I know that he'd risked his life on the moor in the face of all my warnings?
Well, this brute of a hound that drove him to death. He may be lurking among the rocks at this very moment. And where's Stapleton? He shall answer for this.
He shall. I'll see to that.
Well, there's a light in his cottage. Why don't we go and seize him at once?
No. Our case is not complete. One false move and he may escape us yet. All we can do now is to perform the last offices for our poor friend. Come on, Watson.
Yes. Help me to turn him over onto his back.
And then we can... Good heavens, Holmes, are you mad?
Watson, look! This man has a beard.
Beard?
It's not the baronet at all. It's...
Why? Is my neighbor the convict?
The suit. It's Sir Henry's, you said so. Oh, of course, now I see it. He gave Barrymore some of his suits, and Barrymore must have passed them on to Selden.
Then the clothes have been the poor fellow's death. Obviously, the hound was laid on from some article of Sir Henry's.
The boot that was stolen at the hotel?
Probably. There's one curious thing, though. It was dark. So how did Selden know the hound was on his trail?
Must have heard it.
That wouldn't make a hard man like Selden scream with terror. How did he know?
Hello, Watson. What's this? Here's Stapleton himself, by all that's wonderful and audacious. Careful now, not a word to show your suspicions.
Why, Dr. Watson, that's you, is it not?
Yes.
You're the last person I should have expected to see on the moor at this time of night. But, dear me, what's this? Somebody hurt? Not... Don't tell me it's our friend, Sir Henry. What a terrible... Who's this?
Selden. The man who escaped from Princetown.
Oh, dear me, but how?
He appears to have broken his neck by falling over these rocks. My friend and I were strolling on the moor when we heard a cry.
So did I. That's what brought me out. I was uneasy about Sir Henry.
Why about Sir Henry in particular?
Because I had suggested he should come over.
I see.
By the way, did you hear anything else besides a cry?
No. Did you?
No.
What do you mean, then?
Oh, you know the stories the peasants tell about a phantom hound. I wondered if there was any evidence of such a sound tonight.
No, we heard nothing of the kind.
What's your theory of this poor fellow's death, Mr. Holmes?
You are quick at identification.
We've been expecting you in these parts since Dr. Watson came down. You're in time to see a tragedy.
Yes, indeed. I shall take an unpleasant remembrance back with me to London tomorrow.
You'll return tomorrow?
That is my intention.
I do hope your visit has cast some light on these occurrences that are puzzling us all.
One cannot always have the success for which one hopes. It has not been a satisfactory case.
I would suggest carrying this poor fellow back to my house, but it'd give my sister such a fright. So I think if we put something over his face, he'll be safe until morning.
Yes. His coat. But we must inform the authorities. And now our place is with Sir Henry.
And I must return to my sister. She'll be nervous there on her own. Good night, then, Mr. Holmes.
Goodbye, sir.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Well, Susan.
What a nerve the fellow has. We're at close grips at last.
Sorry he's seen you.
So was I at first, but there was no getting out of it.
How will it affect him, do you think?
It may make him more cautious, or it may drive him to desperate measures. Like most clever criminals, he may be too confident and imagine he's completely deceived us.
What will you do now? Come up to the hall?
Yes. Yes, I see no reason for further concealment. But one last word, Watson. Say nothing of the hound to Sir Henry. Let him think Selden's death was a Stapleton would have us believe.
When we arrived, I had the unpleasant task of breaking the news of Selden's death to the Barrymores. To him, it may have been an unmitigated relief, but she wept bitterly in her apron. Evil indeed is the man who has not one woman to mourn him. Sir Henry raised his eyebrows when he found that Holmes had no luggage and no explanation for his absence, but between us we soon supplied his wants and sat down to a belated supper.
I've been moping about the house all day since Watson here went off in the morning. If I hadn't sworn not to go out alone, I might have accepted Stapleton's invitation and had a more lively evening.
You might have indeed. Sir Henry, I don't suppose you appreciate that we've been mourning over you under the impression you'd broken your neck.
What's that?
This poor wretch was dressed in your clothes. I fear your servant who gave them to him may be in trouble with the police.
No, I don't think so. There was no mark on them, as far as I know.
That's lucky for him. In fact, it's lucky for all of you. What? Yes, you're all on the wrong side of the law. Do you know, I'm not sure that as a conscientious detective, my first duty isn't to arrest the whole household. Really? Watson's reports are very incriminating documents.
But how about the case? If you can muzzle that hound and put him on a chain, I'll be ready to swear that you're the greatest detective of all time.
I think I can do it. If you give me your help.
I'll do whatever you tell me.
Very good. I shall ask you to do it blindly, without asking the reason.
Just as you like.
If you'll do this, I think the chances are that...
What's the matter, Holmes?
I was admiring your family portraits. They are all family portraits.
The West Indies. And the man with the blue coat and roll of paper is Sir William Baskerville, who was chairman of committees in the House of Commons under Pitt.
And this cavalier in the black velvet and the lace.
That's the cause of all the mischief. The wicked Hugo, who started the hound of the Baskervilles. We're not likely to forget him.
Dear me. He seems a quiet, meek-mannered man, but I dare say there was a lurking devil in his eyes. I had pictured him as a more robust and ruffianly person.
No, that's him, all right. The name and date are on the back of the canvas. Well, I think we could manage another bottle of hock, don't you?
Oh, thank you.
I'll go and fetch it from the cellar. I won't bother Barrymore tonight. His wife's so upset with the news about Selden.
What's it mean? That portrait of Hugo Baskerville. Look at it carefully. Is it like anyone you know?
Oh, something to say, Henry, about the jaw.
Just a suggestion, perhaps, but wait a minute. Now then, if I cover the broad-plumed hat and the long ringlets, so. Now look at it.
Good heavens, it's stapled.
You can see it now.
Yes.
My eyes have been trained to examine faces and not their trimmings.
But this is marvelous. It might be his portrait.
Yes, it's an interesting example of a throwback, both physical and spiritual.
The fellow's a Baskerville.
Really?
With designs on the succession.
Yes. We have him, Watson. We have him. A pin, a cork, and a card, and we add him to the Baker Street collection.
Here we are. Well, you look like a general planning a battle with his chief of staff.
That's exactly the situation.
Well, what are my orders?
I understand that tomorrow night you are engaged to dine with the Stapletons.
Yes. Yes, they're very hospitable people.
Oh, thank you.
I hope you'll come too.
Oh, I'm afraid Watson and I must go to London.
To London? Tomorrow?
Yes, I think we shall be more useful there at the moment.
Well, I'd hoped you were going to see me through this business.
My dear fellow, you must trust me implicitly. Tell your friends that we should have been happy to come with you, but that urgent business has called us to town. Will you give them that message?
Oh. If you insist, Mr. Holmes.
One more direction. I want you to drive to Merripit House, but send your trap back and let them know you intend to walk home.
What's that, Holmes? Walk home alone across the moor?
Yes.
But that's the very thing you told me not to do.
This time you must. I have every confidence in your nerve and courage, or I wouldn't suggest it. It's essential that you should do it.
Then I shall do it.
But whatever you do, stick to the path that leads from Merripit House to the Grimpen Road. Don't leave that path for an instant, as you value your life.
The next morning, the trap took us to the station of Coombe Tracy. But instead of taking the train, Holmes inquired at the station master's office and was given a telegram.
What have you got there, Holmes?
Capital. Listen, Watson. Wire received, coming down with unsigned warrant, arrived 5:40, Lestrade.
You've sent for Lestrade?
Yes. He's the best of the professionals. I think we may need him.
So we're not going to London?
No. But everything depends on Sir Henry believing that we have gone. All we have to do is to keep out of the way. And I think we might well employ our time by calling on your acquaintance, Mrs. Laura Lyons. When she learns of the deception that Stapleton practiced on her, I think the result may be of interest to us.
His wife? What do you mean, his wife? Mr. Stapleton is not a married man.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mrs. Lyons.
Prove it to me. Prove it to me, and if you can...
I've come prepared to do so. Here is a photograph of the couple taken in York 4 years ago.
Let me see.
It's endorsed Mr. and Mrs. Vandeleur. But you have no difficulty in recognizing him. Her, too, if you know of our sight.
Mr. Holmes, this man offered me marriage if I could get a divorce from my husband. He has lied to me.
He has indeed.
Ask me what you like. I'll hold nothing back.
Very well. Was the sending of the letter to Sir Charles suggested to you by Stapleton?
He dictated it.
So that you could meet the legal expenses of your divorce?
Yes.
And then, after you had sent the letter, he dissuaded you from keeping the appointment?
Yes. He told me it would hurt his self-respect if anyone else found the money.
And later, after Sir Charles's death, he made you remain silent about your appointment?
He said that if I spoke, I should be suspected of murder.
Well, I think on the whole you've had a very fortunate escape. You had him in your power, and he knew it. And yet you're alive.
I still can't believe it.
I assure you, Mrs. Lyons, for several months you've been walking on the edge of a precipice. Now I must wish you good morning. There he is. Good evening, Lestrade.
Holmes. Good evening to you. Good evening, Dr. Watson. How do you do, Lestrade? Got anything good, gentlemen?
The biggest thing for years. Well, we have 2 hours before we need think of starting. I think we might employ it in getting some dinner, don't you?
Suits me.
And then, Lestrade, we'll take the London fog out of your throat by giving you a breath of the pure night air of Dartmoor.
Well, I've never been on Dartmoor.
Well, I don't suppose you'll forget your first visit. Come along. You can stop here, driver. We'll proceed on foot from this point. Now, I'll settle with the driver and send him off.
Now then, brother, thank you for a very pleasant...
My word, Doctor. Yes, got a bite to it.
You're on the open moor.
There's dampness in it, too, though.
Yes, well, just down there is the great Grimpen Mire.
Where the fog is?
That's right. One of the most dangerous places on Dartmoor.
Oh.
Are you armed, Lestrade?
As long as I have my trousers, I have a hip pocket. As long as I have a hip pocket, I have something in it. But you're mighty close about this affair, Mr. Holmes. What's the game?
A waiting game.
My word, it's not a very cheerful place, is it? Just dark and empty, except for that light over there.
That's Merripit House, and the end of our journey.
Oh.
Now, I'll lead the way along the moor path. I must ask you to walk on tiptoe, and not to raise your voices.
Rocks on the right will make an admirable screen.
We have to wait here?
Yes, this will be our little ambush. Get into this hollow, Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Now, Watson, you've been inside the house. You know the lie of the land. Creep forward quietly and see what they're doing. And for heaven's sake, don't let them know that they're watched.
All right, Holmes.
Well, Watson?
The Clemens, Henry, are sitting there smoking cigars. Stapleton's doing the talking.
Where's the lady?
I didn't see her.
What?
Stapleton got up at one point and went to an outhouse in the corner of the orchard. He unlocked it and went in with a curious scuffling noise.
How long was he there?
Only a minute or two, and then he went back and rejoined Sir Henry.
Mr. Holmes, it looks as if that fog is coming up from the mire.
I know, Lestrade. Confound it. It's the one thing on earth I didn't bargain for.
Serious, Holmes?
Very serious indeed. It could ruin all our plans. What's the time?
10 o'clock. He can't be long now.
His life depends on his coming out before the fog is over that path. If he isn't out in a few minutes, the path will be covered. We shan't be able to see our hands in front of us.
Shall we move further back on the higher ground?
No. We daren't take the risk of his being overtaken before we can help him. At all costs, we must remain where we are. Oh, God. Why doesn't he come? Ah, there's the front door. He's coming now. Quiet.
Thank you. So it will be all right? Yes, of course. I'll find my way. Good night. Good night.
Here he comes. Shall we go to him? No. Have your pistols ready.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
He stopped. Has he heard something? No. He's coming on. There he is. Looking over his shoulder. He's terrified.
Holmes, why don't we let him know we're here?
No, I said no. This is the moment, Watson, the supreme moment. Quiet.
The hound! He's coming after him! But where?
Oh, confound this fog!
Holmes, look there! In his mouth, eyes! The thing's on fire! Merciful God! It's something out of hell!
There! He's on him!
Got it!
Well done, Watson. The thing's mortal. If we can wound it, we can kill him. Come on now, both of you. Come with you, Sir Henry.
It's dead. Watson, see to Sir Henry.
Oh, he's fainted. He'll recover, though. We were just in time.
Here's a flask of brandy.
Oh, thank you, Lestrade. Get some of this, Dennis. Steady, steady. You're all right. Come. Have a little more.
My God. What was it? In heaven's name, what was it?
Whatever it was, it's dead. We've laid the family ghost once and for all.
Look at the size of the brute.
Oh, those dreadful flames. Even now, the mouth's on fire. And the eyes. Look at the eyes.
Oh, don't worry. It's phosphorus. Look, I've got it in my fingers now.
Osprey's?
Yes, and a very cunning preparation of it. There's no smell to interfere with the animal's power of scent. Oh, Sir Henry, we owe you a deep apology. I was prepared for a hound, but not for such a creature as this.
You saved my life.
Having first in danger.
Watson, give me another mouthful of that brandy.
Come on, here we are. Have a good drink. That's it.
Oh, that's better. That's better. Now, you'll help me up a little. Yes, thank you.
Stand right.
Yes, thank you. What do you propose to do now?
To leave you here. You're not fit for further adventures tonight. If you wait, one or other of us will go back with you to the hall.
Right.
Now, we must finish our work. We have our case. We only want our man. Watson, Lestrade, come along. Every moment's of importance to Merripit House. As I thought. Not a sign of him. He'll have heard our shots and escaped.
This door's locked.
Keep still. Listen. Did you hear that? Stand aside and be ready to rush in. I'm going to kick this lock. Oh, Mrs. Stapleton. Oh, the poor wretch. Quick, Watson. Help me untie her. Get that gag out of her mouth.
Holmes. Oh, look at that whiplash on her neck. The brute.
Yeah, madam. Sip this brandy.
Has he escaped?
He cannot escape us, madam.
And I mean Sir Henry.
Yes.
And the hound.
Dead.
Thank God. Thank God. Oh. See how he's treated me? I hate him.
Then help us. Tell us where we can find him.
There's only one place he can have fled to. The old tin mine.
Where?
On an island in the heart of the mire. That's where he kept the hound, and that's where he'll be.
But look at the fog. No one could find his way into Grimpen Mire tonight.
Yes, he couldn't see the guiding wands tonight.
What do you mean, ma'am?
We planted them together to mark the pathway through the mire.
I see.
Oh, if only I could have plucked them out today. Then you'd have him at your mercy.
Well, it's no use our going after him till the fog lifts. Lestrade, will you stay on here?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, we must take Sir Henry back to Baskerville Hall. Mrs. Stapleton, if the weather has cleared, we will call for you tomorrow morning.
The next morning, Mrs. Stapleton guided Holmes, Lestrade, and myself to the edge of the bog. We left her standing on the firm, peaty soil and began to follow the small wands that showed the zigzagging path through the foul quagmire. Its grip clutched at our heels as we walked, as if some malignant hand were tugging us down.
We're nearly there, Watson.
Thank you for that, Lestrade. Give me a good firm London pavement every time.
Hello?
What?
Look, Watson. There's something in the mud. Just to the right.
Yeah. Now leave it, Holmes. You'll get caught. Look out, sir.
Look at this.
An old boot? Why risk your life for that, sir?
Look at the maker's name, Watson.
Yes.
Myers, Toronto.
Exactly. Wasn't that worth a mud bath? Sir Henry's missing boot. The one that was stolen from his London hotel. Stapleton must have used it to set the hound on his track and then thrown it away in his flight when he knew the game was up.
Gone as far as here, then?
Yes. Come on. Let's see what else we can learn.
Let's see. It can't be very far now.
But more than that, we were never destined to know. When we reached the firmer ground, we looked eagerly about us. There were many traces of Stapleton's habitation. The chain where the animal was kept, the bones that it gnawed, the remains even of Mortimer's poor little curly-haired spaniel, and the tin of luminous paint that had been used to make the hound glow with fire. But of the man himself, no sign met our eyes. If the earth told a true story, then he never reached that island of refuge. Somewhere in the foul slime of Grimpen Mire, this cold and cruel-hearted man is forever buried. Towards the end of November, Sir Henry Baskerville and Dr. Mortimer were in London on the first stage of a voyage round the world to calm Sir Henry's shattered nerves. They called on us one raw and foggy afternoon, and the four of us sat and talked round a cheerful fire in our sitting room in Baker Street.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. There are still one or two things about the case that puzzle me.
I'll do my best to clarify them.
Well, was Stapleton really a relative of mine?
Oh, yes, beyond all question. He was the son of Roger Baskerville, old Sir Charles's younger brother, who fled under a cloud to South America.
Ah. And Mrs. Stapleton?
She was a Costa Rican beauty by name Beryl Garcia. He stole some money, changed his name to Vandeleur, and brought her to England with him.
And was his knowledge of Lepidoptera all a pretense? He seemed such an expert.
No, that was the one true thing about him. The British Museum recognized him as an authority. Why, he even has a moth named after him. The Vandeleur.
Tell me, where on earth did he find that fearsome hound?
In London. He bought it from Ross and Mangles, the dealers in Fulham Road. He took it down by the North Devon line and walked it over the moor so as to get it home without exciting notice. But then one thing upset his plans. He had to decoy Sir Charles onto the moor at night, but his wife refused to help him. Threats and even, I'm sorry to say, blows failed to move her. So, as we know, he laid his plot with Mrs. Laura Lyons.
But did neither of these ladies suspect anything?
Probably both did. But they were both under his influence. And his main accomplice was a dumb animal who could never give him away.
Indeed.
Then your arrival on the scene, Sir Henry, brought him to London with his wife. He dared not leave her behind.
Then she sent me that note of warning.
Yes. I knew all along that it had been sent by a woman.
How could you know that?
Do you remember when I examined that piece of notepaper for watermarks?
Yes.
In doing so, I was conscious of the scent known as white jessamine. It's very necessary for the criminal expert to be able to distinguish between the 75 perfumes.
Mr. Holmes, tell me, was Mrs. Stapleton in love with her husband?
She certainly feared him. She may have loved him. The two are by no means incompatible. But on the day of the crisis, she turned against him. Well, now, gentlemen, may I suggest that for the rest of the evening we turn our thoughts into more pleasant channels? I have a box for Les Huguenots.
Oh.
Have you heard the Duresquis?
No, I
Well,
don't.
perhaps we can stop at Marcini's for a little dinner on the way.
Oh, what an excellent idea.
That was The Hound of the Baskervilles by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by Felix Felton. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Mr. Stapleton by Michael Bilton, Sir Henry Baskerville by Manning Wilson, Dr. Mortimer by Kenneth Dyte, Beryl Stapleton by Dorrit Wells, Laura Lyons by Shirley Cooklin, Barrymore by Charles Simon, Eliza Barrymore by Gladys Spencer, Lestrade by Humphrey Morton, Perkins by William Edel, and The Postmaster by Anthony Hall. The recorded production was by Robin Midgley.
Act 3, Scene 4, from Hamlet by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Beth Thomas.
Hamlet, read by Tony Addison.
Polonius, read by John Burlinson.
Gertrude, read by Sonia.
Ghost, read by Beth Thomas. Scene 4. Another room in the castle. Enter Queen and Polonius.
He will come straight. Look you lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace hath screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me in here. Pray you, be round with him.
Mother, mother, mother.
I'll warrant you, fear me not. Withdraw, I hear him coming.
Polonius goes behind the arras. Enter Hamlet.
Now, mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife, and would it were not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then, I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come, come, and sit you down. You shall not budge, you go not, till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Help! Ho!
What? Ho! Help! Help! Help!
Ha now! A rat! Dead! For a ducat! Dead!
Makes a pass through the arras.
Oh! I am slain!
Oh me! What hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
Draws forth Polonius.
Oh! What a rash and bloody deed is this!
A bloody deed! Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
As kill a king?
Ay, lady, 'twas my word.
To Polonius.
Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy better, take thy fortune. Thou findest to be too busy is some danger. Leave wringing of your hands, peace. Sit you down, and let me wring your heart, for so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff, if damned custom have not praised it so, that it is proof and bullock against sense.
What have I done that thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dice's oaths. O such a deed, as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow, yea, this solidity and compound mass with trustful visage, as against the doom, is thought sick at the act.
Ah me! What act that roars so loud and thunders in the index?
Look here, upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow, Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, a combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal, to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed, and batten on this moor? Ha! Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday in the blood is tame, it's humble, and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? Sense sure you have, else could you not have motion. But sure that sense is apoplexed, for madness would not err, nor sense to ecstasy was ne'er so thralled, but it reserved some quantity of choice to serve in such a difference. What devil was it that thus hath cozened you at hoodman blind? Eyes without feeling, feeling without sight, ears without hands, or eyes smelling sans, all, or but a sickly part of one true sense, could not so mope. O shame, where is thy blush? Rebellious hell, if thou canst mutine in a matron's bones to flaming youth, let virtue be as wax, and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardour gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn, and reason panders will.
O Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turn'st mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their tinct.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Oh, speak to me no more. These words like daggers enter in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord, a vice of kings, a cut purse of the empire and the rule, that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches.
Enter Ghost.
Save me, and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly guards. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he is mad.
Do you not come, your tardy son to chide, that lapsed in time and passion lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say!
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how is it with you, that you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse? Forth at your eyes your spirits wildly peep, and as the sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hairs, like life in excrements, start up and stand on end. O gentle sun, upon the heat and flame of thy distemper sprinkle cool patience. Whereon do you look?
On him! On him! Look you how pale he glares. His form and cause conjoined, preaching to stones, would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects. Then what I have to do will want true colour, tears perchance for blood.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all, yet all that is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there, look how it steals away, my father, in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes, even now, out at the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation, ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy! My pulse, as yours, doth temperately keep time, and makes as helpful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword, which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven, repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them ranker. Forgive me this, my virtue, for in the fatness of these pursy times virtue itself of vice must pardon beg, yea, curb and woo for leave to do him good.
O Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to mine uncle's bed. Assume a virtue, if you have it not. That monster custom, who all sense doth eat of habits evil, is angel yet in this, that to the use of actions fair and good he likewise gives a frock or livery, that aptly is put on. Refrain to-night, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy, for use almost can change the stamp of nature, and either curb the devil or throw him out with wondrous potency. Once more, good night, and when you are desirous to be blessed, our blessing beg of you. For this same Lord I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind. One word more, good lady.
What shall I do?
Not this, by no means, that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him for a pair of reechy kisses, or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but mad in craft. 'Twere good you let him know, for who that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a gib, such dear concernings hide? Who would do so? No, in despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top, let the birds fly, and like the famous ape, to try conclusions, in the basket creep, and break your own neck down.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England, you know that.
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
There's letters sealed, and my 2 schoolfellows, whom I will trust as I will adders fanged, they bear the mandate. They must sweep my way, and marshal me to knavery. Let it work, for 'tis the sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard. And it shall go hard, but I will delve 1 yard below their minds, and blow them at the moon. Oh, 'tis most sweet, when in 1 line 2 crafts directly meet. This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbour room. Mother, good night. Indeed, this counsellor is now most still, most secret, and most grave, who was in life a foolish prating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward an end with you. Good night, mother.
Exeunt severally. Hamlet dragging out Polonius. End of Act 3, Scene 4 from Hamlet.
Suspense. For you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, we present one of America's top spine tinglers. A radio rebroadcast of a program dedicated to the mysterious, the unusual, and sometimes the supernatural. A program of suspense.
The producer of Suspense asks you to almost believe that the following is true. Very well. Standing beside me, surrounded by 2 guards, is a man who in a few short hours is to be put to death in the electric chair. His last request to the warden was that he be allowed to speak on this program and reveal what he calls some startling information. The warden naturally turned to us, and we at once complied, anxious at all times to do anything, however strange, that will hold our listeners in suspense. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking correctly?
Yes, right here, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast will never be completed. I'm going to tell you a story. The story involves a number of famous and influential people here as well as abroad. These people have received warning from me, and I am sure all of them are making it a point to listen to me now. I shall not name these great, these rich, these influential gentlemen until my story is over. They will recognize the story, they will remember me, they will take the necessary steps for my reprieve. I shall expect a full pardon and safe conduct to a neutral country. These are my terms. I shall expect word of this to be brought to this studio during this broadcast. But as I have warned you, this broadcast will never be finished. You will never hear those names. It is certain my price will be paid. I am presently under sentence of death for my activities in the matter of refueling German submarines in the Caribbean. My full confession has been reproduced in the popular press. You have read it and you know the details. It is the least ingenious of my exploits and my first failure. So much for it. The story I shall tell you tonight occurred many years ago, but concerns, as I have said, many now living. It will interest you, I hope. I know it will interest them. Very well, then. On the 3rd of June, 1925, in Liverpool, a man who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratel asked to see Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Railway. He was a small man, this Caratel, middle-aged, darkened, with a stoop so pronounced that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique, who from his swarthy complexion was probably either a Spaniard or a South American. It turned out later that his name was Gomez. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand, fastened to his wrist by a strap, a small leather dispatch case. No importance was attached to this fact at the time, but later events endowed it with much significance. Monsieur Caratel was shown to Mr. Bland's office while his companion remained outside.
How do you do, monsieur? My name is Louis Caratel.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I have just arrived from Central America this afternoon. It is extremely urgent that I reach Paris without a moment's delay.
Paris, eh? That's too bad. Just missed the London Express.
I am not interested in the London Express. Could you provide me with a special train?
Yes, I think that could be arranged. Oh? It's quite an expensive proposition.
Money is of a small importance, monsieur. Time is everything. If you can arrange a special for me in a hurry, you may make your own terms.
Very well. Mr. Hood, will you step over here a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Bland.
Mr. Hood, here's our traffic manager, Mr. Caratel.
Mr.
Caratel. Hood, I want you to arrange a special for him. He's going to Paris. How's the line? Can you fix him up in a hurry?
Why, yes, I believe so, Mr. Bland. The line is clear through Manchester, and engine 247 at the Rochdale is on the tracks now. It could be ready, say, in 15 minutes.
Good. Who's available for the trip?
Engineer Smith, sir. And I can put James Macpherson on as conductor.
Well, there you are, Mr. Caratel. Simple as that. Attend to everything right away, will you, Hood?
Yes, sir.
These men, Monsieur Smith and,
Macpherson?
Macpherson, are they trustworthy?
Oh, yes. Of course. Macpherson's been with the company for years, and I'm sure Smith, although new, is an expert engineer.
Bien. Thank you, monsieur. I am deeply indebted. You have been most considerate.
At 4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train with Caratel and Gomez steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line at that time was clear, and there should have been no stoppage between Manchester. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation was caused among the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a wire from Manchester to say that the special had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed at once to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the two cities, elicited the following reply.
To James Bland, Superintendent, Liverpool. Special passed here at 4:52. Well up to time. Dowser, St. Helens.
The wire was received at 6:40. At 6:50, a second message was received from Manchester.
No sign of special as advised by you.
And then, 10 minutes later, a third, more bewildering.
Presume some mistake is proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens, timed to follow it, has just arrived and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advices. Manchester.
The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect. Although in some respects the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and his traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations, beginning at St. Helens.
Special passed here, 5 o'clock. Collins Green.
Special passed here, 5:06. Earlstown. Special passed here, 5:10. Newton. Special passed here, 5:20. Kenyon Junction. No special train has passed here. Barton Moss.
Hood, this is unique in my 30 years of experience.
I can't understand it, Mr. Bland. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss.
And yet there's no siding between the two stations. Special must have run off the rails, jumped the track.
But how could the 450 Parliamentary pass over the same line without seeing it?
There's no alternative, Hood. Absolutely must be so. Possibly the local may have observed something which may throw some light on the matter. We'll wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction with instructions that the line be examined intently as far as Barton Moss.
The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes.
No news of missing special. Driver and guard of local train positive. No accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear, and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester.
This is lunacy, Hood. Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing's preposterous. An engine, a tender, car, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. It's impossible.
A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. Mr. Bland, at the end of this period, offered his resignation. It was accepted. The affair remained unsolved. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved, but week after week passed by, and a solution remained as far off as ever. Then a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. McPherson of a letter from her husband, James McPherson, who had been conductor of the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5, 1925, was posted from Mozambique, Portuguese East Africa, and came to hand upon the July 14th.
My dear wife, I've been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money, which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring you here. Things are very difficult with me at present, and I'm not very happy, finding it so hard to give you up. So no more at present. From your loving husband, James McPherson.
For a time, it was confidently anticipated that the letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole incident. As directed, Mrs. McPherson sailed to Portuguese East Africa. She stayed in Mozambique for some time, but heard nothing from the missing man. Finally, she returned to Liverpool, and so the matter stood. And has continued to stand right up to the present moment. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during those 18 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Caratel and his companion, Mr. Gomez, and McPherson, the conductor, Smith, the engineer, the fireman named Slater. And now, after all this time, I shall clear up the entire affair. And unless I hear from those so highly respectable gentlemen who were my employers and who are completely implicated in the crime, unless I hear from them before I'm finished, their names will be revealed on this broadcast. Take final warning, gentlemen. You know I mean what I say. If you are smart, you are at this moment arranging my reprieve. I must remind you, time is short. You have just 6 minutes. Now, for the interest of my other listeners, I shall resume the story of the lost special. In a word, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1925, perhaps you recall it, in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known except by such confidential agents as myself. At stake were the honor and careers of many of the chief men of Europe and the United States. A secret committee was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the committee who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well. They can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. Do you think I could forget your names, gentlemen? You pillars of the community, great, rich, respected, honorable men. Do you remember that day in May 1925? The fashionable country club, remember? And the golf game that was played there that spring morning? Ladies and gentlemen, that was the strangest golf game ever played in the history of the world.
Rat, look at that drive. I've been playing badly all morning.
You topped it, Senator. Perhaps you're a little nervous.
I beg your pardon?
May I join your game?
Well, I'm not sure.
Not sure of what? Of me? Promise you, gentlemen, you can be very sure of me. I'm the man you're supposed to meet. The distinguished congressman here can vouch for me.
Yeah, he's the one, all right.
Yes.
This is Delerniak. Mr. Delerniak, may I present
My name is not really Delerniak, gentleman, but I am sure that bothers you no less than it does me. Besides, there is no need for introductions. I know everyone present by sight and by reputation. My drive, I believe. Thank you. Not so good. 200 and, about 50 yards. I hope I'm not going to continue in this way.
You're sure we can talk safely here, Frank? How do we know
Please
that...
set your mind at ease. We shan't be overheard in the middle of a golf course. There is no convenient hiding place here for dictaphones, even in the rough, where I notice you're playing the greater part of your game, Senator. You must be nervous this morning.
I know, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, it's not the superlative course you are accustomed to on your own enormous California estate, sir, but it's going to have to serve our particular purpose. Oh, by the way, let me compliment you on the way you have had your syndicate of newspapers handle the recent strike situation and the editorial which appeared under your own signature this morning. Yes, well calculated to stir up trouble with the labor.
Let's get on with our business.
Yes, Mr. Delerniak...
At your service, sir. And may I suggest we continue our game? I know the absence of caddies is an inconvenience.
Mr. Delerniak,
Certainly.
in June, a month from now in Paris, there will be a most important trial.
Ah, yes.
During its progress...
Pardon me, are you referring to the Serinsky trial?
Yes. You know about it, then?
Well, certain interesting details. I know something about it. It's my business, after all, to keep myself informed about these matters. It is not for nothing that I am known as the most...
Let me continue, please.
Provocateurs.
This trial, I'm
Yes.
speaking in the utmost confidence, you understand. This trial could, if certain evidence were introduced, could have a very serious effect upon the prestige and standing of some most important men.
I'm sure
In
of
fact, it could even...
You're shivering, Senator. You find it cold out here?
No. Get on with it, Frank. Get to the point. For heaven's sake, please.
The evidence which one man could bring to the trial could ruin these men. Without it, the trial will collapse for want of facts. But if this one man arrives in Paris,
Quite evidently, you do not wish him to arrive in Paris.
No.
Gentlemen, you have come to the man. This sounds indeed like the sort of thing which no one in the world can manage with such skill and success as myself. I must admit, however, that my services come rather high.
Well,
it's only natural, since there is only
the
one...
money makes no difference. We have formed a group, a committee, and we have the command of an unlimited amount of money. Absolutely
good.
unlimited, you
We
hear.
will name people and places now. Who is the gentleman whose appearance in Paris would cause such regrettable embarrassment?
His name is Caratal, Louis Caratal. He knows everything. He has papers, documents,
I
all the
understand.
evidence.
Where is this Monsieur Caratal at
Well,
present?
he's sailing from somewhere in Central America within the next few days. That much we know.
Good. Central America. I have an excellent man down there in Central America. This Caratal, you know anything about him, his personal habits?
No, very little. He's a small man, dark. He has a bodyguard, a great big bruiser named Lopez
Let
Gomez
me see,
or
from
something.
Central America, that would be the Americano Tropicano.
Those are
line
my
there.
ships. You
Trips all commence at Liverpool, I believe. That's where the ships dock, and our famous trial is to begin in 3 weeks. That would mean that Monsieur Caratal would go directly to London, and I imagine that once there he would be heavily guarded, since it can be no surprise to him that you gentlemen are not without connections in the British capital.
That's good, clean
See,
thinking.
this is not so simple as some of my other exploits. A simple assassination. There's your ball, sir. You're playing a Dunlop 38, aren't you?
Oh, yes, to be sure, yes.
Quite. As I said, a simple assassination, the usual clumsy job, will not do here. The documents might, after all, be found. The bodyguard might survive somehow, and then we have accomplished nothing, that's all.
Yes.
Are you going to play?
Yes, of course.
Topped it again, I'm afraid. Shall we proceed? I already have 3 plans in my head, gentlemen. I have a plan for nailing him at the Central American port from which he embarks. I have a plan for his disposal aboard the ship. But in each of these cases, I, Delagnac, will be unable to be present, so there is the chance of failure. I will think of a 3rd plan, gentlemen. I shall sail immediately to Liverpool. On my way there, sitting on the deck in the May sunshine, I shall conceive my 3rd plan. It must be something special. Something very special. Ha! There I am. Is this your famous water hazard? Well, I think a number 7 iron will do it. And thus I undertook to bring about the complete destruction of Monsieur Caratel, his bodyguard companion, Gomez, and his documents. Plan 1 was already out the window, as I found out the next day.
Delagnac, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia. Baby Lou, unable sleep last few nights, have sent him to visit Aunt Henriette. Will rejoin him on 21st. Love, Jenny.
This telegram from Matagalpa conveyed to me the information that Caratel, possibly sensing danger, had moved from his hotel and gone to stay with friends until his ship sailed. So it was impossible to carry out the idea of the fire in the hotel. His ship leaving on the 21st was the Henriette. On my 4th day at sea, I heard from her.
Delagnac, Barrancaria. Ship-to-ship communication from Henriette, Tropicana line. Presented Grace your box of chocolates. Louise has given up candy for Lent. Grace still wants us all together for 29th birthday party. Will be really special. Ralph.
This meant that poison had been given to Gomez, the bodyguard, in an effort to get him at least out of the way. He had been unable to succumb to it. He'd thrown off the effects, and is evidenced by the report that we would all be together on the 29th. Now, Caratel had refused to eat the food containing the poison. So much for Plan 2, which was not worthy of me anyway, since there was always the possibility of the bodies being found in the ocean. The man Gomez was carrying the documents in a dispatch case strapped to his wrist, and I must tell you something now. I was glad, mind you, that we had failed so far, for the plan I had conceived on the night I arrived in Liverpool was so magnificent, so absolutely unprecedented in the annals of crime, that I owed it to myself, to my employers, and to history to carry it through. The inspiration came from the words in the code telegram which indicated that Caratel would arrive in London and hire a special train there to convey him from Liverpool. My British agent, Mr. Moore, and I contrived to buy over several officials of the railway. Now, here begins the story. First, the division head, who helped us employ James McPherson, whom we contrived to be the conductor of any special train we designated. Then further, at a sum that would make them independent for life, we bought over an engine driver named Oswald Smith and the fireman John Slater. These men, we arranged with the division head, would be assigned to whatever special train was hired by Caratel. On the afternoon of June 3rd, as I was sitting in my room at the inn at Barton Moss, the call I had been awaiting came through. It was McPherson reporting.
Hello, Mr. Delagnac. We shall be leaving in a few minutes. He's hired the special.
Good.
Smith will be engine driver and Slater fireman. And of course, I'll be in charge.
What about Moore? Will he be aboard?
Afraid not, sir. He gave them quite a story about having to reach his sick wife and all. But Caratal would have none of it. You said, though, sir, that it didn't matter.
It does not matter. What time will you pass Kenyon Junction?
Let me see, sir. If we leave the next few minutes, we should be there at 5:10.
5:10.
It's a 49-minute run, sir.
45 minutes. I can make it, but delay all you can before you start.
Yes, sir. I guess it's all up to you from now on. Best of luck, sir. Oh, here they come, sir. Goodbye.
And now I went to work. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The side track, just before Barton Moss, leading to the abandoned Heartsease mine, had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected when the mine had been worked out some years before. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready well before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small sideline so easily that the jolting of the switch points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the two travelers. So, now I have our special train upon the small line which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned mine. You will ask how it is that no one saw the train upon this unused line. I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there. And now I will tell you what I saw. The moment the train was fairly on the sideline, Smith slowed down the engine, and then having turned it on full speed ahead, he and McPherson, with Slater the fireman, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travelers, but the train was running at top speed before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. What a catch must have come to their breath as it flashed upon them, that it was not Manchester that was awaiting them, but death. The train was now running at frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rough and rusty line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound on the corroded surface. I was close to them and could see their faces. Caratel was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other, Gomez, roared like a bull, but was drowned out by the incredible noise of the train. He saw me standing on the bank, and when he realized he couldn't be heard, he beckoned to me like a madman, tearing at his wrist and hurling the dispatch box out of the window in my direction. Of course, his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence that they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. Would have been very agreeable if it could have been done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now so much beyond our control as it was theirs. He ceased his howling and gesturing when the train rattled around the curve, and they saw the black mouth of the mine yawning before them. They were struck silent by what they saw, and yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I had wondered how the train, running at a great speed, would take the pit, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues, who had joined me there, thought it actually would jump it, and indeed it was not very far from doing so. It leaped into the air and seemed to hang suspended for a moment. The funnel flew off into the air, and then the van, the car, and the engine were all smashed up into one jumble, which choked the mouth of the great pit. Then something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of iron, coal fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions crumbled together and crashed into the mine. Perfect. The deep muddy water standing in the bottom of the pit 200 feet below responded to the intense heat of the engine boilers. It hissed loudly and blew great bubbles of black mire into the air. At the same time, the walls of the pit, loosened by the impact of the train as it struck the opposite side, gave way, and a mighty avalanche of rock and dirt thundered down upon the wreckage of the train as it settled with a low, hissing sigh, and was covered forever by the mud and mire. The vapor hanging in the air shredded off into thin, small wisps, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plan so successfully, it remained only to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry but without delay, we all made our way out of the country, most of us to Paris, my English agent to Manchester, and McPherson to East Africa. Word in passing about McPherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife and tell her to meet him in Mozambique. And naturally, we took steps to ensure that this meeting would never come about. I have sometimes thought it would be a kindness to write to Mrs. McPherson and to assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. But of the lost special, let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag I took 1 or 2 little papers as a souvenir of that occasion. I had no wish to read the information obtained by these papers, but it is now, it's less than a minute before my broadcast is over. And I have received no word. It is the final hour. I see at the other end of the studio the engineer waving his hands at me that my time is almost up. Well, I gave you warning. You had your chance, gentlemen. Very well. Now I reveal your names. And the first name I reveal is that of Charles Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying murder. I want you to hear these names quickly. I know you will avenge me. The names are...
Delania, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hey, Bill, play something quick, will you? Theme, curtain music, anything. And so closes the Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of suspense.
This rebroadcast of Suspense was produced in the United States of America.
From Hollywood, California, the Columbia Network presents William Shakespeare's historical drama, Henry IV. Monday night, and another imposing list of actors from stage and screen join Columbia to bring you the 7th in a cycle of 8 Shakespearean plays. Tonight's production, Henry IV, has been uniquely treated in that the special full-hour adaptation for radio combines both Part 1 and Part 2 of this great historical play, thus making an even more memorable radio occasion for millions of listeners. In tonight's performance of Henry IV, you will hear Walter Huston featured in the title role, Brian Aherne as the Prince of Wales, Walter Connolly as Sir John Falstaff, Humphrey Bogart as Hotspur, son of the Earl of Northumberland, and Dame May Whitty as Mrs. Quickly, the hostess. The brilliant supporting cast is headed by Ben Webster as Westmoreland, Ian McLaren as Worcester, Patrick J. Kelly as Sir Walter Blunt, Eric Snowden as Northumberland, and Jack Smart as Poins. Conway Turrell, distinguished actor of stage and screen, will come forward in just a moment as narrator to set the stage for the first scene. Meantime, Victor Bay, Columbia's talented young conductor, raises his baton to lead the orchestra in the musical introduction to Henry IV.
Bolingbroke, the headstrong, ruthless prince of Shakespeare's Richard II, seized the throne from that vacillating monarch and made himself King Henry IV of England. To his subjects generally, he was an excellent and wise king. To the powerful nobles who had assisted him to the crown, he was a target for jealousy and suspicion. The king's son, Henry, Prince of Wales, had inherited his father's energy, but having no crowns to conquer, his high spirits found outlet in prankish misbehavior. He spurned the ceremony of court life, preferring to haunt the taverns of London with his chief crony, fat, dissolute old Sir John Falstaff. Arm in arm, these two roamed the streets and highways, picking quarrels, hobnobbing with bartenders, insulting the nobility. Eventually, they joined up with a band of robbers. In this play, we have the story of young Hal's reformation, his reconciliation with his kingly father, and his coronation as Henry V. And now, as the play opens, we find Henry V, fourth, listening wearily to the Earl of Westmoreland, reciting news of bloodshed and battle. The powerful Percy family who helped him to the throne originally are on the warpath again, fighting in Scotland, fighting in Wales, and all the king wants is peace. Peace and a dutiful son.
10,000 bold Scots, 22 knights balked in their own blood, did Sir Walter see on Homeland's plains. Of prisoners, Hotspur took Mordake, the Earl of Fife, the eldest son of Beaton Douglas, the Earl of Ethel, of Murray, Angus, and Monteith.
And is not this an honorable spoil, a gallant prize? Cousin, is it not?
In faith, it is a conquest for a prince to boast of.
Yea, there thou makest me sad, and makest me sin in envy, that my Lord Northumberland should be the father of so blessed a son, whilst I, by looking on the praise of him, see riot and dishonor stain the brow of my young Harry. Oh, that it could be proved that some night-tripping fairy had exchanged in cradle clothes our children where they lay. Then would I have his Harry, and he mine. But let him from my thoughts. What think you, coz, of this young Hotspur's pride? The prisoners which he in this adventure hath surprised to his own use he keeps, and sends me word I shall have none but Mordake, Earl of Fife.
This is his uncle's teaching. This is Worcester, malevolent to you in all aspects, which makes him prune himself and bristle up the crest of youth against your dignity.
But I have sent for him to answer this. Cousin, on Wednesday next, our council we will hold at Windsor. So inform the lords.
I will, my liege.
The great Percy family are summoned to Windsor. Thomas, the wily Earl of Worcester, Henry, the old Earl of Northumberland, and the latter's young son, Harry Percy, the fiery Hotspur, who has refused to surrender his Scotch prisoners. The king speaks.
My blood hath been too cold and temperate, unapt to stir at these indignities, and you have found me. But accordingly you tread upon my patience. But be sure I will from henceforth rather be myself, mighty, and to be feared.
Our house, my sovereign liege, little deserves the scourge of greatness to be used on it. And that same greatness, too, which our own hands have helped to make so portly.
Worcester, get thee gone, for I do see danger and disobedience in thine eye. You have good leave to leave us. When we need your use and counsel, we shall send for you.
My lord.
Northumberland, you were about to speak.
Yea, my good lord. These prisoners in your highness' name demanded, which Hotspur here at Holmdon took, were, as he says, not with such strength denied as is delivered to your majesty. Either envy, therefore, or misprision is guilty of this fault, and not my son.
My liege, I did deny no prisoners. But I remember when the fight was done, when I was dry with rage and extreme toil, breathless and faint, leaning upon my sword, came there a certain lord, neat and trimly dressed, fresh as a bridegroom, and his chin new wreathed. With many a holiday and lady terms, he questioned me. Amongst the rest, demanded my prisoners in your majesty's behalf. I then, all smarting with my wounds being cold, answered, neglectingly, I know not what he should, or he should not. But it made me mad to see him shine so brisk, and smell so sweet, and talk so like a waiting gentlewoman of guns and drums and wounds. God save the mark, I answered indirectly, as I said. And I beseech you, let not his report come current for an accusation betwixt my love and your High Majesty.
Why, yet you do deny your prisoners, but with proviso and exception that we at our own charge shall ransom your brother-in-law, the foolish Mortimer. Shall our coffers then be empty to redeem a traitor home? No, on the barren mountains let him starve, but I shall never hold that man my friend, whose tongue shall ask me for 1 penny cost to ransom home revolted Mortimer.
Revolted Mortimer? He never did fall off my sovereign liege, but with the chance of war.
Thou dost belie him, Hotspur. Thou dost belie him. Thou art ashamed. Consider henceforth, let me not hear you speak of Mortimer. Send me your prisoners with the speediest means, or you shall hear in such kind from me as will displease you. Lord Northumberland, we license your departure with your son. Send us your prisoners, or you'll hear of it.
Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. And if the devil come and roar for them, I will not send them. I will after straight and tell him so.
What, drunk with choler? Stay and pause a while. Here comes your uncle, Worcester.
Who struck this heat up after I was gone?
He will, forsooth, have all my prisoners. When I urged the ransom once again of my wife's brother, then his cheek looked pale, and on my face he turned an eye of death.
I cannot blame him. Was not Mortimer proclaimed by Richard that dead is the next of blood?
He was. I heard the proclamation.
Ah, but soft, I pray you. Did King Richard then proclaim my brother Edmund Mortimer heir to the crown?
He did. Myself did hear it.
Nay, then I cannot blame his cousin king that wished him on the barren mountains starved. Or shall it for shame be spoken in these days, or fill up chronicles in time to come, that men of your nobility and power that gauge them both in an unjust behalf, as both of you, God pardon it, have done, to put down Richard, that sweet, lovely rose, and plant this thorn, this canker, Bolingbroke?
Good cousin, give me audience for a while. Those same noble Scots that are your prisoners?
I'll keep them all. By God, he shall not have a Scot of them. I'll keep them by this hand.
Yeah, well, kinsman, I'll talk to you when you're better tempered to attend.
Well, I've done me faith.
Then once more to your Scottish prisoners. Deliver them up without their ransom straight, and make the Douglas son your only mean for powers in Scotland. You, my Lord Northumberland, your son in Scotland being thus employed, shall secretly into the bosom creep of that same noble prelate well beloved, the Archbishop.
Of York, is not
true, who bears hard his brother's death at Bristol, the Lord Scroop.
I smell it upon my life. It will do well.
Before the game's afoot, thou still let'st slip.
I cannot choose but be a noble plot. And then the power of Scotland and of York to join with Mortimer, eh?
And so they shall. And 'tis no little reason bids us speed to save our heads by raising of a head. The king will always think him in our debt, till he hath found a time to pay us home. See already how he doth begin to make us strangers to his looks of love.
Aye, he does, he does. We'll be revenged on him.
The powerful Percy family plot to overthrow Henry IV. And while the king's fate hangs in the balance, the Prince of Wales sits idly at his favorite tavern, talking idly with his favorite companion, Fat John Falstaff.
Now, Hal, what time of day is it, lad?
What the devil hast thou to do with the time of the day, unless ours were cups of sack and clocks the tongues of boards? I see no reason why thou shouldst be so superfluous to demand the time of day.
Indeed, you come near me now, Hal. Ah, well, we that take purses go by the moon.
Yea, governed as the sea is, by the moon. Now in as low ebb as the foot of the ladder, and by in as high a flow as the ridge of the gallows.
Oh, thou hast the most unsavory similes. Sweet wag, when thou art king, do not hang a thief.
No, thou shalt.
Shall I? Oh, rare. By the Lord, I'll be a brave judge.
Thou judgest false already. I mean, thou shalt have the hanging of the thieves, and so become a rare hangman.
Oh, thy quips and thy quiddities. Oh, thou hast a damnable iteration. Thou art able to corrupt a saint. Thou hast done much harm upon me, Hal.
Why, thou stuffed cloak bag of guts.
God forgive thee for it, Hal. But I must give over this life. And I will give it over. By the Lord, and I do not, I'm a villain. I'll be damned for never a king's son in Christendom.
Thou swollen parcel of dropsies, where shall we take a purse tomorrow?
Sounds where thou wilt.
Thou old bearded Satan. I see a good amendment of life in thee. From praying to purse-taking.
Why, Hal, 'tis my vocation. Hal, 'tis no sin for a man to labor in his vocation.
Good morrow, sweet Hal.
Good morrow, Poins.
What says Sir John Sack and Sugar?
I'm as melancholy as a gib cat.
My lads, tomorrow morning early at Eastcheap, there are traders riding to London with fat purses. If you will go, I will stuff your purses. If you will not, tarry at home and be hanged.
Hal, wilt thou make one?
Who, I, Rob? I, a thief? Not I, by my faith.
Thou comest not of the blood royal if thou darest not.
I'll tarry at home.
By the Lord, I'll be a traitor then when thou art king.
I care not.
Oh, if men were to be saved by merit, what hole in heaven?
Sir John, I prithee, leave the prince and me alone. I will lay him down such reasons for this adventure that he shall go.
Well, God give thee the spirit of persuasion. Farewell. You shall find me in Eastcheap.
Now, me good sweet honey lord, ride with us tomorrow. I have a jest to execute that I cannot manage alone. Falstaff, Bardolph, Peto, and Gadsill shall rob these men, and when they have...
Poins easily persuades the Prince of Wales to share in a practical joke on Falstaff and the other thieves. While the latter are robbing the caravan of merchants, the Prince and Poins will slip away, return in new disguises, and rob the thieves of their booty. The next night, Poins and the Prince join the outlaws on the highway. Poins has hidden Falstaff's horse, and Sir John is stumbling about in the dark.
Poins, and be hanged. Poins!
Peace, you fat-kidneyed rascal. What a brawling dost thou keep?
Hal?
Aye.
Sweet Prince, where's Poins?
He has walked up to the top of the hill.
Oh, I am accursed to rob in that thief's company. The rascal hath removed my horse and tied him I know not where. Poins! A plague upon you! Bardolph! Peto! I'll starve ere I'll rob a foot further. Hal, 8 yards of uneven ground is 70 miles afoot with me, and the stony-hearted villains know it very well. Plague upon it when thieves cannot be true to one another. A plague upon you all! Give me my horse, you rogues! Give me my horse and be hanged!
Peace, you fat guts. Lie down. Lay thine ear close to the ground, and list if thou canst hear the tread of travelers.
Have you any levers to lift me up again, being down? I prithee, good Prince Hal, help me to my horse, good king's son.
Out, you rogue. Shall I be your ostler?
Thou go hang thyself in thine own heir-apparent garters. If I be ta'en, I'll peach for this, and I have not ballads made on you all and sung to filthy tunes. Let a cup of sack be my poison.
My lord.
Give me my horse.
Peace. 'Tis Bardolph. What news? On with your thousands. There's money of the king's coming down the hill. 'Tis going to the king's exchequer.
You lie, ye rogue. 'Tis going to the king's tavern.
Bardolph. Aye. Peto. Aye. Gadsill.
Aye.
Falstaff.
Aye.
Sirs, you four shall front them in the narrow lane. Poins and I will walk lower. If they escape from your encounters, then they light on us.
How many be there of them?
Some 8 or 10. Ooh, zounds, will they not rob us?
What? A coward, Sir John Paunch?
Indeed, I am not John of Gaunt, your grandfather, but yet no coward, Hal.
Well, we'll leave that to the proof. Farewell, and stand fast.
Come, neighbor. The boys shall lead us horses down the hill. We'll walk a little while and ease our legs.
Stand! Down with them! Cut the villain's throat! Oh, we are undone! Ye gore-bellied knaves, are ye undone? Down with them!
Oh, God of mercy!
Bardolph, bind them.
Oh, bless us.
Oh, caterpillars, bacon-fed knaves. That's him. Fleece him. Aye.
Oh!
Ye fat chuffs, I would you had your store on here.
Oh, bless us.
What, ye knaves? Young men must live. Now, on, Bacon. On.
Poins, the thieves have bound the true men. Now, could thou and I rob the thieves and go merrily to London, it would be argument for a week, laughter for a month, and a good jest forever. Where are our disguises?
Hard by. Stand close, I hear them coming.
Come, me masters. Let us share, and then to horse before day.
Aye.
And the prince and Poins be not two arrant cowards. There's no equity stirring. There's no more valor in that Poins than in a wild duck. No. Here. Your money! Stand God of mercy! Let me around! Take down it!
Got with much ease. Now, merrily to horse. The thieves are all scattered and possessed with fear. Falstaff sweats to death and lards the lean earth as he walks along. Were it not for laughing, I should pity him. Away, good Poins.
How the rogue roared!
The Prince of Wales and Poins now returned to the tavern. Shortly after their arrival, Falstaff and his companions burst into the room. Old Sir John is puffing and blowing with rage.
Welcome, Jack, welcome. Where hast thou been?
A plague of all cowards, I think. Give me a cup of sack.
How now, woolsack?
A king's son. If I do not beat thee out of thy kingdom with a dagger of laugh, and drive all thy subjects before thee like a flock of wild geese, I'll never wear hair on me face more. You, Prince of Wales.
Why, you plague of a round man, what's the matter?
Are you not a coward? Answer me that. And Poins there.
Zounds, you fat paunch, and you call me coward, by the Lord, I'll stab thee.
I call thee coward. I'll see thee damned or I call thee coward, but I'd give 1,000 pounds I could run as fast as thou canst. Give me a cup of sack. I'm a rogue if I drunk today.
Oh, villain, thy lips are scarce wiped since thou drunkest last.
All's one for that. Plague of all cowards. Still, say I.
Why, what's the matter?
What's the matter? There be 4 of us here have taken 1,000 pounds this day morning.
Where is it, Jack? Where is it?
Where is it? Taken from us it is. 100 upon poor 4 of us.
What? 100 men?
I am a rogue if I were not at half swords with 12 of them 2 hours together. Oh, I've escaped by miracle. I'm 8 times thrust through the doublet, 4 through the hose, my buckler cut through and through, my sword hacked like a handsaw. I never dealt better since I was a man. All would not do. A plague of all cowards. Let them speak. If they speak more or less than truth, they are villains and the sons of darkness.
Speak, sirs. How was it?
We 4 set upon some dozen.
16 at least.
And bound them. No, they were not bound.
You rogue, they were bound. Every man of them.
As we were sharing, some 6 or 7 fresh men set upon us.
And unbound the rest. And then came in the other.
What? Fought you with them all?
All. I know not what you call all. But if I fought not with 50 of them, I'm a bunch of reddish.
Pray God you've not murdered some of them.
Nay, that's past praying for. I've peppered 2 of them. 2 I'm sure I've paid. 2 rogues in buckram suits. I tell thee what, Hal. If I tell thee a lie, spit in me face. Call me horse. 4 rogues in buckram let drive at me.
What for? Thou saidst but 2.
4, Hal. I told thee 4.
Aye, he said 4.
These 4 came all afront and mainly thrust at me. I made no more ado about that, but took all their 7 points in my target.
Thus 7? Why, there were but 4 even now.
In buckram?
Aye, 4 in buckram suits.
7 by these hills, or I'm a villain else.
Oh, prithee, let him alone. We shall have more anon.
Dost thou hear me, Hal?
Aye, and mark thee too, Jack.
I'll do so, for it's worth the listening to. These 9 men in buckram that I told thee of
2 more already.
began to give me ground. But I followed so close, came in foot and hand, and with the thought 7 of the 11, I paid.
Oh, monstrous. 11 buckram men grown out of 2.
But as the devil would have it, 3 misbegotten knaves in Kendall Green came at me back, and let drive at me. For it was so dark, Hal, thou couldst not see thy hand.
Why, how couldst thou know these men in Kendall Green when it was so dark thou couldst not see thy hand? I'll no longer be guilty of this sin. This sanguine coward, this bed presser, this horseback breaker, this huge hill of flesh.
Oh, Spud, you starveling, you eel skin, you dried neat's tongue, you stockfish. Oh, for breath to utter what is like thee.
Well, breathe a while, and then to it again. And when thou hast tired thyself in base comparison, hear me speak but this.
Mark, Jack.
We 2 saw you 4 set on 2 and bound them, and were masters of their wealth. Mark now how a plain tale shall put you down. Then did we 2 set on you 4, and with a word outfaced you from your prize and have it. Yea, and can show it you here in the house. And, Falstaff, you carried your guts away as nimbly and with as quick dexterity, and roared for mercy, and still ran and roared as ever I heard bull calf. Why, what a slave art thou, to hack thy sword as thou hast done, and then say it was in fight. What trick canst thou now find out, to hide thee from this open and apparent shame?
Come, let's hear, Jack. What trick hast thou now?
By the Lord, I knew ye as well as he that made ye.
Oh!
Why, hear ye me, masters. Was it for me to kill the heir apparent? Should I turn upon the true prince? No, no, no. But by the Lord, lads, I'm glad you have the money. Hostess, clap to the doors. Watch tonight, pray tomorrow. Gallants, lads, boys, hearts of gold. All the titles of good fellowship come to you.
Oh, my lord, the prince.
How now, my lady, the hostess?
My lord, there is a nobleman of the court door would speak with you. He says he comes from your father.
Well, give him as much as will make him a royal man, and send him back again to my father.
Hal, shall I give him his answer?
Oh, prithee do, Jack.
Faith, and I'll send him packing.
Wait, Peter, tell me now in earnest, how came Falstaff's sword so hacked?
Why, he hacked it with his dagger, and said he would make you believe it was done in fight, and persuaded us to do the like.
Here comes Jack. Here comes Barebone. How now, my sweet creature of bombast?
There's villainous news abroad. Here was Sir John Bracy come from your father. You must to the court in the morning. That same mad fellow of the north, Hotspur, and that sprightly Scot of Scots, Douglas, and Worcester is stolen away tonight. Thy father's beard is turned white with the news. Tell me, Hal, art not thou horribly afeard? Thou being heir apparent, could the world pick thee out 3 such enemies? Art thou not horribly afeard?
Not a whit. I lack some of thy instinct.
Oh, my lord, the sheriff with the most monstrous watches at the door. They're come to search the house.
Dost thou hear, Hal? If you will deny the sheriff, so. If not, let him enter.
Go, hide thee behind the arras, Jack. Call in the sheriff.
Sheriff?
My lord.
Now, Master Sheriff, what is your will with me?
First, pardon me, my lord. A hue and cry have followed certain men unto this house.
What men?
One of them is well known, my gracious lord. A gross fat man, as fat as butter.
Oh, the man, I do assure you, is not here.
My lord, there are 2 gentlemen have in this robbery lost 300 marks.
It may be so. If he have robbed these men, he shall be answerable. And so let me entreat you, leave the house.
I will. Good night, my noble lord.
I think it is good morrow, is it not?
Indeed, my lord. I think it be 2 o'clock.
This oily rascal Falstaff is known as well as Paul's. Go, call him forth.
Falstaff! Fast asleep behind the arras and snoring like a horse.
Oh, hark, how hard he fetches breath. Search his pockets.
Aye.
What hast thou found?
Nothing but papers, my lord.
Let's see what they be. Read them.
Yeah. Item, a capon, 2 shilling and 2pence. Item, sauce, 4pence. Item, sack, 2 gallons,
5 shillings and 8pence. Item anchovies and sack after supper, 2 shillings and 6pence. Item bread, a halfpenny.
Oh, monstrous. But 1 halfpenny worth of bread to all this intolerable deal of sack. Well, what there is else, keep close. We'll read it at more advantage. There let him sleep till day. I'll to the court in the morning, and the money shall be paid back again with advantage. We must all to the wars. Good morrow, Poins.
Good morrow, good my lord.
You have just heard the first part of Columbia's presentation of Henry IV, starring Walter Houston, Brian Aherne, Walter Connolly, Humphrey Bogart, and Dame Mae Whitty. The play will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, we continue with the second part of Shakespeare's Henry IV, and again your narrator, Conway Turrell, comes forward to set the scene.
The rebels in arms against the royal power, Henry IV summons the Prince of Wales to appear at court. Now he enters the throne room where the king sits conferring with his generals. The animated discussion halts in midair. The nobles look askance at young Hal. His father eyes him gravely for a moment in the heavy silence which has fallen over the room.
Lords, give us leave. The Prince of Wales and I must have some private conference. But be near at hand, for we shall presently have need of you. I know not whether God will have it so for some displeasing service I have done, that in his secret doom out of my blood he'll breed revengement and a scourge for me. But thou dost in thy passages of life make me believe thou art only marked for the hot vengeance and the rod of heaven to punish my mistreadings.
So please your majesty, I would I could quit all offenses with as clear excuse, as well as I am doubtless, I can purge myself of many I am charged withal.
God pardon thee. Yet let me wonder, Harry, at thy affections, which do hold a wing quite from the flight of all thy ancestors. Thy place in council has been rudely lost. The hopes and expectations of thy time is ruined, and the soul of every man prophetically doth forethink thy fall. For thou hast lost thy princely privilege with vile participation. Not an eye but is aweary of thy common sight, save mine.
I shall hereafter, my thrice gracious lord, be more myself.
For all the world as thou art to this hour was richer then, when I from France set foot at Ravenspur. E'en as I was then is Hotspur now. Now, by my scepter and my soul to boot, he hath more worthy interest to the state than thou, the shadow of succession. Thrice hath this Hotspur, Mars in swaddling clothes, this infant warrior in his enterprises discomfited great Douglas, ta'en him once, enlarged him and made a friend of him, to fill the mouth of deep defiance up and shake the peace and safety of our throne. What say you to this? Hotspur, Northumberland, the Archbishop's Grace of York, Douglas, Mortimer, capitulate against us and are up. But wherefore do I tell these news to thee? Why, Harry, do I tell thee of my foes, which are my nearest and dearest enemy? Thou art like enough through vassal fear, base inclination, and the start of spleen, to fight against me under Hotspur's pay, to dog his heels, and curtsy at his frowns, to show how much thou art degenerate.
Oh, do not think so. You shall not find it so. And God forgive them that have so much swayed your majesty's good thoughts away from me. I will redeem all this on Hotspur's head, and in the closing of some glorious day, be bold to tell you that I am your son. And that shall be the day, whene'er it lights, that this same child of honor and renown, this gallant Hotspur, and this all-praised knight, and your unthought of Harry, chance to meet. For every honor sitting on his helm, would they were multitudes, and on my head my shames redoubled. For the time will come when I shall make this northern youth exchange his glorious deeds for my indignities. This, in the name of God, I promise here, and I will die 100,000 deaths ere break the smallest parcel
of this vow.
100,000 rebels die in this. Thou shalt have charge and sovereign trust herein.
Your Majesty!
Now, Sir Walter Blunt, thy looks are full of speed.
So is the business that I come to speak of. Lord Mortimer of Scotland had sent word that Douglas and the English rebels met the 11th of this month at Shrewsbury.
On Wednesday next, Harry, you shall set forward. On Thursday, we ourselves will march. Our hands are full of business. Let's away. Advantage feeds him fat while men delay.
Meanwhile, in the tavern, Falstaff is awakened from his drunken stupor. He's railing at the hostess.
How now, Dame Hostess? Have you inquired yet who picked me pocket?
I warrant you. Why, the tithe of a hair was never lost in my house before.
You lie, Hostess. I'll be sworn my pocket was picked.
Why, Sir John, do you think I keep thieves in my house?
Go to. You are a woman. Go.
A woman? I? God's light. I was never called so in my own house before.
Go to. I know you well enough.
No, Sir John. You do not know me, Sir John. I know you, Sir John. You owe me money, Sir John. And now you pick a quarrel to beguile me of it.
I'll pay not a denier. I've lost a seal ring of my grandfather's worth 40 marks.
Oh, I've heard the prince tell him, I know not how oft, that ring was copper.
Now, the prince is a jack, a sneak-up. Splud, and he were here, I'd cuddle him like a dog, if he would say so.
The prince comes. The prince.
Wales comes marching down the street, ahead of a detachment of troops.
My lord, I pray you hear me.
What sayest thou, Mistress Quickly?
Prithee, let her alone and list to me.
What sayest thou, Jack?
The other night I fell asleep here behind the arras and had my pocket picked. This house is turned bawdy house. They pick pockets.
What didst thou lose, Jack?
Wilt thou believe me, Hal? 3 or 4 bonds of 40 pounds apiece, and a seal ring of my grandfather's.
A trifle, some 8-penny matter.
So I told him, my lord, and I said I heard your grace say so. And, my lord, he speaks most vilely of you, like a foul-mouthed man as he is, and said he would cudgel you.
What? He did not.
There's neither faith, truth, nor womanhood in me else.
There's no more faith in thee than in a stewed prune.
Tilly-fally. Nay, my lord, he called you Jack, and said he would cudgel you.
Yea, if he said my ring was copper.
Well, I say 'tis copper. Darest thou be as good as thy word now?
Nay, and I do, I pray God, me girdle break.
Charge an honest woman with picking thy pocket? Why, thou impudent, embossed rascal, if there were anything in thy pocket but taverning reckonings, memorandums of bawdy houses, and 1 poor pennyworth of sugar candy to make thee long-winded, if thy pocket were enriched with any other injuries but these, I am a villain. Why, art thou not ashamed?
You confess, then. You picked my pocket.
Well, it appears so, but a story.
Hostess, I forgive thee.
Oh?
Go, make ready breakfast. What? Look to thy servant.
Well.
Cherish thy guest.
You.
Love thy husband.
Well, of all
Nay,
the...
nay, prithee, be gone.
Villain, scurvy, knave, bastardly.
Now, Hal, to the news at court. For the robbery, lad. How is that answered?
Oh, my sweet beef. I must still be good angel to thee. The money is paid back again.
I do not like that paying back.
I am good friends with my father, and may do anything.
Rob me the exchequer, the first thing thou doest.
I have procured thee, Jack, a charge of foot in this war.
Would it had been of horse.
Bardolph! To horse, for thou and I have 30 miles to ride ere dinner time.
Aye, sir.
Jack, meet me tomorrow in the Temple Hall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There thou shalt know thy charge. The land is burning, Hotspur stands on high, and either we or they must lower lie.
England is in arms. From every part of the kingdom, soldiers march to join the civil war. The rebel troops drawn up in battle array by Hotspur are put at disadvantage by the sudden illness of Northumberland. Glendower is 2 weeks late in recruiting his troops. Hotspur and the equally fiery Douglas are determined to go on ahead without them. Worcester and Vernon urge delay. Throughout the night, they wrangle, pacing the dimly lighted tent.
We'll fight with him tonight.
It may not be.
You give him an advantage.
Not a whit. Why say you so? Looks he not for supply?
So do we.
His is certain, ours is doubtful.
Good cousin, be advised. Stir not tonight. Do not, my lord.
Vernon, you do not counsel well. You speak it out of fear and cold heart.
Do me no slander, Douglas. By my life, I hold as little counsel with weak fear as you, my lord, or any Scot that this day lives. Let it be seen tomorrow in the battle which of us fears.
Yea, or tonight.
Content.
Tonight, say I.
Come, it may not be. I wonder much, being men of such great leading as you are, that you foresee not what impediments drag back our expedition. Your Uncle Worcester's horse came but today, and now their pride and mettle is asleep. Their courage with hard labor, tame and dull.
So are the horses of the enemy. The better part of ours are full of rest.
The number of the king exceedeth ours. For God's sake, cousin, stay till all come in.
My lord, Sir Walter Blunt.
Welcome, Sir Walter Blunt. And would to God you were of our determination.
The king hath sent to know the nature of your griefs, and whereupon you conjure from the breast of civil peace such bold hostility, teaching his duteous land audacious cruelty. If that the king have any way your good deserts forgot, which he confesseth to be manifold, he bids you name your griefs, and with all speed you shall have your desires with interest, and pardon absolute for yourself, and these herein misled by your suggestion.
The king is kind, and well we know the king knows at what time to promise, when to pay. My father and my uncle and myself did give him that same royalty he wears.
I come not to hear this.
Then to the point. He deposed the king. Soon after that, deprived him of his life. And in the neck of that, tasked the whole state, disgraced me in my happy victories, and in conclusion drove us to seek out this head of safety. And withal to pry into his title, the which we find too indirect for long continuance.
Shall I return this answer to the king?
Not so, Sir Walter. We'll withdraw a while. Go to the king, and let there be in pawn some surety for a safe return again. And in the morning early shall my uncle bring him our purposes. And so farewell.
I would you would accept of grace and love.
And maybe so we shall.
Pray God you do.
Royal encampment, the king and the Prince of Wales watch the dawn break over the field of battle. They await a messenger from the rebel camp.
How bloodily the sun begins to peer above yon bosky hill. The day looks pale at his distemperature.
The southern wind doth play the trumpet to his purpose, and by his hollow whistling in the leaves foretells a tempest and a blustering day.
Then with the losers let it sympathize, for nothing can seem foul to those that win.
My lord of Worcester.
Your Majesty.
And now, my lord of Worcester, it is not well that you and I should meet upon such terms as now we meet. You have deceived our trust and made us doff our easy robes of peace to crush our old limbs in ungentle steel. This is not well, my lord. This is not well.
Hear me, my liege. For mine own part, I could be well content to entertain the lag end of my life with quiet hours. For I do protest I have not sought the day of this dislike.
You have not sought it? How comes it, then?
It pleased your Majesty to turn your looks of favor from myself and all our house. And yet I must remember you, my lord, we were the first and dearest of your friends. For you, my staff of office, did I break in Richard's time, and posted day and night to meet you on the way and kiss your hand. It was myself, my brother, and his son that brought you home and boldly did outdare the dangers of the time.
These things indeed you have articulate proclaimed at market crosses, read in churches, to face the garment of rebellion, of pell-mell havoc and confusion.
In both your armies there is many a soul shall pay full dearly for this encounter, if once they join in trial. My lord of Worcester, tell your nephew, I, the Prince of Wales, do join with all the world in praise of him. I do not think a braver gentleman, more daring or more bold, is now alive to grace this latter age with noble deeds. For my part, I may speak it to my shame, I have a truant been to chivalry. and so I hear he doth account me too. Yet this before my father's majesty. I am content that he shall take the odds of his great name and estimation, and will, to save the blood on either side, try fortune with him in a single fight.
And, Prince of Wales, so dare we venture thee, albeit considerations infinite do make against it. No, good Worcester, no. We love our people well. Even those we love that are misled upon your cousin's part. Will they take the offer of our grace? Both he and they and you. Yea, every man shall be my friend again, and I'll be his. So tell your cousin and bring me word what he will do. But if he will not yield, rebuke and dread correction wait on us. They shall do their office, so be gone.
Liege.
Will not now be troubled with reply. We offer fair. Take it advisedly.
The wily Earl of Worcester fears that Hotspur will be influenced by the king's fair offer and determines not to repeat the message.
Uncle, what news?
The king will bid you battle presently. There is no seeming mercy in the king.
Did you beg any? God forbid.
I told him gently of our grievances. He calls us rebels, traitors, and will scourge with haughty arms this hateful name in us. The Prince of Wales stepped forth before the king, and nephew challenged you to single fight.
Oh, would the quarrel lay upon our heads, and that no man might draw a short breath today, but I and Harry Monmouth, Prince of Wales. Yet once ere night I will embrace him with the soldier's arm, that he shall shrink under my courtesy. Arm with speed, and fellow soldiers, friends, better consider what you have to do than I that have not well the gift of tongue can lift your blood up with persuasion.
My lord, prepare. The king comes on apace.
Let each man do his best. And here draw I a sword whose temper I intend to stain, with the best blood that I can meet withal in the adventure of this perilous day. Now, Esperance, Percy, and set on. Sound all the lofty instruments of war, and by that music let us all embrace. For heaven to earth, some of us never shall a second time do such a courtesy.
Battle rages fiercely. On both sides, brave men are killed and maimed and lost to England forever. But as the day wanes, when only the strongest and luckiest still stand, the two great protagonists of the drama meet at last, both bleeding, both weary, and both determined.
I mistake not, thou art Harry Monmouth.
Thou speakst as if I would deny my name.
My name is Harry Percy.
Why, then I see a very valiant rebel of the name. I am the Prince of Wales, and think not Hotspur to share with me in glory any more. Two stars keep not their motion in one sphere, nor can one England brook a double reign of Harry Percy and the Prince of Wales.
Nor shall it, Harry, for the hour is come to end the one of us, and would to God thy name in arms were now as great as mine.
I'll make it greater ere I part from thee, and all the budding honours on thy crest I'll crop to make a garland for my head.
Oh, I can no longer brook thy vanity.
Arrest thee then!
Oh, Harry, thou hast robbed me of my youth. I better brook the loss of brittle life and those proud titles thou hast won of me. They wound my thoughts worse than thy sword in my flesh. The thoughts, the slaves of life, life time's fool, and time that takes survey of all the world must have a stop. Oh, I could prophesy, but that the earthy and cold hand of death lies on my tongue. No, Hotspur, thou art dust and food. Oh, for worms, brave Hotspur. Fare thee well, great heart. Ill-weaved ambition, how much art thou shrunk, when that this body did contain a spirit, a kingdom for it was too small a bound. But now 2 paces of the vilest earth is room enough. This earth that bears thee dead bears not alive so stout a gentleman. Adieu, and take thy praise with thee to heaven.
The death of Hotspur cracks the power of the rebels, but long months of fighting must go on. The Prince of Wales, having dealt with his personal adversary, loses interest and returns to his old haunts and companions. The king is broken in health by the strain of war and is discouraged by the relapse of his son. He falls into a serious illness. The Prince of Wales is summoned hastily to the palace. Now the king and the prince are together in the royal chamber. On the bed of state lies the king, in the deep coma of approaching death. Beside him on a crimson pillow lies the crown of England. The young prince bends over his father.
My gracious lord, my father, this sleep is sound indeed. This is a sleep that from this golden rigol hath divorced so many English kings. Thy due from me is tears and heavy sorrows of the blood. My due from thee is this imperial crown, which, as immediate from thy place and blood, derives itself to me. Lo, where it sits, which God shall guard, and put the world's whole strength into one giant arm. It shall not force this lineal honor from me. This from thee will I to mine leave, as 'tis left to me.
The prince has gone with the crown. Now the king awakens from his coma, finds himself alone, cries out,
Westmoreland! Clarence!
Does the king call?
What will your majesty?
How fares your grace?
Why did you leave me here alone, my lords? Where is the crown? Who took it from my pillow?
When we withdrew, my liege, we left it here.
Prince hath ta'en it hence. Go, seek him out. Is he so hasty that he doth suppose my sleep, my death? Wherefore did he take away the crown? Lo, where he comes. Come hither to me, Harry. Depart the chamber, leave us here alone.
I never thought to hear you speak again.
Thy wish was father, Harry, to that thought. Thy life did manifest thou lovest me not. And thou wilt have me die assured of it. Then get thee gone and dig my grave thyself, and bid the merry bells ring to thine ear that thou art crowned, not that I am dead. For now a time is come to mock at form. Harry the Fifth is crowned. Up vanity, down royal state. All you sage counselors hence, to the English court assemble now from every region. Apes of idleness, now neighbor confines, purge you of your scum. Have you a ruffian that will swear, drink, dance, revel the night, rob, murder, commit the oldest sins, the newest kind of ways? Be happy. He will trouble you no more. England shall double gild his treble guilt. England shall give him office, honor, might. For the fifth Harry from curbed license plucks the muzzle of restraint, and the wild dog shall flesh his tooth on every innocent. Oh, my poor kingdom, sick with civil blows. Oh, thou wilt be a wilderness again, peopled with wolves, thy old inhabitants.
Oh, pardon me, my liege. But for my tears, the moist impediments unto my speech, I had forestalled this dear and deep rebuke, ere you with grief had spoke, or I had heard the cause of it so far. There is your crown, and he that wears the crown immortally long guarded yours. God witness with me when I here came in and found no course of breath within your majesty. How cold it struck my heart. If I do feign, let me in my present wildest die and never live to show the incredulous world the noble change that I have purposed. Coming to look on you, thinking you dead, and dead almost, my liege, to think you were, I spake unto this crown as having sense. Accusing it, I put it on my head to try with it, as with an enemy that had before my face murdered my father, the quarrel of a true inheritor. But if it did infect my blood with joy, or swell my thoughts to any strain of pride, if any rebel or vain spirit of mine did with the least affection of a welcome give entertainment to the might of it, let God forever keep it from my head, and make me as the poorest vessel is, that doth with awe and terror kneel to it.
Oh, my son. Come hither, Harry, and sit thou by my bed, and hear, I think, the very latest counsel that ever I shall breathe. God knows, my son, by what bypaths and indirect crooked ways I met this crown. And I myself know well how troublesome it sat upon my head. To thee it shall descend with better quiet, better opinion, better confirmation. For all the soil of the achievement goes with me into the earth. It seemed in me but as an honor snatched with boisterous hand. And I had many living to upbraid my gain of it by their assistances, which daily grew to quarrel and to bloodshed, wounding supposed peace. And now my death changes the mood. For what in me was purchased falls upon thee in a more fairer sort. How came I by the crown? Oh, God forgive, and grant it may with thee in true peace live.
My gracious liege.
The king is dead. Long live the king! Cheering crowds line the streets of London to see young Hal, who has this day been crowned King Henry V of England. Now the procession is returning from Westminster Abbey. The cheers grow louder. In the front rank stands old Sir John Falstaff and his disreputable companions. He is tipsy with wine and drunk with the prospects of his future fortunes as the king's crony.
Stand here by me, Master Robert Shallow. Pistol, stand behind me. I will make the king do you grace. I will leer upon him as he comes by, and do but mark the countenance that he will give me. God save thy grace, King Hal, my royal Hal, my royal Hal! The heavens thee guard and keep, most royal imp of fame. God save thee, my sweet boy.
Justice, speak to that vain man.
Have you your wits? Know you what 'tis you speak?
My king, my Jove, I speak to thee, my heart.
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. How ill white hairs become a fool and jester. I have long dreamt of such a kind of man, so surfeit-swelled, so old and so profane. But being awaked, I do despise my dream. For God doth know, so shall the world perceive, that I have turned away my former self. So will I those that kept me company. When thou dost hear I am as I have been, approach me, and thou shalt be as thou wast, the tutor and the feeder of my riots. Till then, I banish thee on pain of death, as I have done the rest of my misleaders, not to come near our person by 10 miles. For competence of life, I will allow you, that lack of means enforce you not to evil. And as we hear you do reform yourselves, we will, according to your strengths and qualities, give you advancement. Be it your charge, Lord Justice, to see performed the tenure of our word. Set on!
The curtain falls at Columbia's Music Box Theater in Hollywood on the radio adaptation of Shakespeare's Henry IV. Downstage, acknowledging the enthusiastic applause, are Walter Houston, who played the king, Brian Ahern, who was Prince of Wales, Walter Connolly, who portrayed the rotund Sir John Falstaff, Humphrey Bogart, who was the turbulent Hotspur, and Dame May Whitty, who was Mrs. Quickly, the hostess. Ben Webster played Westmoreland, Ian McLaren was Worcester, Patrick J. Kelly was Sir Walter Blunt, Eric Snowden was Northumberland, and Jack Smart was Poins. In tonight's performance, you heard Brian Ahern, who just completed the picture The Great Garrick for Mervyn LeRoy, Walter Connolly, who appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, Humphrey Bogart, courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures Incorporated, and Dame May Whitty, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Conway Turl was the narrator, and the musical score was arranged and conducted by Victor Bay. The play was adapted for radio and produced by Brewster Morgan.
Next week, from our playhouse in New York City, Columbia will conclude its 1937 Shakespearean cycle with the delightful fantasy, Twelfth Night. Again, you will hear an all-star cast headed by Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Helen Menken, Tallulah Bankhead, Orson Welles, and Estelle Winwood. Remember the date, next Monday night, same time, same stations. Columbia's production of Twelfth Night.
This has been a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
I can still hear those words echoing in my memory, for in a sense they changed my life. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you how we first came across the sign of the four. I can see it still. Our rooms in Baker Street and Sherlock Holmes, and in such detail you will be there yourself, if I may collect my thoughts for just a moment.
My mind rebels at stagnation, Watson. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram or the most intricate analysis, and I'm in my own proper atmosphere. But I abhor the dull routine of existence. That's why I've chosen my own particular profession. Or rather, created it, for I'm the only one in the world.
You're the only unofficial detective?
The only unofficial consulting detective. The work itself is my highest reward. But, Watson, you've had some experience of my methods at work.
I was never so struck by anything in my life. I even embodied the experience in a small brochure with the somewhat fantastic title of Study in Scarlet.
I read it. Honestly, I cannot congratulate you on it.
Oh?
Detection is or ought to be an exact science and should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. You have attempted to tinge it with romanticism, which produces much the same effect as if you worked a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid.
But the romance was there.
My practice has extended recently to the continent. I was consulted last week by Francois Lavilla, who, as you probably know, has come rather to the front lately in the French detective service. He's now translating my small works into French.
Your work?
Yes. I've been guilty of several monographs. Here, for example, is one upon the distinction between the ashes of the various tobaccos. In it, I enumerate 140 forms of cigar, cigarette, and pipe tobacco.
140?
Here is my monograph upon the tracing of footsteps, with some remarks upon the uses of plaster of Paris as a preserver of impressions. But I weary with my hobby.
No, not at all. But you were speaking just now of observation and deduction. Surely the one, to some extent, implies the other.
By no means. Observation shows me that you've been to the Wigmore Street post office this morning.
Hmm?
But deduction lets me know that when there you dispatched a telegram.
Oh.
Observation tells me that you have a little reddish mold adhering to your instep. Now, just opposite the Wigmore Street post office, they've taken up the pavement and thrown up some earth which lies in such a way that it's difficult to avoid treading in it on entering. The earth is of this peculiar reddish tint, which is found, as far as I know, nowhere else in the neighborhood.
Bravo. But how did you deduce the telegram?
Well, of course, I knew that you'd not written a letter, since I sat opposite you all the morning. I see also in your open desk there that you have a sheet of stamps and a thick bundle of postcards. Well, what could you go into the post office for, then, but to send a wire? Eliminate all other factors, and the one which remains must be the truth.
Dear me.
See, Watson, how the yellow fog swirls down the street and drifts across the dun-colored houses? What could be more hopelessly prosaic and material? What's the use of having powers, Doctor, when one has no field upon which to exert them? Crime is commonplace, existence is commonplace, and no qualities save those which are commonplace had any function upon earth.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson?
A young lady for Mr. Holmes, sir.
I have no appointments.
Here's her card, sir.
Oh, Miss Mary Morstan. No, I have no recollection of the name. Oh, very well. Ask her to step in, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir. Will you go in, please, Miss Morstan?
Thank you.
Pray come in, madam.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Miss Morstan? Will you take the basket chair?
Thank you. I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, because you once enabled my employer, Mrs. Cecil Forrester, to unravel a little domestic complication. She was much impressed by your kindness and skill.
Mrs. Cecil Forrester. Oh, yes, I believe that I was of some slight service to her.
Mr. Holmes, I can hardly imagine anything more strange than the situation in which I find myself.
Then pray state your case.
Briefly, the facts are these. My father was an officer in an Indian regiment who sent me home when I was quite a child. My mother was dead, and I had no relative in England. So I was placed in a comfortable establishment in Edinburgh. When I was 17 years of age, my father arrived in London on leave and directed me to come down at once. On reaching the Langham Hotel, I was informed that Captain Morstan had gone out the night before and had not returned. From that day to this, no word has ever been heard of my unfortunate father.
The date?
He disappeared on the 3rd of December, 1878.
1878.
Nearly 10 years ago.
His luggage?
There was nothing in it to suggest a clue.
Had he any friends in London?
Well, only one that we know of. Major Sholto of his own regiment, the 34th Bombay Infantry.
Sholto.
Major Sholto had retired some little time before my father came home. He lived at Upper Norwood.
Upper Norwood?
We communicated with him, of course, but he didn't even know that his brother officer was now in England.
I see.
I haven't yet described to you the most singular part. About 6 years ago, in 1882 to be exact, an advertisement appeared in the Times asking for the address of Miss Mary Morstan.
1882.
I had just entered the family of Mrs. Cecil Forrester as governess, and by her advice, I published my address in the advertisement column. The same day, there arrived through the post a small cardboard box addressed to me. It contained a very large and lustrous pearl.
Remarkable.
No word of writing was enclosed. Every year since then, on the same date, there has come a box containing a similar pearl, without any clue as to the sender. You can see for yourselves that they are very handsome.
This is most interesting. Has anything else happened?
Yes. This morning I received this letter.
Oh, thank you. The envelope too, please.
Of course.
Thank you. Postmark London, SW, date July 7th. Man's thumb mark on the corner. Probably postman. Best quality paper. Envelopes at 6pence a package. Particular man in his stationery. No address.
What's it say, though, Holmes?
Be at the third pillar from the left outside the Lyceum Theatre tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Signed, your unknown friend.
What do you intend to do, Miss Morstan?
That is exactly what I want to know, Mr. Holmes.
We shall most certainly go. You and I and... Yes, Dr. Watson's the very man. We've worked together before.
Oh, you're both very kind. If I'm here at 6, will it do?
You must not be later.
No.
Oh, there is one point, however. Is this handwriting the same as that upon the pearl bust addresses?
I have them all here.
You're certainly a model client. Let's see now. These are disguised hands. But they're undoubtedly by the same person. Well, we shall look out for you at 6. Au revoir, then.
Au revoir.
Good afternoon. I say, what a very attractive woman.
My dear Watson, it's of the first importance not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money.
Yes, but in this case...
I never make exceptions. An exception disproves the rule. Well, I'm going out now. I have a few references to look up. I shall be back in an hour. No, my dear Watson, there's no great mystery in this matter. The facts appear to admit of only one explanation.
But you haven't solved it already.
I've just found on consulting the back files of the Times that Major Sholto of Upper Norwood, late 34th Bombay Infantry, died on the 28th of April, 1882.
I may be very obtuse, Holmes, but I fail to see what this suggests.
No? You surprise me. Captain Morstan disappears. His only acquaintance in London is Major Sholto. 4 years later, Sholto dies. Within a week of his death, Captain Morstan's daughter receives a valuable present, which is repeated from year to year, and now culminates in a letter which describes her as a wronged woman. Why should the presents begin immediately after Sholto's death, unless it is that Sholto's heir knows something of the mystery and desires to make compensation?
Yes, but the letter speaks of giving her justice. What justice can she have? It's too much to suppose her father is still alive.
There are certainly difficulties. But our expedition of tonight will solve them all. I think that's a 4-wheeler. Yes. And there's Miss Morstan inside. Are you all ready?
I'm ready, Holmes.
Yes, Major Sholto was a very particular friend of Papa's. They were in command of the convict guard on the Andaman Islands.
The Andamans, eh?
By the way, Mr. Holmes, a curious paper was found in Papa's desk. I don't suppose it's of the slightest importance, but I thought you might care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Seems to be a plan for part of a large building. At one point, here, you see, there's a small cross done in red ink. In the left-hand corner, there's a curious hieroglyphic like 4 crosses in a line with their arms touching. And beside that, there's written in very rough and coarse characters, the sign of the 4. Jonathan Small, Mohammed Singh, Abdullah Khan, Dost Akbar. Preserve it carefully, Miss Morstan.
I shall.
I suspect that this matter may turn out to be much deeper and more subtle than I at first supposed.
That's right. This one.
And I fancy this is our man.
Are you the party who have come with Miss Morstan?
I am Miss Morstan, and these 2 gentlemen are my friends.
I was to ask you to give me your word, miss, that neither of your companions is a policeman.
I give you my word.
Thank you, miss. If you'll follow me, the cab's over here. Oh, I lost my bearings ages ago.
Wandsworth Road.
I don't know how you'll do it, Holmes.
Stockport Place. Cold Harbor Lane. Dear me. Our quest doesn't appear to be taking us to very fashionable regions.
The staff awaits you.
Show them his bit, Fougas. Show them straight into me.
You are coming this way, please.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray step into my little sanctum. My name is Kadir Sholto. These gentlemen?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Oh, a doctor, eh? I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions as to my mitral valve. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing strain upon his heart, he might have been alive now.
Really, sir, pray have some consideration for the lady.
I knew in my heart that he was dead.
Miss Morstan, I can give you every information, and what is more, I can do you justice. And I will, whatever Brother Bartholomew may say. But let us have no outsiders, no police or officials.
Whatever you may choose to say will go no further.
Thank you.
Mr. Sholto, it's getting late, and I should like the interview to be as short as possible.
Well, at the best, it must take some time, for we shall certainly have to go to Norwood and see Brother Bartholomew. He's very angry with me for taking the course which has seemed right to me.
Norwood, then wouldn't it be as well to start at once?
Well, I must prepare you by laying the facts before you.
Then pray do so, sir.
My father, Major John Sholto, retired from the Indian Army some 11 years ago and came to Pondicherry Lodge, Upper Norwood, with a considerable sum of money, a large collection of valuable curiosities, and a staff of native servants. My twin brother Bartholomew and I were the only children. I very well remember the sensation which was caused by the disappearance of Captain Morstan. We read the details in the papers, but never for an instant did we suspect that my father had the whole secret hidden in his breast. We did know, however, that some mystery overhung our father. Early in 1882, my father received a letter from India, which was a great shock to him. From that day, he sickened to his death. Towards the end of April, we were informed that he wished to make a last communication to us.
one thing which weighs upon my mind at this supreme moment is my treatment of poor Morstan's orphan, Mary. At least half of the treasure should have been hers. You, my sons, will give her a fair share of the Agra treasure. Father, when we were in India, Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a considerable treasure. I brought it over to England, and on the night of Morstan's arrival, he came straight here to claim his share. We had a difference of opinion. Morstan sprang out of his chair, and then he suddenly pressed his hand to his side and fell backwards. I found, to my horror, that he was dead. Good God. I was still stooping over him when I saw my servant, Belchowder, in the doorway. Do not fear, Saab, he said. No one need know that you have killed him. I did not kill him, said I. Belchowder shook his head and smiled. I heard you quarreling, Saab, said he. And I heard enough to decide me. If my own servant couldn't believe my innocence, how could I hope to make it good before 12 foolish tradesmen? In the jury box. And then? Well, Belchowder and I disposed of the body that night. And within a few days, the London newspapers were full of the mysterious disappearance of Captain Morstan. Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There, at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
Can you describe the face at the window, Mr. Sholto?
Bearded, hairy, with cruel eyes, and an expression of concentrated evil. When we returned from the window, we found that my father's pulse had ceased to beat. In the morning, we found his window open, his cupboards and boxes rifled, and on his chest there was fixed a torn piece of paper with the words, "The sign of the four."
Ah,
sign of the four.
And the treasure?
For weeks and months, my brother and I dug in every part of the garden. Oh, it was maddening to think that the hiding place was on my father's lips at the very moment he died. To this day, I have seen only one piece of it. That little chaplet over there. Yes, Doctor.
Some of the pearls are missing from it.
Well, after my father's death, I persuaded Bartholomew to let me find out Miss Morstan's address and send her a detached pearl at intervals, so that at least we might make part of the restitution my father had wished.
That was a kindly thought, Mr. Sholto.
Oh, not at all. We were your trustees. Well, that was the view I took of it, though Bartholomew could not altogether see it in that light. So I left Pondicherry Lodge.
And may I ask now, Mr. Sholto, exactly why you brought us here this evening?
Because yesterday I learned that the treasure had been discovered.
Discovered?
It only remains for us to drive to Norwood and demand that Brother Bartholomew give us our share. I explained my views to him last night, so we shall be expected, if not very welcome.
Mr. Sholto, you have done well. We had best put the matter through without delay.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. A cab will be waiting outside.
How did your brother find the treasure?
Oh, Bartholomew was a clever fellow. He worked out the cubic space of the house. He found that the height of the building was 74 feet. But on adding together the heights of all the separate rooms and the spaces between, he could not bring the total to more than 70 feet. The 4 feet unaccounted for could only be at the top of the building.
he knocked a hole in the ceiling of the highest room, and there, sure enough, the treasure chest stood in the center. He computes the value of the jewels at not less than £500,000 sterling. £1,000,000?
Oh, no.
Then Miss Morstan must be about the richest heiress in the country.
I believe you're right, Watson.
Well, let us be going. Perhaps we shall see for ourselves. Who is there? It's I, McMurdo. Surely you know my knock by this time.
Oh, aye.
That you, Mr. Thaddeus? But who are these others with you? Well, I told my brother last night that I should bring some friends.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus. I don't know any of your friends.
Oh, yes, you do, McMurdo.
Eh? Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In you come, sir, in you come. You and your friends. Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus, but Master's orders are very strict.
Oh, well, come along then. We've wasted enough time.
If you'll just follow me, ma'am and gents, I'll light the way up to the house with my lantern.
I can't understand it. I distinctly told Bartholomew that we should be here. And yet there's no light in his window.
I see the glint of a light in that little window beside the door.
Ah, that's the housekeeper's room. That is where old Mrs. Burnstone sits.
What's that?
What?
I was sure I could... Yes, listen.
Huh?
It's a woman crying.
You're right, by Jove. Oh, Mr. Holmes, something seems to be amiss. Oh, will you come into the house with me, please?
Certainly.
I think I'm a little afraid.
Nothing to fear, Miss Morstan, I assure you. Would you care to take my hand?
I do... Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
There. Better now?
Much better.
Miss Morstan, I feel I feel we should follow them. Oh, now, Mrs. Burnstone, what is the matter?
Oh, Mr. Thaddeus, sir, there is something amiss with Mr. Bartholomew.
My brother?
He's locked himself in and won't answer me. All day I've wanted to hear from him, and so an hour ago I went up and peeked through the keyhole. You must go up quickly. You must go up and look for yourself.
Oh, dear.
Give me your lantern, McMurdo, and you stay here with Miss Morstan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shorter, Watson, come with me quickly.
And there's his room, the first door on the left. How can we see into it if there's no light in there? Well, there's plenty of moonlight.
Let's see. Good heavens. Something damnable. You take a look, Watson.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman. Oh, dear me.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time. Now we shall see. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dead. Oh, terrible, terrible.
Why was that so?
The Sign of the Four is one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts. You've just heard part 1. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for part 2 of The Sign of the Four.
cat.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again. Now, this time.
Look.
Sign of the four.
So, was the sign of the four again to be the sign of death? A further mystery for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, I will refresh your memory on the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened next in our investigation of the sign of the four. Sherlock Holmes, the first my most singularly attractive young lady, Miss Mary Morstan, concerning the disappearance of her father, Captain Morstan, 10 years earlier. Each year since then, she had been receiving through the post a single large pearl. And now the anonymous sender had expressed a wish to meet her. We accompanied her to the rendezvous and heard from an eccentric fellow, Sir Dearest Sholto, how his father and Captain Morstan had gained a fabulous treasure, which had disappeared after both their deaths. Now it had been rediscovered by his brother, Bartholomew Sholto, whom we were to visit to claim Miss Morstan's rightful share. Arriving at Bartholomew's house, we found him sitting in a chair, a horrible smile on his face, and quite dead. Oh, what on earth does it all mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means murder.
Murder?
Ah, just as I expected. Look here, Watson. Stuck in the skin just above his ear.
A long, dark thorn.
Be careful. He's poisoned.
Poisoned? Oh, what a fantastic mystery, Holmes.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, I only require a few missing links, and I shall have an entirely connected case.
Oh! Mr. Sholto, what is it? The treasure. It's gone.
Are you sure?
Oh, there is the hole in the ceiling. We lowered it through. I helped him to do it. I left him here last night, and I heard him lock the door. The treasure was locked in this room with him.
What time did you leave?
It was 10 o'clock. Oh, dear me. Now the police will suspect me of having a hand in it.
Take my advice, Mr. Sholto. Drive down to the police station and report the matter.
The police station?
Offer to assist them in every way. We shall wait here until you return.
But
please do as I say. It will be for the best.
Oh, very well. I suppose you know best. Oh, dear.
Now, Watson, we have a little while to ourselves. Let us make good use of it.
Very well, Holmes.
In the first place, let us consider how these folk came and how they went.
Now, Sholto reckoned the door hasn't been opened since last night.
Then how about the window? No, it's fastened on the inside. Solid framework. I'll just open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man mounted by the window.
How do you know?
Here is the print of a foot in the mold upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. See, here again on the floor. And here again by the table.
But that's not a footmark.
It's something much more valuable to us. These are the impressions of a wooden stump.
A wooden-legged man?
But there's been someone else here.
Oh?
Could you scale that wall yourself?
Let's see. Whoa, certainly not. A good 60 feet from the ground and not a foothold all the way.
But supposing you had a friend up here who lowered you that good stout rope which I see in the corner, then, if you were an active man, you might swarm up wooden leg and all. Of course, you'd depart in the same fashion, and your ally would draw up the rope, shut the window, secure it from the inside, and depart in the way that he originally came.
Yes, but look here, this accomplice, how did he get in? The door's locked, the window is inaccessible. Did he come down the chimney?
The grate's much too small.
Well, then, how?
My dear Watson, How often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth? He didn't come through the door, the window, or the chimney. He couldn't have been concealed in the room, as there is no concealment possible. Then where did he come from?
Through the hole in the roof.
Of course he did. Now, if you will have the kindness to hold the lamp for me, we shall now extend our researches to the secret room above where the treasure was found.
Can you manage to get up?
I fancy I can just get up. On this rafter.
Good. Now I'm coming up, too.
Take a minute. Here you are, you see. Oh, there's a trap door leading out onto the roof. I fancy I can press it back. Yes. And the roof slopes at a gentle angle.
This is how he got in, then.
Now, let's see if we can find some other traces of this queer individual.
It doesn't look as though this place has been entered for years. Found dust.
But even dust has its uses. Look at these footprints. As clear as we could wish.
But these are the prints of a child's naked foot. Holmes, a child has done this horrid thing.
Come along, Watson. There's nothing more to be learned here. If my memory hadn't failed me, I should have been able to forestall this. Now, where did I put my lens?
Here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're certainly in luck.
What is it now?
Our naked-footed friend has had the misfortune to tread in this creosote that has leaked out of the carboy there in the corner. You can see the outline of the edge of his small foot here.
What then?
Why, we've got him, that's all. I know a dog that would follow that scent to the world's end. Hello, here come the accredited representatives of the law. Now, before they come, Watson, just put your hand here on this poor dead fellow's arm.
Yes.
And here, on his leg?
Yes.
What do you feel?
The muscles are as hard as a board.
Quite so. They're in a state of extreme contraction, far exceeding the usual rigor mortis. Coupled with this distortion of the face, what conclusion would it suggest to your mind?
Oh, death from some powerful vegetable alkaloid. Some strychnine-like substances which produce tetanus.
As you saw, I discovered a thorn which had been driven or shot with no great force into the scalp. You observed that the part struck was that which would be turned towards the hole in the ceiling if the man were erect in his chair. Now then, examine this thorn.
You go first, Mr. Sholto. It looks as though some gummy substance has dried on it.
Quite so. But is that an English thorn?
Oh, no. No, it certainly is not.
Then with all these data, you should be able to draw some inference. But here, the regular, so the auxiliary forces may beat a retreat.
Here's a pretty business. The house seems to be as full as a rabbit warren.
Mr. Jones. You must recollect me.
Indeed I do. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist. Remember you? I'll never forget the Bishopsgate jewel case. But what's all this? Bad business. Stern facts here. No room for theories. Lucky I happened to be out at Norwood on another case. What do you think the man died of?
Oh, this is hardly a case for me to theorize.
No. Still, we can't deny that you hit the nail on the head sometimes. Door locked, I understand. Jewels worth $500,000 missing. How was the window?
Fastened. But there are footmarks on the sill.
Well, if it was fastened, they could have had nothing to do with the matter.
Oh, I see.
I've got it. These flashes come upon me at times. Just step outside, Sergeant. Yes, sir. And you, please, Mr. Sholto? Oh, very well. I shall go mad. I'm sure I shall go mad.
Inspector, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you know?
He's assisting me. May he remain?
Yes, I suppose so. Now, Mr. Holmes, Sholto was with his brother last night. The brother died in a fit, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. How's that?
Upon which the dead man very considerately got up and locked the door on the inside.
Yes, there's a flaw there.
You're not in possession of all the facts here. This splinter of wood, which I had every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp. where you still see the mark. There, you see? Ah, yes. This card, inscribed the sign of the four, was on the table. How does all that fit into your theory?
If this splinter's poisonous, Thaddeus may well have made murderous use of it. The card is some hocus-pocus, blind as like as not.
I see.
The only question is...
Oh, there is a question, then.
The question is, how did he get out? Ah, of course. Here's a hole in the roof. You see, facts are better than theories after all. There's a cracked door communicating with the roof, and it's partly open.
I opened it.
You? Oh, well, no matter. It shows how our gentleman got away. Sergeant!
Yes, sir?
Ask Mr. Sholto to step this way.
Paper, sir. This way, sir, if you please.
Mr. Thaddeus Sholto?
Yes?
It's my duty to inform you that anything which you say may be used against you. I arrest you in the Queen's name as being concerned in the death of your brother.
Oh, there now. Didn't I tell you what they would say?
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. Sholto. I think I can engage to clear you of this charge.
Oh, you can, Mr. Holmes.
Don't promise too much, Mr. Theorist. You may find it a harder matter than you think.
Not only will I clear him, Mr. Jones, but I'll make you a free present of the name and description of one of the two people who were in this room last night. His name, I have every reason to believe, is Jonathan Small. He's small and active, with his right leg off, and wearing a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. He's been a convict. As for the other man...
Ah, the other man.
He is a rather curious person. I hope before very long to be able to introduce you to the pair of them. Oh, a word with you, Watson, please.
Yes, coming, Holmes.
Watson, you must escort Miss Morstan home.
Oh, delighted.
Then I want you to go to number 3, Pinchin Lane.
Yes.
Down near the water's edge at Lambeth. The third house on the right-hand side is a bird stuffer's. Sherman is the name.
Sherman, yes.
Knock old Sherman up and tell him with my compliments that I want Toby at once. You'll bring Toby back in the cab with you.
Toby?
A queer mongrel with the most amazing power of scent. I'd rather have Toby's help than that of the whole detective force of London.
But I want a dog.
I won't be arguing with now. Stand clear. When I says 3, there goes this viper snake on your head.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what? A friend of Mr. Sherlock is always welcome.
Thank you.
Step in, sir. Just keep clear of the badger, sir. He bites. Now, sir, what was it Mr. Sherlock Holmes wanted? He wanted a dog of yours. Ah, that would be Toby. Yes, Toby was then. Toby lives at number 7 on the left here. Thank you. Well, Mr. Sherman, I'm much obliged. Go on, Toby. You're a good fellow.
Ah, you have him then, Watson. Leave the dog here and come up.
Yes, I'd better tie him to this banister, I suppose. Oh, boy. Unprepossessing brute, isn't he?
Ah, Toby and I understand one another. Oh, Sergeant, lend me your bullseye, please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Now then, I must kick off my boots and socks. Watson.
Yeah?
Just carry them for me, will you, please?
Where to, Holmes?
I'm going to do a little climbing. Oh, yes, and I must dip my handkerchief into this creosote. There. That'll do. Now, come up through the hole in the ceiling with me for a moment. Do you observe anything noteworthy about these footmarks?
Well, they belong to a child or a small woman.
Apart from the size, what's the chief difference?
Well, your toes are all cramped together. The other print has each toe distinctly separated.
That is the point. Now, would you kindly step over to that roof window and smell the edge of the woodwork? I shall stay over here, as I have this handkerchief in my hand.
Yes. By Jove, yes, this is a strong, tarry smell.
That's where he put his foot in getting out. If you can trace him, I should think Toby will have no difficulty.
Thank you.
Now, while I get out onto the roof, you run downstairs and wait for Toby in the garden below.
Very well, Holmes.
That you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes.
Have you got the dogs?
Well, I let him loose.
This water pipe feels pretty firm.
Yeah, goes. No, careful, Holmes. Oh, do be careful. Oh, well done.
My boots and stockings, if you please.
There you are.
Thank you. It was easy to follow his course across the roof.
No?
Oh, yes. Tiles were loosened the whole way, and... Oh, yes. In his hurry, he dropped this.
Some sort of a pouch made out of beads. Anything inside? Ah, some more of those thorns.
They're hellish things. Now, Watson, will your legs stand a 6-mile trudge?
Certainly.
Then here you are, doggy. What? Good old Toby. Smell it, Toby, smell it.
What's that you're showing you, Holmes?
A handkerchief with a creosote on it. And watch him go. What? Come on, Watson. He's going to set us a stiff pace. Well, I think we can allow ourselves a breather. We've had no very heavy rain since yesterday. They had 28 hours start, but their central still lie upon the road.
Holmes, how would you describe the wooden-legged man with such confidence?
The simplicity itself. 2 officers who were in command of the convict guard learned an important secret as to buried treasure. A map drawn for them by an Englishman named Jonathan Small.
Jonathan Small?
You remember we saw the name on the chart Miss Moulston showed us.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Small had signed it on behalf of himself and his associates. The sign of the four, as he somewhat dramatically called it.
Ah, yes.
Well, aided by this chart, the officers, or one of them, gets the treasure and brings it to England. Now then, why didn't Jonathan Small get the treasure himself? The answer is obvious.
Oh? Is it?
You haven't a pistol with you, have you?
No, I have my stick.
I shall leave Jonathan to you, but if the other turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead. Come along now. Toby's anxious to be getting off.
Well, he's baffled again. There's nothing but the river from here.
Yes, but out of luck. They've taken to a boat.
Stolen it?
No. These fellows are sharper than I expected.
Daddy! Daddy!
Oh, what, Mom?
You come back to me, Walt. Come back to youngin. If your father comes home and finds him like that, he'll let us hear about it.
Oh, dear little chap. A fine child, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, bless you, sir, he is that. Here, how do you know my name?
The signboard over your door. Mordecai Smith.
Oh, that.
Away, is he? I wanted to speak to Mr. Smith.
He's been away since yesterday morning, sir. But if it was about a boat, sir, maybe I could serve as well.
I see from the board that he has a steam launch. That's what I'd like to have.
Why, bless you, sir, it's in the steam launch that is gone. That's what puzzles me. I know the rate more coal now than would take it to about Woolwich and back.
He might have bought some at a wharf downriver.
He might, sir, but it weren't his way. Many a time I've heard him go on about the prices they charge for a few odd bags. Besides, I don't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
A wooden-legged man?
I roused him up yesterday night, I did.
Oh, then I'm unlucky, Mrs. Smith. Oh. I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the Oh, let me see. What is her name?
The Aurora, sir.
Ah, yes, of course, yes. She's not an old green launch with a yellow line, very broad on the beam.
No, indeed. She's as trim a little thing as any on the river, black with 2 red streaks.
Ah, yes. Well, I hope you'll soon hear from Mr. Smith. I'm going down the river. If I should see anything of the Aurora, I shall let him know that you're uneasy. A black funnel, you say?
No, sir. Black with a white band.
Oh, of course, yes. It was the sides which were black. Well, good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Clever, Holmes. The main thing with people of that sort is never to let them think their information can be of the slightest importance to you. If you do, they'll instantly shut up like an oyster.
Well, our course seems pretty clear now.
What would you do, then?
Well, I would engage a launch and go down the river on the track of the Aurora.
My dear fellow, it would be a colossal task. She may have touched at any wharf on either side of the stream between here and Greenwich.
Try the police, then.
Worse and worse.
What are we to do, then?
I want you to take a hansom and return Toby to his owner with my compliments. Then drive home, have some breakfast, and get an hour's sleep. It's quite on the cards that we may be afoot tonight again.
Very well.
I must send a wire.
To whom?
You remember the Baker Street irregulars whom I employed in our study in Scarlet King?
Oh, those little ragamuffins.
This is just where they might be invaluable. The wire will be to my dirty little Lieutenant Wiggins. I expect he and his gang will be with us before I have time to finish my breakfast. In future, they can report to you, Wiggins, and you to me. I cannot have the house invaded in this way.
Horrible rabble, sir. Stay in, Ron, I'm warning you.
However, it's just as well that you should all hear the instructions. Now then, I want to find the whereabouts of a steam launch called the Aurora. Black with 2 red streaks. Funnel, black with a white band. Owner, Mordecai Smith. She's downriver somewhere. Is that clear?
Yes, Governor.
The old scale of pay and a guinea to the boy who finds the boat.
Thank you, Governor.
Oh, here's a day in advance. Now, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Governor. Come on, you lot, all out. And quiet down that bay there. Come on, all of you. Get quiet.
Horrible rabble, all right. If the launch is above water, they'll find her. In the meanwhile, we can do nothing.
You going to bed, Holmes?
No, I'm not tired. I never remember feeling tired by work, though idleness exhausts me completely. Now I'm going to think over this queer business to which our fair client has introduced us. Wooden-legged men are not so common, but I should think the other men must be absolutely unique.
Oh, that other man again.
Diminutive footmarks, toes never fettered by boots, naked feet, great agility, small poisoned darts. Now, what do you make of all this?
Perhaps he's one of those Indians who associated with Jonathan Small.
Hardly that. Some Indians are small men, but none could have left such marks as that. Now, let's consult the gazetteer. Now, then, what have we here? Antananarivo's too far. Andes, no. Andaman Islands, situated 340 miles to the north of Sumatra in the Bay of Bengal. A moist climate, coral reef, sharks, convict barracks. The Aborigines of the Andaman Islands may perhaps claim the distinction of being the smallest race upon this earth. The average height is rather below 4 feet. They're a fierce, morose, and intractable people, though capable of forming most devoted friendships. Now then, listen to this. Their feet and hands are remarkably small. They've always been a terror to shipwrecked crews, braining the survivors with their stone-headed clubs or shooting them with their poisoned darts.
Amiable fellow.
Watson, you look done. Why not lie down there on the sofa and see if I can put you to sleep?
Oh, well, Holmes. I don't mind admitting I could do with a few winks.
Oh, my dear Watson. You slept soundly. I was afraid our talk would wake you.
Talk? I heard nothing.
Old Wiggins has just been up to report. He says no trace can be found of the launch.
Look, can I do anything? I'm perfectly fresh now.
We can only wait. If we go ourselves, the message might come in our absence, and that would cause delay.
Yes, but...
Well, you can do what you will, Watson, but I must remain on guard.
Well, then I shall run over to Camberwell and call on Mrs. Cecil Forrester. She asked me to yesterday.
On Mrs. Cecil Forrester? I see.
Well, of course, on Miss Morstan, too. They were anxious to hear what's happened.
I understand. I wouldn't tell them too much, though. Women are never able to be entirely trusted. Not the best of them.
What's an atrocious sentiment, Holmes?
Don't be too late back, my dear Watson. I expect to hear something definite before the night's out.
The Four was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts, and you have just been listening to part 2. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played the part of Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon, for the 3rd and last part of The Sign of the Four.
On the BBC, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
He ready to part. He raises his hand.
I'm ready, Holmes. Action and danger were a frequent climax to the investigations of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, let me refresh your memory concerning the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened in the end of The Sign of the Four. Sherlock Holmes and I were upon the track of Jonathan Small, the one-legged ex-convict responsible for the theft of the Agra treasure, which we were endeavoring to recover on behalf of our charming young client, Miss Mary Morstan. The scent had led us to the River Thames, upon which it seemed the thief and his mysterious accomplice were preparing to escape in the steam launch Aurora. After instructing his young Baker Street irregulars to find where this vessel at present lay, Holmes restlessly awaited the news that would lead to the resumption of the chase. Oh, here I am, Holmes. Anything happened?
Nothing yet, Watson. You're just in time to take over watch, though.
I say, what's the idea of the sailor outfit?
I'm off down the river, Watson. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I can see only one way out of it.
Well, surely I can come with you, then.
No. You can be much more useful if you remain here as my representative. Some message may come early in the morning. I want you to open all notes and telegrams and act on your own judgment. Can I rely on you?
Yes, certainly.
Well, get some sleep while you can. If we're in luck, you may have news of some sort before I get back.
Oh, very well, Holmes. I should be going with you, but best luck to you.
Here's your breakfast, Dr. Watson.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, and Mr. Anthony Jones is here to see you, sir.
Ah, come in, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, he's been out all night, and I can't be sure when he'll be back. Take that chair and join me in a cup of coffee.
I don't mind if I do.
How's that? There you are.
Now, may I know what brings you here so early? Well, I got a wire from Mr. Holmes this morning. Yes? What does he say? Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me. I am close on the track of the Sholto gang. You can come with us if you want to be in at the finish. Sent from Poplar. He's evidently picked up the scent again. Then he's been on a false chase too, has he? Well, even the best of us are thrown off course sometimes. This may prove to be a false alarm, you understand. But it's my duty as an officer of the law to allow no chance to slip. Isn't that someone come to the door? Perhaps it's Mr. Holmes.
I say, who are you, my man? What do you mean coming in like this?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but I'm acting for him. If you've a message for him, you can tell it to me.
It was to himself I was to tell him.
I tell you, I am acting for him. Was it about Mordecai Smith's boat?
Yes. I knows well where it is, and I knows where the men he's after are. And I knows where the treasure is.
Look here, my man.
It was to Mr. Sherlock Holmes I was to tell him.
Well, then you must wait for him.
No. I ain't going to lose a whole day to please no one.
Wait a bit, my friend. You have important information, and you're staying here whether you like it or not.
Oh, all right.
I think you might offer me some coffee, though.
Really?
I thought my disguise was pretty good, but I hardly expected it would stand that test.
You rogue. You would have made a rare actor. Those weak legs of yours would be worth, well, £10 a week on the stage. But I thought I knew the glint of your eye, though.
Oh, did you, Jones? Well, it's nice to get these whiskers and things off for a while. I've been working in that get-up all day. You see, a good many of the criminal classes begin to know me, especially since our friend Watson here took to publishing some of my cases. So I can only go on the warpath under some simple disguise like this. You got my wire, Jones?
That was what brought me here.
Here's your coffee, Holmes.
Thank you. And how's your case prospered, Inspector?
I've had to release 2 of my prisoners, and there's no evidence against the other 2.
Never mind. We shall give you 2 hours in the place of them. But you must put yourself under my orders.
Oh, now, look here.
You are welcome to all the official credit, but you must act on the lines that I point out. I shall want a fast police boat to be at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, that's easily managed.
Good. Then I shall want 2 good men in case of resistance.
There'll be 2 or 3 in the boat. What else?
When we secure the men, we shall get the treasure. I think it'll be a pleasure to my friend here to take the box round to the young lady to whom half of it rightfully belongs. Let her be the first to open it. Eh, Watson?
It will be a great pleasure to me, Holmes.
Rather an irregular proceeding. However, the whole thing is irregular. I suppose we must wink at it.
Exactly.
The treasure must be handed over to the authorities afterwards, until after the official investigation.
Certainly.
Is there anything else?
Only that I insist upon your dining with us before we set out.
Oh, well...
I have oysters and a brace of grouse with something a little choice in white wines. Watson, you never yet recognized my merits as a housekeeper. Oh, by the way, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
You'd best clean that old service revolver of yours. It's as well to be prepared.
Tidy-looking craft.
Is there anything to mark her as a police boat?
Well, yes, that green lamp on the side.
Then take it off.
Oh. All right.
You can tell them to cast off now.
Right. Cast off. Yes, sir. Where to?
To the tower. Tell them to stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Opposite Jacobson's yard. All right, sir.
Splendid craft. We ought to be able to catch anything.
Get that river steamer well behind us.
There aren't many launches to beat this, I can tell you.
Still, she'll need to be smart to catch the Aurora. She has a name for being a clipper. Now, I'll tell you how the land lies.
Yes?
Howard Small concealed the launch until he knew how the police inquiries were shaping. If I were in his shoes, I might hand her over to some boat preparer with directions to make a trifling change in her. She would then be removed to his shed or yard, and so be effectually concealed, while at the same time she'd be available again at a few hours' notice.
Yeah, that seems logical enough.
At Jacobson's yard, I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to them by a wooden-legged man with some trivial directions as to her rudder. At that moment, who should come down but Mordecai Smith, the missing owner.
But how did you recognize him?
Oh, he bellowed out his name and the name of his launch. "I want her tonight," said he, "at 8 o'clock sharp, for I've 2 gentlemen who won't be kept waiting." I was lucky enough to pick up one of my boys on the way, so I stationed him as a sentry over the launch. He's to stand at the water's edge and wave his handkerchief to us when they start. I should have had a body of police in Jacobson's yard and arrest them when they came down. Which would have been never. Eh? This man Small is a pretty shrewd fellow. If anything made him suspicious, he'd lie snug for another week.
If you might have stuck to Mordecai Smith, Holmes, he would have led you to their hiding place.
I think it's 100 to 1 against Smith knowing where they live. Why should he ask questions? Well, there's Jacobson's yard anyway. Where those masts are standing up.
Ah, yes, I see.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can see my sentry through these night glasses. There's no sign of a handkerchief yet. Suppose we go downstream a short way and lie in wait for them. It's 10 to 1 that they'll go downstream, but we can't be certain. It'll be a clear night and plenty of moon. Now, we must stay where we are. Will you give instructions, please? Very well, as you say. Look, Watson. See how the folks swarm over yonder in the gaslight?
Yes, they're coming from work in the yard.
Dusty-looking rascal. But do I see a handkerchief? There, surely there is a white flutter over yonder.
Yes, I can see it plainly.
Yeah, and there's the Aurora, and going like the devil. Full speed ahead, engineers. Make out to that launch for the yellow light. By heaven, I shall never forgive myself if she proves to have the heels of us. She's very fast, Miss Holmes. I doubt we shall catch her. We must catch her. Keep it on, Stoughton. Make her do all she can. If we throw the boat, we won't have them. Hold it on, men. Hold it on. Get every pound of speed we can. We're gaining a little.
I'm sure we shall be up with her in a very few minutes.
Confound it. That's not going on here. It's blundering straight in between. The Aurora will gain good 200 yards while we're dodging round. We must have more speed. Oil it on, men. Keep it up.
Catching up on them again, Holmes. I can see them plainly now, can't you?
Yes, that old Smith suddenly close for his dear life. Who's that in the stern?
Look as though he's busy. He seems to be waving his arms about. Careful, I've had them caught him a time, but nothing of such with.
What's that next little chap in the stern? Looks like a Newfoundland dog.
I can tell.
We're getting close to the Plumstead marshes. Now we're really gaining on them. Look, see!
What?
That chap standing up in the stern. A wooden leg.
Oh, you're right, Holmes. That thing next to him, he's a little black man. I've never seen anything like him. Give them a child. I'll give them a hand. He's two there. He's two in the name of the Lord. Yes, Miss Holmes.
He's ready to part. He raises his head.
I'm ready, Holmes.
Brilliant. You've got him. Going over to the river.
He's gone. Straight down.
He's a goner for sure. Keep after the launch. Look, wooden leg pulling the tiller over.
He's making for shore.
Here, let him run. Off him. Mr. Jonathan Small, I fancy.
Damn this mud.
I'll come quietly.
Give me a hand.
Well, Jonathan Small, I'm sorry that it's come to this.
And so am I, Mr. Holmes. But I don't believe I can swing for the job. I give you my word, I never raised a finger against Mr. Sholto. It was that little hellhound Tonga who shot one of his darts into him.
You're under the charge of Inspector Ethelned Jones of Scotland Yard. He's going to bring you up to my rooms, and I shall ask you for a true account of the matter. If you make a clean breast of it, I may be of use to you.
No, I shall never fear.
I think I can prove that the poison acted so quickly that the man was dead before ever you reached the room.
That he was, sir. You seem to know as much as if he'd been there.
Pity we didn't take that alive, but there was no choice.
All's well that ends well.
We'll be at Boxall Bridge presently. Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
I shall land you with the treasure box. It's most irregular, but an agreement's an agreement. And you shall take it round to the young lady yourself. You, where's the key?
At the bottom of the river.
We've had work enough already through you. Well, Doctor, Miss Mawson might at least see her box. Bring it into Baker Street as soon as you can.
Greatest of pleasure,
I thought I heard a cab drive up. Huh? What news have you brought me?
I brought something better than news.
Oh?
I've brought you a fortune.
Is that the Agra treasure?
The great Agra treasure. Half of it is yours and half is Thaddeus Sholto's. You'll have a couple of 100,000 each. There'll be few young ladies in England richer than you.
If I have it, I owe it to you.
No, it's my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom you thank.
Won't you sit down? Don't I here beside me and tell you all about it?
No, I have to get round to Baker Street with it as quickly as I can. I just got leave to bring it so that you should be the first to see it.
Where's the key?
It's been mislaid. The police will soon have it opened.
Don't I to see into it now, Dr. Watson?
Well, I don't really think that would be...
Oh, but you can't treat a woman's curiosity in this way. Oh, come on, I insist.
The police might...
Oh, as part owner of the contents.
Would you really?
Of course. Now, what should we use?
Well, as I say, I think that's poker.
Oh, you have my permission, Doctor.
Now then, get the end of it under the heart. Good. Now, use it as a lever.
Bravo! Well done.
And now, you must lift the lid.
Very well. You know, I feel quite nervous. It's empty.
Thank God.
Why'd you say that?
Because it puts you within my reach. Because I love you, Mary, as truly as ever a man loved a woman. Because this treasure, these riches, sealed my lips. Now that they're gone, I can tell you how I love you. That's why I said, thank God.
Then I say, thank God, too, John.
Whoever has lost a treasure this night, I know that I have gained one.
Empty, did you say, Dr. Watson?
Inspector.
This is your doing, Small.
Yes. No little man is any right to it. Say 3 men were in the Andaman convict barracks and myself. And I know they'd have me do just what I done, rather than let it go to Kipper, Kim, or Sholto, or Morstan.
Cut out that bragging. Where is it?
You'll find the treasure where the key is, and where little Tonga is.
In the river. You're deceiving us, Small. Why didn't you throw the box in as well?
The man that was clever enough to hunt me down is clever enough to pick an iron box from the bottom of a river. Now, they're trying to pick up what's scattered over 5 miles or so may be a harder job.
This is a very serious matter, Small. If you'd had justice instead of hindering us like this...
Justice? Talk about justice. Look how I earned that treasure. 20 long years in that fever-ridden swamp, chained up all night, bullied by every native guard who left to take it out of a white man.
You forget that we know nothing of all this. Until we've heard your story, we cannot tell how far justice may originally have been on your side.
Well, that's true, Mr. Holmes. Now, you've been very fair-spoken to me. If you want to hear my story, I'd no wish to hold it back.
If you please. Keep it short. I shall want it in full when we get to the station.
Very well. Well, it begins when I was 18, and soldiering in India with the 3rd Bucks. A crocodile in the Ganges nipped off my right leg. With this piece of timber strapped to my stump, I was useless for anything active. But lucky for me, I got a good job as overseer on an indigo plantation. And that was all right till the mutiny. I got into Agra just before the siege closed it off. Well, to cut a long story short...
That's right. Get on with it.
I joined up with 3 Indians.
and Major Abdullah Khan, Muhammad Singh, and Dost Akbar in a bit of a plot to get some treasure off a refugee merchant. Mind, that wasn't none of my idea.
No, of course not.
They couldn't work it without me, and they put it to me at the point of a knife. Join them, or get them in. Well, I killed the merchant. I never touched him, mind. I hid the body in the fort. Well, there was no use dividing the treasure while we were under siege, so he had that too. I drew 4 plans of where it was, and we put the sign of the 4 of us at the bottom and swore that we should each always act for all.
Leave out the fine sentiments.
Well, the mutiny was broken, and we thought we were safe. But the merchant's body was found, and somehow we were suspected. We were brought to trial. We all got penal servitude for life.
Wasn't the treasure found then?
Not a word of it came out at the trial. But there we were, shipped off to the Andamans to serve our time and work a fortune we couldn't touch. Well, after a few years, I was put to dispensing for the surgeon. They gave me a little hut next to his quarters. Now, some of the officers used to come and play cards with him in the evenings. There was Major Sholto and Captain Morstan and some others. Well, I used to overhear them talking, and it pretty soon struck me that Major Sholto was falling in for some pretty big losses.
That was it.
And one evening I heard him say, "It's all up, Morstan. I'm a ruined man." So when the captain had walked off to his quarters, I nipped out and asked the Major if I could have his advice. "What about?" says he. "Oh, well, sir," I said, "I happen to know where $500,000 in hidden treasure lies. And I thought if I told the proper authorities, it might get my sentence shortened for me."
Get on with it.
I could see him think it over like. Well, the upshot of it is that he comes back next day with Captain Morstan and a little, what you might call, unofficial proposition.
Don't mean to say it.
Mind, I didn't betray me friends. We held a little meeting, the 3 Indians and the 2 officers and me, and it was decided Major Sholto would go to Agra and recover the treasure. Then he'd send a small yacht provisioned for a voyage. The Indians and I would get away in it. Captain Morstan would apply for leave to go to Agra, and we'd all meet there for a final share out of the treasure.
Say it this way, Small, if this is a yarn you're spinning, I've never heard the like of it before. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
I fancy we're hearing the truth. And you can guess what happened next. That villain Sholto went off to Agra, but he never came back. No yacht to fetch us, nothing.
Well, what else did you expect?
An officer's word, sir. Where 4 convicts could keep faith with each other, then you might have thought that...
let's hear the rest of it.
Well, from that day I lived only to escape and track down Sholto. But it was weary years before my time came. One day, a little Andaman Islander was picked up in the woods, sick nearly to death with fever. He was venomous as a young snake. But as I nursed him round, he took quite a fancy to me.
Was this Tonga?
That's right, sir. He was a fine boatman, and he owned a big roomy canoe. He didn't need much talking into getting me away from that place. Now we got to Singapore. From there, we wandered about the world until we reached England 3 or 4 years ago. I earned our living showing Tonga off at fairs as a cannibal. He used to eat raw meat and do a war dance. He was staunch and true with little Tonga.
That's enough about him. Get back to Sholto.
It wasn't long before I found where he lived. But I was too late. We went to his place and looked through the window of his room. He was lying in bed with his sons at either side of him. Even as we watched him, he died. Well, I got into the room that night. I searched his papers, but there wasn't a line about where the treasure might be. And before I left, I thought of my poor Indian friends still back there in the Andamans. I wanted to leave our mark behind, so I scrawled down the sign of the 4 of us on a piece of paper, and I pinned it on him.
Oh, that explains that then, Holmes.
Yeah. Pray continue, Small. Well, after a while, I heard that the treasure had been found at the top of Pondicherry Lodge. Well, I couldn't hope to get up there, not with this leg, so I brought Tonga with me, with a long rope wound round his waist. He could climb like a cat. But as ill luck would have it, Bartholomew Sholto was still in the room when Tonga got in. Little devil killed him with his blowpipe. Thought he'd done something very clever until I gave it to him with the rope's end. Anyway, there was nothing else to do but lower the jewels down, leave the sign of the 4 on the table, and get away as quick as we could. And there you are, gentlemen. I told it all. And every word the truth, I swear. A fitting wind-up to an extremely interesting case. There's nothing that told you to me in the latter part, except that you brought your own rope. That I didn't know. By the way, I had hoped that Tonga had lost all his dart, yet he managed to shoot one at us in the boat. I have it here.
Didn't you find that, Holmes?
You'll examine your hat when you have a moment, my dear Watson. I managed to pick it out without your noticing. Well, sir, he did lose them all, except the one he had in the blowpipe ready, you see. Of course. Well, Mr. Holmes, you're a man to be humoured, but duty's duty. I'll feel more at ease when we have our storyteller here safe under lock and key. All right. I shan't make any trouble. Of course, you'll both be wanted at the trial. Good night, dear. Good night, gentlemen both. Good night.
Well, Holmes. There's the end of our little drama. Thank you, Watson. Well, good health. And to you. I'm afraid it may be the last chance I shall have of studying your methods, Holmes. Oh? Why, sir? Miss Morstan has done me the honor to accept me as a prospective husband. I feared as much. I really cannot congratulate you. Any reason to be dissatisfied with my choice? Oh, not at all. I think she's one of the most charming young ladies I've ever met. But love is an emotional thing. And whatever is emotional is opposed to that true cold reason which I place above all things. I should never marry myself lest I bias my judgment. I trust my judgment may survive the ordeal. You're weary, Holmes. Yes. The reaction is already upon me. I shall be as limp as a rag for a week. Strange how terms of thwarting another man I should call laziness alternate with your fits of splendid energy and vigor. Yes. Well, I need the makings of a very fine loafer. And also a pretty surprise, actually. Is one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And now you know how it ended. My name, my real name, is Norman Shelley. My friend, Carlton Hobbs, played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Wedding bells are ringing for me now, it seems. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And need I say I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, and soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
One moment, please. The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of The Philosophy of Art and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Shakespeare, unifier of the English-speaking world. We now present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, Shakespeare is the possession in common of all who speak English as their native tongue. I question if he is not our greatest possession. Not only is he a chief source of that remarkable English patriotism which has enabled England always to muddle through, as they call it, but he is the strongest influence in unifying the English-speaking world. One of the four great masters who stand first in world literature, Shakespeare is distinguished in that high company by the wonderful reality in his portrayal of men and women. They are alive, with our own red blood in their veins. We understand them in their vices and virtues. With this, Shakespeare is the supreme master of English expression. A diction pungent, varied, melodious, epigrammatic, imagery poured out as from nature's own source, metaphors tumbling over each other like the waves of a storm-tossed summer sea. It is these qualities that have made Shakespeare a sort of Bible, not only for scholar, teacher, and poet, but for the lawyer, preacher, physician, and businessman. Innumerable quotations from Shakespeare have become part of our common speech. When one is cited, we are often amused to have the speaker say, "Is that from the Bible or Shakespeare?" It is a pity that these greatest men get put apart on a pedestal of superiority. since men of genius are more and not less human than the rest of us. Talent may be an exaggerated faculty, but true genius is humanity multiplied. Men of genius have lived more, loved more, suffered more, sometimes even sinned more than other men. Great art never comes out of the study alone, but from the sweet and smart of human living. It is especially necessary to recognize this with Shakespeare, as the story of his life is so dim. There are even those who doubt that the man who was born at Stratford-on-Avon in 1564 and who died there in 1616 and bore the name of William Shakespeare really wrote the dramas that bear his name. Even if that skepticism be rejected, how little we know of his outer life. But we do know the mind that created the dramas in its unfolding development through the works themselves. The Elizabethan age was for England what the Renaissance had been for Italy. England in 1600 had reached much the same point of development that Italy had reached in 1500. In both was the same eager interest in the earth life, in adventure and scientific discovery. Because England awakened later, there were wide differences. England was deeply influenced by Italy, as evidenced by Shakespeare's borrowing so many of his plots directly from Italian literature. Then between the two epochs had come the Reformation and the religious struggles that followed. Thus, while Italy found her expression in painting, earnest, practical Anglo-Saxon England gave her highest expression in the drama, portraying men and women in action and relation on the stage that echoes the stage of time. If you chart a period of productive art, you find that it goes through some modification of a half circle. The forces of the epoch are born, they pass through youth to maturity, they grow old and die out, or go over into another epoch. The men on the uprising slope have a wealth of ideas, emotion, and imagination, but are experimenters in their art. The men on the declining slope have less and less to say, as the inspiration of the age has been largely worked out, but the vehicle of their art is perfected to their hand. The uprising slope is thus always romantic, the declining classical. The Elizabethan age passes through exactly such a half circle. It rises through the outpourings of Kidd, Lilly, Nash, and Greene to Marlowe of the mighty line, then down through Beaumont and Fletcher, Ford, Massinger, and Webster, to the singers of the court of Charles I, writing poems to their mistress's eyebrow or the mole on the back of her neck, past masters in saying nothing exquisitely. Just at the top comes Shakespeare, where the most perfect balance is possible of content and form, significance and beauty. Shakespeare attended the grammar school at Stratford until the age of 14, and during his boyhood evidently came to love devotedly that serene, picturesque nature world of Middle England. At 14, he disappears from the stage of history for 5 years, but probably was employed in some gainful occupation to assist his father, then in reduced circumstances. At 19, he reappears, suddenly married to a woman a half dozen years older, the marriage evidently the result of a passionate, youthful love affair. Early in his 20s, he went up to London, soon finding a place in the theater and producing his first play at 26. Then, for the 2 decades of his working life, he produced an average of 2 plays a year. His earnings as actor and small fees as dramatist were much increased by his part ownership of the theater in which his plays were given. All through the years, he evidently cherished the hope of acquiring enough to retire as one of the country landed gentry. The year that Hamlet was entered on the stationer's register in London, he purchased a considerable estate at Stratford and became William Shakespeare, gentleman. At about 48, he carried out his dream of retiring, but the long, quiet period he anticipated was denied him, as he died at the comparatively early age of 52. Could this man have produced those dramas? My answer is yes, for 3 reasons. First, there was the early begun, intimate and long-continued contact with the beautiful nature world. Second, while Shakespeare was not a trained university scholar, he had read widely in great literature and history, and he possessed that divining quality of mind that some persons seem to bring into the world with them, making us wonder if they have not lived 1,000 years before they were born. Shakespeare could take 20 pages of Plutarch and see ancient Rome alive as it was. Third, his profession of actor and dramatist brought him into contact with all phases of London life, high and low, with the opportunity for intense experience. Shakespeare's first play, Love's Labour's Lost, is a young man's work full of eager love of life, satirizing follies of the time with much verbal fireworks and with a wealth of lyric beauty poured over the whole. This is the spirit of his early comedies, reaching culminating expression in that play of exuberant fancy, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Parallel with these comedies, Shakespeare began his serious study of English history and produced some 10 plays interpreting his country's past. His interest was not in the progress of the people of England, but rather in the growth of the soul of England as shown in her kings and great nobles. He was a humanist, but no democrat. His English history plays are thus rightly described as a mirror for kings rather than of peoples. Suddenly among these early plays appears one called a comedy, but to the hero too big, too tragic for the limits of a beautiful poetic comedy. And in Sherlock and The Merchant of Venice, we find Shakespeare's first deep awakening to the tragic conflicts of life and the ethical laws dominating human character and conduct. Having completed his history plays, Shakespeare dismissed that subject and never returned to it again, except to write the Queen Catherine scenes in Henry VIII, just at the end of his career. As if in disgust with the vices and perfidies of courts and kings, he turned to rest himself and us in that lovely poetic comedy that well deserves its title, because in it everything goes as you like it. Nevertheless, a dark thread runs through that charming play, a grave questioning of life. It is evident in the half-humorous, half-cynical sayings of Jaques, in the reflections of the chief characters on the evils of the world. Evidently, a shadow had fallen across Shakespeare's inner life, whether resulting from the ripening of his mind or from some tragic personal experience such as is shadowed forth in the sonnets. The bitter questioning is there. It was no permanent pessimism, however. The characters of the play are all involuntary exiles. They talk charmingly of the sweet uses of adversity, but like all the rest of us, they abandon those sweet uses at the earliest opportunity. As they make their return to the world of courts and kings at the close of that lovely play, so Shakespeare made his in that unrivaled series of great tragedies, beginning with Julius Caesar in 1601. In that play, Shakespeare studied the relation of the citizen to the state and showed how dictators arise out of the ruin of republics. He seems to have brought together all the types of men and conduct that threaten the safety and permanence of a republic, and all of them are alive today, only with a slightly different combination of elements. The next year, at 38, he produced Hamlet, the most profound of all searchings into the mystery of mind and personality. Then in quick succession came the great tragic trilogy, dramas portraying life swept by a tempest of passion. Of these, Othello is the purest tragedy of fate, that is, of the overwhelming of innocence, with no cooperation through guilt or weakness on the victim's part. Macbeth, in contrast, is the sheerest tragedy of guilt. The evil characters occupy the foreground of the stage. We watch the naturally great and even good man, Macbeth, his whole character perverted by the remorseless passion of ambition, spurred on by his more terrible and consistent partner in crime, his wife. We see these two heap crime on crime until an outraged world rises up and blots out the offender. King Lear combines the two motives of fate and guilt. All the good characters have some marring fault, making them cooperate with destiny. Even lovely Cordelia has more than a touch of her father's fatal obstinacy. The evil characters, on the other hand, are moved by passions we can understand. There is no causeless villain, as is Iago in Othello. Thus, King Lear gives most effectively the sweeping, dramatic spectacle of life. Concluding the group is Antony and Cleopatra, portraying the play of non-moral biological forces with the world at stake for which the passions contend. Is there any other group of works in all literature comparable to this series of tragedies? In them, Shakespeare sounded every deep, pictured every tragic conflict of which man is capable. He did not stay on those bleak heights. His last plays, written about the time of his retirement to Stratford, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest, are not comedies, though they end happily. They are not tragedies, though containing dark, tragic elements, two of them being based on the same motive that brings the disaster in Othello. Rather, they unite in one the joy, sorrow, and humor of human life. In them is a new ethical attitude, no longer the remorseless return of the deed on the doer, but forgiveness of repentant enemies, magnanimity even toward those unrepentant, reconciliation of those once dear but long estranged. It is almost as if Shakespeare, before the close, had passed over into the sphere of Dante in the spiritual interpretation of life. When you read through such a fireside story of life as The Winter's Tale, and come in the end to the reunion of long-estranged husband and wife and the betrothal of the young lovers, you can almost see Shakespeare lay down his pen with that sad, grave smile, mingling in one the laughter and tears that with divided sway rule over our common human heart. He kept his faith in human virtue. He kept his faith in human love. He kept his faith in the infinite meaning of human life, not as all sunshine, but because sunshine and shadow, joy and sorrow, it is infinitely worthwhile. He sounded all the chords of the heart, the gay, vivacious music of Rosalind, the sad strain of Desdemona, the weirdly tender chords of Ophelia, the somber overtone of Hamlet, the tempestuous chords of Macbeth and Lear, the avalanche reverberation of Antony and Cleopatra. These and how many others, all fused in one great myriad-toned symphony of humanity, worthy to make music in the ear of God. So he seems to us not only greatest of all who have held the mirror up to our common human life, but perhaps sanest of men. May I wish all of you, my friends, a happy Christmas of peace and goodwill.
Shakespeare, unifier of the English-speaking world, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Spinoza, philosopher of the eternal. Copies of tonight's discussion of Shakespeare may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. Tonight's program originated in the studios of WTAM in Cleveland.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, let me tell you something I found out just the other day. Steaks are really back again. Good, thick, juicy porterhouse steaks. That's for me. A thick, tender steak on the rare side, together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. You know, Petri Burgundy is a perfect mealtime wine. And with meat or any meat dish, it's the very last word in good eating. Honestly, when you taste the wonderful flavor of that rich red Petri Burgundy, you're tasting one swell example of the art of winemaking. It's full-flavored and just about the most delicious wine that ever poured from a bottle. Try it the next time you have steak or chops, or the next time you have hamburger or pot roast. Believe me, Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now let's look in on our good friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Doctor.
Just in time to join me in a cup of coffee. Draw up your chair, young fellow, my lad.
Thank you.
Ah, that's it.
Well, Doctor, you told us last week that tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure takes us to the south of France.
That's right, Mr. Bartell. The south of France in the year 1900. A beautiful playground bordered by the bluest of blue seas and populated with an extraordinary cross-section of cosmopolitan Europe. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. All of them attracted by that Riviera paradise. All of them drawn by the magical spell of a small white ball spinning round the rim of a roulette wheel.
Now, don't tell me that you and the great Sherlock Holmes were there on a gambling spree.
We were not, Mr. Bartell. At the time my story begins, we just concluded an extremely delicate mission. A mission, I may say, that concerned the safety and good name of a very prominent member of the royal family.
Say, Doctor, you don't mean...
One story at a time, Mr. Bartell. In any event, my boy, I'm afraid that's a case about which my lips are sealed for all time. But to return to tonight's adventure, One June evening, I persuaded Holmes to accompany me to the gambling casino at Fréjus, not far from Cannes, where we were staying. It wasn't quite as fashionable as the casino at Monte Carlo, but as I intended to do a little modest gambling myself, it seemed an establishment more suited to my means. As we stood there at the green baize-covered tables, the chatter of voices and the melodic chanting of the croupiers as they called the results of each spin of the wheel formed a background to a quiet conversation that Holmes and I were having.
Lost again, Watson?
Oh, confounded. That number 10 must come up soon.
Oh, why not cut your losses, old fellow, and come for a stroll with me on the waterfront?
Well, just a bit quick. A couple more bets, Holmes. I have a feeling that 10 is bound to come up in a minute.
Watson, I believe the blood of a gambler courses through your veins.
Oh, there's no harm in taking a little flutter once in a while. Why don't you risk a few francs, Holmes?
No, thank you, my dear chap. The law of averages convinces me that my money is safer in my pocket. In any case, I'm a little dubious as to the integrity of this particular casino.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, you will observe that this roulette wheel has a double zero. Most continental wheels have only a single one. It would indicate that this house is extremely concerned with its percentage.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux. Oh, just two more turns of the wheel, Holmes, and I'll take that walk with you.
Oh, müssen Sie hier spielen. Why do you not play from the other side of the table? Why must you always stand next to me?
Hello. What's the trouble up there?
I've placed my bet, so let's go and see.
I ask you, sir, why do you play here beside me?
I'm afraid I don't see any reason why I can't play wherever I wish.
You've broken my luck. Ever since you come to the table, I've done nothing but lose. Please to move away.
Well, move away yourself if you don't like my company.
Heinrich, why do you not stop now? You've already lost more than we can afford.
One more throw in, sir. I can win it all back if only this young man will move away.
Why should my husband move? He's had a bad run of luck, too.
Rien ne va plus.
Rouge, impériment. Ah, you've lost again, Watson.
Heinrich, you must stop now.
I must stop him, sir, because I've lost everything. I hope you're satisfied, Mr. American. You've broken my luck and ruined me. I hope that you and your turn will be ruined too.
Heinrich, wait for me.
I never heard such rubbish in my life. Were you listening to him, sir?
I heard his last few remarks, Mr.
Gilbert. Roger Gilbert. And this is my wife, Helen.
How do you do? My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Didn't you think his remarks were a little out of place, Doctor?
I certainly did, Mrs. Gilbert. I don't see how he can possibly blame your husband for his run of bad luck.
I didn't like the look on his face as he left the table, though. Have you any idea who he is?
His name is Schneemann. He's staying at the same hotel as we are. I've never spoken to him, but I've heard him being paged there.
Well, he shouldn't gamble unless he can afford to lose.
Well, I'm losing, darling, and I can't afford it.
Oh, but I can let you have more money. You know that.
Oh, no, Helen, I may have married an heiress, but I'm not going to use her fortune to gamble with.
Oh.
I'll lose my own money, and then I'll quit.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux.
You lost it, Watson?
Yes, Holmes. This time I know that number 10 is going to come up. It's got to.
Numéro 10.
Ten at last.
I've lost again, darn it. Helen, this is my bad night.
Well, why don't you stop now, dear?
Holmes, I've made 350 francs.
On this throw of the wheel, old fellow, but as you've lost some 500 francs doing it, I can't say that your profits stagger me.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I can see that you're no gambler.
I'm afraid not, Mrs.
I
Gilbert.
wouldn't say that, Holmes. You may not like roulette. You've taken a good many chances in your life with long odds against you, too.
Well, nevertheless, old chap, in the sense Mrs. Gilbert means it, I'm not a gambler.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Say, what's the commotion over there?
Oh, that German woman with a crowd forming around her.
Yes, the wife of that man that said I ruined him.
Attention, est-ce qu'il y a un docteur dans la salle?
There must be trouble. He's asking for a doctor.
Doctor, come along, then.
Will you excuse me, please? Thank you. Excuse me, madame. Mon ami est docteur.
Monsieur, cette dame a besoin d'un docteur.
What happened, madame?
It is my husband.
Deal?
I just found him lying out in the garden. Please come with me at once, gentlemen.
Of course we will, madam.
What seems to be the matter with him?
Herr Doctor, I think he is dead. He's lying by that tree, Doctor. Please see if you can help him.
Somebody else seems to be on the scene before us. Who are you, sir?
I am Monsieur Chevray, director of the casino. Do
any of you know this poor man?
I am his wife. Is he dead?
I am afraid so, madame.
Let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
Was your husband gambling in the casino tonight, madame?
Yeah, he was. Poor Heinrich. He lost everything that we have.
I'm afraid he's dead, madam. Shot to the heart.
Oh, du lieber Gott.
Suicide, Watson?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes. Powder burns on the shirt front, revolver clutched in the right hand, fingers in a natural position. The angle of the wound settles it. Obviously self-inflicted.
I missed you as you slipped out of the casino. What's wrong with him?
I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, he committed suicide. I hope, young man, that you are satisfied. All night you brought him bad luck. He asked you to move away from him to change his luck, but no, you could not do it.
Oh, Frau Schneemann, I'm terribly sorry, but I really don't see how you can blame me.
I do blame you, and I also blame you, Monsieur Chevry.
Me? But what have I done, madame?
Why do you let a man lose all his money at your tables? Is life so cheap to you, and money so important, that you cannot close the tables to someone before he's ruined?
Madame, I am all sympathy for you in your tragic loss. But the casino cannot be held responsible. If your husband could not afford to gamble, then he should not come here. How are we to know the financial limitations of our customers?
You said that your husband lost everything you had tonight, madame.
Yeah, everything.
Then how do you account for this sheaf of banknotes in his breast pocket?
Good Lord, must be several thousand francs, sir.
Then he wasn't ruined.
And his suicide, therefore, cannot be blamed on his losses at my casino, madame.
How do you account for this money, Frau Schneemann?
Well, I do not understand. Heinrich kept nothing from me. I know that he had not so much money on him when he started tonight. Well, why do you all look at me like that? Is it that you think? You think...
Quick, Watson, she's fainted.
I've got her. Let's get her to her room.
You can take her to my suite in the casino.
No, let's take her to the hotel. My wife will look after her. Poor woman, she's had a dreadful shock. She can probably do with another woman's company.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Gilbert. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Crillon. It's quite near here.
I'll get a cab, and while I'm doing that, Watson, see if you can revive her, will you? Then we'll take her to the Hotel Crillon. Very kind of you, Mrs. Gilbert, to let us bring the poor lady into your suite.
Well, it's the least I can do, in spite of what she said about Roger bringing her husband bad luck.
I'm sure she'll need your help when she wakes up, Helen.
Yes, I think you'll find that she'll sleep for some hours. I gave her a strong sedative.
Well, we were just about to have a drink, gentlemen. Do you care to join us?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, that'd be very nice, Mr. Gilbert.
Roger was just telling me that quite a large sum of money was found on Herr Shaman's body, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert. Several thousand francs.
It's very puzzling, Holmes. Why should a man commit suicide with so much money on him?
I think the answer is obvious. He didn't.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, the money was placed there after he had shot himself. The banknotes were in his breast pocket, if you remember, hardly the usual place to carry money, though it is the easiest pocket for someone to insert it without disturbing the body.
But why on earth should someone place money on him after his suicide?
To prevent the casino from getting a bad name. I've heard of it being done on several similar occasions. Gives the impression that the unfortunate victim had other motives than gambling losses to account for his suicide.
Great Scott, you mean that one of the casino employees found the body lying there and slipped the money in his breast pocket before we arrived on the scene?
As you know, my dear Watson, I'm not a gambling man, but I'll lay you 100 to 1. That is what happened.
Well, that's a new one. Well, here are your drinks, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Say, Helen, Mr. Holmes has given me a brainwave.
Another one? What is it this time, Roger?
Now, I've been losing very heavily tonight.
Roger, I've told you, if you need money, I'll be only...
But I don't. I've got a scheme for making some. Oh. I'm going to gamble again tonight after dinner. If I lose, here's what I'll do. I'll stain my shirt front with red ink, walk out in the grounds, fire a shot, and lie down as though I'm dead. I'll wait for someone to come along and stuff my pockets full of banknotes.
Not a bad idea, Mr. Gilbert.
I think it's a darn good one. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
It's a whimsical one at any rate. Who knows? You might even be successful.
Roger, you're not really going to do it, are you?
Sure. Perhaps I'll get some of my losses back that way. Well, let's drink to it, gentlemen. At least I may have hit upon an idea of making money.
My dear Watson, you'll have to work hard at your practice when you get back to England. Your infallible system appears to be extremely fallible.
And yet the fellow who told me about it said it couldn't miss. It's just a matter of doubling the stakes each time you lose, and then...
Oh, my dear fellow, I've been studying your system, but I can tell you a really infallible way of making money at roulette.
You can? What is it?
Well, own the gambling house and operate the tables yourself. The odds would be all in your favor.
Oh, what a brilliant suggestion. Own the gambling house and operate
Not gambling for tonight, Watson? It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a stroll round the other table, shall we?
By the way, old fellow, the young American, Mr. Gilbert, was losing heavily again tonight.
He was? I wonder if he'll try that trick that he threatened. The one with the red ink and the shot in the night.
I shouldn't be at all surprised. As a matter of interest, I saw him leave the tables about half an hour ago.
Here comes his wife, on the arm of Monsieur Chevry, the director of the casino.
Good evening, Mrs. Gilbert. Monsieur?
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. Monsieur Chevry is giving me a personally conducted tour of the casino. It's quite fascinating.
And it is quite fascinating for me to have so beautiful a woman on my arm, mademoiselle. I know that I am the envy of all the men in the room.
Oh, stop flattering me so much. I'm not used to it.
Mrs. Gilbert, how is Frau Schneemann?
She seems much better. She wakened an hour ago and insisted on going back to her own room. I wanted her to spend the night with us in our suite, but she wouldn't hear of it.
I think I should drop in and see her before I go to bed.
Oh, you have finished the gambling for tonight, perhaps, Doctor?
No, perhaps about it, Monsieur Chevry. I've had a bad run at the tables.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Has anyone seen Roger?
He left the tables about half an hour ago, Mrs. Gilbert.
After doing as I did and losing quite heavily.
So he lost again, did he? I wonder if he'll try that new system he was talking about.
We were just discussing that possibility ourselves, Mrs. Gilbert.
Mrs. Gilbert! Mrs. Gilbert!
Frau Schneemann, you shouldn't have left your hotel, you know.
It is too late to worry for me, Herr Doctor. It is for Mrs. Gilbert now that you should worry.
What do you mean, madame?
Well, I went back just now to where poor Heinrich died. And there, lying in the grass, I saw another body. I was too shocked to go too close. But I am quite sure that I recognize your husband, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, Dr. Watson, she's ruined Roger's trick.
And he'll have taken fright and bolted by the time we get there.
Possibly. Let's go at once and find out, shall we?
He hasn't gone. He's still lying there.
It's a most convincing spectacle. That red ink really does look like blood.
Yes. And blood sometimes looks like red ink. Mr. Gilbert.
Roger, get up. The joke's spoiled. Roger, get up.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Mrs. Gilbert. He's dead.
Dr. Watson's story will be continued in just a second, which is all the time I need to tell you that the easiest way I know to transform a simple meal into a feast is to serve that meal together with Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate white wine that's the perfect companion for chicken or turkey. Turkey. Ah, yes. Turkey and Petri Sauterne. That's the heart of any Thanksgiving dinner. Look, why not make this Thanksgiving dinner the best one you ever had? Give it the air of a banquet. Serve it with Petri Sauterne. And when you buy that Sauterne or any wine for your Thanksgiving dinner, whatever you do, look for the letters P-E-T-R-I, because a Petri wine is always a good wine. Well, Doctor, so the young American's joke turned out to be another tragedy.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. The poor fellow was lying there dead, with a bullet wound in the heart and a great splash of blood staining the whiteness of his shirt front.
What happened next?
Monsieur Chevry, director of the casino, took the distraught widow away from the scene, while Holmes and I examined the body closely. Within a few minutes, we were joined by Inspector Ganivet of the French police. As we stood there in the moonlight, the sounds of music could be heard from the casino. It was hard to believe that two men had died in that lovely garden since the moon had risen.
Monsieur Holmes, you and Dr. Watson have concluded your examination?
Yes, Inspector Ganivet.
Will you favor me with your observations? You say that you are certain that this is not another suicide?
I'm sure of it, Inspector. Look at the wound. The bullet entered the body at a direct right angle, whereas a self-inflicted shot is always fired obliquely.
Yes, that is so. Then you suggest that this man was shot from above as he lay on the ground pretending to be dead.
I'm convinced of it.
Why, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, for two reasons. Though it's impossible to be sure without a laboratory test, I'm certain that beneath those bloodstains are stains of red ink. Look for yourself, Inspector.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed it does look like it. What is your other reason for being certain that this man was shot as he lay here pretending dead?
Show him the banknotes, Watson.
Here you are, Inspector. We found them stuffed in his breast pocket.
So, banknotes with a bullet hole through the middle of them. Very illuminating. Tell me, gentlemen, how many people knew of this little plot you have told me about, this plan of the dead man's to pretend to be shot?
Just 3 people, Inspector. Dr. Watson, myself, and Mrs. Gilbert.
Alors, then the answer is obvious. You and your friend are innocent. It must be the wife who killed him. No one else knew of the plot.
I'm not so sure of that. Frau Schneemann, the dead German's widow, was in the next room when Gilbert told us about his plan. She might have heard, though I could swear that she was asleep. I gave her a very strong sleeping draught.
From what you have told me of her husband's suicide, she might easily have had a motive for murdering this man.
Come, gentlemen. Surely it's obvious who murdered Mr. Gilbert?
Who, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, it's certainly one of the 2 widows.
Since there seems to be some doubt in your minds, I suggest we return to the casino. I can promise you the answer to your question within a very few minutes. Well, Monsieur Chevrolet, now that we're all assembled in your office, I shall sit down quietly and let Inspector Ganivet conduct his examination.
No, Monsieur Holmes. No, you have handled the case so far. Please to continue it to the end.
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I should appreciate it. On behalf of the casino.
Very well, gentlemen. It won't take me long. Frau Schneemann.
Ja, Herr Holmes.
What time did you leave your hotel tonight?
Well, I do not know what time it was.
Well, what made you leave it?
I could not sleep. I knew that they had taken poor Heinrich's body away, but I felt that I must walk back there. It was the last place I saw him alive.
How close did you come to Mr. Gilbert's body when you saw it lying there?
Oh, close enough to see who it was. Then I ran into the casino to tell his wife. I knew what had happened.
How did you know? You say you didn't come close to the body.
I could tell by every line of the body as it lay there. I could tell because I knew that poor Heinrich's death would not be avenged.
Thank you, Frau Schneemann. That will be all. You may go.
Monsieur Holmes, she has no alibi. Surely you should stop her.
If I'm to conduct this investigation, I must do it in my own way.
Pardon, Monsieur Holmes. Please continue.
You may go, Frau Schneemann. Mrs. Gilbert?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Where were you prior to our meeting in the casino tonight, just before we discovered your husband's body?
After I left the hotel, I walked over here along the seafront.
Can anyone verify that statement?
I suppose not. I didn't meet anyone that I knew.
And what did you do when you arrived at the casino?
I played a little chemin de fer. A few moments later, Monsieur Chevrolet came over to the table and asked if he might escort me over the club. 10 minutes after that, we walked into you and Dr. Watson.
That is quite true, Monsieur Holmes. I can swear to it.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. I'm sorry to distress you with these questions. You may go.
I'll wait outside, Mr. Holmes. I must know what happened.
Wait for me there, madame. I shall join you in a few minutes and escort you home.
Well, another suspect with a poor alibi, eh, Ganivet?
I must say, Monsieur Holmes, your methods puzzle me. It seems to me that both those women should be watched.
Yes, I agree with the Inspector, Holmes.
Please don't worry, Inspector. I've asked 2 of your plainclothes men to keep an eye on the ladies. And now, Monsieur Chevrolet, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Ask me any questions you wish, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you. You will agree that it is the custom of the casino to put money on the bodies of suicides after their death, to give the impression that gambling losses were not responsible for the tragedy.
Well, I do not think... Oh, come now, Chevrolet. I know that is a fact as well as you do.
Exactly. Now, on those rather gruesome occasions, whose responsibility is it to secrete the money? Yours? Or do you entrust the matter to an underling?
I do it myself.
I see. Did you place the money on Herr Schneemann tonight?
Yes, monsieur, I did.
And did you also perform the same service on the body of Mr. Gilbert?
No. I knew nothing of that death until a German lady, Frau Schneemann, came running into the casino.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... E.G. Marshall. The most magnificent of all Shakespeare's tragedies is the great love story that involves the two largest empires of their day, Egypt and Rome, and two of the most unforgettable characters in history, Mark Antony and the enigmatic, mysterious, unbridled feminine sex symbol of all time, Egypt's queen, Cleopatra.
Antony, forgive my fearful sails. I never thought that you would follow.
Cleopatra, you know full well my heart was to your rudder tied, and by its strings you would tow me after you. Now all is lost, and it is you who have betrayed me. Triple-tongued deceiver, my heart from now on only wars with you.
Our mystery drama, The Serpent of the Nile, was adapted from William Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Lois Nettleton and Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Allied Van Lines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You know, I just thought of something.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, over 250,000 people have already bought 1976 Buicks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, if you got all those people together, they probably disagree on nearly everything. Religion, politics, sports. I mean, people disagree on all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet all those people, over 250,000 of them, agree on Buicks. I think that's really socially significant, don't you?
No.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
The Constitution of the United States of America, a new idea that established the legal framework upon which all our laws are based. We're a free nation created executive, legislative, and judicial systems with checks and balances to ensure freedom. But on Law Day, May 1st, maybe the most important thing to remember about our Constitution is how it begins. It begins, we the people. A public service message on behalf of the American Bar Association and the Bar Associations in your state.
Hi, I'm Flip Wilson, TV luminary, whatever that means.
And I'm Johnny Bench, baseball superstar, according to the bubblegum cards.
And I'm Geraldine Jones. You can call me anything you want, sugar. I love ball players.
Did you ever go with one?
My boyfriend Killer told me he was a catcher with the Dodger organization.
Was he?
Well, I went to Dodger Stadium, and Killer was catching all right, selling beer and catching nickels and dimes.
What did you do?
I threw him a high inside knuckle ball across the lips. I keep that second line to Geraldine.
Geraldine, I heard you're a crusade chairperson for the American Cancer Society.
Well, you heard right, honey. My fellow workers made me office chairperson because of my charm and powers of persuasion.
Well, you don't have to persuade much to get help in the fight against cancer.
No, mostly I make sure all those people who say they gave at the office actually give at the office.
If you haven't already given at the office, send a check to your American Cancer Society. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
If you're feeling generous, folks, don't fight to feel it. And that goes for you too, John.
With the death of Julius Caesar, the Roman Empire was ruled by a triumvirate. Caesar's nephew, Octavian, a soldier-statesman named Lepidus, and the famous Mark Antony. It was a time of turmoil for Rome, with the triumvirate threatened by Pompey, a former ruler. And it was at this climactic time that Antony, just as his hero Caesar some years earlier had, met and fell completely under the spell of the dusky, seductive, immortal queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. While the empire of Rome tottered, Mark Antony stayed on in Alexandria, bewitched, counting the world well lost for love.
Well, Anthony, if it is love, tell me how much.
Oh, it's a poor love that has to be counted. Coin by coin.
I'll set a price on me. See if it adds up to that.
Then you will have to dream on a treasure not yet found under heaven. What now, Enobarbus?
News, my lord, from Rome.
Not now. Or, if you must, the gist. No more.
No, you must hear it all, Anthony. Perhaps your wife, Fulvia, is angry.
Or that boy at 20 who shares your throne has issued some imperial command that you must needs obey.
What's that, love?
Maybe you are ordered home by him.
Ordered?
Octavian is a Caesar, and your blood is in homage bound to that last name. And you know, when shrill-tongued Fulvia crooks her finger like a schoolboy, you blush and run to obey. The news...
A moment. Now, hear me, Cleopatra. Let Rome fall and drown in the Tiber, and the empire tumble after. Here is my space. Kingdoms are clay. The nobleness of life is to do thus. Come here. To hold each other thus, when two such as us have met, I bind my promise. I will stand against the world with you, not as Antony, but as us. Two hearts as one, inseparable.
Oh, what a lovely lie.
No.
Oh, come. Why did you marry Fulvia without loving her? You'll make me seem the fool I am not. Antony is Antony himself.
But moved only by Cleopatra. Now, for the love of love in her soft hours, I have no time for state affairs. Later, Enobarbus.
At your command, my lord.
Come, my queen. Tonight, you and I shall wander through the streets together, mingling with the people as any two others, just you and I together, as if we were of them, and held no high estate. This was as you wanted it.
If my beloved desires. But if that is what you wish, I need a little time to prepare myself.
My Lord Antony.
Enobarbus, what now, when I am preparing for the evening's revels?
The news from Rome and home, which I have fed on.
Well, then you digest it. Save it for tomorrow, for I fear it will not please me much.
Yes and no.
What does that mean?
Neither of us knows, my lord, until you have the report.
Well, speak then. Wars and more wars.
Your wife Fulvia's armies took the field against your brother Lucius.
And?
The war was broken off in friendly agreement.
Well, what worse? There must be something to follow.
My Lord Antony, your wife is dead.
Fulvia?
Yes.
Fulvia? How? Where? When? What sickness?
It is all set down in this missive.
Let me see. Oh, God. I made it thus. In contempt I put her from me, with other pleasures beckoning now. As always, when something's lost, we wish it back again 100-fold. She's good now, being gone. Too late. And what other harms my idleness might hatch. All right, so be it. I must break off from my enchanting queen. It's time to be away.
Why so, Mark Antony?
Say Fulvia died for love of me.
You being absent? Why, if so, then, good my lord, soldiers would kill all our women. If to suffer our departure is their death.
What?
Under a compelling situation, let women die. But let them not die for nothing. Fulvia is beyond your help. Cleopatra, if you leave her, dies upon the instant. I have seen her die 100 times at only your displeasure.
I wish to the gods I'd never seen her. Not only Fulvia's death, but Pompey has seized control of the sea. Octavian is no match for him, a beardless boy. And the public, fickle as always, inclines toward a winner. If I do hope to keep my place under the sun, I must away and do what needs be done.
Charmian, have you seen my lord?
No, madam. I thought he was with you.
Some time ago. We were together, and he was much disposed to mirth. But on the sudden, a Roman thought struck him.
A Roman thought?
This is his other self, stern, unrelenting. Then I must be a woman and win him back by my own magic of opposites. See where he is, who's with him, what he does?
Yes, madam.
But remember, I did not send you.
I will remember.
If you find him sad, say I am dancing. If in mirth, report that I have suddenly taken sick.
Most beloved mistress and queen.
What now?
Forgive your loving servant, but...
Well, go on.
Well, since you love him so dearly, is yours the best method to beg his love in return?
What would you have me do?
Well, give him his way in everything. Cross him in nothing.
Oh, silly charming. You teach like a fool. That's the way to lose him.
Don't tempt him too far, please, little mistress. Oh, but here comes your master, light and gay.
Then I am sick and sullen.
My dearest Cleopatra, I must have a few words with you alone.
Your pardon, sire. Charmian,
yes, madam.
Help me away. I am faint enough to fall. So sudden and so violent. I cannot listen now.
My beloved queen.
Please. Not too near me.
What's the matter, my sweet?
I know by the look in your eye there is news from your wife. Well, you may go. I only wish she had never let you come. How could I have hoped to have you for my own, when in swearing love for me, Fulvia could claim you false to your Roman gods and name them angry? So, farewell, Antony. When you first wooed and won my love, that was the time for words. No thought of leaving then. Eternity was in our lips and our eyes. It still lies there, or should, unless the greatest soldier in the world is turned the greatest liar.
Cleopatra, listen. Italy is rent by civil war. Pompey is at the gates of Rome, and in my absence has won the people's hearts from Octavian and Lepidus, with whom I share the rule. My country calls for my service, which I have never denied her, and what is more, and which should assure you in your heart of me, my wife is dead.
Though age from folly could not give me freedom, it does from childishness. Fulvia dead?
You may read in these letters where and when. And let us quarrel no more. Let me tell you what I intend to do, if you agree. For by the fire that burns eternal in that lamp above the Nile, I go forth from you, my heart's ease, only as your soldier and your servant, making peace or war at your command.
Now, lover, turn aside and weep for Fulvia. Then say goodbye to me, and say the tears belong to each.
So, Lepidus, we and Antony are to meet again. Advices flying before him tell us he soon will return to Rome. Not a moment too soon.
We need his presence in the field.
It still represents what once it was.
Your pardon, Octavian.
Oh, do not believe that I believe the tide of rumor. That once proud Antony now fishes, drinks, and wastes the lamps of evening in oriental revel. Rome is a republic, and the people must be served. How do you think they think of our fellow guardian of the state?
I cannot believe rumors, nor that sudden evils darken all Mark Antony's goodness.
Lepidus, you are too indulgent. Let us grant it not amiss to tumble on the gypsy's bed, but to resist the drums which have so long called him from his sport with Cleopatra is to be as young and untried as all who run me down for my lack of years.
You are right, Octavian. It is good he will return.
And what is better that we persuade him that he is home to stay?
Charmian?
Yes, mistress.
Bring me a potion of mandragora, or poppy.
Why?
So I can sleep away the whole gap of time while my Antony is away.
You think of him too much.
Oh, Charmian. Where do you think he is now? Standing or sitting? Walking or on his horse? Oh, happy horse to bear his weight. Or murmuring, where is my serpent of the Nile? His name for me. How goes it with my brave Mark Antony?
What can I say? He is on the seas. His letters will come.
So I shall hope. But now I swear, whoever is born on any day I fail to send my messages to my love will die a beggar. Did I, Charmian, ever love my Caesar so?
Brave Caesar, valiant Caesar.
Be choked if you can speak of him so fondly. Say brave Antony, valiant Antony.
Forgive me, I was just remembering.
My salad days, when I was green in judgment, cold in blood. Get me ink and paper. Antony shall have each and every day a special letter, or I'll unpeople Egypt.
Welcome to Rome, Antony.
Thank you, Octavian.
Sit.
Sit? In this tone of command?
No, take me not wrong, Antony. But I wrote for you in Alexandria without reply.
Your message came when I was not there and occupied in some affairs. Is that all?
No, Antony. You have broken the oath we swore between us.
Softly, Octavian.
Now, let him speak, Lepidus. How?
To lend me arms and aid when I required them. Both you denied.
Well, neglected, rather. As nearly as I may, I'll play the penitent. Fulvia, to have me out of Egypt made wars here, and for my ignorance, I ask your pardon.
There. That's nobly spoken to me, Octavian.
I would hope. And further hope to put aside all misunderstanding from now on.
Then let me hasten to suggest the means.
How?
Octavian has a sister on his mother's side, Octavia. Since you are now a widower, to hold you brothers, Antony, why not take Octavia for your wife?
Let me have your hand, Octavian. And from this hour, let us rule together, true brothers.
Here is my hand. A sister I bequeath you. Let her live to join our kingdoms and our hearts.
Then, happily, amen.
Charmian, give me some music and moody food for me that trades in love.
Cleopatra, my queen, be not so. It is not the end.
Or the beginning. Only that dread snake's coil that shuffles in between. Oh, why is there no word of him?
Oh, here comes a messenger now.
If his news be bad, he shall be whipped with wire and stewed in brine. Oh, the gods help me. Admit him, and may the gods help him. If he brings me good news, then he may have half my kingdom. If not, then may all Egypt melt into the Nile and all my people with him.
A soldier and a conqueror, who is a lamb within the arms of one woman. A woman who is a tiger burning bright, but melts before the presence of the man she loves. Two empires in their hands, rocked to and fro by the tempestuous love and their realization of their trusts. Where do they go from here? I shall return shortly with Act Two.
Moving on with the Allied spirit, going to a brand new town. You're leaving the past miles behind you. With Allied band lines, you're homeward bound. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home.
At Allied Van Lines, we take a special pride in our work. We treat every move as if it were our first, even though we move more families every year than anybody else. That's because we know there's a little bit of you and your family in everything we move. It's that kind of pride that's made us the world's #1 mover. We call it the Allied Spirit. And when it moves you, you know you're going home.
Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home.
Nightline, you're on the air.
About the caller who talks to her plants?
Yes.
She should plant her garden at the library.
Uh-huh.
Learning Swahili will not help her grow an African violet.
That's good advice.
And the caller who's looking for a new job?
Oh, yeah.
She should go to the library for job information.
The library.
She should have never lost her old one.
Well, I agree.
Just don't take off work for Robert Redford's birthday.
No.
I mean, that isn't a national holiday.
You're right.
The library could have told her that.
Absolutely.
And finally, the caller who botched up his vacation?
Oh, yes.
Always plan a trip at the library first.
That was a shame.
I mean, he should have been suspicious of any travel ad that reads 8 days and only 4 nights.
Oh, you're right, yes.
You know, the library has some some great new services for everyone, from general information and referral to concerts and puppet shows.
Well, thank you for calling, Nightline.
Now I have a problem.
Oh.
You see, I'm at the library right now.
At 3 a.m.?
Well, they said it was closing time, but I started tracing my family tree, and I forgot to look at the clock.
The library. Come see what's new, besides books.
If there's a locksmith listening, I'd really appreciate
Let's see what we can do.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
Cleopatra waits in Alexandria, eager for and yet afraid of the news a messenger brings of her Antony.
Here's the messenger from Rome, Your Majesty.
Antony is dead. If you say so, villain, you kill your mistress. But if you tell me he is well and free, there is gold and my hand to kiss, this blue-veined hand that kings have taken and trembling kissed.
First, madam, he is well.
Oh, then here is gold and more gold. But if that isn't true, I'll have each gold coin melted and poured molten down your lying throat.
Good madam, hear me. He is well.
Well said.
And Octavian and he are greater friends than ever.
You'll have a fortune from me.
But yet...
I do not like, but yet. Speak out, man. All the good and bad together. You say he's friends with Octavian. You say he's free.
I did not say free, madam.
You said he was not a slave.
Well, not slave to him, but to his sister, Octavia.
How? What does that mean?
It means that he is married to Octavia.
May the pestilence strike you down as I do.
Patience, madam.
I'll have your eyes out, unhair your head, unless you say it is not so. And you may have a province, half my kingdom.
My royal queen, I would that I could, but he is married.
Rogue! You have lived too long.
Madam, put aside the dagger. The man is innocent, Majesty.
Some innocents are caught when lightning strikes. Come here, sir. Though it be honest, it is never good to bring bad news.
I tried to do my duty.
And so you have. You say he's married? Come, I cannot hate you more than I do if you say yes again.
He is married.
The gods confound you. To Octavia?
Yes.
The merchandise you have brought me is too dear for me. Get out of my sight. Out before I have you boiled in oil.
Your Majesty, patience.
In praising Antony, Charmian, I have many times dispraised Octavian.
Many times.
I am bitterly paid for it now. Go to the cellar, Charmian. Ask about Octavia, her looks, her age, what she is like. And let him not leave out the color of her hair. And wait, how tall she is. Pity me, Charmian. And first, lead me to my chamber where a queen can weep alone.
Hostage exchanged. Now we may talk before we fight.
For Antony, Lepidus, and myself, brave Pompey, we will hope that words may serve us better than conflict. Too much of youth would perish if we came to battle.
I cannot deny that truth.
Then speak to us openly of how you treat our offers tendered to you.
That I shall have Sicily and Sardinia, and in return will rid the sea of pirates and send certain measures of wheat to Rome.
That's our offer.
Does it not seem fair?
I might have hesitated had not Antony returned, but now I'm disposed to take your offer.
Then well met here.
Let us have the agreements drawn up and signed so that I may feast you aboard my galley.
The feast should be mine.
Oh, mark you, I shall yet enjoy your fine Egyptian cookery. I have heard that Julius grew fat with feasting there.
You hear a good deal.
I have my informant.
And so have I. I trust your information is as sound as mine.
Why, if it's gossip, my Lord Pompey, I'm your man. And allow my captain and his companions to withdraw and write the terms of the treaty.
Good idea, Enobarbus. Well spoken. Antony, Lepidus, shall we go apart for this purpose?
I know you now. How are you, soldier?
Well?
I hadn't thought of you as politician, Enobarbus.
Say rather, peacemaker. My Captain Antony is sensitive in some areas.
Ah, the Egyptian. But I thought that passed. Is he not married now to Octavia?
Yes.
Well, that he is firmly knit to her brother Octavian. Cleopatra is only a memory.
I will be blunt, sir, for many reasons. I am a soldier and must face the odds. I doubt that knot can hold.
Oh, for what reason?
Mark Antony will be off to his Egyptian dish again, and I would be the last to blame him. And I would hazard a guess, this time will she let him go so easily.
It's not only that, Octavia. Many things are excusable, and trifles do not anger me. But your brother, without consulting me, has opened war with Pompey, made his will and read it to the public, speaking in derogation of me. I've given him my best, and gotten in return nothing more than a smile that does not go behind the teeth.
My lord, don't believe all rumors. For my sake, who stand between you, praying for you and loving you both. If you must believe, don't take it so to heart.
Gentle Octavia, you may have to make a choice. If I lose my honor, I lose myself. But if you will be a go-between, then you must make it now. For I am making preparation for such a war as shall destroy your brother.
No, give me this chance to reconcile you.
Go to him if you will. And when you decide where the fault lies, make your choice. For I tell you, our faults can never be so equal that your love can equally move with them. You must choose your own company and go where your heart has a mind to.
Here, then, Lepidus, is the latest news of Antony. In Alexandria, where he has returned, he has had, in the marketplace, himself and Cleopatra enthroned in chairs of gold.
In the public eye.
A common showplace.
Let Rome be so involved.
The people know it. The whole world, I think. But my poor sister, who has just returned. Here she comes.
Hail, brother. And my lord Lepidus.
All hail, fair Octavia.
That I should ever have to call you castaway.
You have not called me so, nor have you cause. My good Lord Mark Antony, hearing you prepared for war, told me, and I begged his pardon to return.
Which I am sure he granted easily, since you stood between his lust and him.
Do not be unfair to him, Octavian, till I make my plea.
Unfair? Where is your good lord now?
Why, in Athens?
No, my sister. Cleopatra has crooked her finger again, and he has run back to her in Egypt.
Oh, no. Not only that, dear Madame, but he has raised an army from Libya, Thrace, Arabia, Mede, Laconia, and countless other kings to move against us.
Oh, God, how wretched I am to have my heart torn in two between the ones I love the best.
Your letters held us back till we were sure that you were wronged and ourselves in danger. You are abused beyond all belief. And to do you justice, the high gods will make of us their ministers.
Welcome to Rome, madam. Every Roman heart welcomes you.
Save only the adulterous Antony, on whom we'll have full revenge for you and the Republic.
Enobarbus, why do you object to my presence at the camp? I think only of Antony.
If you thought upon my lord alone, you would not be here to take from his heart, take from his brain. He is already traduced in Rome, where it is said that Cleopatra and her maids manage this war.
Think Rome. May the tongues of those who speak against us rot to the roots. I bear a charge in this war. As leader of my kingdom, though I am not a man, I will not be left behind.
There now, I say no more. Here comes the emperor.
How in the gods could Octavian have cut the Ionian Sea so fast, eh, Enobarbus? Have you heard of this, my sweet?
Quickness is never more admired than by the negligence.
A good rebuke, my love. So, I will take your advice and meet him by sea.
Why?
Because he dares us to it.
So have you dared him to single combat. What does not suit his advantage, he shakes off, as you should.
I have 60 ships to help by sea.
But our ships are poorly manned by muleteers, reapers, anything we could impress for crews.
We'll fight by sea.
You throw away the advantage we have by land. Don't risk your battle-tested troops to rotten planks and foreign shells.
We'll fight at sea, and then if we fail, we can do it by land.
Lepidus?
Yes, Octavian.
Remember, do not strike by land. Hold your positions and do not provoke battle till we have done at sea. You know our plan.
Our fortune lies upon this jump. Octavian's fortune and Rome's, but also Cleopatra's and Mark Antony's. For the colossal blunder of committing himself to a sea battle he cannot win instead of a land war that he could, spells the end for Antony and Cleopatra. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
If you went into a Buick dealer's between now and April 30th, do you know what would happen? Well, if you ordered one of 4 cars with a list of specially selected options, you'd get a vinyl top at no extra charge. Like that Skylark over in the corner. Order one with sport mirrors, a rally tilt steering wheel, body side stripes, and vinyl buckets, and Buick pops for the top. To find out about other cars, talk to your Buick dealer. He knows all that stuff.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Hi, this is Tony Marvin for the National Leukemia Association. Please remember this name, Project Research. Join me and get on a winning team, because it's only through research that a breakthrough can be made. Throw your knockout punch against leukemia. Send your tax-deductible donation today to Project Research, care of the National Leukemia Association, Box 3039, Garden City, New York. Our thanks to you for Project Research.
You know, traditionally, credit has been a man's realm. But today, as more women become part of the workforce, they are realizing the need to establish their own credit identity. And this is Gene King of the Council of Better Business Bureaus with a few tips for women who wish to establish a credit rating. First of all, open a checking and or savings account in your own name, even if you already have a joint account with your husband. Apply for and use at least 2 credit cards. Open a charge account in your own name at a local store and establish a line of credit at your bank. According to the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, applicants for credit must be judged on their own merits. And if you feel you've been unjustly denied credit, talk to the credit agency or the lending institution, and you just go there and find out why. And if you're not satisfied with their explanation, contact the regional office of the Federal Trade Commission.
From the shore, with the rear guard of the once great land army that Antony might have led in a triumphant march on Rome, Enobarbus watches in dismay as his worst fears are more than realized. For as the 2 great armadas meet in action, suddenly the Egyptian fleet turns in flight and abandons Antony and his pitifully few and overcrowded ships to the overwhelming might of the enemy.
Oh, gods, I can look at it no longer. All 60 of the Egyptian ships turned rudder and in flight. What happened, messenger?
Cleopatra, in the midst of the fight, before the tide of battle was yet known, had her admiral hoist her sails and take flight.
I saw that. But the rest?
When once the queen's ship turned, the others followed. Then, Antony, like a doting mallard, claps on his sea wings to follow.
Breaking off action at the height of battle, for shame! Manhood and honor violated.
6 kings and their legions are already left to yield to Octavian.
As well they might. But I'll still follow the cause of wounded Antony, though reason sits with the wind against it.
Sweet Antony, forgive my fearful sails. I little thought you would have followed.
Egypt, you know full well my heart was to your rudder tied, and by its strings would you tow me after you. Now all is lost, and it is you who have betrayed me, sold me to this novice, triple-tongued deceiver. My heart from now on only wars with you, and when I am revenged upon your charm, then all is over.
Oh, Charmian, all is over. I have lost my love. Antony still lives, but Cleopatra does not. No longer in his heart. And in his shame and rage, his may be the hand that slays me rather than Octavian's conquering sword. For all is gone. My country, my hope, my love. Oh, help me. Charmian, help me. My Lord would never do you hurt. And if he did, he never would forgive himself. I must flee, Charmian. But The tomb. The tomb. The monument in sepulchre that long ago was built to house you on your royal journey out of this world. Sad is the day that it must come so soon. You're right. I'll go to the monument this minute, where you will join me. But first, go to him and tell him I have slain myself. Say that the last word I spoke was Anthony. I will, Your Majesty. And Sonia? Yes, my queen. Remember every word, so you can tell me how he takes my death.
My captain, the wind is heavy. I wish my heart were not. I made these wars for Egypt, and the queen whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine. But she cut cards with Octavian and false played all my glory into an enemy's triumph. No, Enobarbus, no, it's not worth tears. All that is left me is to end myself.
My Lord Antony!
What, her serving woman? Away, mistress. Your vile queen has robbed me of my sword.
No, my lord. My mistress loved you, and all her fortunes were wrapped up in you.
Away, I said, away. She's betrayed me and shall die for it.
Death can be bought only once, and already by her own hand she has paid for it. The last she said was, Antony, most noble Antony. Dead.
Cleopatra dead. Unarm, Enobarbus. The long day's task is done, and I must sleep. Leave us, mistress, and count the fact that you take your life with you a richer reward than you deserve. I will overtake you, Cleopatra, and weep for my pardon. So it must be, for all life is torture. Since the torch is out, why lay it down and look for rest? I come, my queen. Oh, stay for me, and hand in hand, where souls walk on some flower-strewn strand, we'll count the world well lost. Enobarbus. What do you want of me, Antony? I've lived in such dishonor these last hours that the gods detest my baseness. I, that with my sword ported the world and owned the seas, condemn myself for lacking even the courage of a woman. My mind less noble than hers, who has already said by her death to Octavian, you are no conqueror, I am the conqueror of myself. You are sworn as my lieutenant, Enobarbus. Don't ask me. When the time has come that I have failed my command and my honor. No, Antony, I beg you. Upon my command, you will then kill me. Draw your sword. The time is here. My captain, pardon me, and do not ask me. You won't wound me. It is Octavian you defeat. With a wound, I must be cured. I command you, draw your sword. Then turn your back on me. I cannot look you in the face. So, there. My sword is drawn. My captain and my emperor, before I strike this bloody stroke, farewell.
Farewell, old friend and comrade.
Farewell, great chief.
It hurts. Oh, no.
Falling on your own sword.
So, did I escape the sorrow of Antony's death?
3 times as noble as I. Oh, you teach me, valiant Enobarbus, what I should have done, and you could not. My queen and you, by your brave instruction, have taught me well. Now I will be a bridegroom in my death and run to it as to a lover's bed. Enobarbus, your master dies your pupil, as I learned from you.
I have done the work ill. Guard! Lord Antony!
What has happened? I pray you, make an end of what I have begun.
What, my lord?
Have you a sword? Then draw it and strike me till I die.
Oh, most absolute lord, I cannot. My mistress Cleopatra sent me to you.
Cleopatra sent you? When?
For this moment, Lord.
Who are you? Oh, yes, Diomed. The messenger who always passed between us. But Cleopatra, where is she?
Oh, in her tomb. But not dead. She is locked within the monument because she feared you suspected her of being in league with Octavian. And for that reason, that in your rage you would kill her.
And so I would have.
Well, of a sudden, the queen realized that her death might in turn cause yours and sent me post haste to bring you the truth. And now, I've arrived too late.
Too late. Too late. Good Diomed. Save only to say a last farewell. Call my guard and have them bear me to the monument and my love.
Gently put him down. Oh, Anthony.
Peace, love.
Now leave us all. Save you, Charmian. Stand aside a little. Yes, Your Majesty.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Do not warn me. It is not Octavian's valor that's defeated me, but Antony's which has triumphed over itself.
And so it should be. But none but Anthony should conquer Antony.
Dying, Egypt. Dying. Only here I will hold off grim death a little while, till I can lay the last of 1,000 kisses on your lips.
And welcome. Die where you have lived. If my lips only had the breath of life, I'd kiss and kiss and kiss again till I'd worn them out.
Spare lament. Waste no sorrow at the miserable state in which I die. Remember me, and better fortune when I lived the greatest prince of the world, and that now I do not basely die. I am a Roman, by a Roman, valiantly vanquished. My spirit is going. I can no more, my queen. In your arms. I am dying. Egypt. Dying.
Oh, noblest of men. How can you die? Have you no care or thought of me? How can I live in this dull world without your sun to make it bright? No. Oh, look. Charmian. The crown of the earth has melted. The garland of war is withered. And the soldier's sword is fallen. The lamp is spent. It's out. Peace, girl. We'll bury him, and then I'll do what's brave and make death proud to take her too. His spirit is now cold. I have no friend but resolution. And the briefest end. So, Charmian, have you brought that dread serpent of the Nile?
Hidden in this basket of figs, so that I could smuggle it past the Roman guard that holds you prisoner here.
Have a care with that pretty worm. He pains not, but his bite is death. Hand him to me.
Your Majesty.
Hush. Now, give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. I seem to hear Antony call. I see him rouse himself to praise my noble act. Husband, I come. My courage will prove title to that name. I am fire and air. My other elements I leave to baser life. So, have you done?
My queen is all a
tired. Come in. Take the last warmth of my lips. Farewell, kind Charmian. Now, be tender, Asp. With your sharp fangs, this intricate knot of life, untie. Poor venomous fool. Be angry and be quick. Dissolve thick clouds and rain that I may say the gods themselves are weeping. Hush. Hush. Do you not see the baby at my breast that suckles and nurses to sleep? As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. Oh, Anthony. Anthony, I am come home.
Octavian, entering the tomb later, gazing on her, says, "She looks like sleep. She shall be buried with her Anthony. No grave on earth shall hold in it a pair so famous." And so the curtain falls.
Well, your big TV debate will be on here in 30 seconds, Senator.
Fine, Hank, fine.
Don't worry, sir. You're the incumbent, and you'll eat 'em up.
Right.
Oh, there's your opponent now.
20 seconds, gentlemen.
Hank, what's my opponent carrying under his arm there?
It's a Time magazine.
Oh, no. It's probably this week's. I haven't even read it.
Please, sir.
Hank will be on top of everything. World affairs, law, economics, the movie reviews. I'll sound like a dodo out there.
10 seconds.
He'll be bright. He'll be witty and
Senator, don't put your thumb in your mouth.
Unless he only had time to look at Time magazine's cover. Oh, no.
Stand by, please.
Hank, I don't even know who's on Time's cover this week. Sir, can you see who's on Time's cover?
Oh, I can't.
What if they ask me who's on Time's cover? What am I going to say?
And now, the candidates debate. On the left, we have the incumbent, Senator
Ethel Merman. No, she was on the cover of something else.
Senator
Alice Cooper or Abe Bean.
Senator, all we want.
I know what you want. Is it a picture of a shark?
Just the name.
The shark didn't have a name. Give me a hint. Rover, Raptor, Blackie.
Time makes everything more interesting, including you. This completes our week's cycle of Shakespearean tragedies. I hope you've enjoyed them. He was a master storyteller as well as a great poet. William Shakespeare is someone entitled to the profoundest respect, but he also has the right to be listened to with understanding and enjoyment. All liberties taken with the original scripts were merely to illuminate the characters and clarify the plots. After all, this week was the 412th anniversary of his birthday, and manners, language, and the way of the world have changed quite a bit. But beneath the veneer, men and women haven't. I hope Mr. William Shakespeare has had full chance to make himself understood. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Lois Nettleton, Carol Teitel, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What about the police?
Yeah, the police. They said they didn't know what I was talking about.
Well?
Frank, that's what's funny. I'm not allowed to talk to the cashier, and nobody else in the bank, including the security guard, would even speak to me. And the police, they just smiled and told me to run along. What goes on out there?
It's a tight little community, that's what goes on. And no hard-nosed reporter's going to loosen it up.
I don't believe it. I'll find somebody who'll spill the beans.
Yeah, in your face.
Why do you keep saying things like that?
Because, dummy, if you become an annoyance to the three elders who run the place, you just might join those two hold-up guys your heart bleeds for.
Calvin Hobbes stars as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, with Graham Armitage as Alfred Wood. In Roger Waddis's dramatization, Conan Doyle investigates.
A macabre, unbelievable story, this.
But it all happened. My name is Wood, Alfred Wood. In 1906, shortly before Christmas, some papers arrived on my desk at Hindhead in Surrey. They were addressed to my employer, for whom I worked as secretary. His name was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. At that time, Sir Arthur was still grieving over the death of his wife, Louise, who had died several months previously after a long illness. He was sick with despair, unable to work. But the routine of life went on. I took the papers and the morning mail into him. Good morning, Sir Arthur.
Good morning, Alfred.
Hi, I think we're in for snow.
It started. Snowflakes. She loved to watch them.
Quite a correspondence this morning, sir. Close on 70 letters.
Oh, yes?
There's one from Rudyard Kipling. He says he read Sir Nigel in one gulp.
Did he?
Here we are. From cover to cover I read it, and I put it down, still hungry for more.
That's more than the critics said.
Oh, a good many of the reviews have been very laudatory, sir. I think it'll find its way into the bestseller list.
I doubt it, Alfred. The public seem to think I shouldn't be writing historical novels. They see me as the creator of Sherlock Holmes and nothing more.
Well, it's true a lot of these letters are about Holmes. They want more stories.
They've had the return of Sherlock Holmes. That should content them.
Evidently not, sir. I don't think Holmes can ever die again. He can only retire.
Yes, he's been condemned to life. Oh, well, I suppose I'd better deal with these. Is there anything of a special interest here?
Yes, sir. There's a man who asked for your help. He sent some press cuttings. They're near the top of the pile.
The Umpire? I've never heard of it. Idalge protests his innocence. Who is this man, Idalge?
George Idalge, sir. He's just come out of prison. He served 3 years for killing a horse, but claims he was wrongly convicted.
Does he indeed? Leave these papers with me, Alfred. I'd like to study them.
That was how it started. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous writer of detective stories, suddenly found himself face to face with a real-life mystery, more bizarre than anything even he had penned. He read every word of the 6 lengthy articles George Idalge had written in the weekly paper, The Umpire.
Alfred! Alfred!
Sir?
Have you read these cuttings?
No, sir. Only glanced at them.
They're incredible. If this man is telling the truth, and I believe he is, it's an appalling story. 3 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit and then released without a pardon.
You mean he's still considered guilty?
As far as society is concerned, yes.
That's pretty hard, sir.
Look, I want you to get hold of all the available documents in the case, press reports and so on, especially of the trial. I shall write to anyone who can testify, but first of all to Idalge. Either he's guilty or he's not. If he is, he deserves every day of his 7 years, his original sentence. If he is not, then we must have apology, pardon, and restitution.
It could almost be a Holmes story, sir.
No, Alfred. This goes far beyond the invention of any writer of detective fiction. And there's a real human being on the rack here. Now, we're in the presence of an appalling tragedy, and I feel called upon to do what I can to set it right.
And so, in 1906, Conan Doyle took up the case of George Idalge, a case that had brought misery and despair to a harmless family living in Great Wireley, an agricultural and mining village 6 miles from Walsall in Staffordshire. The head of the family was the Reverend Shapperji Idalge, an Indian who had become a Church of England clergyman. He was married to an Englishwoman, Charlotte. They had a daughter, Maud, and their son, George, was a solicitor with a practice in Birmingham. But their suffering goes back many years before. In 1892, the persecution began, and it went on for 3 years. A flood of anonymous letters arrived at various homes in the district, but above all, at the vicarage.
This one's about me. I swear by God that I will murder George Idalge soon. The only thing I care about in this world is revenge, revenge, revenge. Sweet revenge I long for. Then I shall be happy in hell.
No, oh no.
There's more, Mother. Every day, every hour, my hatred is growing against George Idalge. May the Lord strike me dead if I don't murder him.
Dear God.
Listen to this one. Do you think, you Pharisee, that because you are a parson, God will absolve you from your iniquities? To hell with your damned wife and your horrid little girl.
Mother!
I will descend into the infernal region shouting curses upon you all.
Now there,
Why?
darling.
Why?
Don't, Maud. It's all right.
It is worse than 4 years ago. I thought we had seen the end of it.
Worse than 4 years ago. In 1888, threatening anonymous letters had been received at the vicarage. Abusive writings about the Adalgys were found scrawled on buildings and outhouses. But the later letters were different. The earlier ones had been ribald. These were malignant, filled with diabolical hatred for the Adalgys and a passionate, not to say religious, admiration for the local police.
The following in this district we love truly. The police of Cannock in general, and Sergeant Upton in particular. Hurrah for Upton, good old Upton, dear old Upton, blessed Upton. Stand up for Upton. Ye soldiers of the cross, lift high your royal banner. It must not suffer loss.
Then came the hoaxes. Senseless, practical jokes which went on for 3 years. One said that the vicarage was to be let for the most dubious purposes. Another described the Reverend Adalgy as a matrimonial agent with a number of ladies on his books whose charms were catalogued in realistic detail. But it was the curious incident of the key stolen from Walsall Grammar School which brought matters to a head. On December the 12th, 1892, Sergeant Upton interviewed the Reverend Adalgy.
You say you found this key on your doorstep?
Yes, Sergeant.
And you've no idea how it came there?
None at all.
Why do you think anyone should steal a key from Walsall Grammar School and leave it at the vicarage?
I cannot imagine.
You cannot imagine. Your son George now, he doesn't go to Walsall?
No, Sergeant, he is at Rugeley School, but that is 6 or 7 miles from
I
Walsall.
know how far it is.
I cannot believe you are suggesting that my...
I didn't say that.
Why should George do that? Why should he steal this key from Walsall and bring it all the way back and put it on his own
It's
doorstep?
my job to ask the questions, sir. And find the right answers, and we'll find them, never fear.
Sergeant Upton made a report, which duly came before Captain the Honourable George Alexander Anson, Chief Constable of Staffordshire.
About this key business, Sergeant, sir, you make it pretty clear in this report who you think the culprit is.
Yes, sir.
What sort of fellow is he, young George Adalgy?
Well, he's, funny looking, sir.
Funny? In what way?
It's his eyes, sir. Now, they sort of bulge. And when he looks at you, he doesn't seem to see you. Stares right through you as if you weren't there.
Anything else?
He's very dark.
Huh?
He's Indian, sir. Well, half, anyway.
So I believe. His father's vicar of Great Wiley?
That's right, sir. Now, he's full Indian.
And married to an English woman?
Yes, sir.
There's no hard evidence against young Adalgy, I suppose?
Nothing that'll carry much weight in court, sir.
A pity.
Mind you, sir, he could have done it. There don't seem to be any other likely suspects.
It's just a feeling you have about him?
You could put it like that, sir.
Well, that's all policemen have to go on most of the time. Their instinct.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, that's all, Sergeant. Thank you.
Sir.
January the 23rd, 1893. To the Reverend S. Adalgy, the Vicarage, Great Wiley, Staffs. Will you please ask your son George from whom the key was obtained, which was found on your doorstep on December the 12th?
The key was stolen. But if it can be shown that the whole thing was due to some idle freak or practical joke, I should not be inclined to allow any police proceedings to be taken in regard to it.
What does he mean, Father?
We shall see, George. Captain Anson goes on. If, however, the persons concerned in the removal of the key refuse to make any explanation of the subject, I must necessarily treat the matter in all seriousness as theft.
What is he getting at?
I may say at once that I shall not pretend to believe any protestations of ignorance which your son may make about this key.
Father, I'm not a thief. I didn't steal that key. Why does he make these accusations?
I wish I knew, my son.
The anonymous letters and the hoaxes continued for another 2 years.
Just because you pretend to be learning about law, you think you can play your dirty tricks and everybody keep quiet. But you'll get caught.
The police is watching you. Don't you know that, you black swine?
At the end of 1895, the letters and hoaxes were suddenly switched off. Peace came to Great Wiley, and it lasted for 7 years. during which time George had become a solicitor and opened a practice in Birmingham. Then, in 1903...
Someone's killed my cow. They've done 2 of my sheep. A mare in hole, ripped up the belly.
Now the victims were harmless animals, savagely mutilated. And with these outrages came more anonymous letters. Some of them bore the forged signature of a local schoolboy called Gretorix, who was away in the Isle of Man when they were written. But the name of Gretorix was to acquire a special significance later in the story. Madness ran through all these letters. One of them contained a threat which spread terror throughout the village.
There will be merry times at Wiley in November when they start on little girls. For they will do 20 wenches like the horses be born at March.
The police have got to do something. Go and see her. Come on, we're going to see Sergeant Robinson. Let's all go. Now. What's all this?
Well, look at this letter. Now they're talking of killing little girls.
We want the swine's court. Now, what are you doing about it, Sergeant? We've got men looking for them every night.
Yes, but it's been going on for 6 months.
Oh, easy. We'll get them. Don't you worry.
A letter for the sergeant.
Sergeant Robinson, you bloated blackguard. I will shoot you with father's gun through your thick head. If you're coming my way, I'll go sneaking to any of my pals.
Dozens of police were drafted into Wiley from all over Staffordshire. It was almost impossible to move about the fields without bumping into policemen, both in and out of uniform. Some were disguised as colliers. Others adopted an even more elaborate disguise. One night, a young girl, returning home from a dance in Cannock, stumbled over a dark object as she was crossing a field.
Who's there? What is it?
It was a horse, or rather a pantomime horse, and the horse spoke.
Hurry along, madam. We're police officers.
In the end, the whole exercise degenerated into chaos. Gangs of young lads poured into Great Wiley from Rugeley, Stafford, and Birmingham to mock the hapless constables. Many of them spent a night cooling off in the cells at Cannock, but no one was arrested for cattle maiming. It was at this stage that Captain Anson took personal charge of operations.
Inspector Campbell?
Sir.
We don't seem to be getting anywhere on this business at Great Wiley.
We're doing all we can, sir.
It's not good enough, Inspector. Nowhere good enough. I want action, so does the public.
I know. Feeling's running pretty high, sir.
Pretty high? How many men do you have at Wiley, Inspector?
12, sir, including specials. We had to get a couple from Bridgetown. We're pretty stretched.
Make it 20, even if it means taking men off their other duties.
Yes, sir.
You're watching the vicarage?
Yes, sir, every night.
That's where we'll get our man. I'm convinced of it.
You mean that darky, sir?
Yes. I'm damn sure he's behind the killings and those anonymous letters. Oh, they can become lawyers and parsons and doctors, but underneath it all, they're still primitive savages.
It makes you wonder, sir.
Well, you know what to do, Inspector. Get after George Adalji. I want an arrest.
A round-the-clock vigil was kept on the vicarage from the nearby cemetery. Police, hiding behind tombstones, watched every coming and going. At night, cotton was trailed right round the house and examined in the morning to see if it had been broken. It never was. Then, on the morning of August the 18th, 1903, Henry Garrett, a young miner, was crossing a field on his way to work at the Great Wiley Colliery.
Oh, my. Help! Help! Over here! Harry! What is it, lad? Look. The pony. They've done the pony. Well, I got ripped up the belly, just like the others. All the blood. I know, lad. And I think it's still alive, poor creature. Let her be shot. Oh, I know what I'd like to do. I'd like to... Who's shouting? What's up? Over here, Constable. Oh, what's all the... Oh, my. Another one. Now, you find him?
Yes.
The madman. Mad beggar.
Oh, we'll get him. The 8th in 6 months. But we'll get him. Now then, where's my whistle?
2 hours later, at the vicarage, the Reverend Adalji was having breakfast with his wife and daughter.
You're not eating, dear.
I seem to have no appetite, Charlotte.
You're not unwell.
Oh, no, but I am not hungry. There's nothing to be disturbed about.
You're worried, aren't you, Father? All these terrible things happening.
It has been a strain for everyone, Maud. We must bear it with fortitude.
I wish it were all over.
Get on with your breakfast, Maud. Who could that be? It's barely 8 o'clock.
I am expecting no one.
A parishioner, perhaps?
It is possible.
Oh, well, I'll go.
No, Charlotte. I will go.
Do you think it is a parishioner, Mama?
Can't imagine who else.
This way, please. It is the police dear.
Inspector Campbell, Staffordshire County Constabulary, Sergeant Robinson, Constable Harris.
My wife, Charlotte, and this is my daughter, Maud.
Where is your son, George?
He has left for business. He practices as a solicitor in Birmingham.
He always catches the 7:30 train. But what's wrong, Inspector? Why do you want to see him?
Another animal was cut up last night, a colliery pony, not half a mile from here.
Oh, no.
What has this to do with George?
Perhaps you could tell me something of your son's movements last evening.
He came home from his office in Birmingham at the usual time, about 6:30. He brought some papers home with him to work on. He often does.
And he stayed in all night?
No.
He went out again, did he?
Yes, but...
what time would that be?
Well, I'm not sure, Inspector. I was working in my study. Charlotte,
It was shortly after 8 o'clock. He said he was going to the bootmaker's at Bridgetown.
He said he was going there?
Well, I'm sure he did go there.
That can be confirmed if we could have the bootmaker's name.
Oh, excuse me, sir. It's John Hand. I know because I take my boots there for repair.
Right, Constable. Perhaps you'd ask him to corroborate.
Yes, sir.
Not now, man.
No, sir. Sorry, sir.
No, sir. What time did your son return home from his trip to the bootmaker's?
I am not sure.
I remember, Father. It was about 9:25.
How can you be sure of the exact time, miss?
I was in the hall when he came in. He asked me whether we had started supper yet, and I said no, we'd be having it in a few minutes.
We usually eat at 9:30.
And did you last night?
Yes.
And after supper, did your son go out again?
No. We talked for a little while, and then we went to bed.
Inspector, why are you asking all these questions? My son has done nothing wrong. He is a man of respect, a member of the legal profession.
Reverend Edalji, a serious crime has been committed. It's my duty to make inquiries, and you will all be helping me in the performance of that duty by answering some of my questions. Now, madam, I understand you to say that your son, George Edalji, retired to bed sometime after supper. It's possible, is it not, that he left the house again sometime later without you knowing?
No, Inspector. Quite impossible.
Why do you say that?
Because he sleeps in the same room as I do.
Is that your normal practice?
Yes. It has been so for about 17 years.
My daughter, Maud, here, has been in delicate health since she was a child. I sleep with her in case she should need me during the night.
I see.
I am a light sleeper. I suffer from lumbago. If my son had left the house at any time, I would have known it. I would have heard him unlocking the door.
You keep your door locked. Why?
I have always done so, as many people do. To keep unwanted visitors out.
Or to keep your son in.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting nothing. I'm merely asking. Is your son in the habit of roaming about at night?
No, he is not.
I'd be obliged, madam, if you would show me any outer clothing belonging to your son and his outdoor boots.
Oh, really?
It's all right, Shepherdji. Let us do as the inspector asks.
Constable, go with Mrs. Edalji.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, see how the men are getting on in the garden.
Very good, sir. The garden? What are they doing in the garden?
Looking for buried weapons. Oh, Sergeant, if they've drawn a blank, have a look around the house.
Yes, sir.
You won't find anything, Inspector.
Why, is it hidden?
No, I didn't mean
There
that.
is nothing to find. Nothing.
We shall see. If I have to take this house apart brick by brick...
This is intolerable. We are not criminals.
Father, don't upset yourself.
I am a man of God.
Then you should have nothing to fear, sir.
These are George's things, Inspector.
Put them on the table, will you, Constable? What have we got here? These boots. Are they the one your son was wearing when he went out last night?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, still wet, I see, and muddy. And these trousers are in the same condition?
Well, yes, he was wearing those.
Let's see this coat. There are stains on the sleeve.
Oh,
Look.
but they're food stains.
Are they? These white stains could be animal saliva from the pony. And these dark spots could be blood. Anyway, we shall see. We shall have this coat tested.
But George never wore that coat to go out. It is an old house coat.
Then why is it still damp?
Well, it cannot be. Let me feel it. No, it is not damp. You are mistaken, Inspector. It is perfectly dry.
And I say it is damp. Yes, Sergeant.
Nothing in the garden so far, sir, but I found these things upstairs.
Let's have a look at them. The case first. Now we'll have it open. Razors. Cutthroat razors.
They are mine.
This one's got blood on it.
But that is not blood, can't you see? That is rust.
We'll test it, too. What have we got here? Looks like a dagger.
I believe it belongs to the young lady, sir. Haven't I seen you out with it?
Yes, but it's not a dagger.
Huh? And what is it?
A trowel. A botany trowel. I use it for collecting specimens.
What kind of specimens?
Wild flowers and other things.
Huh? What about this box?
It's a vasculum.
A what?
A vasculum.
And what's a vasculum?
I keep the specimens in it.
It's a dangerous kind of thing to me. Now, this coat. There's a hair there. It looks like a horse hair.
No, it's just a piece of thread. You're right, Mother. I'm sure it's a roving.
How about this, then? That's a horse hair, all right.
I don't see anything. Let me take it to the window. No, I don't see anything.
And I say there is, Mr. Edalji. I am taking this coat with me.
You may take it, Inspector. I am sure you will find nothing on it.
I came here to find evidence, and evidence I shall find.
Evidence of what?
Your son's guilt, Mrs. Edalji.
Later that day, Inspector Campbell and another policeman travelled to Birmingham for the purpose of calling on George at his office in Newhall Street.
Come in. Mr. George Edalji.
Yes?
We are police officers. I'm Inspector Campbell. This is my sergeant.
What's the trouble, Inspector?
We're making some inquiries about a horse that was maimed at Great Wireley last night.
Oh, yes, I heard something about it when I was coming to business this morning.
Mr. Edalji, I visited your home this morning, and your mother showed me certain clothes belonging to you with marks and stains upon them.
Well, it was probably an old coat I wear about the house, and you might find some grease on it.
These were white stains, sir.
It might be milk or oatmeal.
We also found hairs on the coat. Now, how do you explain these things?
They must have come through the material.
I think not, sir. These were horse hairs.
Then I must have got them from leaning on gates and fences where horses have been.
I'm not satisfied with your explanations, Mr. Edalji. I'm taking you into custody.
Taking me into custody? What for? What are you charging me with, Inspector?
Willfully mutilating a pony belonging to the Great Wireley Colliery sometime during the evening of August the 17th.
You're not obliged to say anything now, but we must caution you that anything you do say will be written down and may be given in evidence.
But where's your evidence? You have no evidence. What time was this done?
I can't hold a conversation with you now. We don't want to search you here, but I must ask you to let us have your pistol.
Pistol? I have no pistol.
Then what's that on the desk, sir? That's a pistol, isn't it?
That's a railway carriage door key.
We were only joking. Now, I want you to go with me to the Birmingham police office.
I'm not surprised at this. I've been expecting it for some time.
Have you got that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I have. It's all down.
The next day, George appeared before the magistrates at Cannock. A prima facie case was made out, and the prisoner committed for trial at the Staffordshire Quarter Sessions on October the 20th, 1903.
George Edalji, you are charged with having, on or about August the 17th, 1903, at Great Wireley in the county of Staffordshire, maliciously wounded a horse, the property of the Great Wireley Colliery Company Limited, and with having, on or about July the 11th, 1903, at Pensford in the county of Staffordshire, sent a letter to Police Sergeant Robinson threatening to murder him. How do you plead to these charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Sir Reginald Hardy, presiding, was a county justice who had had no legal training.
Your Honor.
Yes, Clark.
What is it? The prosecution is waiting, sir.
Oh, yes. Mr. Disterno, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, members of the jury, this is no ordinary case. Yet the facts I submit speak for themselves. Briefly stated, they are as follows. A pony was found maliciously wounded early on the morning of August 18th in a field near Great Wireley Colliery. The prisoner was seen out of his house between 9 and approximately 9:30 on the night of the 17th. Police testimony will be given to this effect. Another feature of the case, to which the prosecution attaches considerable importance, is that a number of anonymous letters have come into the possession of the police. For testimony in this matter, I should like to call Mr. Thomas Gurrin. Mr. Gurrin, what is your profession?
I am a chirographist.
In layman's language, a handwriting expert.
That is correct.
And a very eminent one, I think it would be true to say.
I believe I enjoy the esteem of my fellow professionals.
Quite. You have examined the anonymous letters sent to the police and to other people accusing George Edalji of maiming cattle, horses, and sheep.
I have.
Were some of these letters addressed to Edalji?
They were.
Were you able to form an opinion as to the authorship of these letters?
I was.
Were they all, in your judgment, written by the same hand?
They were.
Whose hand?
George Edelge's.
He wrote some of these letters to himself?
Yes, but in a disguised handwriting.
Exactly so.
One moment, Mr. Disternal.
Your Honor?
The jury will no doubt wish to hear an explanation from you as to why the prisoner should write letters to himself, accusing himself of these crimes.
I was coming to that, Your Honor. It is our contention that the object was to bring him into contact with the police so as to ascertain all they knew about the crimes.
I see. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is your considered opinion, then, Mr. Gurin, your expert opinion, that all these anonymous letters were penned by the accused.
It is.
There is no doubt in your mind on this score.
None whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Gurin.
Less than a year later, this expert was to admit that his testimony had helped to send an innocent man, Adolf Beck, to prison in 1896.
We now come to another outrage. The killing of a horse on September the 21st. The defense will no doubt say, and fairly say, that that crime could not have been committed by the prisoner because he was lying in Stafford jail at the time. I will, however, ask the jury to suspend their judgment in reference to this matter until they have heard the whole of the case. The letters which will be read will show that the writer of them was not acting alone, but in conjunction with some other person. And I put it to the jury, if there were a gang operating in the way suggested, what was more likely than that one of its members should commit a similar outrage in order to create evidence for the defense?
Later, Inspector Campbell was cross-examined by Mr. Vachel, defending counsel.
Mr. Campbell, have you discovered who killed the horse on September the 21st? No, sir. I beg your pardon, sir. We have an idea. Have you made an arrest? No, sir. Has anyone admitted to you that he did it? Yes. Is that person in court? He is here. Brought here by the police? Yes. What is his name? John Harry Green. He lives at Green Farm? Yes, the farmer's son.
Green was never prosecuted. He was allowed to leave the country and go to South Africa. Defense cross-examined Police Constable Cooper.
Constable, you have said you traced the prisoner's footmarks from the vicarage to the field where the horse was found. Yes, sir. When did you do this?
Sometime after 9:30 on the morning of August the 18th.
When the ground had been trampled in all directions by miners going to work and by curious sightseers.
There were other footprints, yes, sir.
Yet you managed to single out those of the prisoner from all the others.
Yes, sir.
A remarkable feat, which you seem to have accomplished in true Sherlock Holmes fashion.
Order! Order!
Now, could you describe how you compared the print made by the prisoner's boots with the ones you found?
Well, I put the boot by the side of the print, flat on the ground, pressed it down with both my hands, and then I eased the hand near the heel and pressed it down with the hand nearest the toe.
You put the boot by the side of the print, not in the print itself.
No, sir.
I see. Please go on.
Then I measured the print together with some more and compared them with those made by the boot. They seemed to be the same.
Seemed, Constable?
Yes, sir.
Constable, you say you measured these impressions?
Yes, sir.
With a foot rule or some such instrument?
No, sir. I had no rule with me.
Then how did you measure them?
With bits of stick, sir.
Oh, great.
Bits of stick? Yes, sir. And a straw.
If there are any more interruptions, I shall have the court cleared. Carry on, counsel.
Bits of stick and a straw. I see. And with the aid of these accurate measuring tools, you judged those prints to be identical with those made by the boot belonging to the accused.
Yes, sir.
That is all.
It is now 7:30. Do you have any more witnesses, Mr. Vachel?
No, Your Honor.
Then the court is adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. You are Dr. J.H. Butter, a police surgeon.
I am.
What did you find on the prisoner's clothing taken from the vicarage?
I examined the jacket, vest, and a piece of skin cut from the horse. On the jacket, I found some reddish stains, which on being tested proved to be mammalian blood.
That is the blood of an animal which suckles its young.
Yes, that is right.
What else did you find on the clothes?
I found 29 hairs on the jacket and 5 on the waistcoat.
Did you compare them with the hairs on the strip of skin taken from the horse?
I did.
And with what result?
I found them to be similar in color, length, and structure to those on the piece of skin.
Thank you. Does the defense wish to cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Butter, you described the stains on the clothing as being mammalian blood. How do you distinguish the two, animal blood and human blood?
It's not possible to make such a distinction.
You cannot tell the difference.
No, there is no known test whereby animal's blood can be distinguished from that of a human being.
Or a human blood stain from a splash of blood from underdone meat?
No, you could not tell.
Thank you for being so clear on this point. How did you obtain the clothes and the piece of horse's hide?
They were brought to me.
By the police?
Yes.
In separate containers?
No, together in a sack.
So, the clothes and the piece of skin were bundled up together in the sack, possibly for several hours.
I believe so.
Now, Dr. Butter, I should like you to think carefully before you answer my next question. Is it not possible that the horse hairs you found on the coat and vest came to be there through having been rubbed off from the piece of hide in the sack?
I cannot say for certain.
That was not my question. I asked you, and I repeat the question, is it not possible that the hairs came to be there in the way I described?
Yes, it is possible.
I deny that I had anything to do with the mutilation of the horse on August the 17th, nor was I connected with the outrage in any way, or with any of the other outrages.
You were offered bail. Why did you refuse?
I did not feel inclined to accept it because of the commotion which the case had aroused. This would have made it difficult for me to go backwards and forwards to business without being the object of curiosity and possibly hostility. I also felt that another outrage might be committed while I was in prison.
And you would have an alibi.
It would have been clear that I could have had nothing to do with it.
At the time of your arrest, you are reported as saying, "I am not surprised at this. I have been expecting it for some time." Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that.
I suggest that these were remarks that a man might use who had something on his conscience.
No, I had no such thought.
Were these the remarks of a guilty man, as the prosecution contended? Or were they those of a man who felt he had been marked down as a victim? One question haunted George's mind.
Was there a deliberate plot to ensnare me?
It is difficult, in summing up, to overestimate the importance of detecting those guilty of these outrages which have created a reign of terror in Great Wirely and disgraced the fair name of the county. I would add that I consider it very remarkable that no apparent motive has come out in this case other than that suggested by the Crown. Would a man go to such lengths to gain notoriety? That is a question for you, the jury, to decide. You must banish from your minds anything you might have read or heard about the case and rely entirely upon the evidence put before the court. You will now retire to consider your verdict.
The jury were out for 50 minutes.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find the prisoner? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, with a recommendation to mercy on account of his position.
George Edalji, you have been found guilty of a serious offense, and the court believes the verdict to be a right one. As to the recommendation for mercy on account of your position, we have on the one hand to consider this recommendation, and on the other, the disgrace which these outrages have inflicted on the county. I therefore sentence you to 7 years penal servitude.
Oh, no!
Mother! Son, prisoner! Remove him from the court.
And so George Idalgi became prisoner D462 in Lewis Jail, where he spent 6 months making feed bags for horses. Then he was transferred to Portland, and all the while the outrages against animals and the anonymous letters continued.
My name is R.D. Yelverton, formerly Chief Justice of the Bahamas. I have a petition for the Home Office. It carries the signatures of 10,000 people. They include hundreds of lawyers and barristers.
A letter from Captain Anson, Chief Constable of Staffordshire, to R.D. Yelverton.
It is right to tell you that you will find it a simple waste of time to attempt to prove that George Idalgi could not, owing to his position and alleged good character, have been guilty of writing offensive and abominable letters. His father is as well aware as I am of his proclivities in the direction of anonymous writing, and several other people have personal knowledge on the same subject.
Could you please give me the names of these several other people?
There was no reply. George's name was struck from the roll of practicing solicitors. Then, on October the 16th, 1906, with 4 years of his sentence still to run, events took a new and mysterious turn.
D462.
I have a name, Mr. Marriott.
Now, lift your lip. Come on, lad, up. The governor wants to see you.
See me? Why?
Probably wants to ask you if you need an extra pillow. Now, go on. Don't keep him waiting.
Oh, very well.
Come in. Prisoner D462, sir. Idalgi.
Right. Bring him in, Mr. Marriott.
Yes, sir. Inside.
Idalgi, I have some news for you. I am to tell you that you are shortly to leave Portland. You will be transferred to Pentonville Prison in London, from where you will be released.
Released?
Yes. Within a week, you will be a free man.
Free?
Now, steady that.
Would you like a chair, Idalgi?
No. No, thank you, sir. I'm all right. It's just a shock.
I understand. It is unexpected. There's something else I have to tell you. On the day of your discharge from Pentonville, you will have to report to Scotland Yard. They will want to know where you're staying in London. You will have to report to them every month and let them know at once if you change your address.
Why do I have to report, sir, if I've been pardoned?
No, Idalgi, you have not been pardoned. You are to remain under police supervision.
But why? Am I innocent or guilty?
You will be a discharged convict. More than that, I cannot tell you.
I don't understand.
That is all, Idalgi. You may return to your cell. Mr. Marriott?
Sir. Go on.
Oh, thank you, sir.
After his release, George remained in London. Unable to practice as a solicitor, he picked up his pen and began a series of articles on his case for the Umpire, a weekly paper.
Released on a 4 years ticket of leave on the 19th of last month, after serving 3 full years out of the 7, to which I was so unjustly sentenced.
These were the articles which Sir Arthur Conan Doyle received from George Idalgi towards the end of 1906. From then, until well into the new year, Sir Arthur devoted all his time to studying the case.
You know, Alfred, when I received the knighthood, I did so believing that nothing should ever be allowed to disturb the established order of things. But I'm afraid that belief no longer stands on firm ground.
Because of this case, sir?
Yes. There are times when justice demands that we raise our voices against authority, whatever the cost may be, whatever the pain of shattered illusion.
But supposing Idalgi is innocent, sir, how could there have been such a terrible mistake?
Mistake? It might be something worse. And judicial crimes are not done with impunity, even to the most humble. Somehow, somewhere, there comes a national punishment in return. Well, I'm familiar with the published facts of the case. Now we must meet the young man himself.
Yes, sir. Where shall we fix the rendezvous?
I think the Grand Hotel Charing Cross. Book us some rooms and arrange for George Idalgi to meet us there.
Excuse me, sir. Could I help you?
Yes, we're meeting someone here in the foyer, Mr. Idalgi.
Oh, yes, sir. I think you'll find him over there,
Where?
sitting by the window.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see him. Thank you. Good heavens.
What is it, sir?
Do you notice the way he's reading that newspaper?
Yes, sir. How very odd. He's holding it close to his eyes. His head is sort of twisted on one side.
Yes, most significant. Well, let's go over and introduce ourselves.
Yes? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle?
Yes, and this is my secretary, Mr. Alfred Wood.
How do you do?
Very pleased to meet you, sir.
Sir Arthur, I can't tell you how grateful I am.
I'm only too glad to help you in any way I can, and I'm honored that you should ask me.
I turn to you because I know you have helped other people. I don't know anyone in London.
And London is a terrible city to be friendless in. Well, you're not without friends now.
I know, Sir Arthur. If you hadn't responded...
we won't talk of that. I'm here now. Let's go to my room. There are many questions to be answered. Alfred?
Sir?
Please make a note. I want you to purchase a 6-inch ordnance survey map of the Great Wiley district.
6-inch ordnance survey. Right, sir, I've got that.
And get on to Mr. Kenneth Scott of Manchester Square. He's an eye specialist. Ask him whether he'd be kind enough to make an evening appointment for Mr. Adalji as soon as possible. This report from Mr. Scott confirms my own diagnosis, Alfred. Here we are. Right eye minus 8.75 diopter sphere, minus 1.75 diopter cylinder axis 90 degrees. Left eye minus 8.25 diopter sphere.
I'm afraid all that's a bit beyond me, sir.
Well, in plain language, it means that George is terribly short-sighted. In fact, I don't recall a case of myopia as severe as this when I was in practice as an oculist.
Well, if his eyes are that bad, sir, how could he have possibly done those crimes?
How indeed. Alfred, will you please look up a good train to Great Wiley this afternoon?
Are you going there, sir?
Yes. I want to meet the family. And there are a number of inquiries I have to make.
Very good, sir. I'll see to the ticket.
Not ticket, Alfred. Tickets. I'll need you with me.
Yes, sir.
But if they still think George is guilty, why did they let him out of prison?
If we knew that, Reverend, we would understand many other things. One can only surmise. But I'm of the opinion that the authorities have compromised with their consciences. I believe they were shaken by all the agitation, especially by such journals as Truth.
I'm afraid there has been very little of that in the case against my son, Sir Arthur.
How was George looking when you saw him?
Not too badly, Mrs. Adalji, considering his ordeal. He's been under a great strain. But then you all have.
Yes, indeed.
It must have been a difficult time for you.
It's been a nightmare. What made them pick on George? He could never have done those horrible crimes. When I sat in court and heard them accusing him, I felt I was going mad. We've never harmed anyone. Why did they say those terrible things? Why?
I think I can tell you in a word. Prejudice. Racial prejudice of the most vicious kind. You and your family are the victims of a malignant disease.
And it is not yet over.
You mean the attitude of the villagers?
Yes, Mr. Wood. Oh, most of them have been very kind. But there are always those who will pass by on the other side.
Yes, that's the nature of the world, I'm afraid. Your position here as vicar can't have been easy.
Perhaps we are being tested in some way. It has been a heavy cross.
And one that you've borne with honor. I was convinced of your son's innocence before I came here. But now, having met you all, I'm doubly certain that a great wrong has been done, and I shall do all I can to get those in authority to admit it.
May God guide you.
Sir Arthur, do you think we shall ever know who did those horrible things?
Perhaps we shall, Miss Adalji. We must pursue the trail and see where it leads us. But now, we must go.
Yes, we must.
Won't you and Mr. Wood stay for supper?
No, thank you. You're most kind, but we have work to do. Could you please tell us how to get to Bridgetown?
I will show you the way.
Well, good night to you all.
Sir Arthur? Thank you.
Courage, Mrs. Adalji. Come, Alfred.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Mr. Hand?
That's right, sir.
Mr. John Hand?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Oh, it's a matter of some importance. This is Mr. Wood.
How do you do? Sir?
And my name is Arthur Conan Doyle.
Conan Doyle? Not thee, Sir Arthur. Here, wait a bit. Let me find you someone to sit.
Oh, no, please don't trouble yourself, Mr. Hand. We're here because we think you can help us with some inquiries we're making. On behalf of Mr. George Adalji.
Oh, yes?
I believe you were a witness at the trial.
I was, sir. But they tell me he's out now.
Yes, he is. But in very strange circumstances. His present position is far from satisfactory. Now, I'd like you to take your mind back 3 years and more.
Yes, sir.
You testified that Mr. Idalge brought some boots to you for repair on the evening of August the 17th, 1903, the night of the crime.
That's right, sir. About 8:30 it was.
You have a good memory, Mr. Hand.
Oh, I could never forget that, sir.
He left the vicarage at about 8, so it took him half an hour, which is approximately the same time it's taken us. How long was he here for, do you remember?
Oh, 5 or 10 minutes. We chatted for a while, then he left. Said he was expected back for supper.
It's probably asking too much, but do you happen to recall what kind of coat he was wearing?
Yes, I can tell you that too, sir. It was dark blue serge.
Good heavens, fancy remembering a detail like that.
Oh, not at all, sir. It was the outdoor coat he always wore.
Oh, then Mr. Idalge was a regular customer of yours.
Oh, yes, sir. He'd been coming here for years.
What sort of man would you say he was?
Well, very pleasant gentleman, sir. A bit shy, but very friendly. Oh, and very civil. Always called me Mr. And, well, you know what I mean.
I do indeed.
Politeness costs nothing.
Yeah.
If anybody hereabouts wanted any help with legal matters, well, he'd always give it.
And what did you think of the verdict at the trial?
Well, if you want my opinion, sir, it was all wrong. He wasn't guilty, not Mr. Idalge.
Why do you say that?
Well, I knew him. I remember one day he came in when I cut my hand. Funny how these small things stick in your mind. Well, I had a bandage on and the blood was showing through. Oh, he seemed terribly upset. No, he could never have done the things they say he did. He couldn't hurt anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. You're a good judge of character, as well as an excellent craftsman, judging from these boots here.
Thank you, sir. Very kind of you to say so.
You've been most helpful. Good night to you.
Good night, Mr. Hand.
Oh, and to you too, gentlemen.
Salt of the earth, sir.
Yes, that was the whole problem.
Problem, sir? I don't understand. For whom?
For the police, my dear Wood. Can't you picture him giving evidence in court as strong and reliable as the materials of his trade? If he said 8:30, 8:30 it was. If he said George was wearing a blue serge coat, it couldn't possibly have been his grey house jacket. No jury on earth could have failed to believe him. Is it any wonder that the police had to fall back on the even more ridiculous proposition that George crept unnoticed from a locked bedroom and committed the crime at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Remarkable.
Self-evident, my dear Alfred. All that remains now is to demolish their theory by practical experiment. Are you feeling energetic?
Oh, I'm game for anything, sir. What do you have in mind?
A walk. Over there, about 3/4 of a mile away, judging from our map reading, is the field where that poor beast was mutilated. What we shall do is to follow the route George is supposed to have taken that night.
Oh, very well, sir.
Right. Off we go.
This bank's a bit steep.
You need a hand up, Alfred?
No, thank you, sir.
Oh, careful now. There's a ditch here. Oh, and another fence up here. Mind the barbed wire. All right?
Yes, fine, sir. Oh, quite an obstacle, of course.
I think we're approaching the field now.
Oh, yes, there's the colliery.
Now, somewhere here must be the spot where the pony was done to death.
I'm quite puffed.
And we're both active men, Alfred. Imagine this course being run at night by someone who's nearly blind and with a score of police scouring the neighborhood.
Pretty far-fetched notion, isn't it?
It's grotesque. And to think this all-important point was not even raised at the trial.
Do you know what this reminds me of, sir?
Huh?
Who would associate crime with these quiet fields?
Ah, yes. It is my belief, Watson, founded upon my experience, that the lowest and vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling and beautiful countryside.
Oh, you horrify me, Holmes.
But the reason is very obvious. The pressure of public opinion can do in the town what the law cannot accomplish. And there is a step between the crime and the dock. But look at these lonely houses, each in its own field, and think of the deeds of hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness, which may go on year in, year out in such places, and none the wiser.
Now, what was the name of that story?
I'll give you a clue. Fagus sylvatica cuprea.
Fagus sylvatica? Oh, of course, the copper beeches.
Right. But that was fiction, Alfred. The case of the Indian solicitor is fact. But now we must get back to the Star Inn. I have a night's work ahead of me. Come in.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. But it's gone 2 o'clock. You really ought to get some sleep.
No time for that. The Daily Telegraph want these articles by Thursday morning. Incidentally, they're going to be non-copyright. I insisted on that.
I see your point, sir.
The whole country is going to know the truth. Bigotry. That's what we're up against. And the chief constable, I regret to say, is the chief offender.
Why do you think Captain Anson has this hostility against George?
Because of his colour, my dear Wood, because of his colour. For no other reason, and it goes back 15 years. Anson has infected the whole of his police force with his ideas.
Shocking business.
Yes, and I've said as much in this article. Now then, in all details, this seems to me to form a kind of squalid Dreyfus case. The parallel is extraordinarily close. You have a Parsi instead of a Jew, with a young and promising career blighted. In each case, the degradation from a profession and the campaign for redress and restoration. In each case, questions of forgery and handwriting arise, with Esterhazy in the one and the anonymous writer in the other. Finally, I regret to say that in the one case you have a clique of French officials going from excess to excess in order to cover an initial mistake, and that in the other you have the Staffordshire police acting in the way I have described.
You know, you've had your nose in that Telegraph since lunch. What are you reading?
Damned interesting article.
May I?
Do.
Thank you. The case of Mr. George Idalgi. Special investigation by the A. Conan Doyle. Heavens, there must be all of 10,000 words there.
And the same yesterday.
Good, is it?
Fellow argues his case well, I'll say that. Would have made a good lawyer.
Or an MP?
No, that I doubt. Too passionate by half.
All heart and no head, eh?
No, he has both. An unpopular combination in the House.
There goes the division bell.
I've come to report, Sergeant.
Ah, yes. Name of Idalgi?
That's right.
Still at the same address?
Yes, 2 Mecklenburg Street.
All right. Sign here.
Thank you.
I see you're famous.
Oh, yes, the Telegraph articles.
Got old Sherlock Holmes on the scent, eh?
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has been very helpful.
He's wasting his time.
He believes I'm innocent.
Oh, does he now?
And I am.
All right, all right. See you next month.
Listen! Listen to this! Listen! Now we turn to the last tribunal of all. A tribunal which never errs when the facts are fairly laid before them. And we as the public of Great Britain, whether the thing is to go on. That's what Conan Doyle asked in his paper. And we, the Society for Law and Order, ask whether all this agitation against the authority is to go on. The writing is on the wall, plain for all to see. Is it rude? Oh, you can laugh, sir. You can laugh. But you won't be laughing when the fabric of our society is torn asunder. Beware those who would undermine the forces of law and order for their own ends. The creation of anarchy. Rubbish! It is far from rubbish. I tell you, Conan Doyle is playing a dangerous game, defending a convicted criminal. Oh, George Idalgi is no ordinary criminal, I grant you. He's a very clever man. He's won gold medals, and he's written a book on railway law. But, whose side is he on? Liverpool! We live in perilous times. We are surrounded by enemies who seek to destroy us. And what better way than by spreading unrest and disaffection? We have the finest police force in the world. What right does Conan Doyle to cast a slur on their integrity?
Mind you, Wood, I deprecate a public outcry, but we have no alternative. The door's been shut in our faces, and we must force it open.
I rather think the Home Secretary has his shoulder to it on the other side, sir.
Then we shall see whose is the stronger. I fancy it'll be mine. If it were his father now, the grand old man, I'd be taking on a mountain. But Herbert Gladstone? He's a foothill.
My dear Sir Arthur.
Mr. Gladstone, I'm obliged to you, sir, for this interview.
Not at all. My pleasure. Please be seated.
I need hardly tell you that my concern over the case of Mr. George Idalgi is shared by many of our fellow citizens.
Yes, I gather the correspondence columns of our newspapers are somewhat fuller than usual.
It is not merely a question of letters to the press, Mr. Secretary, sir. Expressions of disquiet have come from many distinguished quarters.
And all without cause or foundation, I assure you.
You will have difficulty in assuring me, sir. There are questions to be answered.
Then ask them, my dear fellow.
Who was responsible for deciding that Idalgi should go free but remain guilty?
That is a question that I'm afraid I cannot answer.
Pray, sir, why? Is it a state secret?
It is a matter of political prudence.
You outrun me, sir.
Surely not, Sir Arthur. There are always political considerations in these matters. I'm sure you understand that. You stood for Parliament twice, did you not?
Yes, and was defeated twice.
Regrettably.
Perhaps it was just as well. I could never really imagine myself as secretary to a party, or as thinking that all virtues lay with one set of men.
You raise a philosophical question.
Now let me raise another, and it's a very simple one. Do you intend to re-examine the case of Mr. Idalgi?
There is no simple answer to that.
Why not, sir?
There are practical difficulties. We have as yet no provision for appeals against criminal convictions, although, of course, such a reform has been under consideration since the unfortunate case of Adolf Beck.
Another innocent man who was sent to prison.
As you say.
Do you mean that Idalgi's sentence must stand because there is no legal machinery for dealing with it?
As regards a retrial, yes.
It's monstrous.
It is unfortunate, but that is the law.
Then the law must be changed.
That is a matter for Parliament.
You are the Home Secretary.
And my hands are tied.
Then we shall have to untie them, sir, even if it means calling a protest meeting in Trafalgar Square.
I would never have imagined you in the role of a public agitator, Sir Arthur.
There are times, Mr. Home Secretary, when it is criminal not to agitate.
I am saddened to think that you should regard me as an enemy. I sympathize with your predicament.
Not mine. Idalgi's and his family's. They are the ones who are suffering.
Your concern for them is admirable, though I cannot share your certainty that there has been a miscarriage of justice in this case.
But you will admit, sir, that these are exceptional circumstances.
They are, I agree, not normal.
Yet you will do nothing.
No. Something can be done. I am prepared to appoint a special committee of unbiased men to examine and report on this case.
And there will be public hearings?
No useful purpose would be served by such an arrangement. The atmosphere would be too highly charged with emotion. The sessions will be held in camera. But the committee will study all relevant data, and they will be asked to make recommendations as to what course we should take.
If any.
If any.
Well, it's something, but it's not ideal.
Nothing is ideal in this world, Sir Arthur.
And have you decided to do this in response to public pressure?
Oh, no. The government never submits to pressure of that kind.
Would the Home Secretary inform the House when we may expect to hear the names of the members comprising his special committee to inquire into the Idalgi case and their terms of reference?
I am grateful for the opportunity to reply to this question, and I am pleased to tell the House that the committee referred to has now been appointed. It comprises 3 members, eminently qualified for this responsible and, may I say, onerous task. They are Sir Arthur Wilson, P.C., Mr. John Lloyd Wharton, and Sir Robert Roper. Their brief is to examine all the evidence in the case, to apprise me of their findings, and to recommend such action as they consider necessary or desirable.
The Staffordshire Advertiser, March the 2nd, 1907. Sir Robert Roper takes the view that the inquiry should be public. The proposed committee would have no power to call witnesses or administer an oath, and he does not see his way to act as judge or jury in trying the question of the guilt or innocence of Mr. Idalgi without the legal power of summoning witnesses. Sir Robert adds that his colleagues entirely concur with his views. The Home Office announces that Sir A. de Rutzen, Chief Metropolitan Magistrate, has consented to take Sir Robert's place, and the examination of the papers is now proceeding.
Alfred, where's my who's who?
Here, sir.
Thank you. Now then, who is this new member of the committee who has managed to allay the doubts raised by the outspoken Sir Robert? Here we are. To Rutzen Albert, Baronet. Oh.
Something wrong, sir?
Yes, Alfred, disturbingly wrong. I fear we can no longer expect an impartial verdict from the new Gladstone Committee. The Home Secretary assured me it's composed of unbiased men.
And isn't it?
Well, I say nothing of the other two. But the new third member cannot be described as a wholly disinterested party. Do you know who Sir Albert de Rutzen is?
Judge, sir.
Yes, and something else besides. He happens to be a second cousin of Captain Anson, Chief Constable of the County of Staffordshire.
Good gracious, what an odd coincidence.
Coincidence, my dear Wood? And is it also coincidence that Sir Reginald Hardy, who presided over the court which sentenced George Idalgi, has a wife whose maiden name was Gladstone? No, for she is a cousin of Mr. Herbert Gladstone, the Home Secretary.
Good heavens. No wonder they say blood's thicker than water.
Yes, and never more so than when it's blue. Come in.
Your letter, sir.
Oh, thank you, Alice.
And a postcard.
Sir Arthur, look, she...
Give me a hand, Alfred. Now, let's get on to the couch.
What's wrong with her, sir?
Well, it's some time since I was in general practice, but I'd say she's fainted. Pulse sluggish. Oh, would you please get my salve lately?
Yes, sir.
Now, what made her do that? She was handing me the postcard. Well, where is it? Ah, yes, here it is. Oh, I see.
Here we are, sir.
Thank you, Al. I'll just sprinkle a few drops on my handkerchief. That's her inhaler.
Where am I? What?
It's all right, Alice. Don't try to get up.
What happened?
There's nothing to be alarmed about. You fainted.
Oh.
She isn't ill, is she, sir?
I don't believe so. I'd say she was suffering from delayed shock. Am I right, Alice?
Oh, no, sir. Really, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Can I get back to work?
In a moment. Now, why did you faint?
I don't know, sir.
I think you do.
No, honest, sir.
I think you read this postcard before you came in, and the contents upset you.
Oh, sir.
There now. There's no need to cry. It's all over.
Oh, Sir Ralph. Oh, I don't know what you must think of me.
I think your curiosity is stronger than your constitution.
Oh, I feel so ashamed.
Then we'll say no more about it. How are you feeling now?
Oh, all right, sir. Thank you.
You think you can stand?
Yes, sir.
Now, steady. Steady.
Oh, I really am sorry, sir. Please forgive me.
I do, Alice.
I don't understand, sir. Why should a postcard make her faint?
Read it.
God, filth.
Posted in Great Whyley, you'll notice. And if we look through these letters, I shouldn't be surprised that, as I thought, another communication from the same source, and in the same hand. Let's see what it says. I know from a detective of Scotland Yard that if you write to Gladstone and say you find Idalgi is guilty after all, they'll make you a lord next year. Is it not better to be a lord than to run the risk of losing kidneys and liver? Think of all the ghoulish murders that are committed. Why then should you escape?
Oh.
The punctuation's atrocious. And there's more. Idalgi wrote all the letter, you blind fool. Don't you know he was at school with that blasted Gretorick?
Ah, that's the boy whose signature was forged on some of the letters.
Right. It goes on now. There was no education to be got at Walsall where that bloody swine Aldous was high school boss. The proof of what I tell you is in the writing he put in the papers when they loosed him out of prison, where he ought to been kept along with his dad, an old black and yellow-faced Jew.
Oh, unspeakable. What wouldn't I give to meet him face to face?
You'll have to forego such an encounter for the time being, Wood. Oh, meanwhile, please be good enough to hand me that box file.
Yes.
And my magnifying glass.
There we are.
Thank you. There we are now. The 1903 letters bearing the forged signature of young Gretorick. It's a pity we don't have the originals, but these photographs will serve our purpose. Now, if we compare them with the missive I've just received and the postcard, I fancy we shall find... Yes, my assumption was correct. There's been a clumsy attempt to disguise the handwriting, but there's no mistaking the similarity.
By heaven, sir, yes, you're right.
Yes, and there's something else that's always intrigued me, Wood. After the anonymous letters of 1892 to 95, there was silence, wasn't there, for nearly 8 years. Then they started again. And in this very first letter, received in 1903, there are several lyrical references to life at sea. And the same allusion is made in several of the others. Well, here, for example, if they ever catch me for the murder, I think they'll not hang me, but send me to sea.
Now, start.
Now, what else do these letters tell us about our Mr. X?
He's foul-mouthed and illiterate.
Oh, that certainly. But they also tell us, do they not, that he went to Walsall Grammar School and that he hated the headmaster. I think we may safely assume that that's who he means when he talks about the high school boss Aldous. And I'm equally certain that X was in some trouble at school, hence his unbridled animosity towards the head. Now we come to Gretrix, the boy who had nothing to do with the affair.
Oh, I remember, sir. He was away in the Isle of Man at the time.
He was. And he, too, was a pupil at Walsall Grammar.
I've just remembered something else, sir. The key that was found on the doorstep of the vicarage.
Capital. Yes, that, too, came from the school at Walsall. You see how all our clues point in the same direction? It is there, my dear Wood, that we shall find the center of the maze. Mr. Aldous, you were formerly headmaster of Walsall Grammar School, I believe.
Yes, Sir Arthur, during the 90s.
Yes. You must have had hundreds of boys passing through your hands during that time.
Oh, many hundreds.
And no two were alike?
As you say, each one was an individual, and I remember them all.
Good. Then you won't mind my asking.
We're like elephants, you know, we teachers.
Thick-skinned, eh?
Yes. No, not exactly.
I believe Mr. Aldous was alluding to the widely held notion that elephants have good memories.
Yes, I was.
An erroneous belief. But do you happen to recall any pupil who was particularly out of the ordinary, abnormal?
Oh, yes.
You do?
Chadwick. Remarkable boy.
Tell me about him.
He came from quite humble background. His father was a forester, but he had an astonishing intellect. Fluent Greek and Latin at 15. Went to Cambridge, gained a tripod.
No, that wasn't
Do
what I...
you know why they call it a tripod?
Yes, because of the custom whereby a B.A. known as Mr. Tripos sat on a three-legged stool and disputed in the philosophy school at Cambridge on Ash Wednesday.
Excellent.
But I didn't mean exceptional in that way. No, I was referring to...
Athletic prowess? Oh, we had a number of outstanding boys. But chiefly I remember Dawson. He ran for Britain in the second Olympic Games in Paris in 1900.
No, Mr. Aldous, I'm afraid we're talking at cross purposes. By abnormal, I meant not conforming to accepted standards of behavior.
Oh, you mean a boy with antisocial tendencies?
Precisely.
That kind of thing was not tolerated at Walsall. At least not while I was there. Of course, standards may have slackened since.
But you must have had some pupils like that, surely.
Not that I recall.
Oh, think, man, think. Much may depend on it.
This is quite pointless, Sir Arthur.
Mr. Aldous, there's a man's whole future at stake here, and the well-being of his family. Now, I urge you to cast from your mind all considerations which you might mistakenly feel are to your discredit, and concentrate on the single question, was there such a boy as I described?
Let me think. Yes, I remember now. He was only there for a couple of years.
Yes?
I had to expel him because he was an incorrigible liar and innately vicious. He had a particular taste for using a knife. He used to rip up cushions in trains and pull out all the horsehair. He later became apprenticed to a butcher. Then he went to sea, I understand, and served for a time on a cattle boat. Oh, there was a mad streak in him. He did mad, senseless things.
What things?
Oh, forging letters.
His name, Mr. Aldous. What was his name?
I can't remember.
Oh, try.
No, it's gone. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a lot to expect.
It was 15 years ago.
You did your best. Come, Alfred. Good day to you, sir.
Wait.
What?
Sharp. Yes, that was it. Sharp. Royden Sharp.
Why should anyone want to implicate your son, Mrs. Gretrix?
Spoiled, if you ask me. But it doesn't make any sense, whichever way you look at it. Bobby wouldn't do a thing like that, writing those horrible letters. Besides, he wasn't ever here at the time.
No, we know.
Proper mystery it is.
Yes, indeed. Your son was at school in Walsall with George Edalji, I believe.
Yes, he was.
Do you think Edalji was behind it all?
Well, I know they said he was. And they sent him to prison for it, but Oh, I don't know. It never seemed right to me. George Idalgi and my Bobby were chums. Bobby often brought him home for tea. Very polite lad he was. Oh, it's a real old jigsaw puzzle, the whole thing. I've never been able to work it out.
Nor can we hope to until we have all the pieces. Tell me, do you happen to remember a young man by the name of Royden Sharp?
Remember Royden Sharp? I'm not likely to forget him, especially that time when all the cattle maiming was going on.
What happened then, Mrs. Cretterick?
Summer it was. I've known the Sharps for years, and I'd gone round to their house, for a chat. We were talking about the poor animals, and Royden was there. Well, he'd been away at sea for 7 or 8 years and come home 6 months previous. He seemed to get very excited when the animals were mentioned. Kept saying George Idalgi had done it. In fact, he had it in for the whole family. Don't ask me why. Anyway, he got up all of a sudden. He went to a cupboard and got out a funny kind of knife. Big thing it was. Never seen anything like it.
Could you describe it?
Well, it didn't come to a point. More rounded it was, with a sort of bump at the end of the blade.
Ah, go on.
And then he said, "Look at this. That's what they kill the cattle with." Oh, I felt quite ill. And the look on his face. Oh, I couldn't describe it.
As though he enjoyed telling you about it.
That's right, sir. That's it exactly.
How did you know that?
It was obvious, Wood. We're dealing with a man of sadistic propensity.
The knife was a horse lancet. Conan Doyle managed to get possession of it. How, we need not inquire. He had his methods. He made a sketch of it and included it with a report he sent to the Home Secretary.
The case against Royden Sharp. The wounds in all the outrages up to August the 18th were of a very peculiar character. In every case, there was a shallow incision. It had cut through skin and muscles, but had not penetrated the gut. Had an ordinary cutting weapon been used, it must certainly, in some instance, have penetrated far enough to pierce the gut with its point or edge. Note that the blade of the horse lancet is very sharp, yet it could never penetrate more than superficially. I submit this very large horse lancet, obtained by Royden Sharp from the cattle ship, as being the only kind of instrument which could have committed all the crimes. This seems to me in itself a complete case, and if I, a stranger in the district, have been able to collect it, I cannot doubt that fresh evidence would come out after his arrest. He appears to have taken very little pains to hide his proceedings, and how there could at any time have been any difficulty in pointing him out as the criminal is to me an extraordinary thing.
Conan Doyle submitted his detailed and carefully reasoned report to the Home Office and awaited their reply. In May 1907, the findings and recommendations of the Gladstone Committee were made public. Mr. Ernley Blackwell of the Home Office.
The committee reports, in our opinion, the conviction was unsatisfactory, and we cannot agree with the verdict of the jury. On the other hand, we agree that Idalgi was the writer of the letters of 1903, and that he has, therefore, to some extent, brought his troubles upon himself.
I demand to see the Home Secretary.
The Home Secretary is not available, Sir Arthur. I am acting for him.
And who might you be, sir?
My name is Ernley Blackwell. I take it you've come about Idalgi.
I've come to protest about this outrageous verdict. I say to you, sir, and I say to Mr. Gladstone, that these miserable findings are an affront to the civilized conscience. Idalgi has therefore to some extent brought his troubles upon himself. What meaningless rubbish is this?
I must ask
And why
you,
has the Home Secretary decided that no compensation can be granted? It's intolerable, and I'm not alone in thinking so. Countless members of Parliament have shown their concern by their questions in the House. One pressed the Home Secretary to confirm that Idalgi was innocent. And the answer? It is a matter of opinion. It was not a matter of opinion when the Gladstone Committee declared Idalgi guilty of writing the anonymous letters. And on what evidence? On that of a single so-called expert.
Really, sir?
Why has no action been taken against Royden Sharp? Why has nothing been done about my report? If you've taken the trouble to read it.
I have.
Then you'll know there's a prima facie case.
I know nothing of the kind. Our law officers advise us that there is no case against Sharp. You have maligned an innocent man.
Innocent?
Royden Sharp is no more guilty than I am.
You are guilty, sir, of willful blindness. Sharp wrote the letters and Sharp did the killings. No other verdict is possible.
I would advise you, Sir Arthur, not to persist in these allegations.
Mr. Blackwell, do you maintain that George Idalgi is raving mad?
There is no indication to that effect.
Has there ever been any suggestion that he's mad?
Not to my knowledge.
Then do you seriously suggest that he sent me 7 violent letters threatening my life?
I can do no more than refer you to the Gladstone Committee's report. Here we are, page 6. These letters can have only a very remote bearing on whether Idalgi was rightly convicted in 1903.
Mr. Blackwell, it was always apparent to me that the criminal in this case was insane. I am now beginning to wonder whether insanity has spread to the Home Office.
You have heard my final words, Sir Arthur. The case of George Idalgi is closed.
It is not closed. I will not leave the job half finished.
Once more, Conan Doyle charged into battle. During June to August, he wrote further articles in the Daily Telegraph, asking,
Who wrote the letters? I have just received a most careful and weighty report upon the Idalgi documents from Dr. Lindsay Johnson, the well-known expert who assisted Maitre Labori to unravel the mysteries of the Dreyfus bordereau. Could the forged Greatorex letters of 1903 have possibly been written by Mr. George Idalgi?
The letters signed Idalgi and Greatorex have nothing in common. The former are those of an educated man. They exhibit no errors in spelling or style. The handwriting is that of a man who has written precisely in the same way, which shows a writer of regular and orderly habits, and every full stop is inserted. The forged Greatorex letter is in a cramped and apparently disguised hand. It is unquestionably the style of an uneducated man, irregular in his habits. It is practically unpunctuated throughout.
Dr. Lindsay Johnson also had specimens of Royden Sharp's handwriting obtained by Conan Doyle. Everything pointed to Sharp as the author of the anonymous letters, and it was an independent verdict.
I have purposely avoided reading your articles in the paper, lest they should bias my mind.
The conclusions to which you have come are exactly the same as my own, though founded upon a far closer scrutiny and upon more elaborate methods.
The case of George Idalgi is closed.
George paid a final visit to Scotland Yard.
Mr. Idalgi, nice of you to drop in.
I've come to say goodbye.
What?
I've been pardoned, Sergeant, didn't you know?
Me? How can I be expected to know anything? So I won't be seeing you again.
Not unless you need legal advice.
Oh, going back to that, are you? Thought you'd been struck off.
The Law Society have readmitted me.
Well, I'm blowed. I suppose I will be hearing about this officially.
Yes, I'm expecting a letter of pardon from the Home Secretary.
Look, tell me something. What made him change his mind?
The truth. And someone to fight for it.
George Idalgi remained in London, gaining his livelihood from a humble legal practice in the Borough High Street, Lambeth. But he was never cleared of the charge of writing anonymous letters. He never received a penny damages, nor to this day has the Home Office acknowledged that there was a miscarriage of justice. No one could give George back the 3 years he had spent in prison, or take away the anguish of his persecuted family. But George's sufferings, brought home to the country at large through the efforts of Conan Doyle, were not wholly in vain. They led directly to the creation in 1907 of the Court of Criminal Appeal, after 32 previous attempts to set up such a court had failed. On November the 2nd, 1911, Sir Arthur wrote to his mother, I have written to the new Home Secretary about Idalgi. I'll win that fight yet.
I was wrong. I had underestimated the strength of the enemy. The sad fact is that officialdom in England stands solid together, and that when you are forced to attack it, you need not expect justice, but rather that you're up against an unavowed trade union, the members of which are not going to act the blackleg to each other, and which subordinates the public interest to a false idea of loyalty. What confronts you is a determination to admit nothing which inculpates another official, and as to the idea of punishing another official for offenses which have caused misery to helpless victims, it never comes within their horizon. Oh, Elsie, sir, could you get me a list of all the chemists in the Great Wiley area? I shall need to write to them.
Very good, sir.
The fight goes on.
Indeed, sir.
And go on, it did. Proof of this can be found in a letter written to a chemist in Cannock and presented by his son-in-law in 1971 to the Victoria Theatre, Stoke-on-Trent, where this play was being staged.
Undershore, Hindhead, Hazelmere, August the 31st, 1907. Dear Sir, could you tell me if anyone has purchased aniseed, either as balsam or in any other form of late? It is, as you know, used to attract horses, and may have been so in this case. Of course, such a purchase may have been quite innocent, but I should be obliged if in this crisis you would submit to me for my own information the name of any male customer who has recently bought such preparations. The public good must be my excuse for troubling you. I am, dear sir, yours truly, Arthur Conan Doyle.
In Conan Doyle Investigates by Roger Waddis, Carlton Hobbs played Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, with Graham Armitage as Alfred Wood, Brian Hewlett as George Edalji, Edward Kelsey as the Reverend Shapoji Edalji, Penelope Shaw as Charlotte, and Susan Tracy as Maud. Captain the Honourable George Anson, Sir Reginald Hardy, and others were played by Paul Chapman, Inspector Campbell by John Malcolm, Thomas Gurin, Mr. Aldis, and others by George Woolley, and Sergeant Upton by Ralph Lawton. Dr. Butter and others by Arthur Pentelow, Mr. Disternal and Mr. Herbert Gladstone by Peter Yapp, and Mr. Vachel, Dr. Lindsay Johnson and others by Basil Jones. Also taking part were Gerald Turner, Daniel Bryan, and James Duckett. Production in Birmingham by Anthony Cornish.
So Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. William Shakespeare's place as a poet is secure for all the ages. Yes, sometimes his towering reputation tends to scare away ordinary people. Strangely enough, the very people he wrote for, whom he fondly called the groundlings, because to watch his plays they swarmed to fill the floor of the theater where they had to stand. What drew them there? Plays of such fury, terror, excitement, suspense, and magic as the one you hear now.
What did he say, Brutus?
He was just playing with words, Peter.
I don't mean Cassius. I meant that voice I heard above the crowd. You didn't hear it, Brutus?
No.
Cassius?
All right.
Anthony?
Yes, I heard him.
And his words?
He said, Caesar, beware. Beware the Ides of March.
Our mystery drama, The Assassination, was adapted from William Shakespeare's great classic play, Julius Caesar, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Norman Rose and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Allied Van Lines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In our era of politics, the manipulation of mass emotions by all media, the tragedy of civil war, and countries divided against themselves, perhaps no story that William Shakespeare dramatized is more timely than the fall of his benevolent dictator, Julius Caesar, and the consequent and ultimate disaster of civil war. This is the story of Julius Caesar as William Shakespeare shaped it, not in his words, but the pattern of the plot.
I swear by the time we press through this crowd, the races will be over, Marcus Antony.
The people gather wherever you go to show their love for you, great Caesar.
I sometimes wish they were a little less faithful. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Whatever love they have for me, I return to the citizens of Rome.
To them, you are Rome.
If that's true, then I am theirs. Even Calpurnia claims they come before her in my thoughts.
The fate of any politician's wife. Am I not right, Brutus? Wouldn't Portia agree with me?
You must ask my wife that yourself. For myself, I dare not.
Oh, come now. You men are all the same.
Oh, there you are wrong. Caesar stands head and shoulders above the rest of us. You see, you are no politician's wife.
Ah? What am I, then?
A statesman's wife.
Or maybe more than that.
What did you say, Cassius?
I? Only agreeing with you, Brutus.
What did he say?
Cassius? Oh, he was just playing with words.
I don't mean him. I meant that voice I heard above the crowd. The one who shouted at me.
They all shout for you.
This one could be heard above all the rest. A warning. You didn't hear it, Brutus?
No.
Cassius?
Nor I.
Antony?
Yes, I heard him.
And his words?
He said, "Beware the Ides of March."
That's what I heard.
Was he a great, huge man with a beard streaked gray and piercing eyes?
Yes, I think that one there.
Oh, no.
What frightens you, dear?
I know him. A soothsayer. A man with second sight.
Then we should take his first sight from him if he threatens Caesar.
Oh, let's not spoil a festive day. Leave him with his dreams. Besides, he warns of tomorrow. And today, the races are waiting. Come, let us go.
Caesar, you are not going to stir from the house tomorrow, just the same.
We shall see.
Aren't you going to the course, Brutus?
I'm not a gambling man like Antony or Caesar. Don't let me keep you, Cassius.
No, I want to talk to you a moment, if I may.
Why not? We are friends.
I hope. Lately, I haven't been so sure, Brutus.
Oh, why?
Oh, somehow you seem to avoid my eyes when we meet, as if something lay between us.
Does it show so openly?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
Can you see your own face?
Well, the eye doesn't see itself, except by reflection.
Too bad.
What?
That you have no mirrors that will reflect not only your face, but the thoughts and the man that lie behind it.
What is that?
I think you know.
I'm afraid I do. They want to make Caesar king.
And you want that no more than I do?
Not from personal ambition. I have better reasons. What were you trying to tell me before you heard that shout? And what did you mean, except by reflection?
That. Him. Caesar.
Cassius, I don't know if I like what you seem to be trying to draw me into.
Brutus, I must. Today, Julius Caesar administers the state. Tomorrow, he could rule it. And after that, what? Do we make him a god? Tell the truth. Isn't that what worries you?
Yes.
It should. I am trying to tell you that you are a greater man than Caesar, even myself.
Ambition in you, Cassius, beyond all the triumph you've already had as a soldier?
I was born as free as Caesar as you were. And I mean to keep my freedom. I'm as good a man and better. But one day in full armor, he dared me to swim with him across the Tiber. I plunged straight in and he followed. But halfway across, he was crying out, "Help me, Cassius, I'm sinking." And I had to drag us both to shore. And now, suddenly, he is a god, and I have to kneel to him.
Oh, now, Cassius, be fair. None of this has happened yet, and you may easily be starting at shadows.
Get that. But listen.
On the square, some new honors being awarded him.
Brutus, the man imagines himself a giant with the world at his feet. And small men like you and me are little better than slaves.
The tide of the time.
No. Men can be masters of their fates. The fault lies not in our stars, but in ourselves if we are slaves. Brutus and Caesar. Which name sounds better? Write them, say them, conjure with them. Brutus, you are as well loved and respected in Rome. What meat does Caesar eat that he is grown so great?
I knew you once when you would have faced the devil to keep your rightful place in Rome.
Enough, Cassius. Enough. What you have said. You have said out of friendship.
As much for our country as for you.
I know that. And in fairness, I will admit what troubles you is heavy on my mind as well.
I'm glad my words have shaken you even a little.
Not half so much, perhaps, as the worship from the crowd. What have they offered him now?
The race is over and he's coming. We'll take our old Casca aside and find out.
Caesar looks angry, and Calpurnia pale and worried.
And all the rest, even Antony, look shaken. Well, no matter. Casca will tell us all. If you are one of us.
Don't push me too hard, Cassius. I need time to reflect.
Caesar, why? Why did you not accept?
It was scarcely the most opportune moment. Damn my failing.
Oh, you give too much of yourself. You need rest. But... Caesar, what is it?
The strangest thought has crossed my mind. I think I would like to have around me only men who are fat and lazy and like to sleep. Cassius there has nothing but muscle on his bones. He's lean and looks hungry to me, like a wolf.
Well, surely you have nothing to fear from him. He's a noble Roman and one of us.
Perhaps. He never relaxes, cares little for music or plays or games as you and I do. He is what shall I say? A secret man. No. Maybe better. A private man.
You don't trust Cassius?
I get a sense that he is dangerous. I must get home to Calpurnia. Come on my right side to my good ear and tell me what you think of Cassius.
Now, Casca, tell me what happened in the forum.
No sooner were they on the dais with all the crowd pressing around than his faithful doormat, Mark Antony, would lie down and let him wipe his feet on him if Caesar asked, offered him a crown.
A crown?
Well, not exactly a coronet of leaves, but there was no mistaking. He was testing the public mood. For my money, Caesar was, too.
How?
You heard the mob. They screamed for him to accept, but he put it aside as if he wasn't worthy of the honor. Though I, standing beside him, could smell how much he desired it.
The crowd accepted his refusal?
Are you mad? It was like an audience at a play. They were all the more determined to see him crowned, so Antony offered it again. He was working them up to a frenzy. And himself, you can be sure that Antony and he had plotted the whole thing between them. So that when it was handed to him a third time...
Caesar took it?
Well, I'm sure he planned to, but suddenly he fell down, frothing at the mouth and twitching as though he'd been run through by a sword. Well, bless the timing that he was taken by the falling sickness.
We will not be so lucky again. And we should be ashamed that we are men of no resolve. We have our own sickness. The failing sickness.
What is more fickle than the public?
Then we must move fast to bring him down.
Faster than you think. The word is that tomorrow in the Senate they mean to vote Julius Caesar king. He will wear that crown.
I know where I will wear this dagger. I will be no man's slave.
Nor I. The gods speak in anger, too. A good omen for us. Are we enough to carry it through?
Yourself, myself, Trebonius, Ligarius, Decius, Metellus, Cimber, and Cinna. 7 we can count on.
If we were 17 or 70, we wouldn't be enough without...
Yes, without Brutus. He's the key.
Can we win him to your cause?
He is 3/4 of the way our man already. We need only some device to tip the scales.
Can he be bought? No. I don't mean with gold. With power.
No, he's too honest a man to care for either.
There is no such a man. Everyone has his price.
I know how to make Brutus one of us. Yes, to lend his name and leadership so the sheep may run for us and not for Caesar.
How?
Must all together write messages as though they came from the common people. Wrap them in stones and fling them through his windows tonight.
What messages?
Messages that call for the downfall of Caesar before he makes himself a god. And the common man of Rome spends the rest of his life in slavery. Let Rome remain a republic and let us be free men. That's all I ask to fight for.
Then we all stand with you.
So we are bound in blood. And no man bears the blame alone. And we make sure of death.
Did you see and hear that?
See what?
Above the Capitol. All shimmering with fire about him like a halo, and great forked bolts of lightning shooting from his hands. The soothsayer pointing toward Caesar's palace.
Soothsayer?
The one who cried out to Caesar on the way to the races, beware the Ides of March.
I didn't see him. I'm less superstitious than you. But I will take it as an omen. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is marked for Caesar's fall. The gods themselves demand it. We are only the instruments of his revenge. Well, then we'll meet at daybreak before Brutus' house. And if I know my friend, who by then must think the people as well as us have condemned Julius Caesar, then he will lead us to the assassination.
Over 2,000 years ago, the world was as troubled as it is now. But what is desperately sad is that the struggle for power and the motives of the men who waged it have changed so little. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The night before the prophesied doom of the Ides of March, the elements provide a fit setting for the gathering storm. That 15th of the month, the city of Rome is racked by a wild electrical storm. A storm that disturbs everyone's sleep. Brutus, disturbed enough himself, is kept awake by his frightened wife, Portia. And while Brutus wrestles with his conscience, he finds no sleep, as Cassius, Casca, and the other conspirators hurl messages, presumably from the people, through the windows of his house.
How can I sleep, facing the fact that if I will not see Caesar made a king, no more than that, an emperor, I have to face that other fact, that he must die. Oh, still another petition, and this time breaking my favorite urn. Are you asleep, Brutus? Awake yourself. Must Rome lie prostrate under a tyrant's foot? Are you not man enough to come forward and save the Republic?
My lord, what was that crash I heard?
Portia, my darling, sleep while you can. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, no, not the Grecian urn. Shattered in pieces. Oh, why? How?
Another stone through the window?
Another message?
It seems that few can sleep tonight.
You. Oh, what's happening, Brutus?
It's only a matter of state. It can quickly be resolved, but need to be in shape for tomorrow's events. Portia, do you love me?
Oh, with all my heart.
Go back to bed, and I will join you as soon as I can. Please.
Brutus, be careful.
I will take care. But of what? I dare not tell you. Who are you?
Your brother Cassius and friends. Forgive us for intruding on your rest.
Who rests tonight in Rome? Come in. Come in. I ask again. Who are you?
Not one man among us who does not honor you or does not wish you held the same opinion of yourself which every noble Roman bears. Trebonius.
Welcome.
Decius.
Most welcome too.
Casca, Cinna, Metellus, Cimber.
All welcome. But for what purpose?
Where is the east?
That window there.
Then look beyond the storm, Brutus. A new day rises. The Ides of March.
Cassius, come aside with me a moment. I want to talk to you. Excuse us, gentlemen. Cassius, what brings you here in the middle of the night?
I think you know.
Caesar.
Yes.
Would all these stand with us?
If you are with us?
They know it must be by his death.
Beneath the cloaks that shielded them when I brought them here, each man has a dagger like this.
I have no personal spite against him, and yet...
And yet he will be crowned king. It's his ambition that we destroy, not the man himself.
Before the serpent's egg is hatched, it must be crushed. Come, brothers. I think we know our cause.
Is it Caesar alone who is to die?
No, Mark Antony is too close to Caesar. If he outlives him, he's shrewd enough to bring us down. Let them fall together.
This is no bloodbath, Cassius. Cut off the head. But we will not hack at the limbs. We kill Caesar boldly, not in anger. Carve him as a dish fit for the gods, a sacrifice. Let us be remembered as purgers, not murderers.
Brutus is right. Mark Antony is as helpless as Caesar's arm when Caesar's head is cut off.
I still fear Antony.
Caesar only. Now, it is time for us to part.
There is one drawback. It's doubtful if Caesar will come to the capital today.
Why?
He's superstitious lately. Don't forget the soothsayer who warned him to beware the Ides of March.
Ah, this very day?
Leave Caesar to me. I promise you that I will bring him to the capital.
Very well. When and how do we strike?
It must be openly, before all. Let's see. Yes, why not? Metellus has a suit for Caesar to give amnesty to his banished brother, Casca Cassius, and I will press this suit while Trebonius draws Antony aside. The others gather about Caesar, and on a sign, we strike. Agreed?
Good plan, agreed.
Then let us meet at the capital. Till then.
Till then. All right.
The sun is rising on the Ides of March. Oh, Caesar, you should beware. Forgive us for what must be done.
What must be done?
Portia, why didn't you stay in bed? It's a raw, cold morning and bad for your health.
I'm afraid, Brutus. Who were those men who came here, hiding their faces in their cloaks, coming by night like criminals? Something awful has happened or is to happen that makes you sick at heart. Oh, my darling, I want to share your grief.
Hush, darling. Nothing for you to worry about.
I'm your wife, not your mistress. Don't I deserve your confidence?
What is it, Portia?
Nothing but my sickness. Oh, help me back to bed.
I'll carry you back to bed. Your heart against mine. Oh, you are the dearest thing in life to me. Accept my honor.
Perhaps after all, I don't want to know. Oh, Brutus, take me to bed. Let us try to get some sleep.
Sleep. I wonder if anyone in Rome sleeps sound tonight. Good morning, Caesar.
Brutus, what are you doing up so early on this miserable morning?
I came to walk you to the Senate House.
God, what a night this has been. My poor wife, racked by nightmares, crying out 3 times in her sleep, "Help, they're murdering Caesar!" In her sleep. At least she did better than I did. I found the thought of having my throat cut kept me uncomfortably awake. I'm not sure I should go to the capital today.
Not go today, but...
Caesar, where are you?
Forgive me a moment, Brutus. Calpurnia is calling me.
Oh, may I wait? I want to talk to you further.
By all means. I won't be long.
Who's outside with you?
Brutus.
Brutus? What is he doing here this hour of the morning?
He came to walk with me to the Senate House.
No, Caesar. You're not setting foot out of this house today.
I must, Calpurnia. It is expected of me.
My beloved, for your own sake. It has been a week of ill omens. My sleep has been one long nightmare, and I tell you, that man yesterday who warned you to beware, he made my blood run cold.
Who can fly in the face of fate? If there are omens and predictions, there is much for the common man as Caesar.
There are no comets in the skies when beggars die. The heavens light up only for the death of princes.
And cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant taste death only once. How can a man fear death, knowing that it cannot be avoided, and will come when it will come?
If you have a heart, listen to me, my darling.
Well, to please you then, I will stay home.
Oh.
Come, let us tell Brutus. He can carry the message.
Good morning, men. What, Caesar? You're not dressed. It's getting late.
I am not going to the Capitol, Brutus. Will you tell the senators that I cannot come today? Perhaps I should say, dare not. No, both are false. Simply say, I will not.
Brutus, say he is sick.
No lie. Just tell them, Brutus, I will not come.
I asked you to give me some reason to give them when they ask why not.
It is my will. That is enough.
He was warned to beware the Ides of March.
By a rag picker who dreams of having second sight? If he had true insight, what he would have said was, all hail the Ides of March. For I must tell you now what the Senate is waiting to tell you itself. Today, you will be offered a crown and made our king.
Let them make him king tomorrow.
Calpurnia, you know these senators and their pride as well as I do. Can we be sure they will stay with their resolve if I must tell them how lightly Caesar prized the crown they offer? Oh, forgive me, Caesar, if I speak openly. Unless you do not want the crown.
Not want it? My greatest ambition, the culmination of all my life. Come, Calpurnia, help me with my robe, for I must not keep Brutus or the Senate waiting. And to you, my fellow senators, all hail. Well met, friend Cassius. And you, good Casca, where's Antony?
I believe he has some business with Trebonius.
Where is... Oh, yes, I see. It must be very intriguing from the way they have their heads together.
Cassius, are we all ready?
Yes. And Cascus has to waste no time, for there's some chance our intentions may be known.
Then this is the hour. Caesar, may I and some others take you aside for a moment before the general business begins?
Today I could refuse no man any request. What is it, gentle Brutus?
In the matter of Trebonius' suit.
For amnesty for his friend Metellus' brother.
To repeal the decree of banishment.
Ah, now I see why Trebonius is bending Antony's ear. But all in vain. We all know the reasons involved. Don't question me any further. Just accept that someone must lead and be unshaken. Why else do you pick me for the honor you intend?
Caesar.
No, Casca, no more words.
Then my hand shall speak for me.
And me. Cassius, Ligurius, Metellus, Decius. Oh, even you, Brutus.
Liberty! Freedom! Tyranny is dead! Proclaim it in the streets!
Come go to the common pulpits and cry out, liberty, freedom, and equality!
Senators, have no fear. What's done is done. Ambition's debt is paid. Where's Antony?
He's approaching now. Brutus, don't trust him.
Leave it to me.
Is he dead?
Antony, ambition is the most deadly of all diseases.
And Caesar was infected?
Do you doubt it?
If you assure me so. Who doubts Brutus's word? But he was my friend, let me say it openly. If you think that I bear the contagion too, then kill me now.
Brutus. Our quarrel was with one man only, and his ambition. If you are one of us and wish to protect the Republic, then give us your hand.
Let us all dip our hands in his blood, and then forswear each other.
Well said.
I make only one request. That as a friend, I may say a few words from my heart about him at the funeral.
That is only fair.
And unwise.
Hush. First, let us go and state our case before the Senate, and explain why what has happened had to be. The rest will wait for the future to exonerate us.
Oh, mighty Caesar, do not lie so low. You will be revenged. Oh, pardon me, you bleeding piece of flesh, that I am meat and gentle for the moment with these butchers. Our time will come when every knife wound in your body will open like a mouth and cry for justice. Cry more than that. Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war!
The tragedy of history, as Shakespeare knew, and the world can never seem to learn, is that violence only begets more violence. I shall return shortly with the final act. Over 2,000 years ago, Julius Caesar was cut down in bleeding ribbons by a cabal of his fellow senators. Whatever Caesar's motives may have been, his death is fait accompli, and we are about to face the chaos of a country in disorder. It is the day of Caesar's funeral, and he lies in state in the Forum.
Brutus, I hope you know what you have done to allow Antony to speak at his funeral.
I shall speak first, and reason will and must prevail. Hush. Greetings, Antony.
To you and brave Cassius.
We welcome your eulogy over Caesar's body, but remind you that for the sake of the Republic, you must not blame us, though you will, as a friend, speak all good of Caesar.
You may speak fair, Antony, but do not try to stir the passions of the crowd.
Cassius, I am a soldier, not an orator. I only pay my respects to the dead.
Well spoken. I can only hope my eulogy will do him justice. Romans, countrymen, hear me for my cause. What I have done was not because I loved Caesar less, but that I loved our country more. As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was valiant, I honor him. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. I slew my best friend for the good of Rome. And here in my hand I have my own dagger when it shall please my country to ask my death. Good citizens, let me depart alone in my grief. And for my sake, stay here with Antony and listen to his farewell to the great man we have lost.
Can a man be too honest for his own or anyone's good?
If he can, there he goes. Brutus, my friend. And fool, so it may prove. Hush, Antony.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is so often interred with their bones in the grave. So, let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus says he was ambitious, and this must be true. For Brutus is an honorable man. False. And grievously has Caesar paid for it. But I am here under leave of Brutus and the rest to speak over the corpse of my dear friend, whom Brutus, that most honorable man, has said was ambitious.
Enough. You said enough.
Too much, I begin to realize. But you cannot stop him now. He has caught the crowd.
Only yesterday, the word of Caesar could have stood against the world. Now, he lies there, with none to do him reverence. Oh, Romans, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, and all those honorable men who brought him here.
My God, that is enough. I'll drive him from the pulpit.
If you dared try, the crowd would pull you apart. I made a mistake to give Antony a forum.
Do you see this parchment? It is his will. His will. Quiet, gentlemen, if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. Think of this mantle pierced by envious daggers here. Cassius. Here. Casca. Here. the unkindest cut of all, where Brutus, whom Caesar dearly loved, ran him through with a mortal blow. Why? For ambition! To save you against power, a tyrant, a dictator? Now, then, I read. Here is his bequest to what he loved best of all. You, the citizens of Rome. To every single one of you, he leaves 75 drachmas. To all of you, he leaves his private walks, his arbors, orchards, everyone this side of the Tiber, to you, and to your heirs forever to walk abroad as free men. Here was a Caesar. When will there come such another?
I knew we should have killed Antony, too.
I was wrong. Not in what I did, but in what I did not do.
Now our lives are in peril. What steps do we take?
Antony will league himself with Caesar's nephew, Octavius. And with all the city behind him, he has an army ready-made for the field.
He has the talent to rule. His triumph is temporary.
But strong enough this moment to present us with our heads. If we're wise, we will start at once to levy armies. Or there will be civil war. Brutus, my brother, you have wronged me.
I do not wrong my enemies. How could I wrong a friend?
You have condemned one of my men for taking bribes from the Sardinians.
I have?
In times like these, we cannot question every man's honesty if we have need of him.
At any time, I can. And I tell you frankly, Cassius, that you yourself are accused of having an itching palm.
By God, if you were not Brutus, I would run you through for that.
Did we bleed Caesar for anything but the sake of justice? If we did it to enhance ourselves, to live by bribes, to dirty our hands for money, then by God, I would rather be some dog, my tail between my legs, baying at the moon.
You call me dog? I won't take it. I'm a soldier older than yourself, abler than you in practice.
You are not, Cassius.
You expect me to take this?
Aye, and more.
When Caesar lived, he would not have dared move me like this.
You wouldn't have dared tempt him like this.
Don't count too much on friendship. You may drive me to do what I may be sorry for.
You have done things you should be sorry for. I sent for gold to pay my legions, and you denied me.
Oh, a misunderstanding. A fool brought my answer. If you believe me so false a friend, then here, take my dagger and strike as you did at Caesar. For now I know when you hated him most, you still loved him better than Cassius.
Sheathe your dagger. Be angry when you will. Do what you will. And I shall pass it off with a laugh.
Oh, Brutus, forgive me. Can you not remember I was born with my mother's temper?
Then, if we quarrel again, I'll blame it on your mother. Oh, come, give me your hand, old friend.
And my heart.
I have need of both.
I never thought I would see you so angry.
Now, you find me sick of many griefs. Most of all, Portia is dead.
How did I escape your killing me when I angered you so? How?
What had I left her to live for? She saw the end more clearly than we.
What end?
Why, that we die in battle. We are outnumbered and hemmed in.
Well, I'll see that tomorrow. All things look better with a good night's sleep.
Brutus! Marcus Brutus! Marcus!
Who's there? Who speaks? Who's without there?
My voice speaks to you from within, and with many mouths, the mouths of all my wounds.
Great Caesar.
No longer great.
Why must you haunt me?
Ask yourself that question, or ask me again when we meet at Philippi.
We must march on Philippi, Cassius.
I don't agree.
There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. We must sail with the tide or lose all.
or lose all sailing with the tide.
This day, one way or another, will end what was started on the Ides of March. On to Philippi!
How goes the battle? Against us, Captain. We are outnumbered and outflanked.
And the fellows?
Dead. Drowned beneath the horse's hooves. Cinna, too, and Ligarius. And I will not live from the thrust where Antony ran me through.
And Brutus?
Surrounded, held at bay like a stag, the hound yapping at his feet.
Oh, what kind of coward am I? I will not live to see my best friend taken, and no man shall take me. How is it with you?
No enemy shall take me but death.
Then let me join you. Here? With this good sword I ran Caesar through. Take it by the hilt.
No, Casca.
Yes, Casca. Would you have me live a slave when I can still die free? Now, my face is covered. Guide the sword and strike. Well, struck. Noble Casca. Oh, Caesar, you are revenged. And with the sword that killed you.
You, fellow, are you not servant to Brutus?
Yes, master.
Go bring him the news of all who are dead. And tell him to flee. You can add Casca's name to the list.
All gone, Strotto.
By your leave, sir.
Ligarius, Decius, and Trebonius, too. Only I am left. I've learned too late that great ends never justify small means. Wait for me a moment. I have business in my tent.
Marcus Brutus. Marcus Brutus.
Is it you, Caesar?
Yes.
We meet again at Philippi, as you promised. Have you come for me?
All the rest have fallen, as I did.
Oh, forgive Caesar. Oh, Strotto.
Yes, my lord.
Strotto. By this paper here, I make you a free man. A life for a life. If you do me one last favor in exchange, hold my sword.
Oh, no, my lord.
Hold it. Steady and true, while I run upon it as you love me.
I could not do it for less than love.
Then, steady.
Oh, my...
Oh, Caesar. Now be still. I killed you, not with half so good a will.
No better epitaph from me than Antony's words when he found Brutus dead. All the conspirators, save only he, did what they did in envy of great Caesar. This was the noblest Roman of them all. I shall be back shortly. So many people shy away from Shakespeare, afraid of the imagery of his poetry, that he is hard to understand and his plots are hard to follow. We hope now that you will find he wrote of men and women not so unlike you and me, except for the customs of their time, but flesh and blood, and as exciting as any tale we may have brought you on this series. Our cast included Norman Rose, Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, Russell Horton, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, until next time, pleasant dreams.
Would it be then?
Sammy Grimes. Mystery fans have often speculated on how the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, would have fared against 20th century criminals. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has told us that Holmes lived up to and possibly through World War I and then retired. And now, for the listening delight of our Mystery Theatre audience, we present a story which brings Holmes out of retirement to attempt the solution of a baffling and perilous crime.
Hello?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
Go back to your bees and your roses in Sussex, old man.
I intend to. After I bring this case to a successful conclusion.
You're in over your head, Holmes. This is a different world. And if you want to smell your roses again, you'll quit right now.
Our mystery drama, The Naval Treaty, was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Wednesday on CBS television. For Annie Potts, it's in security. When her boss picks her to replace him, the rest of the security staff rallies around her.
I'd kill if he picks you.
So she throws a party to show her appreciation. But things don't work out quite as she planned.
Wally said he was sorry he couldn't make it. He's at home converting our den into a garage.
It's a guaranteed good time when you tune in to the rollicking comedy In Security. Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
But they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it, and then it'll be too late.
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page health and drugs guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right. 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Retirement is a much discussed topic today. At what age should a person retire? Opinions vary, but facts don't lie. Winston Churchill was in his 70s when he led England through World War II. Thomas Edison was advisor and consultant to the United States Navy during World War I when he was 75 years old. And Casey Stengel led the New York Yankees to 4 straight World Series triumphs when he was in his 70s. It seems that the answer to the question depends on the individual, and Dr. Watson would agree with me.
Holmes! Watson, my dear old friend. It's a delight to see you after so many years. Come in, come in.
Oh, thank you.
Did you enjoy your nap on the train?
Holmes, how in the world did you know I napped?
Simplicity itself, my dear chap. Tell me, was the cushion you used as a headrest comfortable?
No, Holmes, this is too much. You must have spoken to someone who traveled with me.
Watson, we've been separated far too long. Now, you're a man who is always meticulously groomed. Yet I perceive that the hair on the right side of your head is disarranged and indented. There are also a few red threads which are certainly not your hair. Now, since I know you came down on the Brighton Belle first class, you leaned your head against the window. Probably finding that uncomfortable, You took one of the red velvet cushions and used that as a headrest. Right?
Amazing.
Elementary, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, I'm very glad to see that you're the old Holmes, as brilliant and as alert as ever.
You expected to find a doddering old man? Come now, Watson. All you had to do was look in the mirror. You're hale and hearty enough. Now, why the haste?
You remember Sanford Phelps?
Your old schoolmate, Sandy? Of course. Is he in some kind of trouble?
No, not he. But his son is in a frightful mess. His whole career at the Foreign Office is going down the drain. Sandy is desperate. Scotland Yard and even MI5 are completely baffled. Sandy asked me to see you and ask you to give him a hand.
I'm enjoying my retirement, Watson. But if you'd like me to undertake this task, I'm your man. Now, Watson, you said something about a letter which you were going to show me.
There may be no need for it now, Holmes. It was to be my last resort in the event that you refused to help me.
Nevertheless, I'd like to look at it.
It's very pathetic, Holmes. You'll read how the young man asks over and over for your help.
It's only a brief note from your old school chum, but a whole long epistle from young Percy Phelps. It doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Hardly anything.
As I give it back to you, you might note the handwriting. It holds some interest.
The writing isn't his.
Excellent, Watson. It is a woman's.
No, Holmes, this hand is surely that of a man.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. Watson, my interest is already sharpened in the case. I'm looking forward to seeing this young diplomat who's in such devilish straits, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy has been asking for you all morning. The poor chap clings to any straw. His father and mother asked me to see you, for the mere mention of the subject is very painful to them.
We've had no details yet, but I see that you yourself are not a member of the family.
What? Oh. Yes, you saw the J.H. monogram on my shirt. Of course. For a moment, I thought you'd done something extremely clever. Joseph Harrison is my name. As Percy is to marry my sister Anne, I shall at least be a relation by marriage.
I see.
You'll find my sister in his room. She has nursed him day and night these past 3 weeks. Perhaps we'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is. Step this way. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I should recognize you two anywhere. I do hope you can help me.
We shall try.
I'll leave then.
Shall I go also, Percy?
Oh, no, Anne. I want you to stay if you can bear to hear the whole thing over again.
Well, I can bear anything. Anything that will help.
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, Mr. Holmes.
It would save time in the long run.
Well, Watson may have told you, I'm in the Foreign Office. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I rose rapidly. When my uncle became Foreign Minister, prospects looked even brighter. I became engaged to my lovely Anne here, and 3 weeks ago, I'll never forget the date, the 23rd of May, my uncle called me into his office. I can recall every word of that conversation, every detail.
Percy, my boy, you've handled every matter I've entrusted to you with the utmost discretion, but this is by far the most important matter you've yet to deal with. This is an agreement between our country, and you will see the name of the other country when you copy the document. The agreement would never leave my office if it weren't absolutely necessary to be copied. I regret to say that some rumors have already leaked to the press. You have a safe in your office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take the agreement and lock it up inside there. You may have to work late tonight. I want no one in the office while you're doing the copying. Understood?
I do.
I cannot risk anyone catching a glimpse of it.
I understand.
And when you have finished copying, replace both the original and the copy in the safe and hand them both over to me personally tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Then you may lock them in your safe now. I shan't rest easy until the original and your copy are back in my possession.
So, Mr. Holmes, I took the document. I did exactly as my uncle instructed. When the others had all gone, I took the document from the safe and began work. Without going into details, I saw at once that it was of such importance that at least 3 of the large powers would have paid fortunes to get their hands on it. I worked as quickly as I could, but it contained 26 separate articles, and by 9 o'clock I was feeling tired. A cup of coffee would help, so I rang the bell for the night watchman, who has a little room at the foot of the stairs and makes coffee for any of us who work overtime.
Is that the only bell in your office?
Well, no, there are a number of them to different offices, but I rang the night watchman's bell. To my surprise, it was a woman who came to my office.
You rang, sir.
Oh, well, where's the night watchman?
He's not too well, sir. So I climbed the stairs for him.
And who are you?
Well, I'm his wife, sir, and I'm also one of the cleaning women. Is there anything you want?
Well, yes, I'd like some coffee, please.
Well, I'll see to it that my son gets it for you, sir.
And that was the last I saw of her, Mr. Holmes, until much later.
You had never seen this woman before?
Oh, never.
Interesting. Proceed. What happened with the coffee?
Nothing. I continued to work until, feeling more tired than ever, I decided to go down myself and see what was keeping the night watchman. So I descended the stairs, passing the landing where another set of stairs runs at right angles to the main curving staircase.
Leading to where?
A side door opening on Charles Street.
Ah?
This door is kept locked, and only a few of us have a key.
You have one?
Yes, but I rarely use it. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if only I hadn't gone down for that stupid coffee. I should have stayed in my office. I should have stayed and finished. I should have stayed, or I should have taken more care.
Go on. You were on the stairs on your way to the office of the night watchman.
Wake up, man. Wake up. The coffee's boiling over.
No. What? Oh, Mr. Phelps, sir, I'm sorry. I was boiling the kettle and I must have dozed off.
Dozed? You were dead to the world.
If you are here, sir, then who's ringing the bell?
The bell? What bell is it?
The bell in the room you were working in. Your room, sir.
Mr. Holmes, a cold hand seemed to close around my heart. I ran like a madman up the stairs, the watchman following me. Well, there was no one in the corridor. No one in the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except that only the copy I was writing remained. The original trade agreement had vanished.
A most intriguing problem. What did you do then?
Well, I think I literally went berserk. I was convinced, because such a short time had elapsed, that energetic action on my part would recover the document. I raced downstairs and out the side door to Charles Street. I knew the thief must have used the side stairs, else I surely would have seen him.
You said that door was always kept locked.
Well, it was open.
I presume you told that to Scotland Yard?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I must have.
And what did they make of it?
Nothing.
Go on.
It was a warm spring rain falling, and Charles Street was deserted. But when I rounded the corner into Whitehall Street, there was plenty of bustle. I saw a constable standing on the corner, and I asked him if anyone had passed that way. He replied that he'd been standing there for 15 minutes and that only one woman had passed, tall and elderly, wearing a paisley shawl. As we stood there, I heard the nearby church tower strike 3 times. I'd forgotten the watchman had followed me, but had been unable to keep up with me.
Mr. Phelps, we must go the other way. The woman who the constable saw pass this way was my wife.
The constable said she seemed to be in a great hurry.
She wants to get home, out of the rain.
Oh, I suppose that could be.
You're only wasting your time, sir. Every minute counts. Take my word, my old woman has nothing to do with it. Let's move down to the other end of the street.
Wait, I must think.
If you won't, I will.
Hold on there. Where do you live?
16 Ivy Lane, Brixton. But don't let yourself be drawn away on a false scent. come with me to the other end of the strait.
I was obsessed with the thought of retrieving the document, but I allowed him to persuade me. We found nothing. We returned to my office, searched together. Again, nothing.
But you did visit the watchman's home.
Well, after our search proved fruitless, we took a cab and reached his home in Brixton. Imagine my surprise to find his wife was not there yet. Well, he had no explanation. Then when we heard a key turning the lock and the front door opening, that's when I think I made my mistake. I let him go to the door.
Sarah, there's a gentleman waiting to see you.
If it isn't Mr. Phelps, what you doing here?
I think you stole a paper from my office, and I'm calling Scotland Yard.
And did you stay with her and her husband until the men came from the yard?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She was under my eye all the time until they took her to the yard and searched her.
And found nothing?
Had nothing on her husband, or anywhere in the kitchen either. Oh, that's when the full extent of the nightmare hit, and that was when I collapsed.
If it's any help to you, Mr. Holmes, Percy was brought here directly in an ambulance. I was so concerned that I wouldn't allow them to take Percy to his bedroom, but insisted that Joseph vacate this room at once. And my poor brother has been in an upstairs sitting room ever since.
Oh, tell me, please, Mr. Holmes, do you see any hope?
Darling, you must remember that Mr. Holmes has been inactive for some years now, and times have changed. The best minds at Scotland Yard and military intelligence have been baffled.
Yes, but that's just the kind of case where Holmes succeeds, Miss Harrison. That's why Percy's father asked me to get in touch with him.
Thank you, Watson, for the vote of confidence. But there are a few dark corners here that will have to be illuminated before I can answer Percy's question.
Do you believe that time has passed our old hero by? That the powers of Sherlock Holmes, the pure deductive reasoning, the microscope, and the encyclopedic knowledge are no match for the more modern criminals? Whichever side you choose, and I caution you, it's not a sure thing. You'll find the answers coming up shortly in Act 2.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test Anniversary Paint Days. Hi, Pat Summerall to say, until July 11th, Weatherall latex flat house paint in 26 colors, black and white, is just $11.98 a gallon, with custom colors slightly higher. And give siding, shutters, and trim all-season protection with new Weatherall satin or gloss finish, both value-priced, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up-to-date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts, information that could translate into an added edge for you, a consumer tip that might alter your shopping list, a warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
It's exciting to have our old friends Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with us once again. With Holmes faced with solving a puzzle that appears to be insoluble. Does Holmes retain his old skills? Certainly Watson believes he's as keen as ever. But there are doubters. Time takes its toll of all of us. Let us rejoin Holmes and Watson as they stroll back to Percy Phelps' sick room in the lovely Phelps house.
You do have some ideas, Holmes. You see some way to clear Percy Phelps.
I'd say, Watson, that at the moment we're equidistant between failure and success. But let's go in now and see if a little refreshment has strengthened Percy Phelps. Well, Miss Harrison, I must say the patient's color is much better.
Beef tea works wonders.
And so does Sherlock Holmes.
There is one question of utmost importance that remains to be answered. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
Oh, no one.
And I'm sure the yard went into the night watchman's background.
Oh, yes. He's an old soldier. I believe he was in the Coldstream Guards.
Mr. Phelps, I've been noticing your roses are lovely. The moss rose in particular.
We know that roses are your speciality, Mr. Holmes, but Percy was hoping for something on the mystery, which will ruin him. Do you see any clue?
You furnished me with several, but of course I must test them before I can evaluate them.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusion.
Excellent advice. Watson, come along. And Miss Harrison, I see what excellent nursing care you've given Mr. Phelps. May I urge that you continue it?
I need no urging, Mr. Holmes.
Since I'm not offering you hope, I thought at least I'd give you advice.
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't see where you found several clues in Phelps' recital. I couldn't find one.
Watson, it's delightful that you haven't changed. Come now, there's one fact in particular that literally cries out for attention. Think, Watson. Think of the most singular incident about this crime.
If no one knew about the document, how could it have been stolen?
Capital, Watson. Excellent. But that's still not what bothers me. It doesn't ring the bell, so to speak.
Bell? You mean the bell that rang in the watchman's office?
Exactly. What kind of a thief is it who rings a bell to give the alarm to announce his presence in Phelps' office?
Yes, but couldn't the bell have been rung by accident?
About as likely as to say that it was rung by ghosts. No, Watson. Give me the answer to the question of the bell, and I'll give you the solution.
Could the bell possibly have been out of order? What are you writing?
An advertisement which will appear in every evening paper in London. Here, read it.
See now, £10 reward. The number of the cab which dropped a fare at the door of the Foreign Office on Charles Street at 9:45 in the evening of May 23rd. Apply Dr. John Watson, 25, Harley Street.
I hope you won't mind my using your office for this purpose.
I'm delighted. But what makes you confident that the thief came in a cab?
If we believe, Phelps, that there's no hiding place in either the room or the corridor, the person must have come from outside and yet left no trace of damp boots anywhere. We may safely deduce a cab.
We'd barely arrived at my quarters above my office on Harley Street and settled ourselves when the telephone jangled. Hello?
May I speak with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if you please?
It's for you, Holmes.
Holmes here.
I have a piece of advice for you, old man.
Oh?
Go back to your bees and roses in Sussex and forget about this investigation. You are out of place here with your old-fashioned craziness with the microscope and that silly hat.
Perhaps you'd care to refer me to a good haberdasher.
This is no joking matter. A few bee stings may give you a moment of pain. But if you persist in this nonsense, you may very well receive a permanent injury. You take my meaning.
I'm listening.
You have been warned.
What was that all about?
A warning, Watson. And an error. Because the warning could only have come from someone who knows I'm on the case.
Could you recognize the voice?
Aside from the fact that it was obviously disguised, no.
Surely you could tell whether it was a man or a woman.
Watson, we have a large and curious cast of characters in this little puzzle. Since the caller was obviously attempting to alter the voice quality, it could be a man or a woman trying to convince me of the wrong sex.
Holmes, using your methods, we can eliminate some people as above suspicion.
Why don't you try it, Watson?
Of course, Anne Harrison and her brother cannot have had anything to do with it, eh?
For argument's sake, let's say that she and her brother are accomplices. Don't forget, her brother was in London on the night of the theft. Now she exhibits this overpowering display of affection to make sure that Percy doesn't say or do or remember anything that could be damaging to their plans.
But
I've made some inquiries. The Harrison family isn't too well off, so the motive could be money.
Very well. My next name is Lord Holdhurst.
The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless. But this is no purposeless crime. We know that there are at least 2 foreign powers whose governments would pay a considerable sum to see that trade agreement, and Lord Holdhurst might profit by it.
Inconceivable, Holmes.
Do you find it inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he would not be sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed?
But not a statesman with the honourable record of Lord Holdhurst.
We cannot afford to disregard any possibility. We shall see the noble lord today and find out if he can tell us anything. It is very kind of you to receive us, Lord Holdhurst.
Your reputation is very well known, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't offend your intelligence to pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit.
Then you also know that I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Percy Phelps,
my unfortunate nephew. Despite the fact that my kinship makes it the more impossible to screen him in any way, I have made diligent inquiries.
May I ask as to what or whom?
Certainly. The night watchman's background has been exhaustively looked into. We find that he left the service with a good character. His wife is a different matter.
Did she explain why she answered the bell when your nephew rang for his coffee?
She said her husband was tired.
And her haste to get away that night?
She was later than usual. Wanted to get home.
And how was it that her husband and your nephew arrived at her home before her, although they left some 20 minutes after?
Well, the difference between a bus and a cab.
Have you done anything else?
Everyone in this office has been shadowed night and day since the theft, and nothing untoward has been discovered.
In effect, then, you're saying that you see no alternative but your nephew.
I'd rather not comment on that. Isn't that your territory?
But suppose the document were found.
At this point, that seems most unlikely. But if the document were found, it would make a great difference. Now, Mr. Holmes, unless you have some further...
Just a few minutes more, Your Lordship. Did you ever mention to anyone that you were having the document copied?
Never.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then it follows that since neither you nor your nephew ever mentioned the matter, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance, and he took it.
Once again, that is your province, Mr. Holmes, not mine.
Have you looked into the matter of the bell ringing at all?
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Seems very strange, indeed.
One more point, if you please. I understand that you feared very grave results might follow if the details of this document became known.
Very grave, indeed.
Have any such events occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 3 weeks have elapsed, would it be fair to assume that the document has not reached them?
We can hardly assume that the thief took the document in order to frame and hang it.
But then why has he not sold it? Do you have any explanation for that?
None. Unless you suppose that the culprit had suddenly been taken ill.
With a nervous breakdown, perhaps?
I didn't say that. Now, really, Mr. Holmes, I have pressing matters waiting. I wish you every success in your investigation, no matter who the criminal may be.
Well, Holmes, isn't Lord Holdhurst a fine fellow?
Oh, yes. But he has to struggle to keep up his position. He's far from rich.
Why don't you say that?
Didn't you notice that his boots had been resoled?
No. But, oh, surely, Holmes, it's unthinkable.
Watson, I have a line of inquiry I must pursue on my own. But I'd appreciate it if you would meet me tomorrow on the same train we took to Woking yesterday. Because, unless I'm badly mistaken, that is where the next action will occur.
We are much taken today with nostalgia. Perhaps because time has thrown a rosy glow over what we refer to as the good old days. But there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the millions of Holmes fans that the London of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson was much more romantic and much preferable to the London of today. We'll be back to that London and the English countryside shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it. $12. Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what will you do with it? Well, advertise. Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines. Well, I'll probably go radio. Radio? Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine. How did you know? What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency. Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you. Well, at a fair profit. Okay. How much do you want? $156,000. That's a pretty fair profit. Take it or leave it. I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
One line of a famous poem reads, "Oh, to be in England, now that spring is here." I'd like to paraphrase that to read, "Oh, to be in England, whenever Holmes is there." Stay with me and you can be transported to England and be with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as Holmes comes out of his retirement to match wits with a criminal whose crime threatens to destroy his promising career.
Holmes, why are we traveling to Woking again?
Because, Watson, if my deductions are correct, that is where the next happening must occur. Young Percy has gotten himself into some very deep waters, and it may be difficult to get him safely ashore.
You think that somehow Percy has gotten himself involved with international spies?
International spies do not announce their presence by ringing a bell just moments before they get their hands on a document.
Is it possible that young Percy was the target of some plot by a jealous colleague?
I do not think it likely.
How do you explain what happened?
From all the facts that I've been able to gather, I think that Percy Phelps was a young man in the wrong place at the right time.
When we arrived at Woking, it was a glorious afternoon. Holmes suggested we walk to the Phelps residence. Accordingly, we set out along a winding path which led to the grounds. What do you think is going to happen here at Woking?
I haven't the slightest idea, Watson.
What makes you think something will?
If nothing happens, I would have to rethink my deductions and entertain serious doubts about my ability to help Percy Phelps. No! Flat on the ground. Watson, crawl for the shelter of that large tree over there.
I see it.
As quickly as you can.
Is this the event you were expecting, Holmes?
Frankly, no. But I do take comfort from one thing.
What's that?
The fact that our adversary is a poor shot.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Percy's been asking for you every 5 minutes.
I've made a perfect nuisance of myself, Mr. Holmes. Have you any news for us?
I have a report. The best I can say is that it isn't completely negative.
That is better than I expected. Could we hear the positive aspects right away?
You may not view it in the same light as I, but I have been warned to get off the case. Once over the telephone, and
somebody took some pot shots at us on our way here.
That's terrible.
On the contrary, someone is worried, and that should give us heart.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to believe that my life, as well as my honor, is threatened.
What makes you say that?
What happened last night? The very first night I slept alone, without my dear Anne nearby. About 2 a.m, I was awakened. I knew someone was opening the window. For a moment, I was frozen. Then I leaped out of bed, rushed to the window, flung back the shutters. You there. What are you doing? Joseph! Anne, there's someone trying to get in my room. And that's about all there was to it. Except that in the moonlight, I distinctly saw the flash of the blade of a knife.
What about the intruder? Any description?
Oh, it was a man, I think. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which covered the lower part of his face. He was gone in an instant. I should have tried to chase him down, but I was too weak.
Fortunately, it might very well have been dangerous. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me? We might be able to pick up something that's been overlooked.
I hardly think you'll discover anything new. My brother Joseph and the groom went over the grounds thoroughly earlier.
That's true. They did find some marks in the flower bed outside the window, but the weather's been so dry lately that it was hopeless to follow the trail across the grass.
Nevertheless, I'll ask you to humor me. Watson, you'll come along, of course, to keep an eye on our young patient here.
And I'll join you.
I'm afraid not. I must ask you to remain exactly where you are.
Can Joseph come?
Of course. He might be of some help.
I confess I don't understand you, Mr. Holmes. Why are you so anxious to separate Percy and me?
The separation will be short, and I hope the results will make it extremely worthwhile. You were right, Joseph. No one could make much of these marks in the flower bed. But why don't you and I go ahead while Watson and Percy take it more slowly?
Suit yourself, Mr. Holmes. Where are we heading?
Around the house, to see if we can discover why that room and Percy should have been the particular target if it was a burglar. I should have thought that the larger windows of the drawing room and dining room would have been more attractive.
Those windows are more visible from the road, but the room where the entry was attempted looks more promising from the ground.
Of course. By the way, Percy said you found some place where the intruder scaled the fence.
Right over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Here it is. Right here. Well, you can see where a fragment of wood is hanging down.
Do you think this was done last night? Doesn't it look rather old for that?
Possibly so.
And there are no marks on either side of anyone jumping down. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. Why don't you rejoin your brother-in-law and Dr. Watson while I go back to the bedroom and talk the matter over?
With my sister?
I believe she's the only person there.
What do you want with Anne?
Miss Harrison, what I have to say is of the utmost importance.
Well, you discovered something after all.
You must stay here in this room all day.
Why? What do you...
Trust me, it's vital. You mustn't move from this room. Have your meals brought here.
I don't understand, but I'll do it.
And when you go to bed tonight, lock the door of this room on the inside and keep the key.
But Percy, what about Percy?
He'll come to London with me.
And I'm to remain here?
It's for his sake. You can help him. Your promise. Do I have it?
Well, yes, but
Good. Now let me break the news to Percy. And I see that he and the others are approaching.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I quite enjoyed the walk in the sunshine. What do you propose now?
It would be a very great help to me if you would come up to London with us.
Oh, immediately?
As soon as you conveniently can. Say, in an hour?
Well, I feel strong enough if you feel I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you'd like me to stay in London tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
I think I see what's behind your plan, Mr. Holmes.
You do?
Yes. If my friend of last night should make another visit, he'll find the bird has flown. Perhaps you'd like Joseph to come to look after me.
Not necessary. My friend, Dr. Watson, is a medical man, and he'll look after you. If you'll be so kind as to give us lunch here, we three shall all set off for town together. Well, Watson and Mr. Phelps, I shall see you to your compartment and wish you a good journey.
See here, Holmes, you said that
you were going to accompany us to London.
There are one or two small points which I need to clear up. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
What about our investigation in London?
We can do that tomorrow. I think that just at present, I can be more of use here.
But I say, Holmes, what about...
Accommodations for our young friend? Exactly. You have a spare bedroom, I believe?
Of course. But when will we see you?
I expect to breakfast with you tomorrow. There's a train which will bring me into Waterloo at 8.
I should apologize, Doctor. I'm afraid I kept you up rather late last night.
Nonsense, young man. I just felt that you should have had more sleep.
I didn't sleep a wink. And where is Holmes?
It's not much past 8. He'll be here.
You have implicit faith in Holmes.
I've seen him do remarkable things.
Do you think he expects success?
You can ask him yourself. If you will come to the window, you'll see he's getting out of the cab now.
What's the matter with his hand? Why is it bandaged like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, he looks like a beaten man. And I had hoped for so much upon his return.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Holmes, you're not wounded.
It's only a scratch due to my own clumsiness. This case of yours, Mr. Phelps, it's been a remarkable experience.
That bandage, Holmes, tells of adventures. What's happened?
After breakfast, Watson. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning, and I'm ravenous. I see you've done well with the sideboard. What's under here?
Ham and eggs.
Good. Mr. Phelps, please join me and help yourself. Will you have curried fowl or eggs?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I cannot eat.
Well, then, I suppose you'd have no objection to raising the lid and helping me.
Not at all. I don't believe my eyes. It can't be. I cannot be.
Catch him, Watson. And I think after we get him in a chair, a little brandy.
Oh, is it? It really is the trade agreement.
It is. I owe you an apology for bringing you the news in this fashion. But Watson here will tell you I never could resist a touch of the dramatic.
Apologize? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've saved my career, my whole life. Oh, I owe everything to you. There's no need for an apology. But I'm dying of curiosity. How did you get it? Where was it?
I've already confessed my fondness for the dramatic, so allow me to reconstruct my activities of last night. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I climbed the fence and jumped into the grounds. I placed myself carefully behind a rhododendron bush. The night was fine, but it was still a long, weary vigil. A little after 2, the peaceful country sounds were broken by the sound of a boat being thrown back. And a moment later, a door creaked open, and Mr. Joseph Harrison stepped out into the moonlight.
Joseph? My brother-in-law?
Joseph, you're about to be brother-in-law, and also a merciless scoundrel who took advantage of you and your hospitality and very nearly ruined you.
But why? What had he to gain?
Money. A great deal of money, which my inquiries show he badly needed. Joseph was a gambler.
Oh, never anything large, Mr. Holmes.
That's what he told you and Anne. But he was and is so deeply in debt that he faced criminal charges. He was desperate.
I still find it hard to believe that Joseph is a villain and a thief.
Holmes, you haven't finished. Why is your hand bandaged?
He must have sustained that injury when he accosted Joseph on the lawn.
Not quite, Mr. Phelps. I wanted him to lead me to where he'd hidden the document. And once again, you have to put up with my theatrics. I stole to the window and peered in. He was lifting up some baseboards. As soon as I saw the document in his hand, I slipped through the open door and said, "I'll take that, Mr. Harrison."
You meddling fool, I warned you to stay out of this. Now you'll pay for it.
Drop the knife. Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Now, Mr. Harrison, if you're as clever as you are vicious, you won't make me use this revolver. The document, please. Thank you.
What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. Now that I have the document, you're free to go. But I doubt that Scotland Yard will let you off so easily.
You let him go?
I wired full particulars to the Yard this morning. I expect they'll find Harrison has fled, and rather suspect that you, Mr. Phelps, and Lord Holdhurst would be just as happy if this matter never came to court.
Oh, the newspapers would have a Roman holiday.
Exactly.
But Holmes, what made you suspect Joseph in the first place?
The science of deduction and the bell, Watson. The answer to what kind of a thief rings a bell is no thief. If not a thief, then who? A friend who'd come to visit and decided to steal. In short, Joseph Harrison was in London. He was to meet at the train with Phelps. It seemed logical that Harrison might be early, and so he drops in on Percy. No one is in the office. Not knowing where Percy might be, he rings all the bells, including the one in the watchman's office. While doing this, he sees the document, realizes its value, and in a flash is down the stairs and away. Once back at Woking, he secretes the trade agreement in his room, and is stunned when you evict him that same night. All this was deductive theory, which was proved when he made the attempt to enter your room the very first night you were alone.
Well, you don't think he had any murderous intentions? The knife was to be used only as a tool.
Perhaps. I can only say that Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
And so, once again, the greatest detective of them all, Sherlock Holmes, comes out of retirement to solve a case that baffles Scotland Yard and MI5 and proves that it's not necessary to teach an old dog new tricks. The old ones are more than good enough. I'll be back shortly to discuss the question of the actual age of Sherlock Holmes.
When you get itchy red skin, get Kool-Aid. When you get
Darn bug.
get Kool-Aid. When you get
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
get Kool-Aid.
Cord-Aid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get itchy eczema, get Kool-Aid.
Read and follow label directions.
Hi, this is Bob Newhart. Your public library has asked me to give you the answers to a few of the questions that are most frequently asked. 1847, Jane Austen. The Philadelphia Phillies, pork bellies, King Kong, not in Texas. Now that you have the answers, please don't call us with those questions anymore. But if you have other questions,
If you have any questions at all, you can call.
give them a jingle.
I'm the library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Now
And on today's show, we have one which has never been heard before. We could say that it's from the Chronicles of Dr. John Watson. But to be totally truthful, we have to tell you that it was actually ghostwritten for Watson by the talented Vancouver writer Lawrence Goff. It's called The Adventure of the Left-Handed Corpse, and it was produced in Vancouver by Robert Chesterton. We'll now take you to Baker Street in late 19th century London. Dr. Watson is returning home.
Oh, good evening, Holmes.
And a memorable one, since I must congratulate you on your singular imperturbability.
Eh? Huh? I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, come now, Watson. Your demeanor may be calm and impassive, but you have come directly from a very narrow escape, have you not? In fact, your situation was so grave that you found it necessary to use your pistol.
Why, that's remarkable. Utterly remarkable. How did you manage to come to such an astounding conclusion?
Though my conclusions may seem to sparkle and effervesce, the process of deduction is as flat and pedestrian as last night's champagne.
Well, I'm sure. But still, I'd very much appreciate it if you'd pour me a glass.
Very well, Watson. To begin with, your tread upon the stairs was ponderous and dull. And as you entered the room, I immediately observed numerous signs of a violent physical conflict.
You are referring to the fact that I have torn my coat.
Your hair is mussed, Watson.
Oh, dear me.
There is a slight cut on your forehead, and the blood which has run from it is not yet fully congealed. The knees of your trousers and toes of your boots are smeared with the remarkably tenacious mud of London. And, yes, the collar of your coat is badly torn. I would say it was obvious that you have been set upon by a gang of ruffians.
I see. But tell me, how did you deduce that I had fired my pistol?
You invariably carry the weapon in your Gladstone bag, along with the various implements of your trade.
Yes.
I simply observed that the clasps are not fastened. This breach of security is entirely out of character, Watson, and can only have come about as a consequence of extreme stress. You were forced to draw your pistol and to use it.
An extremely plausible and colorful tale, Holmes, full of wonderfully logical deductions. But shall I tell you what actually happened?
Kindly do not toy with me, Watson.
I was on the underground. There was a mechanical failure. We had to separate one of the coaches and push it onto a siding. This happened on an exposed section of the line. The track was wet and slippery. We were warned to be extremely careful of the electric rail, but I wasn't careful enough. I lost my footing, Holmes, and I'd have been fried crisp as this morning's kipper had not the conductor clutched at my coat and pulled me to one side. That is how I ruined my clothing and bloodied my head. The conductor opened my bag in order to administer to my wound. His groping fingers closed on the trigger of my revolver, and the thing went off. Now that is why there is a faint odor of cordite in the air. So you see, my friend, you have not done very well at all.
I don't like being made a fool of, Watson. No man does.
I haven't made you a fool. All I've done is kept an accurate record of the transition.
What do you mean by that remark?
I'm talking about your increasing dependence on that hideous drug. Cocaine, Holmes.
It helps me to relax.
And cocaine is a dangerous drug.
We live in a dangerous world.
But not dangerous enough, eh?
What are you getting at?
I fear that danger itself has become a drug to you. And that in the absence of danger, you have languished and sought out a substitute narcotic.
Well, I would rather die of an overdose of pleasure than a surfeit of boredom and ennui.
Now, you listen to me, Holmes. I'm not about to stand idly by.
Careful, Watson. You are my Boswell, nothing more. It is your function to stand idly by.
I am a physician. Your physician, and I must warn you.
Come in.
I'm sorry to have to interrupt at this hour of night, Mr. Holmes, but...
I quite understand, Mrs. Hudson. You have to be up at the crack of dawn, don't you?
Yes.
And you have a responsibility to your other equally distinguished tenants. And you have mentioned the noise on various other occasions, and, well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure you must think me the worst tenant in all of London.
No, not at all, Mr. Holmes.
Well, let me assure you that this evening's debate has ended. Dr. Watson was just about to concede defeat when you knocked.
Yes, but what I've been trying to say is, it isn't the noise at all.
Then what in the world
world are you doing here?
There's a young lady to see you.
What does she want?
I have no idea, sir, but she's extremely pale and trembling something fierce.
You say she's trembling?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely beautiful she is, and in such a torment of anguish, you've no idea.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. You've made the situation quite clear.
Shall I show her up, then?
Well, of course, of course. One moment, Mrs. Hudson. What is this beautiful but tormented young creature's name?
Sarah Roberts. Here, she's given me her card.
Thank you. Ah. What does it tell you, Holmes? That the lady comes from a good family, but is presently in financial straits and extremely distraught. Show her in, Mrs. Hudson, if you please.
Right away, Mr. Holmes.
And kindly do not drop by in 10 minutes with a nice hot pot of tea. Please sit down next to the fire, Miss Roberts.
Thank you.
Now then, are you quite comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
Warm enough? Good. Now then, pray tell us... Excuse me. This gentleman whom you see fibrillating before you is my very good friend, Dr. John Watson. How do you do, Miss Roberts? Please excuse my appearance. I was attacked by a trio of thugs.
Oh, dear. Are you all right?
Life has never held more promise for me, I assure you.
Oh.
Now that you all know each other, perhaps you would be so kind as to tell us exactly what brings you here.
I'm worried. Terribly worried. About my younger brother, Morton.
Pray continue.
We came down to London together, not quite 6 months ago. We'd always been very close, but here in the city we grew even closer. Morton was in the habit of visiting me every day, Mr. Holmes, even if only for a moment, to see that I was well.
And today he failed to visit you?
I'm not quite so precipitous as that. I last saw him on Monday.
6 days ago? Yes. Have you been to the police?
3 times. They grow more and more disinterested.
We shall have to do something about that, Holmes, perhaps. Is there anything else?
This evening, when I returned home from the police station, I found a note pinned to my door. If I wished ever to see Morton again, I was to go to a place called the Illustrious Client.
A public house? Next to St. Catherine Docks, I believe. Not a particularly uplifting area. Did you, by any chance, bring the note with you?
Yes, of course.
A good girl. Ah. What do you make of it, Holmes? Very little. The paper is extremely cheap and common, and yet I would not say that is true of the ink that has been used, nor the pen. You see, Miss Roberts, the paper is hardly scored at all. This suggests free-flowing ink, and that suggests a nib of silver or gold. In any case, according to these instructions, you are expected at the Illustrious Client in less than 3/4 of an hour.
I realize I've given you very little notice. I came by several times this afternoon, but apparently you weren't at home.
That's not quite true, Miss Roberts, but it's true enough.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
He was present in body, but not in mind.
Oh, I see.
Now then, shall we proceed? Coat, revolver, spare box of cartridges. What else do I need? Not an umbrella in this fog. Well, come along, Miss Roberts. If we hurry, we should manage to arrive just in the nick of time. I'd ask you to accompany us, Watson, but I don't imagine you've had time to recover from your attack. The fog is much thicker down here.
Influence of the Thames. Oh, step carefully, Miss Roberts. This area of the docks appears to be in considerable disrepair.
Shall I take your arm, Miss Roberts?
Thank you, Doctor.
Quite welcome. What are you looking at, Holmes?
Someone has preceded us. Quite recently. And they've been dragging something behind them.
A man?
Something smaller than a man.
Oh, thank heavens for that. Oh, they ought to condemn this entire area. The rats hereabout are as thick as fleas and as large as West Country hounds.
And would you hope to eradicate the undesirable simply by declaring the area out of bounds? Oh, now, lift your bullseye, little Watson, and take a few steps to your left.
Eh? Oh, yes, all right.
We should be upon the doorstep of the place by now. Yet, I detect no lights, no sign of life.
It's a very gloomy place. I hope that Morton is...
Over here, Holmes.
Stay well behind me, Miss Roberts. What have you found, Watson?
Our missing public house, or at least what's left of it, burned right down to the waterline, so to speak.
And not recently either. These ashes have been rained upon numerous times. Keep the lantern well to one side, please, Watson. Light the way, but not the wayfarers, if you see what I mean.
Perfectly. Oh, watch out for the cluster of beams, Miss Roberts. They appear to be rather precariously arranged. Oh, my God.
What is it?
Miss Roberts, please, I implore you, don't come any nearer.
My poor Morton. What have they done to... Oh.
I've got her.
So you have. But you're not in the middle of a scrum, Watson, and there's no need to grip the young lady as ferociously as if someone had just passed you on your opponent's 25-yard line. Do you have some ether in your bag?
Yes, of course. But I wouldn't care to revive her just yet. She's better off out of it, I should think. Oh, I've never seen such a gruesome sight.
As a medical man and a surgeon, what do you think has been used here?
I've no idea. Something larger than a scalpel and smaller than an axe. But whatever the weapon was, it has been wielded with absolutely inhuman vigor. Oh, Holmes, what can the fellow have done to deserve such a fate?
Fellows, Watson. Look a little more closely. Oh, dear me. What a madhouse. Since Sarah was able to recognize her brother immediately, we must assume the head belongs to him. But who the arms, legs, and torso belong to remains, for the moment, a mystery. But we may be sure of one thing. There are at least 5 other victims involved in this hideous crime. Excuse me. 6. 6? The head from one victim, the arms from 2 others, the torso from a 4th, and the legs from the 5th and 6th. Have you observed the corpse has 2 left hands?
By George, so it has.
Time now for your vial of ether, Watson. Let us see what we can do about reviving the lovely Miss Sarah Roberts.
As a physician, I must say that I believe she should be allowed to rest. She's had a frightful shock.
Perhaps, but 6 men have been murdered, Watson. Think how frightfully shocking that must have been for them. Now then, Miss Roberts, if you've sufficiently recovered, perhaps you could answer a few questions. You've told me your brother Morton was a member of an obscure and somewhat ribald school of poetry founded by Mr. Oscar Wilde when he was at Oxford.
Yes.
Holmes, is this really the time?
How many other men were involved in this?
I'm not sure. Perhaps a dozen altogether.
Please name as many as you can.
Well, there was Reggie Cunningham, and a young man everyone called Aldershot. I don't know if that was his first name or his last.
Pray continue.
Let me think. I remember a short, fat boy named Jimmy Mawson. He seemed to be Mr. Wilde's favorite. Mr. Wilde was always fawning over him, offering him sweets. And there was a tall, red-haired young man, very thin and delicate-looking. His name was Edward something. Yes, that's right. It was Edward Candlemere. Morton used to call him Governor behind his back. I don't know why.
Anyone else?
Not that I can remember.
You've done very well. Tell me, were your brother and Oscar Wilde friends, or did they merely have a common artistic interest?
I'm not sure I understand quite what you mean.
I think you do.
Really, Holmes, what are you getting at? Must this inquisition go on forever? Can't you see that the young lady is exhausted?
Just a few more questions, Watson. Well, Miss Roberts?
They were friends, as you put it, yes.
Good friends?
Yes.
Might one even go so far as to suggest that they were intimate friends?
Oh, look here now, Holmes.
My brother was a warm, courageous, and sensitive man.
I'm sure he was. Did you approve of his relationship with Wilde?
I approved of my brother, Mr. Holmes.
I see. Well, Watson, I think it's past time you escorted Miss Roberts back to our Baker Street chambers. Do you really? I shall be staying here for a little while. You needn't feel you have to wait up.
I don't do I? Over here, Lestrade. What the devil? Is that you, Holmes?
Naturally.
You must have bloomin' sharp eyes to be able to recognize anyone in this muck.
It wasn't you I identified, Inspector. It was your cologne.
Oh, was it now? Very interesting indeed.
If you'll continue to look straight ahead, but bend sharply forward from the waist, I think you'll see why you have been dragged kicking and screaming from your warm feather bed.
What are you talking about?
That.
What in the name of... Constable, give me your light. My God. You didn't by any chance catch a glimpse of the madman responsible for this slaughter?
I'm afraid it isn't going to be as easy as that, Lestrade. Note the 2 left hands.
Incredible. Quite incredible.
There are what appear to be metal fragments embedded in the palm of one of the hands. And there is a quantity of stone dust beneath the fingernails of the other. You will have observed that the torso is pale, thin, and decidedly undernourished, each rib casting its own gloomy shadow.
Yes.
The legs, both of them are muscular and thin, and both feet are slightly deformed, despite the fact that they are not a matched pair. I deduce a considerable amount of walking, cheap boots, an insufficient diet, and a shocking lack of personal hygiene. It is therefore obvious that the men represented by these limbs were artists, and typically unsuccessful ones at that. At least 2 of them were sculptors in stone and metal, according to the evidence, although I shall want to do a more thorough examination in my laboratory before passing final judgment.
Oh, yes, of course. Here, hold on a moment. You said dead men? You mean all these pieces don't come from the same person? Oh, the newspapers will have a field day with this, and at my expense. Bits and pieces from 6 dead men, indeed. Ooh, flesh is uncommonly cold, isn't it?
As cold as the blood that courses through our murderer's veins, Lestrade. But look on the bright side of things. The harder the journalists play upon you now, the better you'll look when I solve the case for you.
You're going to do me that favor, are you?
Yes, and in return, you must do one for me. Stop wearing that scent.
I beg your pardon?
And now, my friend, I must wish you a pleasant good evening. I'm going to bed, and hopefully to sleep. And then, not quite first thing in the morning, I intend to visit a creature I have always admired, but never hoped to meet.
So good of you to drop by, Mr. Holmes. Is there anything at all I can do?
I should like to have a talk with you. Where? In here? Preferably some middle ground. Your drawing room would do nicely. And may I say that I am surprised you know my name.
A friend pointed you out once at the ballet.
I was at the ballet once.
My friend said that a man of my character, or lack of character, would eventually find himself fleeing either towards you or from you. I informed him that the likelihood was that I'd find myself traveling in both directions simultaneously. A consequence of attempting to burn my not particularly brief candle at both ends. Do come in, by the way, now that my neighbors have had time to look you over.
Thank you.
It must be a wonderful thing to be a detective, to have a moral license to snoop into the lives of one's inferiors, eventually dragging the miscreants before the courts of justice, or what we like to think is justice. I must say, I often wonder why our society takes such pleasure in dragging a purse snatcher before a sow's ear.
Mr. Wilde.
Oh, me, Oscar, please. I'd be most gratified. Well, then, what exactly do you want from me? An autograph, an epigram, a glass of sweet sherry?
Last night, in the ruins of a public house near St. Catherine Docks, I came upon a corpse made from the limbs of 6 dead men.
What? You mean a sort of mixed grill of arms and legs and that sort of thing?
Exactly.
Oh, you've rendered me speechless. Thank God I wasn't a witness to this unnatural event. But tell me, why have you blooded my doorstep with such gruesome news?
One of the victims is a man named Morton Roberts.
Oh?
You knew him well, did you not?
Better than he knew himself. Which was just as well.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, really. It was merely quip. Have you any idea who the other men were? Or should I say are? Or should I say nothing but simply remain silent except to call out for my solicitor?
I wouldn't go so far as to suggest that you are under suspicion at the moment, Mr. Wilde.
Really? How charming.
Morton's sister tells me that you and he were at one time engaged upon a similar style of poetry.
Sarah, isn't it? Yes. She kept a very close eye on Morton. I'm afraid she rather disapproved of me.
Lord Candlemere's son Edward also wrote poetry, did he not?
Good Lord. You don't mean to suggest that he's been murdered, too?
Except for Morton Roberts, the names of the victims are unknown to me. But can you think of anyone you knew who might have held a grudge against him?
No, not a soul. Of course, I haven't seen him in years. Life seems to move so rapidly, if somewhat erratically, along, my dear Sherlock. And one circle of awfully good friends is constantly changing, sad to say. A dim, shifting kaleidoscope of warm hellos and frosty, cold goodbyes. Oh, just thinking about it makes me so utterly melancholy and desolate that I can hardly think, except perhaps of having a bite to eat. Would you like... I don't suppose... Perhaps some other time. Are you sure you won't have a cup of tea, Holmes? Constable Wilkins makes a rattling good cup.
No, thank you.
It's hot.
Yes, it sounds hot.
Well, I don't know how you found out I was about to arrest Mr. Wilde for multiple murder, and I don't suppose it really matters. I imagine someone in the force informed you that I had received an anonymous letter pointing the finger at him. It wasn't Inspector Gregson, was it?
Wilde is innocent.
Oh? Oh, so you say. But I need a suspect, Holmes.
If I don't toss something to the journalists, they're going to keep chewing on me.
That is hardly sufficient reason to arrest the fellow.
Wilde is a known thrill-seeker and debaucher. Anyway, we haven't enough on him to make the arrest quite yet. But we're working on it. Mark my words. Good evening, Holmes.
Hello, Watson.
Lestrade wants to see you. The constable's been around twice.
I know. I've just come from the yard. The man's an idiot. Tell me, how is Miss Roberts?
Almost fully recovered. The death of her brother has been a terrible shock, but she's young and has a strong constitution.
Yes, very. What's your opinion of her, by the way?
I had never hoped to meet a woman as charming, erudite, and beautiful. Oh, you've no idea how sweet she is, Holmes.
A spoon of sugar for your cup of tea?
Oh, really, Holmes?
I'm sorry, Watson, but I've never in all my life seen you quite so starry-eyed. There's a galaxy swimming around in there, and I'm a trifle concerned that it might affect your ability to see things exactly as they are.
Are you suggesting that Miss Roberts is
not quite what she appears to be? That description applies to all women everywhere. No, Watson, I am merely suggesting that you try to remember that we really know nothing at all about this young lady.
Speak for yourself. I spent much of last night and all of today with Miss I say, please stop looking at me like that. I was at all times acting in a professional capacity. That should go without saying.
Then I wonder why you felt constrained to say it.
Well, look here, Watson.
You must bear in mind the fact that this woman has embroiled us in a most terrible crime. And I have discovered that her relationship with her brother was not as warm as she would have us think.
I don't believe it.
You're not going to open that window, I hope?
Well, despite the firm convictions of my peers, I really cannot see how tobacco can possibly be beneficial to one's health. Oh, look at the sediment it leaves in the bowl of your pipe.
I should think that was the very place for it. Anyway, I'd rather inhale a pinch of honest shag from the toe end of a Persian slipper than the thick yellow fog of London spewed from a million dirty grates.
You're entitled to your opinion of a healthy atmosphere and of Sarah Roberts.
Thank you.
I don't agree with you on either count. But if you insist... What are you reading?
The Soul of Man Under Socialism by Oscar Wilde.
A lot of tripe, I expect. Wouldn't bother with it if I were you.
Perhaps not. But as Mr. Wilde says, selfishness is not living as one wishes to live. It is asking other people to live as one wishes to live. Now, please try to be quiet. I have a great deal of work to do this evening, and I expect to be up till the wee small hours.
Excuse me, Holmes. I wonder if you'd mind canceling the remainder of your 3 a.m. performance. While it's true that the entire house attends, that attendance is without exception involuntary.
I see.
Is there anything the matter?
Yes, Watson. There is one thing I would like to know. And that is, why did the corpse have 2 left hands?
Do you think that could be significant?
And tell me, Why has someone gone to such a lot of trouble to point the cold and lifeless finger of death at Oscar Wilde?
That's two questions, not one.
I congratulate you on your ever-expanding powers of observation, Watson. Although I'm sure the credit for your success should be deposited in my account.
Not Mrs. Hudson, I hope.
Her signature is quieter, but less tentative.
Shall I answer it?
I think, Watson, that this particular call is for me.
Telegram for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you, my lad.
Are you Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
I was told that I was to give this to Mr. Holmes himself and that no one else would do.
Then let me assure you that tonight at least you shall be able to go to bed with a clear conscience, if not complexion. Now, if you please.
Really, sir, I don't mean to be rude, but if the other gentleman would be willing to speak up on your behalf...
Watson? Eh? Oh, yes, that's him. Sherlock Holmes in the flesh, the original and one and only.
Then there you are, sir, and welcome.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, you conscientious little devil. Now, stay exactly where you are, just one moment. I may wish to send a reply.
Awfully sorry, I got a previous. I can't stay.
Boy, stop! Stop! After it, Watson!
I just cannot see a thing.
Neither can I. This damnable fog.
Good Lord, I'm wearing my dressing gown.
Well, no one's going to see you in this suit, Watson. It's as thick as any constable I've met.
I'm afraid we've missed the little rascal. Scampered down. Look out, Watson!
Watson! Are you all right?
Blood in my eyes. Did you hit him?
I doubt it. Let me see your head. Take your hand away. Oh, yes. Flesh wound, nothing more.
If you hadn't pulled me to...
I think it's probably missed you entirely.
You fired a shot?
Yes, I tried to pick off the driver. The light was very, though. Wouldn't give tuppence for my odds. Listen. Are you capable of returning to Baker Street alone?
Why, yes, certainly I think so. Why, where are you off to at this time of night? Can't I come along? Oh, I see. Holmes? 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 He's still there?
Mr. Ives, if you forget your key one more time, I promise you I'll... Ow.
Watson?
Yes, that's the one. Says he's a medical man, but the way he looks at her... Well, it seems to me he's the one who's running a temperature.
Well, I wouldn't have Miss Roberts arrested just yet, madam. Dr. Watson is as ethical as you could wish. And my name is Sherlock Holmes.
Never heard of you.
Then I must take it that you do not subscribe to the newspapers. Now, would you be so kind as to inform Miss Roberts that I should like to see her?
At 3 o'clock in the morning?
It is a matter of some urgency. Perhaps this will recompense you in some small part for any inconvenience.
Oh, my word. That's what Mr. Sampson down the street would call a veritable waterfall of wealth. Come in, sir. Come in.
May I have another glass of your wine?
Oh, yes, do. Please. I should very much like to try that as well. You seem to take such pleasure from it.
I'm sorry, Miss Roberts, but I must remain firmly opposed to such an adventure.
Well, I don't see why. It isn't as if I'm not willing to ask you nicely. and in as many ways as you like.
Cocaine is a particularly dangerous drug, young lady. Not suited to everyone by any stretch of the imagination. And my friend Watson insists that there is even a possibility of physical addiction.
But surely it wouldn't hurt to try just a little.
Come now, Miss Roberts. Don't be greedy. I should think one utterly new experience in an evening would be enough for any young woman.
2 hours ago, I would have agreed with you, Mr. Holmes. But now it seems to me that one's appetite for life grows with each moment spent at the table. Can't we just...
Unfortunately, I have an extremely busy day ahead of me, and I must conserve at least a little of my strength for the trials and tribulations that my enemies are no doubt even now strewing across my path. Are you sure you're all right, Holmes?
Never better. You look absolutely exhausted. Where were you last night?
Nowhere and everywhere.
I see. And where, pray, are we going now?
Windsor Castle.
And why are we going there?
Really, Watson, so many questions.
Well, if you weren't so unremittingly obtuse...
Windsor Castle is the country Candlemere, Watson.
Oh, dear me. Holmes, I fear I must prevail upon our friendship and warn you, both as doctor and friend, that, in my opinion, your continued flirtation with that devilishly seductive drug has affected your powers of reason. I mean, the very idea that the son of a member of the upper house could hack up a half a dozen men, it's simply ludicrous. I say, what are you doing?
You can't step outside.
No, of course not. Good heavens, man, why should I want to do such a thing?
Because it would be in character. You seem to jump to conclusions as skillfully and thoughtlessly as a frog skips across a lily pond.
Are you now telling me, then, that the Candlemere boy isn't involved in this bloody mess?
I will say this and nothing more. One doesn't board a steam train with the intention of reaching one's destination before the journey is ended. And as it is with steam trains, so it is with cold-blooded murder. Think of what you have seen with your eyes and heard with your ears during the past 2 days, Watson. The necessary clues are all there before you, like raisins to be plucked from a bowl of cold porridge. And now, you must excuse me. Last night was particularly exhausting, and if I am to be at my best, I must get some sleep.
Particularly exhausting, was it? Where were you, Holmes? You never did say.
I was in hot pursuit of a rather crucial piece of evidence, Watson, and may I say that I do not take kindly to being cross-examined.
Which one of you is Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. Lord Candlemere? And may I say that you don't seem at all surprised to find me here?
Well, I am. I'm shocked and I'm offended. And if you, sir, are incapable of detecting that, then you have only yourself to blame. Now, what do you want?
I think you know the answer to that question even better than I.
Holmes, really, you embarrass me.
Doctor, has this fellow been drinking?
Lord Candlemere, I can only
Perhaps we could discuss the reason for my presence in the privacy of your library, Lord Candlemere.
Now, look here.
Or must I summon Inspector Lestrade from London?
I have no idea what this is all about, I assure you. But I can see that from Dr. Watson's point of view, it might be best if you were humored, and then perhaps allowed to make your own way back to the city. Come in, gentlemen. Now then, Holmes, rattle away.
Lord Candlemere, I formally accuse you of the murder of Morton Roberts, James Aldershot, Reggie Cunningham, James Mawson, and 2 other persons as yet unknown. Have you anything to say?
Mr. Holmes, it is crystal clear to me that you've been carried away by your own press. Dr. Watson, do you have a good, strong sedative in your bag?
Why, yes, but...
what?
But Watson has nothing but confidence in my methods. And if I say you are a cold and lifeless slaughterer of men, then he knows it must be so. Shall I tell you how you gave yourself away?
By all means. Let us see this fairy tale through to its conclusion.
Do you recall the scene of the illustrious client, Watson?
All too vividly. In fact, I doubt I shall ever forget it.
Nor I. I recall with particular clarity the severed ends of the various limbs that lay in such a macabre grouping upon the damp and ashy floor. A superficial examination of those limbs revealed that the wounds had been caused by a short, thick knife with a curved blade. Such a weapon is, of course, favored by the Gurkhas. Something you should have known, Watson, from your tour of duty in India.
Yes, of course. I've treated similar wounds.
Lord Candlemere also spent a tour of duty in India. Nepal, wasn't it? And didn't your many duties include commanding a company of Gurkhas?
Yes.
I see.
I take it the knife was a memento.
I know nothing of any knife. My tour of duty in India was extremely unpleasant. I lost a great many dear and valued friends. The very idea of bringing back a memento of that awful span is horribly repugnant to me. And I must say that I strongly resent the fact that you've been prying about in my past.
Quite understandable under the circumstances.
But if that's all the evidence you have, Holmes...
There is also the matter of the courier.
Don't know what you're talking about.
A telegram was delivered to me late last night. The young lad substituted W's for R's, an affectation common only among the upper classes, Lord Candlemere. I take it you recruited the telegraph boy, probably someone who was led to believe he was partaking of a practical joke.
I must congratulate you on your imagination, Holmes, if nothing else.
Watson and I immediately realized that the courier might lead us to the murderer. We chased him down the stairs and into the street. The fog was unusually thick last night, as I am sure that you remember.
I wasn't in London last night. I'm sure the servants will attest to that.
Oh, no doubt. In any case, we chased the courier down a narrow lane.
If it had been any narrower, I might have been killed.
You were waiting at the end of that lane in a two-wheeler from your London stables. That was a serious mistake, using one of your own vehicles. But then I don't suppose the idea of renting one would ever occur to you, would it?
Would you please get to the point, if there is one?
Your coat of arms was painted on the side of the coach. You covered it with lampblack, but the thickening fog condensing on the cold metal sides of the vehicle caused the lampblack to run. As you swept past us, striking Watson a glancing blow and knocking him head over heels into the gutter, I was able to catch a fleeting glimpse of the topmost part of the crest. Just enough of it to identify, actually.
Holmes, I had no idea.
I was also able to get off one quick revolver shot. This morning, I returned to the lane and found a splash of blood on a wall at a height of about 8 feet. That scarf around your neck, does it conceal a wound?
This is preposterous. Well, I have no doubt that you're in hot pursuit of a murderer, but why should you choose to badger me?
Would you rather we badgered your son?
What? Do you mean Edward?
I happen to know that he was for some time a guest in the home of Mr. Oscar Wilde, the playwright, Lord Candlemere. I also understand that you have recently sent the lad abroad against his wishes. I wonder why. And I wonder if you would wish him dragged into this sordid affair?
I knew Edward was involved in something that wasn't quite right. His manner towards me had changed markedly, and he was unable to account for much of his time. One evening, he went out and I followed him. He went to an abandoned warehouse near St. Catherine Docks. His manner was extremely furtive. There was a small door at one end of the building. He knocked 3 times, paused, and knocked twice more.
A prearranged signal.
A man opened the door. He glanced round to make sure they were unobserved and then let Edward into the building. The door closed behind them, and I heard a series of bolts thud into place. I stood in the shadows for a very long time, listening to the rats scurry about in the dark, trying to think what to do. And in the end, I did nothing.
Not that evening. But you went back there, didn't you?
Yes, I did. 3 nights later, I was heavily armed with a pair of pistols and that knife. I still don't know why I took it, as I have thought about it for hours on end.
In any case...
There was a window at the side of the building at eye level. I peered inside and counted 6 of them.
Including Edward?
My son? No. I'd arranged to meet him at my club, and I'd left a message instructing him to wait.
Pray continue.
I knocked upon the door exactly as my son had done before me. When it swung open, I had a pistol in each hand. The man who opened the door tried to cry out, but I pressed both barrels against his face and pulled the triggers.
My God!
Fell back upon the floor, which was of packed earth. The smoke from my revolvers hung upon the air. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I kicked the door shut behind me and killed them all. They're still there. Buried in that warehouse, if you care to look for them.
You shot all 6 of them, then?
Only 5. The last one ran at me. He had something in his right hand. I don't know what it was. I had no more ammunition. So I pulled the knife from his sheath and slashed at him, nearly severing his head from his body.
That would have been Morton Roberts. Why did you cut up the bodies?
I reasoned that the more savage the attack seemed to be, the less likelihood there was that the search for the murderer would stray outside the realm of the savages.
Savages? Lower classes?
Yes. I still think it was a fine piece of logic.
Why did you send that note to Sarah Roberts?
I feared that she would eventually succeed in interesting the police in the case. I'd intended to murder her had she come to the docks alone.
Of course. But why the 2 left hands?
The newspapers didn't know what to make of that, did they? And naturally enough, since it meant nothing. I intended to provide the corpse with a left and right hand. But in the horror of the moment, I hacked off 2 lefts. Well, anyone can make a mistake, can't they?
Then you murdered those 6 men because you mistakenly believed them to be sexually deviant rather than because of their politics.
Politics? What politics?
I have good news for you. Your son's relationship with Wilde was a consequence solely of their common interest in poetry and radical politics.
No, I don't believe you.
Edward is an anarchist, as were the men you killed.
Anarchists? Are you sure?
The rock dust I found under the fingernails of the corpse proved upon further examination to be granules of blasting powder, Watson. The metal filings embedded in the palm of the corpse's other hand obviously came from the shell casing of a bomb. But despite the odious vocation of your victims, Lord Candlemere, I doubt you will find a sympathetic public.
You wouldn't dare make this revelation a matter of public record? Expose an affair of this sort to the masses, and you'd risk shredding the delicate fabric of British society. None of us could say what might happen. We'd be playing right into the anarchists' hands.
I agree. And that is why we 3 must quietly take justice into our own hands.
Oh, I say, Holmes.
Here, today, in this very room. Lord Candlemere, in my opinion, there is no way you can adequately expiate your sins. However, there are 3 things that you can do. To begin with, You must make a check out to Miss Sarah Roberts in the sum of £21,000.
How did you arrive at that amount?
It struck me as being a nice round figure.
Oh, I see.
Anything else?
Another check, this time to the workhouses of London, in a sum of £79,000. That's 100,000 altogether, another nice round figure.
You're asking me to pay penance to the tune of damn near £17,000 per man.
A fortune, I agree. But this, I promise you, you'll never miss a penny of it.
What do you mean? Why not?
There is a third condition to my continued silence in this matter. After Lord Candlemere has finished with his checkbook and his gold-nibbed pen, I want him to do something about cleaning his gun collection carelessly.
Oh, dear me.
Have I no choice?
Certainly, you have a choice. But after a moment's reflection, I am sure you will agree it will be much better with the press to find you slumped over a table in your gun room than across the prisoner's dock at the Old Bailey. After all, it's the very fabric of British society that's hanging in the balance. Is it not?
A near thing, wasn't it? I've always believed that the Great Western Railway would better serve the traveling public by being just a little less punctual. I don't know how they manage it, but their trains always seem to arrive late and leave exactly on time. It's a nuisance, don't you agree?
What time is it, Watson?
10 minutes past the hour.
I
imagine he's done it by now.
Yes. I would think he has.
Look here, Holmes. Do you mind if I ask you a rather personal question?
For the benefit of your reading public?
No. This is personal. I should like to know where you and I stand on a certain matter.
Then speak up, by all means. What is it?
I find Miss Roberts extremely attractive, and I wondered if... Well, I simply wondered how you felt about her.
There is no denying that Miss Roberts is an extremely attractive woman. There is something about her, a certain innocence.
I see.
Don't misunderstand me, Watson. My appreciation of Miss Roberts' charms is entirely objective. I admire her as I would admire a painting hung upon a wall, but I have no desire whatsoever to possess her, if that is what you mean.
More or less. But you're quite sure?
Watson, I'm beginning to suspect an infatuation. By the way, give her this check and advise her to cash it promptly today, if at all possible.
Oh, I thought you'd want to give it to her yourself.
I have more pressing business to attend to. I believe I owe it to English literature and the reading public to warn Mr. Oscar Wilde of the folly of his ways, and perhaps familiarize him with Section 11 of the Criminal Code Amendment Act.
I see.
No doubt my kindness will prove a waste of time. Wilde is a known voluptuary whose addiction to satiety will, doubtless, eventually require him to taste the ultimate sensation of ruin.
But still, it is a task which must be undertaken.
Precisely, Watson. Precisely.
Adventure of the Left-Handed Corpse starred Christopher Newton as Sherlock Holmes, Leon Pownall as Dr. Watson, Peter Brockington as Oscar Wilde, Marion Eisman as Sarah, and Jack Ammon as Lestrade. Also appearing were Anthony Holland as Lord Candlemere, Barbara Tremaine as the landlady, Shirley Broderick as Mrs. Hudson, and Charlie Higgins as the courier boy. The engineer was Jerry Stanley, with sound effects by Jay Hyrene. The music was composed and conducted by Bruce Rodell. The Adventure of the Left-Handed Corpse was produced and directed in Vancouver by Robert Chesterman. Next week on Sunday Matinee, join us for With My Eyes Wide Open.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you that a time like right now is the perfect time for a glass of Petri California Port. After you've had a good dinner, boy, Petri Port is a real topper. That rich, deep red Petri Port is really an extraordinary wine. Even its color's different. And as for its flavor, well, it'll take a better man than me to describe that. Petri Port is a hearty wine, sure. And every other quality that you look for in a good port, you'll find in Petri Port, and then some. Try Petri Port by itself, or serve it with fruit, with nuts, or with cake. But share it with your friends, will you? Because you can serve it proudly. After all, it is a Petri wine, and that name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's visit our old friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Settle yourself down and get your pipe going.
Thanks. Doctor, last week you told us that tonight's story took place in the Casbah at Algiers.
Yes, the Casbah. I remember it as the place of countless streets winding up and down, past colorful cafes where 100 tongues were spoken. And often a street would end in shadowy darkness, which a man would be foolhardy to enter alone. Yes, Mr. Bartell, that was the Casbah that Sherlock Holmes and I knew in that winter of '99.
Well, how did you happen to be out there, Doctor?
Do you mind if I tell you the story from the start, Mr. Bartell? It really began on a wintry night in Baker Street at the conclusion of the strange murder in Montrevor Castle. A charming young girl sat on the sofa of our lodgings in Baker Street and talked.
But, Mr. Holmes, you can't say you'll have nothing more to do with the
My dear Miss
Montrevors.
Stretfield, I found the true murderer of the Dowager Countess and he committed suicide. Surely the case is ended.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you found the real murderer. But now I want you to find the unfortunate young man who fled England 5 years ago when he was suspected of a crime.
This is a new development, Miss Stretfield. Please tell us about it.
It's Douglas Milton that I'm talking about.
Oh, yes. He was the heir to the title, wasn't he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He was a sensitive, artistic boy, and when he knew that he was under suspicion, he ran away.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, everyone regarded his flight as an admission of guilt. That is, until you found the real culprit, Mr. Holmes.
I imagine, Miss Stretfield, that your interest in the missing boy is not entirely, shall we say, altruistic?
I'm in love with him, Dr. Watson.
Oh.
We were engaged to be married when he ran away. Mr. Holmes, you've got to find him. He must know that his name has been cleared and that he's inherited the title.
Stretfield, have you any direct news, any letter from your fiancé since he left 5 years ago?
None.
Any clues as to his hiding place?
Only this. It's a painting I received anonymously a year after he had left.
Oh.
It was sent from a forwarding address in London. Here it is, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
Yes, a small oil painting. Very good one, too, I say.
Yes. He's a splendid sense of composition, and his use of color is unusually brilliant. You recognize this painting as the work of your fiancé, Miss Stretfield?
I'm certain of it.
Yes. Wonderful use of color. Observe the delicate shadings of that sunset and the brilliant green of the oasis. This scene is extraordinarily reminiscent of the desert in North Africa.
Yes, that's what made me say I was certain he'd gone abroad, Mr. Holmes.
But why should he go to North Africa?
A good place, Watson, for an Englishman who imagines himself to be escaping justice. Remember, the Foreign Legion is stationed there.
You think he might have joined the Legion, Mr. Holmes?
It would seem logical. No questions are asked of those who join it, and its colorful obscurity might easily appeal to a young fellow in trouble. Hello.
What is it, Holmes?
Quite a few grains of sand in between the canvas and the frame here. Miss Tretfield, do you mind if I pry the canvas loose?
Do anything you like, Mr. Holmes, if it gives you any clue to Douglas's whereabouts.
Give me your penknife, will you, Watson?
Yeah.
Thanks, old chap. Wait a minute. Here we are.
Can you see anything?
Uh-huh. Look. The word sheriff. And Ella Froon are stamped here. Sheriff is probably the framer's name, and Ella Froon is a town some 50 miles from Algiers. That settles it. Miss Tretfield, I accept your case. Watson and I will go to Africa and try to find your fiancé, Douglas Milton.
Monsieur Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. I have heard of you so often, but I never thought I should see you here at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, Colonel Brisson, I'm trying to trace an Englishman who has been missing during the past 4 years. I have reason to believe that he might have joined the Legion.
Yeah, I shall look in my records. Let me see. 4 years ago would be 1895. If Sherlock Holmes is tracking him, then I suppose he was in trouble in his own country. If he was in trouble, he might easily have come to us. We ask no questions. 97, 96, 95. In that year, 3 young Englishmen joined us. One of them died of dysentery 2 years ago in Cedar Raji. One of them deserted 18 months ago, and we have been unable to trace him. The third is my adjutant who brought you into my office just now.
And he is, I would say, about 3 inches shorter than Douglas Milton. And men do not shrink in the Foreign Legion, eh, Colonel?
They do not, Monsieur Holmes.
And the fellow who deserted must be our man.
Unless it's the one who died of dysentery. Colonel de Brisson, how would you advise us to set about trying to find a deserter?
Monsieur Holmes, there's only one place in Algeria where a man can hide from the Foreign Legion and remain hidden.
Oh, and what's that place?
The Casbah in Algiers.
Then that's our destination, Watson.
Be very careful, please, gentlemen. The Casbah is a place where the law is exiled. The police have no jurisdiction there. The only rule is that of strength, violence, and trickery.
We shall be very cautious, I assure you. Goodbye, Colonel de Brisson, and thank you for your help.
Well, I must say that I think Colonel de Brisson rather exaggerated the dangers of the Casbah. I suppose you're going to tell me this cafe is the headquarters for a dope smuggling ring or white slaving or something.
Its ramifications are even more extensive than those you've mentioned.
You're joking, Holmes.
I assure you I'm not, old fellow.
What?
My old friend Duhamel is chief of police in Algiers. When I told him our mission, he advised me to come here. A 500-franc note, and the proprietor can obtain any and all information regarding the underworld. For as little as 200 francs, he can arrange a murder. So that gives you some idea of the relative values in the Casbah.
Good Lord, then you've already spoken to the proprietor?
Oh, yes, a charming scoundrelly fellow by the name of Rafi. I gave him 500 francs and asked him to set his underworld grapevine in motion to see whether an Englishman living and hiding here in the Casbah could be found.
And I thought we'd come here for a quiet meal.
Here comes Rafi now. Let's hope he has news for us. Here we are, Rafi. Come and sit down, won't you?
Rafi works fast, does he not, Mr. Holmes? Your friend is...
My friend knows that you're working with me. We'll be found out.
A drink first. The tongue of Rafi is parched. Would you have me die of thirst before I give you my news? Vermouth cassis.
Rafi? You have news for me, then?
But yes.
Good, what is it?
First, you will pay me more money, no?
But I gave you 500 francs. You said that you'd do the job for that.
Can I help it if some tongues are more costly to make wag than others? It took the 500 to get the wag. Am I to have nothing for my own trouble?
Votre vermouth cassie, Monsieur Rafi.
Ah, good. The gentleman will pay for it.
There you are.
Merci, Missy.
I will drink to your health, gentlemen, both of you. You will pay me more money, no?
But my friend's already given you 500. You should stick to your bargain, my good fellow.
My information is a bargain at 750 francs. It would be a bargain at 1,000, but Rafi will let you have it for 750 because he likes you.
I see.
You will give it to me, no?
And if I refuse?
Then you get no information, and perhaps I spread news in the Casbah that makes it uncomfortable for you gentlemen to be there.
Great Scott, this is blackmail.
I get the money, no?
You're a scoundrel, Rafi.
Of course I'm a scoundrel.
Here's your money. And information?
There is an Englishman hiding here in the Casbah. I do not know his name, but he is tall and fair-haired. I cannot tell you where he lives, but if you go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, you will find a girl who sings there. A girl who sings like a nightingale. Her name is Aisha, and she can lead you to your Englishman.
A girl named Aisha. The Cafe of 1,000 Sighs.
That is right. I would suggest that you go there in disguise. Two well-dressed Englishmen might find themselves in trouble. For a small fee, say 200 francs, I will escort you there myself.
Thank you, yes. I think we can manage by ourselves, Rafi.
Oh, if your business is concluded quickly and time weighs heavy on your hands, Rafi can take you to some places of rare interest. Dancing girls that wither one's eyeballs with their beauty. For 500 francs, gentlemen...
Thank you, Rafi, thank you. I have a feeling the time will not weigh heavily on our hands. Good night.
You work too hard, gentlemen. You should learn how to play. Good night.
On my soul, I think that fellow's the biggest blackguard I ever met.
I quite agree, old chap, but he is amusing.
By the way, Holmes... don't you think that when this case is finished, we might have a time on our hands?
Oh, Watson, you're incorrigible. But I think... Watson.
What is it?
Got the man sitting over in the corner by himself.
By Joe, yes. His face seems familiar. We've seen him before somewhere.
Of course we have. His name is Oliver Leeming. We met him at the inquest on the Montrella case.
So we did. Now, what on earth do you suppose he's doing here in the Casbah?
Not on a holiday, I'm sure. Mr. Oliver Leeming, if you recall, is a cousin of Douglas Milton's, the man we're searching for. If Milton were ever declared legally dead, Mr. Leeming over there would inherit the title.
It looks to me as if we're not the only people in the Casbah who are searching for the missing heir.
That's true, old fellow. Come on, let's go and talk to the gentleman. Mr. Oliver Leeming, how very odd to meet you here.
Well, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
World's a small place, isn't it? Or has somebody said that before? I wondered if you'd spot me over here in the corner.
Oh, you saw us then?
Of course. But you seemed to be in such deep conversation with that scoundrel Rafi. I didn't like to disturb you.
Very considerate of you, I'm sure. Why are you here, Mr. Leeming?
Oh, I'm making a business trip. This is my day off.
As I recall it, you're in the publishing business.
Correct. What a memory you have.
It seems peculiar that you should be on a business trip here. Are you planning on opening a publishing house in Algiers, or are you searching the Casbah for new authors?
Why not? I'm a great believer in encouraging new talent.
Mr. Leeming, why don't you admit that you're here for the express purpose of trying to find your cousin, Douglas Milton?
Mr. Holmes, you've discovered my secret. The great Sherlock Holmes and his watchdog have their eagle eyes on me. They know that I succeed to the title if Douglas Milton dies.
Yes, Mr. Leeming, we know that fact.
And you have fathomed my plan to find Douglas before me and kill him so that I may inherit the title. How lucky I am to meet you in the Casbah, where you cannot arrest me. Well, it's a race against time, gentlemen, but I have a head start, as you will soon find out. Goodbye, and the best of luck to you.
An extraordinary fellow. He's joking, of course.
I believe not, Watson. I think he labors under the whimsical belief that the best method of discounting the truth is to state it as boldly so that it will not be believed.
Great Scott, then we must work fast.
Yes, old chap, we must. I'm sure that we're entrants in a race against death. We must get back to the hotel, and into our disguises as quickly as possible. After that, we shall visit a young lady named Aisha in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. And I'm certain, Watson, that it will be the first time two men have ever entered the Casbah for the express purpose of preventing a murder.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just about a second, which gives me time to remind you that if you like the flavor of big, plump, juicy Muscat grapes, you'll love the flavor of Petri California Muscatel. What a wine. Petri Muscatel is the perfect after-dinner wine. It looks good, smells better than it looks, and when it comes to the taste department, well, you never tasted anything like it. For a really good wine, remember first Petri, then Muscatel. Petri Muscatel. Well, Doctor, I can hardly wait to hear what happened next. You and Sherlock Holmes went back to the hotel, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Holmes quickly adopted the disguise of an Arab guide, while I assumed the role of a tourist. And we started off on our search. Outside the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, we met with a rude shock. Good Lord. It's the fellow we met in the cafe.
Yes, Oliver Leeming, with a knife between his shoulders.
He's dead, Holmes. Shouldn't we get into touch with the police?
What can they do? Remember, there is no law in the Casbah. In any case, this man is beyond our help. Our job is to protect the living. Come on, old fellow. Let's go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs and find this girl, Aisha. The girl, Rafi says, sings like a nightingale.
Comme un oiseau qui chante, je l'appelle ma petite bourgeoise. Ma ton kiki, ma ton kiki, ma ton quinoise. Il y en a d'autres qui me font le doux yeux, mais c'est elle que j'aime le mieux.
Oh, so that's the girl, Aisha. She's very beautiful.
You'll forget our role of tourist and guide, old chap.
Master, would wish to meet this Aisha?
Very much indeed.
I will see if it can be arranged, Master.
Wait here for me, Watson. I'll see what I can do.
Right you are, Holmes. Be careful now.
Mademoiselle Aisha?
What do you want, greasy one?
There is an Englishman at the table over there. He wishes to talk to Aisha.
Which one is he?
The man who sits at the table in the corner. He is very rich, Aisha, and he admires you a great deal. He told me to give you this 500-franc note.
So? Very well. You may bring him to my rooms. The door is at top of stairway, to the right.
Good, Aisha. I fetch him.
I shall be waiting.
Aisha will see you, Master. Follow me, please.
Oh, very well. I hope you know that you're going to handle this, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. In this case, I think honesty will be the best policy.
Well, I'm not so sure. This place is a thieves' kitchen if ever I saw one. You better be careful.
First door to the right at the top of the stairs. This is it.
Come in. Oh, come and sit over here, Mr. Englishman. Greasy one, you may leave us.
Mademoiselle, I may as well tell you at once that I am not an Arab guide. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
What do you want with me? Why you trick your way in here?
Don't be frightened, mademoiselle. I can explain our mission in a very few words. My friend and I have come in search of an Englishman by the name of Douglas Milton. We have good news for him.
What make you think I might know of him?
A gentleman by the name of Rafi suggested that you might.
What is your good news for this Englishman?
That he has been cleared of suspicion of murder and that he is the rightful Earl of Montrevor.
That means when he knows this, he will leave the Casbah and return to his country?
Naturally, madame.
I do not know this man. I have never heard of him. Here is your 500 francs. Goodbye.
Not so fast, Aisha, mon petit chou. I've been listening from behind these curtains. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Douglas Milton.
Douglas Milton, we found you at last.
It gives me infinite pleasure to have succeeded in my mission. How do you do, sir?
This is very exciting. Yes, I think the occasion calls for a drink. What will it be, gentlemen?
Well, I think a glass of port would be very nice, sir.
Yes, it would be the most appropriate for toasting the new Earl of Montrevor.
Splendid, splendid. Aisha, bring glasses and a bottle of port and some creme de menthe for me.
You are not going to England. I will never let you leave me.
Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Aisha. Please bring 2 bottles and some glasses.
Very well. I am sorry.
Mr. Holmes, I can't tell you how I appreciate your trouble in coming all this way to find me, but well, I must tell you at once, there's one problem that makes it difficult for me to leave this country. You see, I deserted from the Foreign Legion.
Yes, we know that, my boy. In fact, that's how we first got onto your trail.
I shouldn't let that fact worry you, Mr. Milton. I'm certain the British consul in Algiers can arrange to have any charges dropped against a peer of the realm.
Oh, well, I never thought of that.
Here are the bottles.
You must excuse the glasses, gentlemen. Tumblers are hardly correct, I suppose, but... Well, they won't spoil the flavor, I'm sure. 2 glasses of port and a creme de menthe for me. Only 3 glasses, Aisha? Bring a glass for yourself.
I do not wish to drink.
And I insist that you do. Bring a glass, Aisha.
Why should I drink if you are leaving me?
Mr. Milton, do you know Oliver Leeming?
Of course, he's my cousin. Yes, he came here half an hour ago and threatened me.
Did you also know that he's lying dead in the street? Murdered?
Well, yes, I did. If we went in the Casbah, I wouldn't tell you this, but Aisha stabbed him. She followed him when he left here. He killed him and then slipped back just in time to sing a song a few moments ago. Oh, you needn't look so shocked, Dr. Watson. Life is cheap in the Casbah, and Aisha is a girl of violent passions. Come on, let's drink.
A toast to the new Earl of Montrevor.
Oh, excuse me, sir. You took the wrong glass. You were drinking my port.
Oh, silly mistake. I can't bear port. Very un-English of me, I'm afraid, but, well, after all these years, I don't feel particularly English. In fact, I'll probably find it very hard to adjust myself to the old life when I go back. Or perhaps I should say, if I go back.
Since you feel that way about it, Mr. Milton, why go? You can claim the title and the revenues of the estate without leaving Algeria. You could stay here and live on the income.
I didn't realize that would be possible. You sure I could do that?
Oh, yes, I'm quite certain of it. But if you doubt my word, I suggest we all adjourn to the British consulate in Algiers. They can put you straight on the matter.
That's a good idea. Let's go over there at once.
Now I have been listening to you, my friend. You're planning to leave me. Once you go from the Casbah, I shall never see you again.
Put down that knife, Aisha.
I will not let you go. You belong to me. If you try to leave me now, I will kill you.
Put down that knife, Aisha. You've done enough damage for one night.
Why you...
Put it down, you fool. Put it down.
Let me go. Let me go.
She twisted the knife on herself as she fell.
Holmes, help me turn her over. She's dead, Mr. Milton.
Poor Aisha.
It's a bloody path that leads to the Montrevor title, sir. I suggest that we see that this poor girl's body is taken care of. Then go to the British consulate without any further delay. Now that we're at the consulate, Mr. Milton, I suggest that you swear on oath that you are Douglas Milton, heir to the Montrevor estate. This gentleman is a commissioner of oaths, and we can go in and see the consul.
Very well.
Now, raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I hereby solemnly swear that I am Douglas Milton, the missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
I hereby swear that I am Douglas Milton, missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you'll sign the statement here, these gentlemen can witness it.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you gentlemen will sign.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, gentlemen. The document is now legal.
Splendid. Now let's go over and see the consul.
Not yet, my friend. Watson, this man is not Douglas Milton.
What the devil are you talking about?
There is no law in the Casbah, sir, so you cannot be punished for the 2 murders you committed there. But now that your avarice has tempted you here to Algiers, where you've been foolish enough to sign a false statement, I think we can at least settle you very nicely for desertion, false impersonation, forgery, and perjury.
Holmes, what do you mean?
The story should be obvious, old fellow. Oliver Leeming did track down the deserter. Recognition was uncertain after so many years, but at least it gave this gentleman the idea of impersonating the real Douglas Milton, a friend of his.
You have a lively imagination, Mr. Holmes.
The real Douglas Milton died of dysentery 2 years ago in Sidi El Raj. As soon as the idea of impersonating Milton was born, Leeming had to die.
Your theories are very interesting, but you haven't a shred of proof. I say that I'm Douglas Milton. How are you going to prove otherwise?
Very simply, my dear sir. Douglas Milton was a painter. A painter who excelled in the use of vivid colors. You, sir, suffer from the quite common malady of red-green color blindness. Less than an hour ago, you mistook a glass of port, which is red, for a glass of creme de menthe, which is green. I knew at once that you were an imposter.
You're cleverer than I thought you were, Holmes. Goodbye. Here, come back.
No, Watson. Don't go after him.
But we can't let him escape, Holmes.
Don't worry, old chap. He won't escape. I sent a message to Colonel de Brisson. If you go to the window, I think you'll find that the consulate is being watched. The Legion has a long memory for desertion. I don't think he'll get very far.
They got him, Holmes. Shot him as he was trying to run away.
A just death for him. He lived a life of violence and treachery, Watson. It's only fitting that he should die in the same manner.
Doctor, that was a swell story, but you know something? I wish you hadn't disillusioned me about the Casbah.
Disillusioned you? What do you mean?
Well, before I heard your story, whenever somebody mentioned the Casbah, I'd always visualize a very glamorous, romantic sort of place full of beautiful women. Every one of them a ringer for Hedy Lamarr.
No.
Yep. And I could just see myself, handsome, dashing, going up to one of those beautiful girls and whispering in my fine French accent, "Darling, you are sensational. You are lovely, gorgeous. Tell me, have you ever tried Petri wine? It's wonderful." Well, you must admit, Doctor, that is the truth. It is wonderful wine. It certainly ought to be.
You're incorrigible.
After all, winemaking has been the business of the Petri family ever since way back in the 1800s. For generations, the Petri family has handed down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And don't forget, because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the letters P-E-T-R-I on a bottle of wine are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. So no matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, remember you can't go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, now I suppose you're ready to tell us about next week's story?
Yes, and as soon as I have, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Friend?
Yes. But first, Mr. Bartell, next week, I'm going to tell you an adventure in which, for once, Holmes came off second best. An exciting story of high society and romance. I call it A Scandal in Bohemia.
Boy, that sounds swell. And now, what about your friend?
Well, he's waiting at the microphone in San Francisco. He's Dr. Langley Porter, and he wants to tell us about something very important. Dr. Langley Porter.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Radio listeners, tonight in Italy there are thousands, many thousands, dying of cold and hunger. Babies, children, expectant mothers, old folks, dying for want of clothes, want of food. This organization, American Relief for Italy, appeals to you to search your homes for anything that can be made useful for starving, freezing men, women, children. Clothing, layettes for babies, diapers, shoes, food, surgical supplies, but above all, clothes, clean clothes, fit to wear. Take them to the nearest fire station. That your gifts will reach the Italians who need them, you may be sure. Americans of this organization will distribute the packages in Italy through the Italian Red Cross, the Catholic Relief Organization, the League of Italian Women, the Confederation of Italian Labor, and the Italian government. In California, rationing has gone. Christmas comes. There, in Italy, Death is on the prowl. Radio listeners, lives can be saved. It's up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Langley Porter. I know that our friends listening in will do all that they can to help the organization American Relief for Italy.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Crooked Man. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office. Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolf to what?
Mr. Wolf will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolf is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolf, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
Man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer is no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, it seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Wolf would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Chuck?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, a rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us, a hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we...
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. LaCosta, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them, too. After Mr. LaCosta.
Nobody minds. Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well, unless Jean would care to...
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
LaCosta?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got 'em.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
Lucasto?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The light!
Piper. Well, what?
Da-da-da-da-da. Hey. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Oh, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
Well, that would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolf I was going for a walk. He disapproved,
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this case...
Let's not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolf to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolf. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
And this is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolf is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lucasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lucasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Howdy. Oh, Pa, he's always taking walks. Come in, the door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Ah, Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
A wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolf.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. Blast you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolf, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wolf, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of this city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them, unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolf.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolf?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you will observe two oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lucasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolf, you're sure Lucasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Uh-huh. Jean,
Yes, Archie.
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got to scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Yeah, well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lucasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. But that's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolf, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but,
I want another drink.
you've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Jean, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops. I guess the war's over. All right, Jean, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Jean, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolf will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
Well, she's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
It didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolf, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean that people in their cups often tell the truth, a proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
True.
I beg your pardon?
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Lucasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have. Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No. No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettiest shorthand, Mr. Wolf.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Lucasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But you said I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise him, Goodwin, and keep him that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
You won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not. But it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you
So
please.
you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolf phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolf phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck. Trying to start something.
That's so, Wolf?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean... It could be misunderstood.
Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me
That's
and...
all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolf what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
Police wouldn't approve. Better let me have your gun. Huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Jean could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Fool.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the Chuck.
Lucasto.
Lucasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Lucasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well, place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation to... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Ah, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolf, you're a genius, and you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolf.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Jay Novello, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Calculated Risk. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Cabby! Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet, Episode 1.
Stamford! Stamford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How are you?
How do you do?
You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
Now, how on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him. And, of course, he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter. Then that little sallow, rat-faced fellow Lestrade, who'd been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
Commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, son. Well, I'm blessed. Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That smacked of the sea. He had a military carriage, however, and regulation side whiskers. There we have the Marine. He was a man with some amount of self-importance and a certain air of command. You must have observed the way in which he held his head and swung his cane.
No.
A steady, respectable, middle-aged man, too, on the face of him. All facts which led me to believe that he had been a sergeant.
Wonderful.
Commonplace. But I said just now that there were no criminals.
What?
It appears that I'm wrong. Look at this.
What?
Would you mind reading it to me aloud?
What is that? Oh, yes, certainly, yes. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there has been a bad business during the night at 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. Our man on the beat saw a light there about 2 a.m, and as the house was an empty one, suspected that something was amiss. He found the door open and in the front room discovered the body of a gentleman, well dressed and having cards in his pocket, bearing the name of Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There had been no robbery, nor is there any evidence as to how the man met his death. There are marks of blood in the room, but there's no wound upon his person. We are at a loss as to how he came into the empty house. Indeed, the whole affair is a puzzler. If you can come round to the house any time before 12, you'll find me there. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson.
Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. They have their knives into one another, too. They're as jealous as a pair of professional beauties. There'll be some fun over this case if they're both put upon the scent. Come on, get your hat.
You wish me to come?
Yes, if you have nothing better to do.
Oh, splendid.
Here you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, I must say, you don't seem to have been giving much thought to the matter in hand, and all that talk in the cab about Cremona fiddles and the difference between a Stradivarius and an Amati.
No data yet. It's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence.
Well, you'll have your data soon. Aren't we going in?
All in good time, Watson. Let us first observe such important details as the roadway. The pavement. And the grass fringe. Ah, yes. That is interesting.
Mr. Holmes, it's very kind of you to come.
Inspector Gregson, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, son?
I've had everything left untouched.
Except the pathway up to the house.
Huh?
If a herd of buffaloes had passed along, there couldn't be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions before you permitted this.
Well, I've had so much to do inside the house, Mr. Holmes. My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I've relied upon him to look after the path.
With two such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find out.
Well, I think we've done all that can be done. It's a queer case, though, and, well, I know your taste for such things.
Did you come here in a cab, Gregson?
No, sir.
Did Lestrade?
No, sir.
Then let us go and look at the room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Lestrade. I think you've met Dr. Watson.
Well, of course, it's your rooms. Yes, how do you do? Well, this case will make a stir, sir. Beats anything I've seen, and I'm no chicken. You found no clue? None at all.
You're sure there's no wound? There are splashes of blood all over the place.
Do you want to examine the body, sir?
Yes, just a quick look, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that seems to be all. Just a sniff at his lips. And a glance at the soles of his patent leather boots. Yeah. Well, I think I've seen everything I need to see. He's not been moved at all.
Well, no more than was necessary for the purposes of our examination.
Then you can take him to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned.
Right. Let's have the stretcher. Hello? What's that? Well, it's a ring. There's been a woman here. It's a woman's wedding ring. Well, this does complicate matters. Heaven knows they were complicated enough before.
You're sure it doesn't simplify them?
Simplify? All right, you can take him away. Yes, sir.
Come, Gregson. There's nothing to be learned by staring at the ring. What did you find in his pockets?
Gold watch and chain, gold ring with a Masonic device. Gold pin, bulldog's head with rubies as eyes. Cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, corresponding with the EJD upon the linen. No purse, but loose money to the extent of £7.13. Oh, and 2 letters. One addressed to E.J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
At what address?
American Exchange, Strand, to be left till called for. They are both from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool to New York.
Have you made any inquiries as to this man Stangerson?
I did at once, sir. I've had advertisements sent to all the newspapers, and one of my men has gone to the American Exchange, but he has not yet returned.
Have you sent to Cleveland?
We telegraphed this morning.
How did you word your inquiries?
We simply detailed the circumstances and said that we should be glad of any information that could help us.
You didn't ask for particulars on any point which appeared to you to be crucial?
I asked about Stangerson.
Nothing else? Is there no circumstance upon which this whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?
I've said all I have to say, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Gregson.
I have just made a discovery of the highest importance, and one which would have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls.
Oh, Mr. Lestrade? And what is it?
Look here, on this wall. Now, stand there. I'll strike a match. Look at that.
What does it say? I can't quite see.
R-A-C-H-E. Rach? What do you think of that? The murderer's written it with his or her own blood. You see this smear where it's trickled down the wall? That disposes of the idea of suicide anyhow. Now, why was that corner chosen to write it on? I'll tell you. You see that candle on the mantelpiece?
Yeah.
It was lit at the time, and if it was lit, this corner would be the brightest instead of the darkest portion of the wall.
And what does it mean now that you have found it?
Why, it means that the writer was going to put the female name Rachel, but was disturbed before he or she had time to finish. You mark my words, when this case comes to be cleared up, you'll find that a woman named Rachel has something to do with it. All very well for you to laugh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best when all's said and done.
Oh, I really beg your pardon, Lestrade. You certainly have the credit of being the first of us to find this out. And as you say, it bears every mark of having been written by the other participant in last night's mystery. I have not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission I shall do so now. Now, where's my lens? There. I think that will do.
20 minutes that took you, Mr. Holmes. I could have spared you the trouble in 5.
They say that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains. It's a very bad definition, but it does apply to detective work.
What do you think of it, sir?
Oh, it would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I were to presume to help you. You're doing so well now that it would be a pity for anyone to interfere. If you let me know how your investigations go, I shall be happy to give you any help I can. In the meantime, I should like to speak to the constable who found the body. Is he here?
Well, no, he's off duty now.
Then can you give me his name and address?
Oh, yes, sir. His name is John Rance. You'll find him at 46 Audley Court, Kennington Park Gate.
Kennington Park Gate. Thank you. Come along, Doctor. We shall go and look him up. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I'll tell you one thing which may help you in the case.
What's that, sir?
There has been murder done, and the murderer was a man. He was more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, had small feet for his height, wore coarse square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer had a florid face, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. These are only a few indications, but they may assist you.
If this man was murdered, how was it done?
Poison. Oh, one other thing, Lestrade. Don't waste your time looking for Miss Rachel. Rache is the German for revenge. Come along, Doctor. I have a telegram to send.
I'm coming home.
Now that I've sent my telegram, we can go and see this Constable John Rance.
You amaze me, Holmes. Surely you're not as sure as you pretend to be of all those particulars you gave?
There's no room for a mistake. The very first thing which I observed on arriving there was that a cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb. Now, up to last night, we've had no rain for a week, so that those wheels, which left such a deep impression, must have been there during the night. Since the cab was there after the rain began, and was not there at any time during the morning, I have Gregson's word for that. It follows that it must have been there during the night, and therefore that it brought those 2 individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but how about the other man's height?
When a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write about the level of his own eyes. Now, that writing was just over 6 feet from the ground. It was child's play.
And his age?
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be quite in the sere and yellow. That was the breadth of a puddle on the garden path which he had evidently walked across. Patent leather boots had gone round, and square toes had stepped over. There's no mystery about it at all. Is there anything else that puzzles you?
Well, the fingernails and the Trichinopoly cigar.
The writing on the wall was done with a man's forefinger dipped in blood. My glass allowed me to observe that the plaster was slightly scratched in doing it, which would not have been the case had the man's nail been trimmed. I gathered up some scattered ash from the floor. It was dark in color and flaky, such an ash as is only made by a trichinopoly. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand, either of cigar or of tobacco.
And the florid face, then?
Ah, that was a more daring shot. Though I've no doubt that I was right. You mustn't ask me that at the present state of the affair. There is much that is still obscure, though I've quite made up my mind on the main facts. As to poor Lestrade's discovery, it was simply a blind, intended to put the police upon a wrong track by suggesting socialism and secret societies. It was not done by a German.
Oh.
If you notice, the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion. Now, a real German invariably prints in the Latin character, so that we may safely say that this was not written by one, but by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Oh, no. It was simply a ruse to divert inquiry into a wrong channel. I'm not going to tell you much more of the case, Doctor. You know, a conjurer gets no credit when once he's explained his trick. And if I show you too much of my method of working, you will come to the conclusion that I'm a very ordinary individual after all.
Oh, I shall never do that. You have brought detection as near to an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world.
I'll tell you one other thing. Patent leathers and square toes came in the same cab. And they walked down the pathway together as friendly as possible, arm in all probability. When they got inside, they walked up and down the room. Or rather, Patent Leather stood still while Square Toes walked up and down. I could read all that in the dust, and I could read that as he walked, he grew more and more excited. That's shown by the increased length of his strides. He was talking all the while and working himself up, no doubt, into a fury.
Yes.
Then the tragedy occurred. Well, I've told you all I know myself. For the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, on which to start. And now we must hurry, for I particularly want to visit Constable Rance in Kennington. Let's go find a cab.
Yes, what is it?
You are Constable John Rance?
What of it, who wants to know?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade said I could find you here. It's about the business at Lauriston Gardens, Brixton Road.
I made my report at the office. Can't a man get a bit of rest when he's off duty?
We thought that we should like to hear it all from your own lips.
Oh, well, I shall be most happy to tell you anything I can, sir. Come in, gents. Thank you. Sit you down on the sofa, gents. Now, what was it?
Just let us hear it all in your own way as it occurred, please.
Very well. Well, my time is from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. 1 o'clock it began to rain. I met Harry Murchell as the Holland Grove being. We stood together at the corner of Henrietta Street a-talking. Well, presently, maybe about 2, a little after, I thought I'd take a look around and see that all was right down the Brixton Road. I was strolling down, thinking between ourselves how uncommon handy a 4 gin hot would be, when suddenly the glint of a light caught my eye in the window of that same house. Now, I knew that them 2 houses in Lauriston Garden was empty. On account of him that owns them won't have the drains seen to, though the very last tenant that lived in one of them died of typhoid fever. So, I was knocked all in a heap, but seen a light in the window, and I suspected something was wrong. When I got up to the door, all was quiet inside, so I went into the room where the light was a-burning. There was a candle flickering on the mantelpiece, a red wax one. By its light, I saw...
Yes, I know all that you saw. You walked round the room several times, and you knelt down by the body, and then you walked through and tried the kitchen door, and then...
Where was you hid to see all that? Seems to me that you knows a good deal more than you should.
Here's my card. No, don't get arresting me for the murder. I'm one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson or Mr. Lestrade will answer to that. Go on, though. What did you do next?
Went back to the gate and sounded my whistle. That brought Murcher and 2 more to the spot.
Was the street empty then?
Well, was as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time. I've never seen anyone so drunk as that cove. He was at the gate when I come out, leaning up against the railings, and I was singing at the pitch of his lungs about Columbine's newfangled banner, some such stuff. He couldn't stand for less else.
What sort of a man was he?
No common drunk sort of man. He'd have found himself at the station if we hadn't been so took up.
His face, his dress, didn't you notice them?
Oh, I should think I did notice them, seeing that I had to prop him up, me and Murcher between us. He was a long chap, a red face, the lower part muffled round.
That'll do. What became of him?
Well, he didn't have to do without looking after him. I'll wager he found his way home all right.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
A whip? No.
He must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
No.
Well, there's half a sovereign for you.
Oh. Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm afraid, Rance, that you will never rise in the force.
Oh?
That head of yours should be for use as well as ornament. You might have gained your sergeant's stripes last night. The man whom you held in your hands is the man who holds the clue to this mystery and whom we are seeking.
But I tell you...
There's no use arguing about it now. I tell you that it is so. Come along, Doctor. Two to 1B Baker Street, David.
Right now, guard.
The blundering fool. Just to think of his having such an incomparable bit of good luck and not taking advantage of it.
Holmes, I'm rather in the dark still. It's true that the description of this man tallies with your idea of the second part in this mystery. But why should he come back to the house after leaving it?
The ring, man, the ring. That was what he came back for. If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring. I shall have him, Doctor. I lay you 2 to 1 that I have him. I must thank you for it all.
Me?
I might not have gone but for you, and so have missed the finest study I ever came across. A study in scarlet, eh? Yeah, why shouldn't we use a little art jargon? There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life, and our duty is to unravel it and isolate it and expose every inch of it. Watson, what's the matter? You're not looking quite yourself. This Brixton Road affair's upset you.
Well, to tell the truth, it has. I ought to be more case-hardened out of my Afghan experiences. I saw my own comrades hacked to pieces of my wand without losing my nerve, but I've gone over this business again and again this afternoon, till I dozed off, that is.
I can understand. There's a mystery about this which stimulates the imagination. Where there's no imagination, there's no horror. Have you seen the evening paper?
No.
Gives a fairly good account of the affair. It doesn't mention the fact that when the man was raised up on the stretcher, a woman's wedding ring fell upon the floor.
Oh.
It's just as well it doesn't.
Why?
Look at this advertisement.
What?
I had one sent to every paper this morning immediately after the affair.
Where?
In the found column.
Yes. In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring found in the roadway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove. Apply Dr. Watson, 221B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. Oh.
Excuse my using your name. If I used my own, some of these dunderheads would recognize it and want to meddle in the affair.
Oh, that's all right, but supposing anyone applies, I've no ring.
Oh, yes, you have.
Huh?
Here you are. This is almost a facsimile.
Say. But who do you expect will answer this advertisement?
Why, the man in the brown coat. Our florid friend with the square toes. If he doesn't come himself, he'll send an accomplice.
Wouldn't he consider it too dangerous?
Not at all. If my view of the case is correct, and I have every reason to believe that it is, this man would rather risk anything than lose the ring. According to my notion, he dropped it while stooping over Drebber's body and didn't miss it at the time. After leaving the house, he discovered his loss and hurried back, but found the police already in possession owing to his own folly in leaving the candle burning. He had to pretend to be drunk in order to allay the suspicions which might have been aroused by his appearance at the gate.
I see.
Now, put yourself in that man's place. On thinking the matter over, it must have occurred to him that it was possible that he had lost the ring in the road after leaving the house. What would he do then? He would eagerly look out for the evening papers in the hope of seeing it among the articles found.
Yes.
His eye, of course, would light upon this. He'd be overjoyed. Why should he fear a trap? There'd be no reason in his eyes why the finding of the ring should be connected with the murder. No. He would come. He will come. You shall see him within the hour.
And then?
Oh, you can leave me to deal with him then. By the way, have you any firearms?
Oh, I've my old service revolver and a few cartridges.
You'd better clean it and load it. He'll be a desperate man. And though I shall take him unawares, it's as well to be ready for anything.
Very well, then. I'll do it as soon as we've had dinner.
That was part one of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the second episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
A Study in Scarlet was how my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had described our investigation into the murder of the American Enoch J. Drebber in an empty house near the Brixton Road. Certainly, my mind kept returning to the scarlet of that blood in which some unknown finger had dipped to write on a wall above the dead man the one word Rache, the German for revenge. Revenge for what? And by whom? So I mused, as I cleaned my old service revolver and waited with Holmes for the arrival of a claimant to the woman's wedding ring which had been found near the body. Well, the old pistol seems none the worse for lying idle.
The plot thickens, Watson. I've just had an answer to the telegram I sent to America after we left Lauriston Gardens. My view of the case is the correct one.
And that is?
Oh, my fiddle would be the better for new strings. Put your pistol in your pocket.
Very good.
When the fellow comes, speak to him in an ordinary way. Leave the rest to me. Don't frighten him by looking at him too hard. He'll probably be here in a few minutes. Now, open the door slightly.
Yeah, well.
That will do. Now, put the key on the inside. Here comes our man, I think. Quickly with the key.
All right, very good.
Now, listen.
Good evening. Oh, Dr. Watson, yes, will you just follow me?
Come in. Yes, my good woman.
It's, this has brought me, good gentleman, here in the paper, a gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road. It belongs to my girl Sally, as was married only this time 12 months, of which her husband is steward aboard a union boat. And what he'd say if he come home and found her without her ring is more than I can think, he being short enough at the best of times, but more especially when he has the drink. If it please you, she went to the circus last night along with...
Is that her ring?
Ah, the Lord be thanked. Sally will be a glad woman this night.
And what may your address be?
13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. There's a weary way from here.
The Brixton Road doesn't lie between any circus and Houndsditch.
The gentleman asked me for my address. Sally lives in lodgings at 3 Mayfield Place, Peckham.
And your name is...
My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis, which Tom Dennis married her, and a smart, clean lad, too, as long as he's at sea, and no steward in the company more thought of. But when on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops...
Holmes,
give it to her.
Here's your ring, Mrs. Sawyer. It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I'm glad to be able to restore it to the rightful owner.
If he could have come home and found her without it, I don't know what he might have done. Thank you, good gentleman. Oh, my poor Sally, what will she say?
Good night to you, Mrs. Sawyer.
Good night to you, sir.
I'll follow her. She must be an accomplice. She'll lead me to him. Wait up for me, Watson. I wouldn't have the Scotland Yarders know it for the world, Watson.
Well,
they'd never let me hear the end of it.
What is it, Holmes? Where have you been? It's just gone midnight.
Oh, I don't mind telling a story against myself. That creature had gone a little way when she hailed a four-wheeler which was passing.
Yeah.
I managed to be close to her so as to hear the address. But I needn't have been so anxious, for she sang it out loud enough for it to be heard at the other side of the street.
Drive to 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch,
she cried. This begins to look genuine, I thought. And having seen her safely inside, I perched myself behind.
You perched yourself?
Huh? Oh, that's an art which every detective should be an expert at. Well, away we rattled and never drew rein until we reached the street in question. I hopped off before we came to the door and strolled down the street in an easy, lounging way. I saw the cab pull up. The driver jumped down, and I saw him open the door and stand expectantly. Nothing came out, though.
What?
When I reached him, he was groping about frantically in the empty cabin, giving vent to the finest assorted collection of oaths that I ever listened to. There was no sign or trace of his passenger, and I fear it'll be some time before he gets his fare. On inquiring at number 13, we found that no one of the name either of Sawyer or Dennis had ever been heard of there.
But you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or the driver seeing her?
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be so taken in. He must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. The get-up was inimitable.
Yes, well.
He saw that he was followed, no doubt, and used this means of giving me the slip. It shows that the man we're after is not as lonely as I imagined he was, but has friends who are ready to risk something for him. Now, Doctor, you're looking done up. As you say, it's gone midnight. Take my advice and turn in.
Yes, I think I will. You turning in, too?
Oh, not yet a while, I fear. This smouldering fire and my violin will keep me company long into the watches of the night, I fancy.
Good night.
There's a strange problem still to unravel. A very strange problem indeed.
Well, Holmes, the papers are suddenly full of it today. The Brixton Mystery, they're calling it.
Ah, but have they anything useful to tell us?
Well, as far as I can see, most of them are concentrating on the victim's German name.
That won't get us far.
Wait a minute. This must be a later edition. They've identified the man.
Have they, indeed? Well, in that case, my dear Watson, pray post me up while I demolish this fourth egg.
Oh, very well, Holmes. The deceased was an American gentleman who'd been residing for some weeks in the metropolis. He'd stayed at the boarding house of Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied in his travels by his private secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The two bade adieu to their landlady upon Tuesday the 4th inst. And departed to Euston Station with the avowed intention of catching the Liverpool Express. They were afterwards seen together upon the platform.
Nothing more is known of them until Mr. Drebber's body was, as recorded, discovered in an empty house in the Brixton Road, many miles from Euston. How he came there or how... Oh, continued on page 4, column 3. There you are. He met his fate are questions which are still involved in mystery. Nothing is known of the whereabouts of Stangerson. We're glad to learn that Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard are both engaged upon the case, and it is confidently anticipated that these well-known officers will speedily throw light upon the matter.
I told you that whatever happened to Lestrade and Gregson would be sure to score.
That depends on how it turns out.
Oh, bless you, it doesn't matter in the least. If the man is caught, it'll be on account of their exertions. If he escapes, it'll be in spite of their exertions. It's heads I win and tails you lose.
What on earth is that?
Huh? It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force.
The what?
Attention! Come along now, get into line quickly. In future, you will send up Wiggins alone to report, and the rest of you must wait in the street. Now, have you found it, Wiggins?
No, sir, we ain't.
I hardly expected you would. You must keep on until you do, though. Well, here are your wages. Now, off you go, and come back with a better report next time.
Yes, sir. Come on, all of you. Double march.
Now, Holmes, what on earth?
There's more work to be got out of one of those little beggars than out of a dozen of the force. The mere sight of an official-looking person seals men's lips. These youngsters, however, go everywhere and see everything. They're as sharp as needles, too. All they want is organization.
Are you employing them on this Brixton case, then?
Yes. There's a point which I wish to ascertain. It's merely a matter of time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, congratulate me. I mean, the whole thing is clear as day.
You mean that you were on the right track?
The right track? Why, we have the man under lock and key.
And his name is?
Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, take a seat and try one of these cigars. We're anxious to know how you managed it.
The fun of it is that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so smart, has gone off upon the wrong track altogether. He's after the secretary, Stangerson, who had no more to do with the crime than the babe unborn.
And how did you get your clue, Gregson?
Well, the first difficulty which we had to contend with was finding this American's antecedents. Some people would have waited until their advertisements were answered, or until parties came forward and volunteered information. But that's not Tobias Gregson's way of going to work. You remember the hat beside the dead man?
Yes, by John Underwood and Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Oh, I had no idea you'd noticed that. Well, anyway, my belief is you should never neglect a chance, however small it may seem.
To a great mind, nothing is little.
Quite, yes. Well, I went to Underwood and asked him if he'd sold a hat of that size and description. He looked over his books and came on it at once. He had sent a hat to Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I got at his address.
Smart. Very smart.
I next called upon Madame Charpentier. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, an uncommonly fine girl she is, I may add. She was looking red about the eyes, and her lips trembled as I spoke to her. That didn't escape my notice. You know the feeling, Mr. Holmes, when you come upon the right scent, a kind of thrill in your nerves. Before I even started to question them, I felt that these people knew something about the matter. Now, ladies, have you heard of the mysterious death of your late boarder, Mr. Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland?
Oh, there, now, dear. Yes, sir, we have heard about it.
At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave your house for the train?
At 8 o'clock. His secretary, Mr. Sangerson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11. He was to catch the first.
And that was the last you saw of him? Madam, I asked whether it was the last you saw of him.
Yes, it was.
Oh, Mother, no good can ever come of falsehood. We did see Mr. Drebber again, sir.
God forgive you. You've murdered your brother.
But Arthur would rather we spoke the truth.
You'd best tell me all about it. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you don't know how much we know already.
Oh, on your head be it, Alice. Perhaps you'd better leave us together.
Yes, Mother.
Now, sir, I had no intention of telling you all this, but since my poor daughter disclosed it, I've no alternative. Having once decided to speak, I will tell you all without omitting any particular.
It's your wisest course, madam.
Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been traveling on the continent.
Yes.
Mr. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man. Oh, but his employer, I'm sorry to say, was far otherwise. He was coarse in his habits and brutish in his ways.
How so?
But the very night of his arrival, he became very much the worse for drink, and indeed, after 12 o'clock in the daytime, he could hardly ever be said to be sober. But his manner towards the maidservant was disgustingly free and familiar, and worst of all, he assumed the same attitude towards my daughter, and spoke to her more than once in a way which, fortunately, she's too innocent to understand. But on one occasion, he actually seized her in his arms and embraced her. Oh, his own secretary reproached him for it.
But why did you stand all this? I suppose you can get rid of your boarders when you wish.
Would to God I'd given him notice on the very day he came. But it was a sore temptation. They were paying £1 a day each, and this is the slack season, and I am a widow, and my boy in the Navy has cost me much. I acted for the best. This last was too much, however, and I gave him notice to leave on account of it.
I see.
Oh, my heart grew light as I saw him drive away. My son is on leave just now, but I did not tell him anything of all this. His temper is violent, and he's passionately fond of his sister. Well, when I closed the door behind them, a load seemed to be lifted from my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, alas, in less than an hour there was a ring at the bell, and I learned that Mr. Drebber had returned. He was the worse for drink. He forced his way into the room where I was sitting with my daughter and made some incoherent remark about having missed his train. He then turned to Alice and before my very face proposed to her that she should fly with him. You are of age, he said, and there's no law to stop you. I have money and enough to spare. Never mind the old girl here, but come along with me now straight away. You shall live like a princess. Oh.
Go on.
Well, poor Alice was so frightened that she shrank away from him, but he caught her by the wrist. Well, I screamed, and at that moment my son Arthur came into the room. Well, what happened then? I do not know. I heard oaths and confused sounds of a scuffle. I was too terrified to raise my head. And when I did look up, I saw Arthur standing in the doorway laughing with a stick in his hand. I don't think that fine fellow will trouble us again, he said. I will just go after him and see what he does with himself. And with those words, he took his hat and started off down the street. The next morning, we heard of Mr. Drebber's mysterious death.
Madame Charpentier, at what hour did your son return?
I do not know. He has a latchkey and he let himself in.
After you went to bed?
Yes.
When did you go to bed?
About 11.
So your son was gone at least 2 hours?
Yes.
Possibly 4 or 5?
Yes.
What was he doing during that time?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
After that, there was nothing more to be done. I found out where Lieutenant Charpentier was and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and warned him to come quietly with us, he answered us as bold as brass, "I suppose you are arresting me for being concerned in the death of that scoundrel Drebber." We said nothing to him about it, so that his alluding to it had a most suspicious aspect.
Very.
He still carried the heavy stick which the mother described as having with him when he followed Drebber.
What's your theory then, Inspector Gregson?
Well, Mr. Holmes, my theory is that he followed Drebber as far as the Brixton Road. When there, some occasion arose between them, and in the course of which Drebber received a blow from the stick in the pit of the stomach, perhaps, which killed him without leaving any mark. The night was so wet that no one was about, so Charpentier dragged the body of his victim into the empty house. As to the candle and the blood and the writing on the wall and the ring, they may all have been so many tricks to throw the police onto the wrong scent.
Well done. Really, Gregson, you're getting along. We shall make something of you yet.
Well, I flatter myself that I've managed it rather neatly. The young man volunteered a statement in which he said that after following Drebber for some time, the latter perceived him and took a cab in order to get away from him. On his way home, Charpentier... Yes, I think the whole case fits together uncommonly well. What amuses me is to think of Lestrade, who had started off upon the wrong scent. I really won't make much of it.
Why, by Jove, here's the very man himself. Come in, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, so you're here, Gregson. I suppose, Lestrade, you've come to consult Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ask him what move to make next, eh?
Well, I don't mind admitting this is a most extraordinary case, most incomprehensible affair.
Ah, you find it so? I thought you'd come to that conclusion. Have you managed to land the secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson?
I've just come from Stangerson's room.
Ah. We've been hearing Gregson's view of the matter. Would you mind letting us know what you have done, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes, no objections at all. I freely confess that I was of the opinion that Stangerson was concerned in the death of Drebber.
Was?
A fresh development has shown me that I was completely mistaken.
Well, well.
I fancy we'd better take the events in their sequence.
Very well. Full of the one idea, I set myself to discover what had become of the secretary. He and Drebber had been seen together at Euston Station about 8:30 on the evening of the 3rd. At 2 in the morning of the 4th, Drebber had been found murdered in the house off Brixton Road. Now, the question which confronted me was to find out how Stangerson had been employed between 8:30 and the time of the crime, and what had become of him afterwards. I telegraphed to Liverpool, giving a description of the man and warning them to keep a watch upon the American boats. I then set to work calling upon all the hotels and lodging houses in the vicinity of Euston. You see, I argued that if Drebber and his companion had become separated that evening, the natural course for Stangerson would be to put up somewhere in the vicinity for the night, then to hang about the station again next morning to look out for his employer.
They'd be likely to agree on some meeting place beforehand.
Yes, so it proved. I spent the whole of yesterday evening making inquiries entirely without avail. This morning I began very early, and at 8 o'clock I reached Halliday's private hotel in Little George Street.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to know whether a Mr. Stangerson is living here.
Oh, certainly, sir. No doubt you're the gentleman he was expecting. He's been waiting here for a gentleman for 2 days.
Yes. Where is he now?
He's upstairs in bed. He wished to be called at 9.
Well, I'll go up and see him at once, then.
Yes, sir. The Boots will take you. Boots?
Yes? Morning, sir.
Right. Take this gentleman up to Mr. Stangerson's room.
Yes. Would you follow me, sir? There's his room, sir, just along here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Cool. What's that? It looks like blood. Coming from under his door.
Oh, you're right.
It's locked, sir.
Well, stand out of the way while I put the soldiers with.
Yeah, but, sir, I
Get
think...
back.
I can't stay in here. Let me pass, Gov. Let me pass.
Stangerson has been stabbed to the heart. Dead for some time. He bled profusely. But now comes the strangest part of the affair, Mr. Holmes. What do you suppose was on the wall?
The word Rache, written in letters of blood.
Well, that was it.
Great heaven. Get on with the details, Lestrade.
Well, the murderer was seen. A milk boy happened to walk down the lane at the back of the hotel. He noticed that a ladder, which usually lay there, was raised against one of the windows on the second floor, which was wide open. He looked back and saw a man descend the ladder. He came down so openly that the lad imagined him to be some carpenter or joiner at work. Took no notice beyond thinking it was early for anyone like that to be at work. And he has an impression that the man was tall, had a reddish face, and was dressed in a long brownish coat.
Did you find anything in the room which could furnish a clue to the murderer?
Nothing. Stangerson had 80-odd pounds in his pocket. Whatever the motive for these two crimes, it certainly wasn't robbery. There were no papers in the pockets, except a telegram, dated from Cleveland about a month ago, containing the words, J.H. is in Europe. There was no sender's name.
And there was nothing else?
Nothing of any importance. His pipe was on the chair beside the bed. There was a glass of water on the table. And on the windowsill, a small chip ointment box containing a couple of pills.
What? At last!
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
The last link. My case is complete.
Oh, but just what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I have now in my hands all the threads which have formed such a tangle. There are, of course, details to be filled in, but I'm as certain of all the main facts, from the time that Drebber parted from Stangerson at the station up to the discovery of Stangerson's body, as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'll give you proof of my knowledge. Could you lay your hand upon it?
Yes, I have them here. Don't attach any importance to them, though.
Let me see them. Doctor, are those ordinary pills?
No, they're certainly not. Pearly grey colour, small, round, and, let's see. Yes, almost transparent against the light. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're soluble in water.
Precisely, sir. Now, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier which has been bad so long and which the landlady wanted you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Oh, yes, very well, Holmes.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
I will now cut one of these pills in two. One half we return into the box for future purposes. The other half I will place in this wine glass. If you'd be kind enough to pass me the carafe, Lestrade.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Now then, I pour into the glass a teaspoonful of water. Ah. You perceive that our friend the doctor is right. The pill readily dissolves. I shall now add a little milk to make the mixture palatable.
Here he is, poor old chap. Long past his allotted span, I'm afraid.
Put him down on a cushion while I transfer this mixture to a saucer.
Right.
Now, poor old boy, here's a little drink for you.
Well?
It can't be a coincidence. The very pills which I suspected in the case of Drebber are actually found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. What can it mean? Oh, surely my whole chain of reasoning cannot have been false. No, it's impossible. And yet this wretched dog is none the worse.
Well, if you ask me...
Wait. I have it. Where's that other pill?
Here you are.
Cut it in two for me while I get more milk and water ready.
There we are. Done.
Now, in it goes.
You mean you're going to try again?
Precisely. Now, boy, try another saucer.
That was part 2 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the final episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard had been crowing over his colleague Lestrade. While he, Gregson, had acted so decisively in arresting young Arthur Charpentier for the murder of Enoch Drebber, Lestrade, with the mere duty of questioning Stangerson, the dead man's secretary, had returned to 221B Baker Street with failure written all over his face. But then Holmes and I had been as astonished as Gregson to hear that he had found Stangerson murdered too. Lestrade had brought a box containing 2 pills, which he had found near the body. Exclaiming that at last his case was complete, Holmes wasted no time in feeding one to the poor aging dog which our landlady had asked us that morning to have destroyed. To his dismay, the effect was nil. With his whole case hanging upon the consequences, Holmes proceeded to grind the only remaining pill into some milk and watched anxiously as the dog drank.
Poor old chap.
It worked.
I should have had more faith. I ought to know by this time that when a fact appears to be opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Of the 2 pills in that box, one was of the most deadly poison and the other was entirely harmless. I ought to have known that before ever I saw the box at all.
Well, I don't like saying it in front of you, Gregson, but I'm right out of my depth. I really am.
You're not alone, Lestrade. Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. We want something more than mere theory and preaching now. It's a case of taking the man. I made my case out, and it seems that I was wrong. Young Charpentier is locked up and couldn't have been engaged in this second affair. Lestrade went after his man, Stangerson, and it appears that he's wrong, too. Now, can you name the man who did it?
Can't help feeling that Gregson's right, sir.
Holmes, if I may say so, any delay in arresting the murderer might give him time to perpetrate some fresh atrocity.
There'll be no more murders. You've asked me if I know the name of the murderer. I do.
What?
The mere knowing of his name is a small thing, however, compared with the power of laying our hands upon him. This I expect very shortly to do.
But how?
I have good hopes of managing it through my own arrangements, but it's a thing which needs delicate handling. We have a shrewd and desperate man to deal with. As long as this man has no idea that anyone can have a clue, there's some chance of securing him. But if he has the slightest suspicion, he'd change his name and vanish in an instant among the 4 million inhabitants of this great city. Without meaning to hurt either of your feelings, I'm bound to say that I consider him to be more than a match for the official force. And that is why I have not asked your assistance.
Now, look here.
If I fail, I shall, of course, incur all the blame due to this omission. But that I'm prepared for. At present, I'm ready to promise that the instant I can communicate with you without endangering my own arrangements, I shall do so.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would you...
Sir, please, sir.
What, sir? Yes, Wiggins?
I've got the cab downstairs, sir.
Good boy. Lestrade, Gregson.
Yes?
Why don't you introduce this pattern of handcuffs at Scotland Yard? You see how beautifully the spring works? They fasten in an instant.
The old pattern's good enough if we can only find a man to put them on.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. The cabman may as well help me with my boxes. Just ask him to step up, Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, you never said anything about setting out on a journey.
Nor I did, Watson. However, I must just get this small portmanteau ready.
What is this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Holmes, I really think you ought to...
Oh, it's not been used for so long, these buckles are dreadfully difficult.
Here, let me help you.
No, the cabman can do it. Ah, there you are, my good man.
Yes, Governor.
Just give me a hand with this buckle, if you please.
All right, sir.
What's that?
No, keep still.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. We have his cab. It will serve to take him to Scotland Yard.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest... I think, Mr. Lestrade, in view of my seniority of service.
Oh, very well.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murders of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. And I must caution you that anything you say will be taken down and may be put in evidence.
I've got a good deal to say. I want to tell you gentlemen all about it.
If there's a vacant place for a chief of the police, I reckon you're the man for it, sir.
Never mind about that.
Oh, no, I mean it. The way you kept on my trail was a caution.
Well, hadn't you better reserve that for your trial?
I may never be tried.
Well, look here.
You needn't look so startled. It isn't suicide I'm thinking of. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then put your hand here, on my chest.
Well, as you wish.
Well?
Why, this man has an aortic aneurysm.
Yes, that's what they call it. I went to a doctor last week about it, and he told me it is bound to burst before many days have passed. It has been getting worse for years. I got it from overexposure and underfeeding among the Salt Lake Mountains. I've done my work now, and I don't care how soon I go. But I should like to leave some account of the business behind me. I don't want to be remembered as a common murderer.
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
Do you consider there is immediate danger?
Most certainly there is.
In that case, it's clearly our duty, in the interest of justice, to take his statement. Will you write it down, please, Mr. Lestrade?
All right.
I have cautioned you, and you are at liberty to give your account, which this officer will take down.
I understand. I'll sit down with your leave.
By all means.
Thank you. This aneurysm of mine makes me easily tired, and that tussle we had just now hasn't mended matters. I am on the brink of the grave, and I'm not likely to lie to you, gentlemen.
Right. I'm ready. Proceed, then.
It doesn't much matter to you why I hated those two men. It's enough that they were guilty of the death of two human beings, a father and a daughter, and that they had, therefore, forfeited their own lives. That girl was to have married me in America 20 years ago. She was forced into marrying that same Drebber and broke her heart over it. I took the marriage ring from her dead finger, and I vowed that his dying eyes should rest upon that very ring, and that his last thought should be of the crime for which he was punished. I have carried it about with me and followed him and his accomplice over 2 continents until I caught them. If I die tomorrow, as is likely enough, I die knowing that my work in this world is done, and well done.
Yes, get on.
When I got to London, my pocket was about empty, and I found that I must turn my hand to something for my living. Driving and riding are as natural to me as walking. So I applied at a cab owner's office and soon got employment. It was some time before I found out where my 2 gentlemen were living. They were at a boarding house at Camberwell, over on the other side of the river. I had grown my beard, and there was no chance of their recognizing me. Go where they would about London, I was always at their heels. At last, one evening, I was driving up and down Torquay Terrace when I saw a cab draw up at their door. Presently, some luggage was brought out. Time, Drebber and Stangerson followed it and drove off. I whipped up my horse and kept within sight of them, feeling very ill at ease, for I feared that they were going to shift their quarters. At Euston Station, they got out, and I left a boy to hold my horse and followed them onto the platform. I got near enough to hear what they were saying.
But I tell you, there isn't another Liverpool train for hours.
So who cares?
I care. The sooner we're on a train to Liverpool and getting out of here, the happier I'll be.
Well, Stangerson, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Now, come to think of it, I have a little business of my own to do. Now, if you just hang around here someplace, I'll go off and I'll join you later.
Like hell. You swore we'd always stick together. If you go, I'm going with you.
Well, you see, this little matter's kind of delicate. You'd be in the way.
Is that so? Well, either I go with you or we both stay here. You can take it or leave it, Drebber.
Look here, Stangerson. It's about time you remembered you're nothing more than a paid servant around here. Who the hell do you think you are trying to dictate to me?
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's how it sounded to me. Now, cut it out once and for all.
Okay, then. But look, supposing you're not back in time for the train. It's the last one tonight.
Oh, I'll be back here before 11. Tell you what, if I'm not, we'll meet up again at Halliday's Hotel. That suit you?
I guess it'll have to.
The moment for which I had waited so long had come at last. My plans were already formed. It chanced that some days before, a gentleman who had been looking over some empty houses off the Brixton Road had dropped a key of one of them in my carriage. How to get Drebber to that house was the problem. There was a hansom in front of mine, and he hailed it. I followed it for miles, until, to my astonishment, we found ourselves back in the terrace where he had boarded. I went on and pulled up my cab 100 yards or so from the house. He entered it, and his hansom drove away. Well, I waited for a quarter of an hour or more, when suddenly there came a noise like people struggling inside the house. Next moment, the door was flung open, and two men appeared. One of them was Drebber, and the other was a young chap whom I had never seen before.
You filthy hound! I'll teach you to insult an honest girl. Get your hands off me. If you're not out of this road inside 10 seconds, I'll lay this cudgel across you so you won't be able to walk. Now, get on with you.
Okay, I'm going. Hey, you, Gabby!
Yes, Governor?
Drive me to Halliday's private hotel.
When I had him fairly inside my cab, my heart jumped so much with joy that I feared lest at this last moment my aneurysm might go wrong. I was once janitor and sweeper out of a laboratory in the States. One day, a professor was lecturing on some alkaloid which was so powerful that the least grain meant instant death. When they were all gone, I helped myself to a little of it. I was a fairly good dispenser, so I worked this alkaloid into small soluble pills, and each pill I put in a box with a similar pill made without the poison. I determined that when I had my chance, my gentlemen should each have a draw out of one of those boxes while I ate the pill that remained. From that day, I had always my pillboxes about with me, and the time had now come when I was to use them. It was nearer 1 than 12, and a wild, bleak night blowing hard. My hands were trembling and my temples throbbing with excitement. There was not a soul to be seen. When I looked in at the cab window, I found Drebber huddled in a drunken sleep.
Come on, there.